It was Lillian's doing. Glancing down, he found the rodent he was looking for was gone. Not even a trace of her existence besides stains of her blood. Where had they gone? Did they make use of his moment of excruciating and distracting pain as a way to escape? He looked towards the stone gate, finding it without damage. It was still shut tight. Ruling out that possibility, he was about to turn around, feeling something stab through the center of his chest, tearing through his flesh and exiting out the front of his body. It was a plain steel blade, shorter than a regular sword but sharp nonetheless. As even more blood erupted from his mouth, he heard the soft but cold voice of a familiar person behind him make itself known. That's the first stab. Thalrek, stiffening, felt even more weakness across his body. It was like his mana was being drained as well as his life force. And looking down, he found where the feeling originated from. It was coming from the sword. Twisting his body around to get a look at the perpetrator, he used the silk legs sticking out of his back as weapons, swinging them aimlessly only to find there wasn't anyone behind him. He quickly stitched up the mortal wound through his chest and hid the mechanical enhancement underneath, as well as the bloody slit caused by her stab. He breathed harshly, the smell of blood staining his breath as he got back up to his feet, albeit with some trouble, as he stumbled a bit. He still felt the weakness that came from having his vitality stolen. He then looked off to the side, staring in the distance and finding a lone figure with a black cloak, a blurry mask, and a dark chest plate with a pulsating violet gem. In their left hand, they held a stained short sword that had its blade coated in his blood. He then shifted his gaze to their other arm, which was raised in the air. Lillian's right arm, which was without a hand, was currently fed by translucent lines that had turned a vibrant crimson. There were at least a dozen attached to one arm, all contributing to the creation of another hand. He widened his eyes, trailing where the lines had originated, and found that they were attached to his back. He then heard her mutter, "You hold such a great deal of vitality within you. I wonder how long it would take to reduce you into a dried husk." He then watched as Lillian looked towards the direction of her severed hand, and in the blink of an eye, she suddenly appeared right beside it. He watched as she bent over, picking up her severed hand, pulling off the chainmail gauntlet, and placing it back on her right hand before tossing it aside. Clicking his tongue in irritation, he severed the links she had used to connect them together before steadying himself on his feet. Summoning his scythe, he intentionally swung it behind him, causing a force to propel him in Lillian's direction. However, just as he raised his scythe over his shoulder and swung it down, he was shocked to find Lillian slashing at the ground beside her. Chapter 325. Reaching high speeds? Lillian was blasted to the side as a mysterious force crashed into her. With her grip tight on her short sword, she flipped through the air, dodging the man's scythe. SKRR. Landing on the ground, skidding a bit. She gave Thalrek a cold look as she muttered, You've been doing it wrong." This confused the man for a split second. However, he realized not even a second later what Lillian meant as she clang, struck the ground once again, propelling herself into the air. He then watched as she shot toward a pillar, clang, striking it and blasting herself toward another hard surface. She did this again, clang, and again, clang, and again. This had gone on for several minutes, even maybe a dozen. It was at this point that there was nowhere but the ceiling she had explored or struck. She had studied this technique by looking through how Millis had used it with her sword and how she had used it in her own match. And what she concluded was that constantly hitting the ground would ultimately increase the speed, which meant if she did it enough and reached an extremely high speed, her stab would deal an enormous amount of damage. Thalrek, who was spinning himself around to catch even a glimpse of Lillian's blurring figure, couldn't help but be amazed and baffled at the speed she was going. Even though he was of a higher tier than the rodent, he couldn't believe that he was failing to keep up with her increasing movement. It was also at this point that he decided to use the mechanical eye in the center of his forehead. The mechanical eye, which was once shut tight, opened. It revealed a glowing blue pupil that narrowed and widened, adjusting to surroundings. It then quickly pinpointed Lillian movements while also calculating the speed at which she was going. And what he found out shocked him. Currently, Lillian was bouncing around with the calculated speed of 200 miles per hour, something that left him in disbelief. How was the rodent bouncing around him capable of reacting at that speed? By now, shouldn't their brain be rattled? While it was true that those of a higher tier with training could react to high speed far better than those of the lower tier, it was absurd to think someone of the second tier could achieve a feat like this. And not only that, but he was absolutely sure that the intruder didn't have any abilities related to speed. So, how could this be? Clang. How much did this rodent before him train to react to speed like this? Clang. And the answer to that was, a lot. Lillian, striking the ground again, felt her arm tremble as the force behind her slashes increased. She wasn't sure how long she could keep it up, and she wasn't even sure how she was able to react fast enough to keep her body moving. Her past self would without a doubt not have been able to keep up with the speed she was achieving. Currently, she couldn't even see properly where she was going. It was extremely nauseating for her. But she did train for this. She trained her reaction time for this. She had been training her body for these harsh movements. Although the friction of the air had begun to burn her, she had already fixed it by repeatedly coating herself in a thin layer of water. Lillian slashed against another stone surface, blasting off from it while still letting her momentum carry her forward. Her limbs felt twisted as she kept making sharp turns. She even feared that they might snap off any moment. But she needed to keep going, building up more speed, and dish out a devastating stab that would leave the puppeteer's body in utter shock. As she struck another hard surface, she noticed a bright light in the corner of her eyes. Unfortunately for her situation, she couldn't exchange even a millisecond of attention for it. However, she knew what it was, given the sounds of distorted chirping of birds echoing through the air, followed by a fierce blast of heat she was almost caught in. Dodging the beam, she passed by a pillar that had melted down. She could feel it tracking her, and that was when she went in her next plan. She was bounced around the room, leaving a trail of water behind her speed figure. She had even wrapped herself in a teardrop-shaped liquid shell, which produced enough drag to slow her down slightly, removing a lot of pressure on her body. As she consistently dodged the beam and ejected a trail of water at it, the room was slowly filled with steam. Thalrek, who was trying his hardest to move his mechanical arm around, eventually stopped as his arm glowed a burning red. It had overheated. Clicking his tongue, he lowered his arm before looking around his surroundings, finding it to be misty. However, he ignored it and used his mechanical eye to figure out where Lillian was. This was one of its features, being able to see through areas with low visibility. However, as his eyes adjusted and glowed faintly, he found that he had completely lost Lillian's whereabouts. As he twirled and spun around, confusion was made apparent on his face as he struggled to find Lillian's location. How could this be? As I was capable of tracking her? I am possible dash. Pushed. Right as the word left his mouth, he felt a tremendous force crash into his back, piercing through it as a gaping hole appeared in his chest. Lillian, who had transformed her body into a stream of water, pierced through Thalrek's body with her sword. Reappearing in her regular form, she fell to the ground, scraping her body harshly, her chest plate screeching as she finally came to a halt. She gave several rapid, deep breaths. Due to her high-speed movements earlier, her lungs hadn't been able to get enough air into her body. At this point, she was beginning to feel like she was getting brain damage from her oxygen-restricting actions. Slowly getting up and getting back on her feet, she was immediately hit with numbness around her body, followed by pins and needles in her legs. She stumbled a bit due to this, stumbling over to a nearby pillar to use it as support as she stared at Thalrek's body, who lay on his stomach, motionless with a lethal hole through his lower abdomen. Pant! Pant! Lillian knew he wasn't dead despite how devastating her attack was. But I feel like I am. Her arms were shaking, and so was her brain. She had to pull off something as crazy as this to deal this sort of damage to him. She then looked towards the tubes dangling over Thalrek's throne, watching as they moved towards him, connecting with the metal holes in his back. Slowly but surely, she watched as the hole in his lower back became filled and healed. After it reached a certain point, Lillian sent a water blade that sliced through the tubes, disconnecting him from it. I can't kill him yet. I still need to kill him in style. Chapter 326. Approaching the end, Lillian watched as Thalrek slowly pushed himself into a crouch before pulling off the severed tubes in his back. He tossed them aside before glaring at Lillian as though she were a fool. However, there was also a hint of awe in his eyes for what she had achieved. And because of this, he was willing to put aside his pride to praise her. Interesting. You truly are interesting as much as you are a fool. To think you would risk your own body to be able to do such an attack. Getting up to his feet, he stored away the scythe and clutched his hands into fists. His body leaned to one side and then the other as both tiredness and weakness washed over him. He then muttered as he steadily made his way over to her. That sword. I seem to recognize it. Lillian kept quiet and chose not to answer. This didn't bother the man in the slightest as he then said, pumping his arms. Let us finish this like real men. Lillian, surprised by what he said, couldn't help but ask herself, doesn't know I am a woman? She knew her chest plate covered her chest, but shouldn't he have realized she was a woman by her voice? She then raised a hand to the face of her mask, realizing it was its doing. Glancing down at her sword, she noted that she just needed one more stab left before she could finally unlock it. Due to how long it had been since she used the short sword, her stabs had been reset back down to one. However, it didn't really matter since she had just gotten them all back. She then looked towards his hands, which were shaped into fists. Was he really planning to engage in a fist fight with her? Lillian recalled the countless times she fought him in the game, the countless times she died for him, and the countless times her game reset because of him. She knew for a fact that he wouldn't ever decide to have a full-on fist fight with her. Was this a trap? Or was something else playing a role in this? She took a sneaky glance to the side. Success rate increase. 200 maxed. I see. So, you've been playing a role this entire time? She breathed a sigh before responding to Thalrek's earlier statement. Very well. She summoned her sword back into her mana realm and began to slowly approach him as well. Step, step, step. As they walked towards each other, the mist circled around them, creating a tense atmosphere as the two walked past the corpses of cultists on the ground. The smell of blood lingered in the air, entering through both of her nostrils, the taste of their own blood still lingering on their taste buds. And finally, once they reached each other, Thalrek threw the first punch. It was clumsy, but still full of power. However, unlike him, she was trained in hand-to-hand combat, and with the thought, a pleasant but rough memory flashed through her mind. Inside a boxing ring, Lillian had her hair tied back as she wore a white sports bra. She raised her guard and stepped to the side, dodging a swift strike from a certain assassin, who also had her hair tied back and wore a black sports bra. They had managed to rent themselves a boxing ring in the city outside the academy realm. It was also before they had begun dating. Lillian stepped forward and threw back a counterattack, but watched as Marionette ducked underneath it. The assassin grabbed onto the girl's arm and seamlessly threw her over her shoulder, slamming her into the cushion mat below. Thump! They then did it again. Lillian threw a flurry of punches that were dodged by the assassin with ease. Clicking her tongue, Lillian spun and shot her leg out, a side kick which was easily countered by the assassin as they stepped to the side and wrapped their arm around it. She was then thrown back onto the ground. She then heard the assassin say, again. This lasted for a while, and each time, Lillian was constantly put on her ass and back. Lillian groaned. NGH. Mun, did you have to slam me that hard? Marionette watched as Lillian sat up, rubbing her rear. Her eyes stared at the sweat that was running down the girl's face before glancing away stoically. It's training, Lillian. Stop moaning. Lillian pouted before sighing. Yeah, I get it. Now, do you mind helping me up? She watched as the assassin turned around and pushed out her hand towards her with a nod. Lillian smiled, glancing at the woman's hand, then her face, before lastly landing her gaze on the assassin's sports bra that hugged her chest. She gave a winking smirk at the black-haired woman as she said, "Has anyone said that you look really hot in a sports bra?" Lillian, reaching out to take the woman's hand, found it slowly move away from her reach. She raised an eyebrow before raising her eyes and watching the assassin turn away, hiding the lower half of their face. She then heard her say, "Get up by yourself, retaking a break." Lillian rolled her eyes playfully, "All right?" Getting up, she rested her back against the rope of the boxing ring, stretching her back and rolling her shoulders. After a bit, she then asked, "Hey, do you think I'll be as good as you anytime soon?" Marionette, who was sorting some things out in her spatial earring, looked back at her with a raised eyebrow before sighing. "You sure do love asking this exact same question a lot. Lillian, are you that pessimistic and unconfident about your abilities?" The corners of Lillian's lips twitched at her words. Scratching the side of her cheek with her finger, she giggled, embarrassed. And maybe? Marionette, softening her gaze on the girl, tossed a white towel at her. Lillian, catching it, used it to pat away the sweat on her body. She then heard Marionette ask, "Will there come a day when you will throw in the towel and give up?" "Huh?" Lillian tilted her head. Probably not. I got a lot of things I want to do." Marionette, hearing her answer, nodded in satisfaction. "Then that means the day you give up will be the day that you die, Lillian. You will eventually reach my level, or perhaps even surpass me. Dawn, put yourself down. And Dawn, especially compare yourself to me." Lillian, watching as the woman made her way over to her, watched as her chin was tilted up. Marionette, staring into Lillian's blue eyes, murmured, "The act of comparing is the thief of progress and joy, and the act of giving up is the nexus to stagnation and regret. Always remember that, Lillian." Lillian, looking into the assassin's eyes, thought deeply before grinning. "Is this the part where we kiss or something?" Marionette widened her eyes and began to slowly lean in. Seeing this, Lillian couldn't help but giggle as she pushed the woman's face back by her forehead. Puffed. "I didn't mean it, but thanks, I'll be sure to remember that." Chapter 327. Counting blows? Bam! The two engaged in a fierce fist fight that further taxed their stamina. Blow after blow, punch after punch, each blow left the other significantly injured and weakened. Lillian slammed her fist into the side of the scrawny man's head, causing him to take a step back as dizziness washed over him. Lillian grinned at this. 18 more left. Bam! Thalrex struck the side of Lillian's head, causing her to stumble to the side, her vision blurring and swirling as a nauseating vertigo slammed into her like a truck. The area where Thalrex had struck her flowed with blood, seeping through the gap in her mask and over her left eyelids. Damn it, it got reset again. She gritted her teeth and steadied herself before shooting her fist forward and crashing it against the side of his head. Although her blows were far weaker due to the effects of the chainmail gauntlets, she had something that Thalrex didn't, the element that embodied the parasitic concept. With each blow she landed, each strike she landed, she was leeching off of the man's stamina and vitality. If the two of them kept this up, this battle of endurance, she would eventually win. The two carried on for who knows how long, and it was at this point that the two were nearing their limits. And no matter how stubborn and prideful Thalrex was, he knew this as well. He knew the body he was occupying was struggling to keep up. He wasn't sure why, but ever since he endured the attack that left a hole through his lower back, he felt something off, like something was eating him from the inside. Lillian, who was focused on his face, noticed his expression of uncomfort, and she knew the reason why. It was because the moment she had driven through his body, she had expelled parasitic waters within his body, which would constantly weaken him. Bam! Thalrex grunted as another blow struck his body. Although it didn't hurt, it did throw him off his balance, which he was desperately trying to keep steady. Clenching his jaw, He threw a left hook that shot towards Lillian like a hawk. However, in that instance, his fist crashed into a cloak with sharp needles. He grunted as he felt the spike sink into the flesh of his biological arm. Pulling his arm back, he spun around, whipping his leg out and sweeping it towards Lillian's left side. Lillian pushed her left arm from under her cloak and blocked the kick, feeling the bone in her forearm screech and numb from the attack. However, that wasn't going to stop her. She was going to reign in victory no matter what. With the move of a certain assassin stuck in her mind, she wrapped her left arm around the puppeteer's leg before twisting around. Clutching the leg with her other hand, she threw the scrawny man over her shoulder and slammed him to the ground. Right before Thalrek could get back up, Lillian pounced onto his back and back to shower, hammering blows to the back of his head. From 1 to 5 to 10 to 15. She had gone on to land exactly 19 blows to the back of Thalrek's head, which had a metal sheen to it. Her knuckles had gone completely white and were covered in dried blood. She was in a constant state of recovery and loss. As the thought that she needed one more blow to unseal the gauntlets flowed through her mind, so did the heart-wrenching premonition of being interrupted again. And that, bam, never came to pass. Thalrek, who was struggling under Lillian's weight and failing to regain control over his muscles, finally decided to throw Lillian off his back by summoning strings that wrapped around her body. And once he finally got up, he quickly shielded his eyes as a blinding light shot across the room, staining it in its brilliance. Using his mechanical eye, Thalrek found Lillian at the center of the radiance and was seemingly wearing it. The light made Lillian seem as though she were some being bestowed with power to exact judgment on him. But he knew better than something like that. He had seen this exact same scene before. His eyes trembled in shock. He scratched at his rough throat in irritation before yelling. How? Could it be that he had fallen into Lillian's trap? Could it be that the fist fight they just had was all that was needed to unlock her gauntlets? How could he be so foolish? Where did his paranoia go? Where did his meticulous planning go? He, who was able to plan devastating attacks on two of the most prestigious academies, hadn't anticipated this. He had hired goons, filthy gang members, to infiltrate Lewis Manna Academy to figure out the exact geography of the realm. He had convinced, stolen, and backstabbed to get his hands on military artillery and weapons. He even managed to lure the Starbringer into a false sense of security before kidnapping and having someone use him to create a false clone. Where had all his intelligence gone? Where had all the intelligence that had been able to make this possible gone? Was there some mysterious and magical force acting against him from the sidelines? Biting his bottom lip until it bled, he raised his right arm, transforming it into its railgun form before charging it up. However, right as the light died down, the blurred mask of Lillian's face suddenly appeared before him, leaning in with malevolent intent. Lillian, who had just used the teleportation enchantment on her boots, appeared before the puppeteer before stabbing her sword through his chest once again, causing another blinding light to erupt. And that's the last stab, she quietly muttered as the light quickly faded. She yanked the sword out from the puppeteer's chest, who stumbled back and stitched up his wounds again. It was at this point that anyone who was face to face against the Thalrek would be annoyed and infuriated. But not Lillian. The chainmail gauntlets that she wore around her hands had now melted with their links, now forming into actual gauntlets. This chapter was uploaded by the team at. They were made of a black crystalline material similar to obsidian and had golden runes wrapped around their wrists, almost like it was a golden chain bracelet. The surface of her gauntlet was smooth, reflective, and alluring to look at. She glanced down at her palms, finding them to be made of a grayish-black leather that had a subtle gold-veiny appearance. She then took a look at the tips of her fingers, finding them sharp and jagged. Her chainmail gauntlets had transformed into obsidian clawed gauntlets. Item name, Regular's Last Grasp. Item type, Armor item grade. B item rank. For item description, a talented craftsman from an ancient nation of innovation crafted this specific weapon with the partial corpse of Regular, a fearsome great gore whose body was fractured into countless parts. This would later form the regular series of weapons, this gauntlet being one of them, to represent the grasp of the monster's lasting memories. Enchantments: Remembrance, Clutch, Instinct, Attack Boost, Curse Resistance, Remembrance. Able to completely copy the combat arts of someone you have fought previously in battle. Can only be used once per day. Effects last for 10 minutes. Clutch Instinct: once your body has suffered a life-ending amount of damage, the gauntlets will seize control and enter a berserk state until the enemy has been eliminated or you have regained enough vitality. Attack Boost: each physical attack you cause will be passively increased by 25. Curse Resistance: you are resistant to any form of direct misfortune placed upon you that takes the form of a curse. She then grasped her short sword that had also undergone a drastic change in appearance. Chapter 328. Feeling strong? She stared down at her blade, feeling it vibrate in her hand as the blade became single-edged and darkened, whilst also having jagged edges that seemed to make it harder to remove when inside flesh. And unlike the rest of the regular series, its blade was still made of metal, but one that seemed to give off a static impression as the hairs on her arm stood up at its presence. It had a small round handguard, and the handle was wrapped in a comfortable ancient fabric. It also had a small charm hanging at the bottom of the hilt, which seemed to be a small fawn. Item name: Regular's Last Spite. Item type: Weapon. Item grade: B. Item rank. For item description: a talented craftsman from an ancient nation of innovation crafted this specific weapon with the partial corpse of Regular, a fearsome great gore whose body was fractured into countless parts. This would later form the regular series of weapons, this short sword being one of them, to represent one of the devastating attacks dealt to it. Enchantments: Explosive Speed, Focus Stab, Defense Piercer, Electrifying Aura. Explosive Speed: all form of movement is increased by 30, and the power behind your legs increases the more you move. Focus Stab: upon activation, the effects of tunnel vision would appear. However, the chances of you striking what you wish will increase. Defense Piercer: the faster you're moving, the more likely you are to pierce through almost all defenses in your way. Electrifying Aura: your body is wrapped in a thunderous and electrifying aura that heightens your reaction and movement speed by 20, while also shocking your surroundings. Lillian stiffened as electricity shot out from her sword, wrapping her body in a thin yellow outline that buzzed in her ears. She then felt her body become lighter, her mind being less foggy, as her reaction speed increased. It was as though she were injected with a high dose of caffeine that left her restless. With her newfound speed, she looked towards Thalrek, to find him staring at her with raging flames in his eyes. Impossible. Impossible. She watched as the scrawny man clutched the sides of his head, muttering the words impossible over and over. The man fiercely scratched at the side of his neck and the side of his head to the point he even began to draw blood, which merged with the dried blood already staining his face and jawline. This can't be. Why are you suddenly awakening all of them? So suddenly? He then paused before throwing his hands into the air and roaring. Why? Lillian watched as he flashed his hand out to the side, summoning a reflective glass shard into his hand before chucking at her. The shard then shattered in the air, transforming into a cloud of glass dust before enlarging and morphing into a large troll that fell out of the sky and crashed into the ground. Lillian, watching as a cloud of dust shot out from its landing, waved her sword swish and separated it, preventing it from reaching and blinding her. After doing that, she placed the back of her blade on her shoulder before tilting her head up, staring into the green eye of the troll, who stared down at her with an oppressive aura. It had dark green skin and had a singular pale horn popping out from the center of its forehead. It was also 10 meters tall. It also had sharp tusks growing out of its mouth that were quickly slathered in saliva as it pushed out its tongue and licked them. Worn around its neck was a skull necklace, which showed its intelligence in creating such a thing. Around, Curving under its crotch and hiding its private areas was a hard and segmented material that looked to be made of the same material that could be found on the nails on its hands, which were cracked and black. And in its hand was a large and chipped metal sword. Lillian's nose twitched at the stench of its appearance. It was as if it were taking a bath in a garbage site that was only made up of food that was already beginning to decompose. The third phase already? She remembered that Thalrek would only bring out this monster when the player reached the third phase in the fight. And the monster before her was called a vile brute. And if she recalled its rank, it should be a dire wretch. Deal? The last time she fought a dire was when she faced a spider that hid inside the dense fog of the Forest of Disruption. It was only brought down with the help of the beetle, and that was only barely. I don't even think you'll need him out here to deal with this fat ass. She stared at the troll's large stomach before looking into its eye, which seemed to narrow at what she said. It seemed to be able to understand her. Thalrek, who had crawled back to his throne, shouted towards the troll and ordered it to crush Lillian into a pulp. Lillian, watching as the troll clutched its sword with both hands before swinging it down on her, hopped on the same spot. The world seemed to slow as the impending blade approached her from above. And right as it was about to crash down into her, a flash of memory shot through Lillian's mind as the runes around her black gauntlet glowed. She had activated remembrance. She searched through her mind for the fighters she had fought, the one she was going to copy the fighting style of. And eventually, she came to a decision between two options: Marionette's rapid fighting style or Kira's family technique, the heavy retreating stream. There's only one answer in this situation. She needed to be fast. She needed to capitalize on speed. And because of that, the memories of the countless times she thought the deadly assassin overwhelmed her mind. The muscles in her body tightened before instinctively moving into position. Note from the editor: always check MV2 Lemper for corrections. Her eyes flashed with a killing light as she bent forward and dashed. Gripping the blade of her sword, she flashed its blade forward, clashing with the troll. Clang! Lillian's brain strained as she resisted against the monster's swing, who stared at her with confusion. In any normal scenario, she would have lost in the battle of strength. However, she felt as though her body was now using 100 of its dormant strength. Humans were restricted to a low percentage of what their bodies could use. But she didn't feel like she was restricted anymore. She twisted her body to the side, dashing into the mist that still lingered around them and disappearing. This was due to the fluttering prowl, the black cloak. She ran around the troll, building up speed. She felt the power behind her legs increase, furthering her speed even more to the point she was crossing several meters in a single dash. And once she built up enough power behind her legs, she dashed out from the mist, revealing herself to the brute, whose eye glowed a bright green before shooting a beam of light. Lillian quickly noticed this and, without any fear, leapt towards it. She pulled back her arm and stabbed her sword towards it. She felt her vision become narrow as her blade pierced through the beam. And soon enough, she reached its eye, piercing into it. The troll stumbled back, dropping its sword. Lillian, watching as the monster closed its eye, yanked her sword out, causing green blood to spill before tightening and flexing her muscles again. And with another dark gleam in her eyes, she slashed at its face, and within a split second, several deep wounds appeared on its head, and coincidentally, it formed the rough shape of a rose. Swish, swish, swish. Lillian eventually fell from its face. However, before she could hit the ground, she stabbed her blade into the center of its chest and dragged her sword down. The monster fell back, crashing through a stone pillar and shattering it before falling on the ground with the entire torso cut open. Lillian, landing on the ground, stared at what she had done before looking at her blood-stained sword with a look of awe. Is this what being strong feels like? Having overpowered items really are the best. She then paused before shaking her head. It wasn't just her sword or gauntlets, but also Marionette's fighting style. If she remembered correctly, it was named Chapter 329. Last home stretch. Bonus, she remembered it was named the Crimson Nocturne Battle Art, where each attack you make will cause your enemy's blood to splatter into a crimson rose, even if it wasn't intentional. Lillian watched as the troll's body formed cracks before shattering into a cloud of dust. She allowed it to wash over her, feeling the moment to breathe in her victory over such a creature with ease. The feeling of strength, a feeling so foreign but so right. 20. Her ears then twitched as the sound of something whistling echoed behind her. Snapping her head to the stone gate, she teleported, dodging as a barrage of colors crashed into her earlier location, exploding. Appearing in front of the gate, she stared up at the sky up towards the ceiling and found it to be covered in a myriad of lights that looked like beautiful stars in the night sky. However, a split second later, the ceiling lit up, finally revealing what it had been hiding since the beginning. And what she saw were people, dozens, hundreds, people who were hanging from the ceiling by thin threads as tight cocoons made of string wrapped around their bodies, as they were captured by an overly large arachnid. And they were all unconscious. She squinted her eyes, staring at the center of their hands, which were popping out from their cocoons, and found them to be glowing as something magical manifested within their palms. From a dull brown to a shining yellow, she knew what it was. What they were manifesting were their elements. Elements of all kinds. The majority being the actual elements such as fire, water, earth, air, and such. She stared at this scene with coldness behind her eyes as an electrifying aura tore off the blood, coating her body with soft crackles. She turned her eyes back towards Thalrek, finding him seated on his throne and had both of his hands raised with his fingers spread out like spiders. And attached to the tips of his fingers were countless strings that stretched towards each individual person hanging from the ceiling. She knew what Thalrek was doing. The man intended to launch a full-on barrage by using the elements of the people above. "Do you think this plan of yours will work?" Lillian asked, powering her mask with mana. "Do you think that I am not capable of enduring the barrage you are about to send towards me?" Thalrek, who was meticulously controlling each person above, froze. Were his intentions that obvious? He shook his head and clicked his tongue. He then shouted, "Silence. Even if what I am about to do will wound my pride. Even though I won, be able to handle you myself. Even if I am incapable of digging your heart out with my own hands." His words slowed, ending each sentence with a hateful hiss as the shimmering lights above grew brighter. "At least I will be the one to live, and you, be the one reduced to ashes and become a mere dying ember in my memories." And after saying that, lights fell from the ceiling like shooting stars, targeting Lillian with, although with poor accuracy, slim chances of escaping. That was, if she wasn't fast enough. With a lingering power increase in her legs, she dashed forward. She crossed over several meters, dodging through storms of elements that fell around her. She was blinded several times, knocked back, tripped, stumbled, and blocked several times on her way toward the puppeteer. It was as though she were running through a war zone filled with falling artillery shells. As sweat mixed with the blood flowing down her face, as sweat poured in her black hoodie underneath her chest plate, she continued to move forward. Sechenke. A falling ball of flames crashed into her chest, scorching her chest plate. But before it could spread any further, it was quickly put out by her own element. She needed to reserve her mana. The entire length of the room was about 100 meters, and considering she started at the entrance, she still had 80 more meters to go. Quickly bending down, she grabbed onto a nearby corpse before chucking it towards an incoming projectile, completely stopping it at the cost of a shower of blood. Finding that it was an effective way to protect herself, she began to collect the corpses on the ground and chucking them into the air. This created a chain of explosions, which made for a rather stunning light show. But nobody inside the room was in the mood to spectate the spectacle. Thalrek, seeing that Lillian was stopping his reign of attack, couldn't help but curse her even more under his breath, hissing like a snake as his fingers commanded the people above to fire more. And because of this, although the rate did increase, it left some of the people above to stop firing as their mana capacity had finally emptied. Lillian, who was unaware of this, was just trying to stay alive as she continued to avoid the artillery shooting down on her. Pant, pant, and currently, she was beginning to feel the effects of fatigue hitting her again, this time with much greater effectiveness. She felt like she could fall asleep as soon as her back hit the ground. Shit. Lillian tripped before quickly regaining her balance. However, a split second later, the world spun and shook rapidly in effect of severe vertigo. She clutched the side of her head, her body swaying left and right. Not now. I am just halfway. She grimaced, her eyes darkening as the light above her seemed to stretch and blur. Was she losing consciousness? Boom! Thalrek immediately stood up, pumping his fist like a child with a joyous expression on his face as he watched his bombardment finally hit Lillian. He then aimed towards that exact location and began to send projectile after projectile in that one location, eventually digging a massive pit. I finally got you. You damn rodent dash. What got you so excited? Thalrek froze as a familiar voice appeared behind him. He slowly let out a breath as he drifted his left eye back. Finding Lillian, back turned to him, standing right behind his throne. His eyes shone with a soft light as he asked in a genuine voice, "How did you get there?" "I teleported." The two then fell silent with both of their backs turned to one another. Chapter 330. Humiliating Failure. Bonus Thalrek. SPOV drip. 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 Thalrek listened to the soft and chilling sounds of the blood dripping from Lillian's body, which fell to the ground rhythmically. He must prepare. He summoned 2 rings accessories that boosted all mind-related attacks, followed by a bracelet that did the exact same thing. He then summoned his leather tunic and crown from his mana realm, which further boosted the effectiveness of his mental domination trait. Drip. Although it wasn't public knowledge, inside the group of 5 known as the Jester's Chosen, it was general knowledge that his consistent win condition was to destroy his enemy's mind before taking over their body. This also allowed him to gain their life experiences as well, even if only by a fraction. Drip. And because of his cheap way of winning battles, he was kicked out of the group until he could prove he was deserving of the title as one of Jester's Cardinals and Chosen. But not only that, but it was because he had lost most of his strength through a powerful attack that cost him a couple of tears. And it was all due to the saint of the Church of Natural Order in the North region. He gnashed his teeth at the thought. Fortunately, he was still allowed access to resources within the cult. So, that was why he had trained in the arts of close combat, using weapons he could find and truly utilizing the experiences he had managed to gain through the bodies he had taken over. He stared at his biological arm, still untouched. If you remember correctly, this was his 5th body. It was also the one he had pushed the limit of enhancements on. Unfortunately, it seemed to have taken a toll on his mind as well. He flexed his hand, staring at the center of his palm as he thought quietly, betting on the very same thing that got me kicked out. How interesting. Drip. Once the 6th drip echoed, that was when he finally spun around. He raised his hand and circled around his throne, dashing towards the intruder who stood behind his throne that had caused him such humiliation today. "It seems I really will kill you by my hands," he yelled with a fake confidence as his eyes made contact with the enemy in front of him, who was already turned around. He widened his eyes at this. Was this a trap? Could it really be a trap? It doesn't matter. I would still win, even if it was. As long as his hand made contact with them, he would win. There was no chance that the rodent before him could have items that were strong enough to resist his trait, especially after it was now being boosted by items of his own. And with that thought in his mind, he shot his hand through the air before slamming it into the face of the enemy's mask, who still remained mysterious to him. But not for long. Mental domination. As those words left his mouth, he could feel a large portion of his nearly depleted mana disappear. And following that, he felt his mind warp as he was suddenly transported into a world of darkness and nothingness yet again. It was the same as last time, except he felt a malevolent, but at the same time, benevolent gaze situated itself onto his drifting figure as he continued to float in the sea of black. He then felt something pinch against his mechanical arm, grabbing a hold of it before tearing it off his body. Pain crashed into his body as fear swelled inside both his heart and eyes. He then felt this strange sensation grasp his left arm as well. He tried to scream out, but his voice didn't leave, appear, or even manifest itself from his throat. He was mute. He then went on to experience the feeling of having the entire fabric of his being torn into individual strands before being woven into a string and stretched across the dark sea. After being subjected to the unimaginable pain, he was sent back out. He let go of Lillian's mask for stumbling back with wide eyes. My mental domination. Failed again? He muttered in a hopeless voice as he waited for the pain to follow. He waited and waited. Seconds passed by, but nothing happened. Was there not going to be any pain? As he was lured into a false sense of security, he suddenly dropped to his knees, thud, feeling something within his brain twitch. It was ARHGH. It was as if the insides of his very brain had begun to tremble and form tremors, as though it was reenacting an earthquake. He clutched the sides of his head, feeling chasms opening up and severing parts of his mind into fragments. He desperately pushed against his skull, trying to pull his mind back together, even though it was a futile effort. His mind then turned blank as blood spilt out from every possible exit it could find on his body, even leaving through where his fingernails grew. As he was experiencing all this mind-wrenching pain that caused his very being to feel like it was burning inside a flame of torturous heat of 1,000 suns. Bam! He was struck with a blow that sent him spiraling back down the stairs, slamming hard into them and painting the steps in his blood as sounds of his pain-filled groans merged with the air. What is going on? Why is this happening to me? Upon landing on the cold and hard stone ground, which he had his minions construct for him, he slowly got onto all fours as the tips of his fingers clawed at the ground. Why? Gritting his teeth, which were completely stained red with blood, he noticed the sounds of descending steps beside him. Weakly and shakily raising his head up toward the stairs, he watched as his enemy descended down to the ground floor, staring down at him as though he were a mere weakling. The very same look the other members of the Cardinal looked at him with as he was kicked out. He couldn't help but feel a boiling rage burn within his heart, bubbling at the memory as he yelled with blood and spit flying out of his mouth. Chapter 331. A Need for a Destiny? Who even are you? Where did you even come from? Lillian stared down at the pitiful Cardinal, watching as his fingers clawed at the ground. If he were anyone else, she would pitted him. However, you haven't yet got a clue about who I am, despite what I have on me. You have either become a fool the last time we fought, or something had happened. 20. Thalrek became speechless at what they said. What do they have on them? The last time they fought? What could this all mean? He glanced at her gauntlets and sword before recalling what they looked like previously. He remembered that he had sold them under another identity. Due to the tournament going on, he had managed to grab himself an entry permit into the realm under the purpose of trading his wares. But what day and who did he give it to? And who was it that he had fought previously? Had they fought when he was in his original body? Or when he was residing in someone else? Yes. He racked his brain. He didn't remember anyone who matched the rodent's height or hair color. He then froze, staring at the ground as his eyes trembled. He definitely did recall someone buying from his trader stall a few days back. They had white hair and blue eyes. They had also participated in the tournament. But who were they? Who was it that bought from him? He was able to successfully remember a woman with purple hair and golden eyes along with them. He raised his eyes back up to Lillian, finding her staring into the air, almost as though she was reading something. And she was, ding, because the Lady Luck found it would be amusing for you to see. She had totaled up the casualties that happened during the invasion. Just a little motivation to help you go through with it. Number of people saved, 711. Number of people not saved, 11 to 910 success rate increase. 200 maxed. Lillian? eyes seemingly became bloodshot as the veins in her eyes strained at what she was looking at. 8. Do you find great joy in this? As that question flashed through her mind, so did another. Could she have done better to diminish the casualties? The answer was no. In the game, the minimum number of casualties that could occur was always going to be in the hundreds, the maximum, even possibly reaching 1,000. I am just one person with a limited number of options. As she tried to calm herself down with her own thoughts, she clicked her tongue as she looked down at the puppeteer. 8. Thalrek, looking up, stared at the face of the rodent's mask, finding his mind hurt from looking at it. This made it even more difficult to find out the intruder's identity. Still Haven? T figured out my identity? Thalrek froze, refocusing his eyes before feeling something slam into the center of his face. BM crack, shattering his nose. Thud. He landed and rolled on his side, groaning before slowly coming to a stop. He unconsciously placed a hand to his nose, wincing before slowly getting back up to his feet, albeit with much difficulty. However, in a split second after he got up, he was then kneed in the stomach, causing him to fold over and collapse onto his knees. Blood dripped out of the corners of his mouth, merging with the blood that was already covering his face. He then looked up towards Lillian with a fiery glare, which caused her to snort. 8. What? S with a look. Don. T tell me you didn't? T expect consequences, did you? Why yo BM? For all the lives that were lost. Bam. Did you know how many had died in this invasion you pulled today? Hundreds. Bam. And for what? All because of your selfish desire to reclaim back a mere title and status? 8. As Lillian's cold voice echoed around the wall, it felt as though the air dropped several degrees, even causing the mist around them to thicken, leading it to turn into a chilling fog. Thalrek, who was struggling to get back on his feet, could help but be shocked by what Lillian had just said. How did she know about that? Was he foolish enough to say that out loud? Or had they known each other before? After managing to get back on his feet, he asked with a quiet and hateful voice, How? How do you know? Because I am omniscient. That's why. 20. His eyes twitched at that. Gritting his teeth, he drew his mechanical arm back, stumbling forward as he yelled before shooting his fist out. Damn wretch. However, due to his current physical capabilities, thump, Lillian was able to easily catch his fist. She stared at the mechanical fist that she had tightly clutched in her hand. She then stared back at him before transmitting mana into her mask. Aren't you embarrassed now? An intruder waltzed into your domain and had reduced you to this pathetic state. Doesn't that get under your skin? Doesn't that make you feel weak? 20 silence. He drew his left arm back and punched at her, repeating the exact same result that occurred with his right arm. Lillian, catching his punch, sighed as she stared into his eyes that glared at her uncomfortably. She then heard him say, You merely got lucky, rodent. Don, forget that. You are weak. Far weaker than me, you heretic. A lesser. Weak? Lillian tightened her grip around the man's fist before adding, I am weak, you say? Sure. I don't have enough arrogance to declare otherwise to that claim. However, there is something that I can agree on, and that is that I am inferior to someone like you. 20. Lillian leaned her entire upper body back, pulling her head back before shooting forward, crashing the forehead of her mask into his shattered nose. As she did this, she simultaneously let go, causing him to stumble back as his mind was hit with another twisting daze. And as soon as he recovered from it, he watched as Lillian hastily made her way to him and pulled back her arm. She then delivered yet another blow. Thalrek's eyes became bloodshot even more than they were as Lillian's fist crashed into his nose, crushing it again and causing him to go flying back. His blood trailed his flight, spiraling along with him. And as soon as his blood hit the ground, thud, so did he, landing at the curved edge of a rather deep hole he had caused earlier. He tried to get back up to his feet. However, as he attempted to push himself up with his arms, he found them shaking uncontrollably. As he was struggling to get himself back up, he heard Lillian's distorted voice. which was filled with proud mockery. Besides physical attributes, I am far more superior to you, which makes you below me. And that makes you incomparable to me. 8. She then paused, breathing in a deep breath before continuing. And do you know why you aren't comparable to me? 2. Thalrek, at her question, weakly turned his head to the side and up, raising his eyes to her standing figure. Lillian, with her arms spread out to the sides, overshadowed him, causing a cold darkness to fall over his trembling body as a dark light gleamed inside her eyes. 40. She then muttered in a cold and calculating voice. That was because, since the very beginning, it had all been a part of my meticulous planning for you to lose. It was part of my plan to allow you to badly wound me. It was part of my plan to make you underestimate me more. And it was all part of my plan to build up your ego to the point I could grasp its solid form and be able to tear it down with these gauntlets you sold me. 20. Lillian then paused, letting her words settle into Thalrek's mind, who didn't seem entirely convinced. And seeing this, she said, if you still Haven? Managed to grasp the concept of the distance between us, then riddle yourself this. Why are you on the ground, and I am not? 8. You dash. Thalrek, even despite his situation, was unable to accept his weakness. You merely got lucky. As soon as your focus on me disappears, I will escape immediately. Your intelligence truly has decreased since the last time we fought. 8. Lillian sighed, shaking her head as she lowered her arms to her side. She then raised her free hand towards the puppeteer with a hopeless expression. The gods with the name shattered had long abandoned you. Puppeteer, there is nowhere else for you to go from here, for that is your destiny and role given in the world. 20. Thalrek, hearing the word destiny, immediately broke through the mental blockage that kept him from getting up and shouted with unbridled rage. What do you know? Who the hell do you think you are to decide when and where the end of my destiny is decided? That got a reaction, huh? Lillian muttered quietly. Her eyes then glazed over. Destiny, the word and concept that embodies a point in a person's life that will eventually come to pass. But how is each person's destiny decided? By their talent? Their worth? Their importance? Ever since that word was spoken to me inside a trial, I couldn't help but occasionally remember back to it. And as I think about it now, I want to know the reason why I am here. That's my true purpose in being here. And why was I destined to die on that fateful day to come here? Was it truly because fate was so bored and it needed someone to play around with? I am someone that wants so many things that I don't need. But right now, I just want to know if there was a reason that someone like me was ever needed in this world. 20. Her gaze then softened as her voice became quiet. Holding a hand to the right side of her mask, she whispered inside her head, Am I worth it? 3. Lillian was immediately snapped out of her thoughts as he found Thalrek's fingers twitching irregularly. It didn't seem like a twitch someone would have if they were nervous or had a random tick, but rather, if he were using it as some sort of medium. Glancing back up at his face, she found him smirking at her, almost as though he was planning something. What are you blabbering on about? Talking about destiny when your enemy had just warned you not to lose focus. Figuring something was wrong, Lillian raised her sword and dashed forward, stabbing towards his stomach. Fwish! This startled the man and caused him to swing his suspicious hand down. And because of that, in a split second, something lowered itself from the ceiling. However, in that split moment, something lowered itself from the ceiling above. It was a person wrapped in a tight white cocoon. A young woman with long, dark, silver hair and closed eyes. She was asleep, but they were unfortunately awoken as a sharp object passed through their lower abdomen. Their eyelids shot wide open, revealing their dazzling gray eyes as she stared into Lillian's. And as blood quickly spilled out of her mouth, so did Thalrek, who was also stabbed by Lillian's sword. I had a look of shock. You really stabbed us both. Lillian ignored his cries and instead focused on the person before her. She knew who she was. She watched as the woman's eyes lingered on her mask. She then watched as the silver-haired woman closed her eyes, as though she was accepting the feeling of death. However, that was the last thing Lillian was going to allow. She had already allowed too many to lose their lives today. Pulling back her sword, she quickly severed the string connecting the woman to the ceiling before planting her palm against the wound. Soon, it began to heal as Lillian began to feed her own vitality into the woman. And when she was finally healed, Lillian set her aside, feeling weary. She stared at the woman's sleeping face before looking to the side, finding Thalrek trying to escape, albeit at a slow pace, as he clutched his injury. However, before he could get far, he bumped into the back of someone familiar. His eyes quickly shot wide open as he stumbled back, almost falling into the pit beside him. It was Lillian. Having teleported in front of him, she slowly turned around in a nonchalant manner before kicking him back to where he was previously. 8. She then teleported back, meeting him before he hit the ground, before muttering, "You wanted to know who I was, correct?" Lillian's eyes glowed with an ominous light as she wondered, "I wonder how cringy I can make this to get as many points as I can." And as she thought this, she turned on the system's notification. Chapter 332. The End of a Puppeteer? Thalrak. SPOV, you want to know who I was, correct? My body froze as I heard this. Their identity? Was this wretched rodent finally going to reveal what they had been clutching so tightly inside their wretched palms? Even though the internal workings of the several mechanical parts within my body were becoming faulty, my curiosity was piqued. Who was this damn intruder? The mysterious individual with the blurry mask caused the sword in their hands to disappear, out of sight, and allowed a hint of peace to return within my mind. Since this cursed intruder had successfully awakened their regulars, I had begun to lose. It wasn't fair. It wasn't just. How was someone, a heretic like them, given such holy luck? And how did they know the exact way to release them from their cursed enchantment? Could it be? Were they truly omniscient? No, there was no possible way. I then heard their still distorted voice echo out from behind their mysterious mask. I am the pathetic rabbit of fated truths, a foreigner beloved by luck that belongs to a world separate from this. And because of that, I am exempt from this world's programming, exempt from its inevitable fate. For the concept of fate is something I don as a mantle as I walk down its starry carpet. I widen my eyes. What the hell are they talking about? A foreigner from another world? Exempt from this world? Programming? What on earth does this mean? I know nothing of myself, but I know all that happens in the confines of this world's circuitry, for I am both omniscient and not. I am aware of every outcome, and yet I do not know all the reasons for it. And if you still are skeptical of the extent of my knowledge, then let's have a trip down memory lane. Thalrek, one of 3 names you had occupied in your life, and chose to stick with upon entering the cult of jesters at the ripe age of 18. Starting out as a crook at the cult's early stages, you eventually rose up the ranks, gathering enough power to wipe out your entire noble lineage from which you were exiled. The reasons for your exile, while unknown to the public, were stated to be due to your cannibalistic tastes for young ladies' hearts. A couple of years ago, you had engaged in a fierce battle with the saint in the north, who, albeit deceased now, had caused you to lose a majority of your power and even the loss of tears. And that was almost 50 to 60 years ago. Fast forward today, you are 69 years old and without any hope of escaping. Do you understand now, Gregory von Breakage? How? Did they know my name? How did they know all of this? I am aware that the news of my battle with the saint had gone public, but I am sure that anything outside of that had been stated anywhere. My throat began to close up as sweat began to pour out of my skin. As I back away unconsciously, my sweaty palm almost slips off the edge of the damned hole behind me. This situation is growing dire. I needed to escape. I need to escape badly. But I can. My mana has already been depleted, but I still had enough to pull something out of my spatial storage, or even to summon something. And as my thought raced, I heard them speak again. In summary of my words, I am someone of importance. someone who is of a single kind. And, to top it all off, I am the incarnation of a god that had fallen in the great celestial war. My eyes shot wide open, trembling even at the revelation. God? What God? Are they truly an incarnation of a divine being? Of what faction? Of what concept? And how old is this God? Which God? The mysterious masked individual became silent before answering my question, and their words caused my entire world to crack. The God of shattered truths. I am that God's incarnation. I am possible. I can. Believe it. I don't. Want to believe it, and yet. Something about the RO person's voice couldn't help but sound believable. Confident. Were they truly the incarnation of one of the lords? One of the lords that created the jester, even being what the jester was inspired by. You do not believe, and yet you do. You know inside your heart that is true, and yet your very mind hold you back from the truth. Tears swelled in my eyes as I got onto my knees. Something snapped inside me, something that kept me from believing that incarnation before me. And because of that, I realized with my mechanical eye that there was a holiness to them, a malevolent but benevolent one. It was the exact same feeling that had washed over me as I had entered the incarnation's mana realm. Had I entered into one of the Lord's realms without their permission? For what reason do you have, my lord, to go against one of your servants? I was merely spreading the influence of your religion. Had I lost favor with the lords I served? Had I truly been abandoned, as they said? Am I truly destined to have my envy today? Please, your lord, I still have many more to do and achieve in this world. He slammed my forehead into the cold, stone ground, ignoring it as tears streamed out of my eyes. I choked and added, please. I was just trying to spread the name of our cult. It was all for a good cause, I swear. The destruction of lives, an acceptable reason, no matter under whose jurisdiction. The Lord then held out their hand to me. Relinquish your hold of those 3 items you have. The regulars. Third POV, the Lady of Luck giggled before cackling at your words. You are awarded 20 points for your overly dramatic flair. The Lady of Luck found amusement in your self-awareness. You are awarded 20 points for your overly dramatic flair. The Lady of Luck smirked as you went over the puppeteer's life. You are awarded 8 by 3 points for your dramatic flair. The Lady of Luck frowned momentarily, but found your lie about being a god's incarnation amusing. You are awarded 20 points for your overly dramatic flair. The Lady of Luck. Lillian glanced around her, staring at the countless system panels blocking her field of vision. She was glad that the lady was enjoying herself, for she felt weird stating all these things out loud. She turned off the notification and shook her head. She looked down and found Thalrek meticulously placing 3 items on the ground. 2 of them were ones she had seen in action. They were the great sword and the scythe. The last of the 3 was a boring-looking cutlass, something a pirate would use. Good. Have you removed your mark on these 3 weapons? No longer a part of your mana realm? I have. Lillian nodded slowly. How about money? Any money on you? And money? Thalrek stared up at her with an incredulous look before shaking his head frantically. I am sorry, but I do not. I have spent it all on my invasions. TSK. Lillian knew he didn't have any money, but she thought that since this world was a reality, it would be different. Thalrek flinched, hearing Lillian click her tongue. He then watched as she pointed at the rings on his finger before hand them over. You can leave your tunic on. Hand them over. Lillian watched as the puppeteer reluctantly handed over his rings. After retrieving them from his cold and bloody fingers, she stored them in her own ring. She then knelt down and stored the 3 weapons in her ring as well before swiftly getting back up. So then, I assume you are extremely low on mana, yes? Thalrek slowly nodded his head, watching as Lillian stretched her hand into the air and caused it to disappear along with her entire forearm. This shocked the scrawny man, even more so as he watched her pull out a glass bottle with a blue liquid inside. He widened his eyes, stupefied before asking, Why? You? Were you going to give that to me? HM? Says who? Lillian took a step back and tore off the cork of the bottle. She then tilted up her mask and poured half of the solution into her mouth, drinking it as Thalrek watched her with dried lips. She then pulled down her mask and stared at the mana potion, which was filled with only half of the liquid. She glanced towards Thalrek, noticing that he was parched. Would you like to drink the rest? I shall. Why, yes, please, my lord. He held his hands out, watching as Lillian pushed it towards him. But right as his hands were about to be under it, Lillian crashed shatter, dropped it, causing it to fall and shatter, spilling all of its mana-rejuvenating liquid. His eyes shook. Why would Lillian do this? He then immediately bent over, pushing his tongue out to lick up the liquid before being pulled onto his feet. Lillian, gripping the collar of his tunic, forcefully pulled him up and held him over the hole, causing him to dangle over it. Thalrek froze, letting out a shriek as he instinctively clutched onto Lillian's arm. Thalrek, if I recall correctly, you had caused your current body to undergo several mechanical enhancements. And because of that, you had created yourself a rather troublesome flaw due to the age of your current vessel. Lillian went silent, but then added, your flaw is named Greater Fear, and if I researched correctly, it causes all forms of fears you would experience to be tripled. You don't happen to have the fear of heights, do you? Lillian shook him, causing his grip on her arm to tighten. She grinned behind her mask as a sadistic light flashed through her eyes. If my memory doesn't fail me, you experience and carry the fears of the bodies you steal. ISN, that correct? And if I calculate correctly, this hole is about 15 meters deep. She watched as Thalrek's eyes trembled, his body shuddering as he refused to look down. She chuckled in dark satisfaction as she slowly raised his hand and summoned a glass shard. Tell me, did one of your vessels ever have the fear of insects? Without hearing his answer, Lillian chucked the glass shard in her hand back, causing it to shatter into a cloud of dust. And what came out of it was a partially recovered beetle who was still missing half of his face and still had a couple of limbs missing. However, this only added to its horrifying appearance as Thalrek's face turned deathly pale. What is that thing? He asked in a quiet and stuttering voice, which was ignored by both her and the beetle. The beetle weakly got up from the ground, looking down over Lillian before settling his gaze on Thalrek, who turned even more pale as his teeth chattered. And seeing this, the beetle chattered its teeth as well. Sorry for waking you up from your recovery, but I need you here, Lillian muttered, getting an irritated and hateful glare from the beetle, who let out a distorted groan. However, he did eventually forgive Lillian as he watched the man become even more afraid of it. And, feeling more inclined to terrify the man, it let out an ear-piercing roar that caused the entire man to tremble. The beetle eventually collapsed to the ground as blood shot out of its throat. However, whatever it had just done was enough. Lillian, staring at the man, found him nearly unconscious, and seeing that she was almost finished, she dropped him into the pit. She then quickly pulled out a rather concerning organ from her ring and dropped it in as well. Thud! Thalrek's body crashed into the ground, shocking him out of his unconscious state as he slowly looked up, blood leaking out of the corners of his mouth. But then he flinched as something fell onto his head, rolling off and onto the ground beside him. He looked towards it, raising his eyes in confusion at what he saw. It seemed to be a spider. S.I. He quickly kicked it away, shocked that such a thing was in the same place as him. His face became grim and dark, watching as the eye stared at him eerily, as though it was alive. And while he kept his focus on it, he looked up, finding Lillian staring down at him with her hands in her pockets. As the judge for your crimes that you committed in your entire lifespan, I sentence you to a land of your greatest fears. For what you have right beside you is the eye of a gate-bearer. Thalrek slowly lowered his eyes back to the spider, sigh, finding it slowly glowing, intensifying into a burning and blinding light, which suddenly transformed into a swirling purple hole in space. He quickly scrambled to his feet and dug his hand into the wall, trying to climb up and away. And after managing to climb halfway up, a gravitational pull grabbed him. For a moment, he managed to resist the pull, but a split second later, he lost his grip on the wall. However, with supreme persistence, he managed to latch back onto it, digging his fingers into the wall and pulling himself up. I can, die. I absolutely can, die. He continued to climb up, reaching past the halfway point. I'll exceed your expectations and rewrite my own destiny. I am destined to become the man who can control the very world someday. The puppeteer who will turn the entire world into a puppet. A marionette. Marionette? Thalrek, reaching the top, looked up and found Lillian holding onto one of the beetle's legs to resist the gravitational pull. Lillian, with her cloak fluttering behind her due to the gate's pull, muttered in a stoic tone. And as she said that, the purple gem at the center of her chest plate glowed an ethereal light as a mental shockwave bursted out from it. The shockwave reached 10 meters before completely disappearing. However, that was enough for the entirety of Thalrek's body to be enveloped in it. What she had just used was her chest plate's enchantment. Will break her pulse, an ability she could only use once per day to reduce a target's mental fortitude. But that's enough? For she decided to use another enchantment belonging to her mask, the enchantment named Fracture Resolve. In any normal situation, she was sure she would receive an injury that would kill her if she were to use this on Thalrek at the beginning. However, with everything that had happened, and with the will breaker pulse in effect, she was sure that his mental state must be in shambles. And because of that, upon activation, she sent a mental attack that caused Thalrek's eyes to go blank and tremble. Eventually, the color in his eyes returned. But there was something different about them. There was no longer any kind of strength or confidence behind them. There was only crippling fear. And seeing this, Lillian coldly muttered, "Fall," before kicking him back down, resetting his progress, and causing him to have to climb back up again. Unfortunately, though, he wouldn't be able to do that. This can be dash. With a loud and reluctant cry, he fell into the gate, forced into a trial filled with spiders. And a few moments later, that very same gate disappeared with a burst of mana. Lillian, watching this happen, suddenly collapsed to her knees. Her muscles were sore despite her regeneration. Her stamina was almost tapped out despite her quickly recovering it through theft. She was tired. Oh, so tired? This battle took a lot out of me. She then noticed movement behind her. Looking back, she found the beetle struggling to get up as it watched her collapse. She gave a weak and tired smile. Mifine. I am not going to fall unconscious, Dawn. Worry. As much as she wanted to collapse and close her eyes, she couldn't. Looking up and at the countless people on the ceiling, she muttered, I can rest. Not until I have saved all these people. Chapter 333. Impending Sun? In the Academy realm, the false Donatello felt something odd as he floated in the sky, bruised, injured, dazed, and even missing an arm and a leg. However, he was still unwilling to falter. But suddenly, he felt something snap inside of him. His eyes widened as he quietly muttered, What's going on? The connection he had with Thalrek had suddenly vanished. An unprecedented event that he hadn't anticipated. Something had gone wrong. Using the spell, Northern Star, he summoned a radiant light in the sky that granted him the ability to look over the entire Academy realm and the realms residing inside it. He then narrowed his eyes, looking at a point in space that converged. And looking through that, he entered into the Puppeteer's realm and looked past the gargantuan maze. He then looked inside the massive hall behind the massive stone gate, and what he found shocked him. There were signs of battle, an intense one at that, and there were no signs of the scrawny puppeteer anywhere. Not at his throne, not strolling around inside, due to boredom, but instead, he found a mysterious, cloaked individual standing in the air. No wings to keep them afloat, no obvious platforms to stand on, just in the air. Who was this person? His eyes narrowed. And as soon as he was about to move his gaze to get a glimpse at their face, he found himself locking eyes with them as they turned around. They had a dark, mysterious face that shifted countless times as though they were wearing a mask that cannot be seen without special origins. And as he continued to stare into their eyes, he couldn't help but feel overwhelmed and even frightened by the blood staining their body. Did this person do something to the puppeteer? He pulled himself out of the realm and back into his body, returning to reality. He then smeared his blood-stained hand through his long black hair that were now a mess. He chuckled lowly as he gazed towards the rifts in the sky. Although they continued to spew out cultists, he had noticed a dramatic drop in them several moments ago, most likely due to the disappearance of the puppeteer. It seems I'm going over the limit of my stay here. He knew he would either be killed today or captured to be interrogated and experimented on. And since he was without any way to escape from the prison that was the Academy realm, he might as well put a little bit more effort into reducing everything to ashes. Raising his remaining hand towards the artificial sun he had created, he sent all of his remaining mana in hope of its self-destructing. And just as he had already transferred 75 of whatever he had left, he felt something pierce through his chest. Turning his gaze back, he found what could only be described as a robot stabbing a sword through his back. He waved his hand back, intending to slap the machine away, before watching as it used his body as a platform and leapt back, taking back its sword. Blood spilt out of his mouth as his body unconsensually leaned forward. Then he felt something akin to poison flood the inside of his systems. He clicked his tongue and wrapped his body in a bright light, intending to burn away the poison from his body. However, a split second later, he felt his remaining mana disappear, and without anything to keep him afloat, he fell from the sky. Curses! He hissed, watching as his body rapidly approached the ground. However, right before he could hit the ground, he immediately felt something strike against the side of his head, leaving him essentially paralyzed as the glimpse of Leonardo appeared. Bam! The King of Strength sent him with a rageful glint in his eyes as he kicked at the air, causing another air cone to erupt as he blasted forward at the speed of sound. And as he reached Donatello's flying limp body, he dealt another blow that sent him upwards before bam, 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 delivering a combination of blows that sent him circling through the air. Each punch sent from the King of Strength had enough speed and force to break through the sound barrier consecutively, which led to the internal rupturing of Starbringer's organs. Finally, with a beastly roar, the King of Strength shot his fist forward with enough strength to pierce through the man's chest. Blood splattered through the air as Leonardo's harsh voice echoed. Are you not going to use the corruption? Do you think you live without using that form? Donatello vomited out blood, his breath stained with iron as he grasped onto Leonardo's forearm. Ash, have you been so lost in your anger that you hadn't figured it out, King of Strength? You truly are a fool. I haven't even been using any other abilities or items, and yet you think I have access to something as exclusive as that? Starbringer brought back his fist before slamming it against the side of Leonardo's rough beard. The King's face twitched at this. He tore his arm out from the Star Mage's chest before spinning around, shaping his hand flat and slicing through Donatello's neck. Starbringer watched this happen with melancholic eyes as both his severed head and body fell to the ground with a wet thud. Leonardo watched this with melancholic eyes as well before looking around. He looked over the ruined land, watching as countless figures of a man with a long black ponytail flew through the air. It was Mirage's illusion clones, and in their arms were unconscious bodies of guardsmen. And not only that, but they were busy dealing with the cultists that continued to fall out of the sky. So many, he whispered before calling out Mirage's name. The acting headmaster appeared beside the king, bowing as his butterfly wings flapped behind him. I am glad to see you have dealt with the traitor, Your Highness. Leonardo nodded yes, but not without some issues. He looked down at his body, his eyes glazing over the serious burns he had sustained. But that is not an issue. He shook his head slowly before pointing toward the sky. Right now, are you able to create anything that can stop that dying sun? Mirage looked up, staring at the dying sun that had turned red and radiated an even greater heat, which even affected him. He sweated and shook his head solemnly. I don't believe any of my illusions have enough durability to do anything against it. Leonardo nodded solemnly before flexing his arms and spreading out his fingers like claws. Very well. I'll resort to creating a barrier of pure mana around it, while using my element of strength to allow it be able to endure the explosion that would inevitably come. However, right as he finished his sentence, a hand fell on his shoulder from behind. There is no need for that, Father. The King of Strength looked back, startled by the hand that fell on his shoulder and by the word, Father. And as soon as he turned around, he widened his eyes. A dashing young man with long blonde hair and yellow eyes stood behind him. He wore a white robe that had red and orange outlines. It was also decorated with countless illustrations and charms that resembled a red sleeping bird nestled in flames. He had a rather holy aura around his person as he hovered in the air with the help of wings made of pure flames. To anyone who knew the second prince, they would find that this particular man looked like an older version of him. And they would be right, for this man before them was... Chapter 334, Sun-Devouring Aberration. Bonus St. Leon. Mirage widened his eyes, shocked at the identity of the man behind them. This man was the current Red Saint of the Blazing Church, a prestigious title and status for a man given the blessing of the Vermilion Bird. And not only that, he was also one of the king's children. The acting headmaster then realized that someone of his status would be alone. Through the eyes of his clones, he found that portals began to open up around the realm, and coming out of them were knights in metal armor, carrying the emblem of the Vermilion Bird. Some carried banners of the god, while some carried weapons. These were the Crimson Crusaders, an army of specialized soldiers that guarded the Red Saint. And hundreds of them came through the countless portals that appeared in the realm, easily taking care of the cultists as they rummaged through the rubble for trapped guardsmen. Each member of the Crimson Crusaders resided in the tier of disciple, or even higher. St. Leon looked at the sights of his crusaders with a soft smile. I hope you don't mind me bringing a few of my crusaders along with me. I have been informed you all were having some issues here. He then turned to Mirage and asked, How have you been, Mirage? I could still remember when you were still one of the headmaster's disciples. It has. And I still am, St. Leon. Leon tilted his head before patting the ponytailed man's shoulder. What? With the formal words. We are of the same age, you and I, and also used to be part of the same class. No need to be like that. He then turned toward his father, the King of Strength, to find him with a shocked expression. He glanced down at his father's hands, finding them covered in blood, before glancing down at Starbringer's corpse. He sighed. You look as though you've seen a horrific spirit, Father. Can afford to give a little greeting to your first son, who you haven't seen in a long time? I thought you were on the front lines. Why are you here, boy? St. Leon gave a wry smile. Still calling me boy after all this time, huh? I'm 25 now, Father. Shaking his head, he hovered past Mirage and his father and stared up at the artificial sun in the sky that had now turned hint whitish. This seemed like a rather concerning predicament. He measured its mana output with his eyes and senses before glancing back at his father with a deadpan expression. This has enough mana output to collapse the entire realm. Were you truly planning on taking this head on, Father? That seemed like a rather foolish plan. Whereas Reginald, I am sure he would be able to absorb this. The king huffed. That old beast? Left him within the castle as another line of defense. And you? Yet to answer my question, Leon. St. Leon sighed, waving his hand dismissively. Let's chat after I deal with this mess. I don't think we have any time to play around unless we want this place to become destroyed. I also want to see how Mother and my adorable little siblings are doing. After he said that, the air around him suddenly ignited as flames wrapped around his body. And soon, encasing him in a cocoon of pure fire. Leonardo quickly pulled back, followed by Mirage, who stared at this with an incredulous look on his face. Is the saint about to do what I think he is about to do? Leonardo, watching as the cocoon took a dark tint, nodded with concern. Yes. He is undergoing the corruption process. If a talented individual were to reach the 5th tier Grandmaster, they would unlock a section in the system bestowed by the Jester that allowed them to take on an abominable form related to the corruption they spent around the most. And this form was later named Aberration. The world seemed to have become darker, despite the artificial sun's dangerous radiance. Then suddenly, the flame cocoon cracked. The cocoon that had become magically solid had now begun to form web-like cracks in its side before breaking apart and shattering. And then suddenly, a horrific monster emerged. It had a large body that reached 25 meters tall and wings that spanned twice that length. It had no skin, allowing all the spectators to see each of its disturbingly red muscle tendons. It had a long, muscular tail that stretched out from its rear and reached a length of about 20 meters. And along its sides were human-like arms with their individual wriggling hands. It gave off a creepy impression, especially as the two watched the arms bend back at an impossible angle before bending back and closing their individual hands. However, what happened next gave even Mirage chills. He watched as the hands opened to reveal a mouth without any lips, but with razor-sharp teeth within. He then watched as the tail shot toward the ground, boom, breaking it apart and planting itself inside it. This action allowed the monster to stay in the air without falling. This made his skin crawl a bit as he turned his attention elsewhere. At the end of each wing on the aberration were clawed fingers, something a wyvern's would have. And from a biological standpoint, it seemed to be its only form of movement on the ground, as it had no legs. He managed to get a look at the head of the creature before him. The head of the monster was sharp and long. On the side of its head were eyes as black as the void. And acting as its mouth was a large white beak that seemed to be made out of the same material bones were made of. Mirage then noticed something off about its eyes. They seemed to hold a certain madness to them, and it was especially shocking as he watched it slowly move from the sides of its head to the center. The monster then looked up into the sky, staring at the artificial sun. Its eyes trembled and widened, attracted to the flaming celestial body. And because of that, its body suddenly ignited a ferocious flame that wrapped around its muscles and began to form what could only be described as feathers. And the moment it had been created, it flapped its wings, boom, creating a shockwave as it shot towards the artificial sun, and at a speed that even Mirage and Leonardo couldn't track as they resisted the strong winds that were created. Mirage, who was shielding his eyes, looked up towards the sky, finding the same aberration wrapping its body around the celestial body that had already turned white. Its wings, fanned with flames, clutched the sun as though it were a solid orb, latching onto it as it wrapped its long tail around its dimension as if it were a chain. Each mouth on each individual hand on the tail screech in unison as they began eating through the molten layer of the sun, devouring its energy like it was a horde of ravenous fiends. The saint's aberration opened its beak and let a horde of tentacle-like tongues that were all armed with jagged spikes. They then pierced through the sun's surface and began to drag its flames into its mouth, devouring them and merging its flame with its own. And with this seemingly autonomous process, it began to grow larger at a rapid rate, doubling in size quickly until it eventually reached the point where all three of its limbs were able to wrap around the celestial body, which, at the beginning, the sun was more than 300 meters in diameter. This was Saint Leon's aberration form, Ascendra, the devourer of all flames. The king of strength, seeing his son Rap devour the shrinking sun, couldn't help but mutter, aberration, a monstrous form that gives you properties similar to those of the monsters in Hearth. However, if you aren't strong enough, you may lose yourself in its beastly instincts and madness. Chapter 335. Am I truly strong? Back to Lillian, she lowered another person to the ground before slicing open their cocoon, freeing them from their captivity. She then stood up, looking over the people she had freed, who began to wake up. She breathed a sigh. This was the last one. In total, there were around 100 people held captive here. Fortunately, except for some, they weren't injured. Just hungry. Lillian's ears twitched at the subtle sounds of a person's stomach grumbling. Her eyes softened at the sound as she thought about her own stomach. She was quite famished as well. Unfortunately, she didn't have any food on her. Well, not enough to feed everyone here, including herself. She then glanced to the side, looking towards a certain silver-haired woman, the person who was used as a shield by Thalrek against her stab. She found her leaning her back against a pillar, her knees up to her chest as people crowded around her, checking on her condition. Sylvia von Silversteel, one of the 3 princesses of the North region and the youngest of their king's 5 children, and was part of the bunch that were kidnapped during the invasion of the Indomitable Shield Academy. Lillian chose to ignore her for now. She didn't see much of a reason to interact with someone of her status currently. Although, a princess must be rather wealthy, right? Lillian became irked by her thoughts. She shook her head and strolled toward the stairs up to Thalrek's throne. She should ask for compensation for something like this. It wasn't right. Maybe after, if their paths crossed again. As she was making her way towards the stairs, she couldn't help but notice the people around her whispering while throwing glances in her direction. It was as if they were scheming something. However, Lillian already knew what it might be, so she ignored it. She walked up the stairs and walked past the throne before pausing. She glanced at it for a moment, her gaze narrowing as a warm feeling appeared inside her heart. She then moved on to the control deck. She stared at the screen. That was still in peak condition, despite all that had gone on, and watched as a horrific beast wrapped itself around the sun. So, they're finally here. In the story, the button Mirage had pressed at the start of the invasion was also a distress signal linked to the Church's system. And due to the saint being around when it was received, he had rallied his crusaders. Lillian gripped the edge of the control deck while muttering to herself, I should probably get an autograph. Saints were an incredibly big deal in this world. They were seen as more like celebrities in her world. Of course, there were other kinds of celebrities like Mirage, but he was somewhat on the lower end due to not being very active on the front lines. Lillian scanned the control deck and found the switch she was looking for. After flicking it up, a portal manifested at the center of the room, startling the people around it and causing them to back away. Lillian quickly calmed them down as she made her way down to their level. Through this portal, you will be transported to a random location in the Academy realm of Lewisman Academy. Everyone glanced at each other, hesitant, but still willing to trust the person who saved them. However, decided to enter into the portal. They all bent into a 90-degree bow, all in unison. They then screamed with parched and hoarse voices, "We are grateful for rescuing us." Lillian was then immediately surrounded as they barraged her with gratitudes and offers to have her compensated. Some of the nobles had even offered her a job at their company. Although Lillian knew this would happen, she couldn't help but still be startled by the blatant show of gratitude for her efforts. She even began to feel something swell inside her eyes as she continued to hear them thank her and continue to offer her things. She then watched as parts of the crowd parted to allow a silver-haired woman to go through. Lillian watched as Sylvia stopped right before her. She then stared into her gray eyes. They were of the same height. She then heard her speak. "May we please hear the name of our Savior?" Lillian blinked away whatever it was inside her eyes. She still needed to keep up the appearance. "I am just a foreigner. Not anything really special. But I am sure you've been awake the entire time to know what I said earlier, correct?" Sylvia stared at Lillian with a blank expression before nodding. "If you ever come to Nolstra, please do come to the royal estate, so I can have your compensation ready. That wouldn't be needed." Lillian quickly interrupted before glancing at the people around her. She held a hand to the center of her chest over the purple gem and stated, "Any one regular person with power would have done what I did. I don't need compensation for something so mundane." Her words seemed to spark a reaction in the crowd as their respect for her skyrocketed. Some time then passed. Lillian sat on the ground, leaning her back against the beetle as she watched the last person enter through the portal. She breathed a sigh, pulling off the mask before staring at it. She returned her gauntlets to her mana realm before wiping her forehead, which was stained in both blood and sweat. She then quietly muttered, "We've been through a lot today, huh, beetle?" The beetle let out a huff before going quiet. Lillian leaned further back into its body, staring up at the ceiling as she placed the mask against her chest. It has been a while since she was just by herself. It was quiet, peaceful, and just the right condition for her to fall asleep accidentally. She then thought back to her earlier speech about destiny. Is there really a need for me here? She raised her right hand and placed it over the right side of her face. How long has it been since she has been able to be left alone with just her thoughts? With just her mental state? Since the beginning of this year, the start of her life here, she hadn't had a moment of it. Not a moment to even reflect on the countless things that had happened over the span of 4 months. In such a short span of time, she had experienced things she had experienced in her entire 24 years in her past life. Pain, unimaginable pain, something past her wound have ever felt with the way she lived. The feeling of death and the relief that came from pushing through the odds. Something the past her wound have ever felt as she remained on the sidelines and watched things unfold, a spectator in her own story. An enjoyable school life with friends that she had been glad to make. Something her past self couldn't have due to the crushing expectations placed on her shoulders. And despite her efforts, she was still put into a dead-end job. She had parents in this world. Something her past young self lost slowly as her mother became terminally ill, eventually passing, and her father following after due to severe liver failure. This was also partially her reason for ending up at a dead-end job as she tried to gather enough money for their treatment. But unfortunately, her efforts were meaningless in the end. As her mind began to delve into her sorrows, a certain assassin's face flashed through her mind. She had a love life in this world. Something that Melissa couldn't have as she tried to make ends meet in her rundown apartment. This game, this world, she had changed so much. Her life had changed so much, and she was so glad. She was so very much glad, and she couldn't help but think, why was some unimportant person like me given such a blessing? Am I that special to get a redo in life? A chance that people would kill for? Was she actually wanted in this world? Was it because she had managed to complete all of the achievements in the game? Was that what made her step out from the rest? Surely, there were others who had managed to complete it sooner than her. So, why was it that she was blessed with such a chance? She felt something swell inside her eyes again, but she quickly blinked it away, wiping it. With all that had happened, she hadn't yet cried. She didn't cry from the pain she was inflicted. The pain of losing her limbs or having her bones broken and cracked. She didn't cry when she couldn't save others because she knew that others would be in danger and in need of saving. Ding. HM. Lillian stared at the system screen with her left eye, reading it. Ding. The quest, be a hero or be a disappointment, has been completed. Congratulations. She sighed again, staring at the mission that involved saving people. Had she truly gotten any stronger? Although she tried to brainwash herself with the mask of deceit, the moment she took it off, she couldn't feel like she was any more. Perhaps everything leading up to this point was just a fluke. Maybe she didn't get stronger at all and just relied on her necklace the entire time. A lot of people still passed away, ding. But she was suddenly interrupted. The reward for the quest, be a hero or be a disappointment, is missing. It has been identified that there wasn't a reward. Ding. Lady Luck has decided to grant you a soothing and truthful reward for your efforts. You will now be awarded. Awarded? Now, Lillian was stunned she was going to be given the reward now. As she was still shocked, she watched as the counter for the number of people she didn't save appeared. But the numbers were different. The number of deaths, which were 910, was now total number of people not saved true readings. 910 to 439. Lillian's lips stretched into a straight line before going shaky. I see. Didamlia. Although it was a high death count, she was glad that so many survived the invasion on a scale as large as this. Before she could say anything more, Lady Luck is deciding whether or not your actions have fit the requirements needed to complete the quest she had given you. Ding! Lady Luck, after looking over the requirements, had decided that the quest, defeating the mastermind, had been achieved. Ding! The quest, defeating the mastermind, has been completed. Congratulations. Lillian stared at the notifications with blank eyes, which slowly widened over time. She then lowered her right hand that was covering her face and clasped it over her mouth tightly. She then began to choke as her eyes turned wobbly. Dropping her mask, she raised both of her hands to her eyes and began to rub them as something began to escape from them. It was wet, it was warm, and it was relieving. Am I strong? Am I really? Lillian choked as she tried to wipe the tears from her eyes. She couldn't let herself break down like this. Not in some place like this. Even if her body was that of an 18-year-old girl, she was mentally 24. She couldn't cry now. She couldn't assemble a fool of herself now. But since she was alone with no one but the beetle, maybe she could let out. Mom, Dad, see, can you see me? Her voice cracked, turning high-pitched as she gulped. I finally did it. I finally did something. Are you guys proud? The tears wouldn't stop flowing out. It was never-ending despite how hard she tried to wipe them away. And as she continued to cry out, a familiar face popped into her mind. This caused her to pause for a split second. But then, her voice grew even louder. And Marionette, am I truly strong? Am I really? See, can I really be proud with what I am? Right now? She was even more desperate for recognition. And despite the assassin not being here to hear it, she still wanted to voice it out. The beetle, who was listening to Lillian's increasingly loud voice, would huffed to signal his displeasure. However, he felt it would be right for him to keep silent and allow Lillian to use his body as a backrest. Chapter 336. Flashback to a blood-stained assassin. A few days had passed since the cult of Jester's terrorizing, and in the span of those few days, a large funeral was held for all of the students, staff, and workers who had lost their lives in the invasion. Well, going to be held soon. Lillian wiped the sweat on her forehead with the back of her hand before looking around her surroundings. Her eyes scanned the countless workers who were helping with removing the rubble. This was the restoration department, and she happened to be volunteering. And because of that, she had even been given a construction uniform. She looked around some more and found even some members of the Crimson Crusaders helping out. They needed to get these out of the way before holding the funeral. She glanced towards a large metal trolley that was filled with ruined debris, ranging from cracked stone bricks to charred wooden planks. And currently, it was filled halfway. Since her fight with Thalrek, she had noticed a dramatic increase in her strength, most likely due to her constant regeneration of her muscles. Flexing her right bicep, she then felt a strong pull from her left wrist. Looking down, she stared at the metal handcuff wrapped around her wrist. She smiled wryly as she looked at who it was attached to. What she found was a tall and stunning woman with long black hair and red eyes. Her attire consisted of a safety vest and orange gloves, as well as a construction helmet. It was Marionette, and she was giving Lillian a rather cold and unmerciful look. This area is clear now. Let's move somewhere else. Lillian's face twitched. Marionette still wasn't quite happy with her, despite it having been a few days since the incident. And as she thought about it, she slowly remembered back to what happened. Once Lillian had finally calmed down, she took a step through the portal. But that was only before returning all of her gear and the beetle back to their respective stored places. After returning to the Academy realm, She took a look up at the sky, finding a nightmarish creature that spanned hundreds of meters wide, devouring a dying sun. Lillian shivered, feeling an unnatural fear fall upon her body after gazing at the creature, one of the effects of a person's aberration form. The saint, Ascendra, is way scarier in person. She breathed a sigh. Luckily, his mental fortitude is strong enough to resist the corruption. Or else, I think we'll all be dead. She looked up towards the sky, finding the rifts to have disappeared. Before she had left, she had disabled the rifts, so there shouldn't be any more anytime soon. She then took a look at her surroundings before grimacing. The area was so destroyed that even she found it hard to know where she was. She sighed again, rubbing her eyes, which were still a bit red. I can't wait to get back into my bed. Due to her fight and all of her crying, she was entirely spent. As her guard was down, she felt a terrifying gaze fall upon her person. She immediately stiffened and looked towards the sun, finding the saint still busy devouring it. Did he spot her? Or was what she felt something else? She didn't know, and she didn't particularly want to know. If I remember correctly, there should be a hole to the underground shelter. Maybe Marionette and everyone else is there. She was also sure the realm should be safe by now, since the Crimson Crusaders had arrived. She looked at the ground, finding bodies of cultists strewn everywhere, and their injuries were rather brutal, something that wouldn't come from a typical Crimson Crusader's fighting style. How strong were they again? I think I read in some data books that just 2 of them are able to kill a single dire wretch with just their hands. Crimson Crusaders were essentially bioengineered humans created by the Church with high physical stats at the cost of most of their emotional intelligence. I should get going now? As Lillian turned around, she was immediately met with something that widened her eyes. It was a knight, and more precisely, a knight stained in crimson. A helmet that had a narrow visor that was too small to look through. It was covered in blood, as though the person inside used it to headbutt someone to death. A chest plate with scales and jagged edges that were also covered in blood and carried flesh tissues. They also had gauntlets, clawed gauntlets, which made it easier to rip through whatever enemy they faced. And as the pattern continued, it too was dripping in blood. This person behind her was like a knight that had climbed its way out of a well of blood. Lillian's eyes shook. What the hell? This wasn't in the game. This person wasn't a Crimson Crusader either. As Lillian was in a state of shock, she watched as the knight's armor suddenly began to disappear. And what was revealed was a tall woman with long black hair and red eyes, completely covered in blood from head to toe. Lillian widened her eyes, baffled by what she was seeing. A marionette. The assassin stumbled over to Lillian before quickly wrapping her arms around the girl, pulling the rabbit's face into her chest. Lillian, still stunned, felt the tightening of the woman's arm around her body as they placed their face on the top of her head. Why are you? Where were you? Huh? Lillian paused at the sound of the woman's shaky voice as they hugged her even tighter. She sighed as she watched her clothes get stained, but she hugged back nonetheless. I went somewhere, you know. Oh, and Marie, you rehugging a bit too tight now, Lillian giggled nervously. The atmosphere then became deafeningly silent and filled with tension. So much so that Lillian felt the need to make some small talk. So, what are you doing all the way out here, beautiful? What? With the blood. Huh. The thought of asking Marionette a different question flashed through her mind. But she was too embarrassed to ask that specific question. That was all you had to say? Marionette asked in a low and chilling tone, right as Lillian was about to answer. She felt the woman's hand move to the back of her skull before holding it in a tight clutch. She winced. I am kind of hurt over here. Why not be a little gentler with me? As she finished her sentence, she paused and stiffened as the assassin lowered their lips to her left ear and hissed in a cold tone. Never. Again. Do you understand? From this moment on, you can leave me without permission. Lillian gaped at this shocking demand. She immediately pushed her face back to get a look at the woman's face. Wasn't this absurd? Just because she left her behind without telling her where she was going, she was now being punished like some child who ran away from home? Wait, hold on. That ain't fair. But as soon as she lifted her head from the woman's blood-stained clothes, the sides of her head were immediately placed in between the assassin's hands. Lillian instantly became silent as Marionette kept a firm and tight grip on her head. After glancing at the woman's hands, she slowly drifted her gaze to the woman's eyes, finding them to be gleaming a piercing blood-red light that immediately caused her to stand up straight. Marionette, giving Lillian a threatening glare, opened her mouth and said in a cold voice that caused the air to drop several degrees, "Do you understand?" Lillian, seeing that there was no way of convincing the woman, gulped. "Why, yes, ma, am." Lillian tilted her body, finding Marionette's trolley already filled, even double the height of what it had been when she had left it. "I already said I was sorry." Lillian scratched the skin underneath the handcuff. "How about we lose these? They a bit uncomfortable. Too bad. Deal with it, Lillian." But no. Lillian was then dragged toward another site. She couldn't help but internally cry as she pulled along her trolley. She then couldn't help but murmur quietly under her breath. Did she develop a possessive tendency towards me, or something? Marionette, who was looking forward, glanced beside her, staring at Lillian with a cold look before asking, "Did you say something?" Lillian immediately straightened herself and responded, "Nope." Marionette nodded. "I see." Lillian, seeing the assassin turn away again, gave a small sigh as she could feel her imaginary tears start to become a reality. Why am I being the one punished? She then felt a hand land on the top of her head, and as she looked to the side, she found it belonged to her mother, who was freed from Marionette's dark pocket dimension. At first, her mother was rather confused about what had happened, even feeling like she had just woken up from a very long sleep. Of course, she was immediately told what had gone on. "Don, TB's so down, dear. She's just being overprotective of you." "Huh. But I am being pulled against my will here dash." Lillian then stiffened as she felt Marionette's gaze settle on her again. She shivered as she turned back and found the woman frowning at her with a displeased look in her eyes. The assassin then repeated, "Against your will?" before asking in a dangerous tone, "Are you suggesting that you would rather be somewhere else?" "Lillian?" Her words left Lillian covered in sweat as she tried to come up with a response. "Vuvuka." "Oh, of course not." And just as she was about to finish her response, she sighed in relief at the sight of Millis running over to them with a trolley of her own. Chapitre 337, Saint US Signature. Millis jogged over to them, pulling along a heavy trolley with her own set of debris inside. She waved at them with a lucky-go-happy smile and yelled, "What's up, guys? How? That's my favorite girlie's doing." Lillian gave the heroine a weak wave as she continued to take the brunt force of Marionette's piercing gaze, which, fortunately, it disappeared a split second later. She sighed in relief again and answered Millis, who had now arrived before them. "Not too bad. How about you?" Lillian took a subtle glance towards the inside of Millis' trolley, and if she had to compare hers with the heroine, she was losing. "I see you have quite the tall haul there." Millis glanced back at her haul before nodding proudly. "Well, I am pretty strong, which I am sure you already know, Lil." She then took a long look at the handcuff wrapped around Lillian's wrist. Her eyes then drifted towards Marionette's wrist, which was connected to it. She gave a broad and teasing grin as she moved in and wrapped an arm around Lillian's neck. Hey, still cuffed? Is this really a punishment or some kinky two-god?" Lillian immediately flushed red at her words. She instantly responded and said with a stuttering voice, "K-Kink, I already told you that this isn't T. Millis." Lillian continued to rant on with her words, which fell on deaf ears as the heroine rolled her eyes playfully, even looking towards a girl's mother, Veronica, who just giggled at the display. And as this was happening, Marionette was looking towards the side, holding her chin as Millis' words funneled and echoed inside her ears. She then mumbled in a confused but curious voice. Kink? She was aware of what the word meant. But were there people who were truly interested and found pleasure in being cuffed? Looking down at her wrist and the metal cuff around it, she slowly drifted her gaze up to Lillian's reddened face, who now calmed down a little. The white-haired girl noticed the woman's gaze and gulped. Did I say something wrong? Marionette stared down at her, silent, before lowering her hand from her chin and looking forward. I wasn't paying attention. Let us just continue with the volunteer work. I wish to attend the funeral and be done with it. They then continued on, followed by Millis, who felt even more cheerful to be around her friends. And as they worked, Lillian couldn't help but ask the heroine, say, is Ref currently with the saint? Millis, dumping another pile of bricks in her trolley, looked back and pondered. She tapped her finger on her chin before nodding in recollection. Yeah, actually, I think that guy is hanging out with his bro and family right now. Lillian nodded slowly before smirking. Did you come in contact with a saint? Millis raised an eyebrow for a split second before grinning back. She then pushed her left hand into her pocket before pulling out a piece of paper. Uh-huh. Got that autograph like you wanted. Lillian's eyes shone as she grasped the piece of paper before unfolding it with one hand. She stared at the black cursive ink writing that spelled out, Leon Woe. Lillian's mouth opened into an "Oh," before being met with another item. This time, it was an action figure. Millis held it with both hands, holding it out for Lillian to take. And check this out. The guy even had a pocket figure to hand out. How cool is that? Lillian took it off the woman's hands, inspecting the toy and moving the saint's arms around. It really is cool. She eventually stopped playing around with it before placing it inside her storage ring. She then took a look at the signed piece of paper in awe before muttering, Man, I never had anything signed by a celebrity before. How come you didn't? Go and asked him in person. Millis tilted her head, which caused Lillian to give a crooked smile. Lillian responded with, I am a shy person. Are you though? You never came across like that for me. Millis stroked her chin, deep in thought, as Lillian stared at her with a deadpan look. Eventually, Millis dropped it and asked, So, what you consider a celebrity, then? Last I checked, we had a local prince inside our class. You didn't? Go up to him for an autograph. Lillian paused at the woman's question. She then rubbed the back of her neck with a sheepish look. It's too weird to ask him for an autograph. I don't want to get one from the king himself, though. Lillian rubbed her chin in thought as she was asked another question. How about someone from infamous family, then? Like, Millis took a look behind the girl, the heiress of a literal assassin family? Lillian smiled wryly at this and turned her body around. She gazed up and found a certain black-haired woman looking away from her. Lillian couldn't help but give a deadpan expression at this. You're not actually envious, are you? Marionette gave her a brief glance before snorting, Why would I? An autograph is a mere collector's item. Yes. And why would I be jealous of someone gaining such keen interest from you? The woman then tried to fold her arms, but was interrupted by the handcuff wrapped around her right wrist. She immediately lowered her arms and then coughed into her fist inconspicuously. Lillian watched this happen with a crooked smile. As much as the woman may try to hide it, she's definitely jealous. It was obvious from the cold and gloomy aura the woman was giving off. And with how blatant it was, Lillian feared it was actually the woman's element activating. Her face twitched vigorously. Was she always this jealous? Marionette, who was turned away with a small frown, focused back on clearing up the rubble. But that was only until, Dawn, be mad. Lillian wrapped an arm around her chest, hugging her. She then heard her say, Why would I need an autograph when you already worth much more than that? Marionette, feeling the girl rubbing her face against her shoulder, pouted slightly as she felt the inside of her heart feel warm from the rabbit's words. However, refusing to look at Lillian, she muttered, This one, T convinced me to take the handcuffs off. Lillian smiled wryly. Wasn't T my intention dash? She then immediately sighed before saying, yeah, whatever. Lillian then slowly rose on her tippy toes and quickly pecked the side of the woman's neck, leaving the assassin stunned for a moment. Marionette's slight frown immediately disappeared as she held a hand over the area Lillian pecked. And although she currently wore a stoic face, a hint of shyness appeared inside her eyes. Lillian, ignoring this, turned to Millis, who watched this happen with an amused grin and look in her eyes. That's it? What? No kissy on the lips? Lillian's left eye twitched. She raised her right hand and tried to move towards the heroine to smack her on the head. But of course, due to the handcuff around her left wrist, she wasn't able to, and Millis instantly recognized this. Bahaha! She pointed at Lillian as she let out a mocking laugh, while simultaneously rubbing the top of her head as though taunting the girl. Lillian listened to this before huffing and saying, "Oh, hush it, Millis." Chapter 338. Before the funeral? An hour or two had passed, and currently, both Lillian and Marionette were out to retrieve another trolley for themselves. And as the two were doing this, they couldn't help but find the surroundings much flatter and barren compared to before. Less ruined, the sky was bright as ever, having been fixed after the invasion, and builders had already begun preparation on what to repair and construct. Lillian glanced towards a Crimson Crusader carrying away an entire wall before looking back up at Marionette, finding her glancing around as well. Weird, isn't it? Marionette turned her attention towards Lillian and raised an eyebrow. What is? Well, all of this. Lillian gestured with her hand, waving it around. No one would imagine that their academy would end up in this state. Especially not during their stay, right? I suppose. Marionette then gave a low hum before stating, but I have also experienced things that I wouldn't imagine during my stay here. Lillian tilted her head, raising an eyebrow before asking in a curious tone, "Oh? And what would that be if you don't? Mind me asking?" Marionette turned her eyes towards the white-haired girl, taking in her appearance. Her lips then curled upwards into a smirk. She then said, "You can take a few guesses." After a few more hours had gone by, the funeral was ready to take place. However, Lillian and Marionette would need to change into something more appropriate to attend. Fortunately, since not every family member who would be attending the ceremony had arrived yet, they quickly headed back home and got to work changing. Since the dormitory was also under repair, they had already transferred all of their possessions back to their previous residence, which in this case was their apartment. Lillian, standing inside her bedroom, looked around before glancing towards her girlfriend, who was scrutinizing her room. She then smiled wryly and asked, "So, can we take the cuffs off?" Marionette, shifting her attention back to Lillian, glanced at the metal cuffs. She then gave a low hum before pulling a key out of thin air and holding it over the keyhole. Lillian breathed a sigh of relief. Her ears then twitched at the woman's next words. "I'll be watching you change." Lillian flinched back, causing Marionette to move the key away from the hole. The assassin gave the rabbit a strange look, finding their face to be red. She tilted her head, confused by the expression before asking in a stoic voice, "Is there something wrong? Is there a reason for you to do this? You let me change alone this morning." Marionette's eyes narrowed. "That was because I wasn't thinking clearly. And it was also when I wasn't thinking about how you haven't told me where you had actually gone on that day." "Oh, come on. You can be serious." Lillian couldn't believe what she was hearing. She gave a loud sigh, scratching the back of her head as the assassin continued to stare at her stubbornly. "Look, Lillian, nothing you say will convince me to have you leave my sight. Even if I promise to kiss you later, I am not degenerate and naive enough to allow you to do whatever you want for physical affection." The assassin then held up 2 fingers. "You have 2 options, Lillian. Either I handle getting you ready myself, with the cuff still on, or I can unlock the cuffs and let you get ready on your own while I keep an eye on you. And not degenerate my butt, Lillian grumbled before giving yet another exasperated sigh, this time filled with hopeless defeat. She threw her arms up and yelled, "Fine. You can watch me. Now can you just get these cuffs off? Now that. That's a good girl." The two arrived back at the Academy realm, this time with a change of clothes. Lillian was dressed in a dark black dress along with Marionette, and they looked rather stunning in them. Lillian's face was still flushed red, while the assassin wasn't much different compared to her usual. However, if someone were keen enough, they would find a pleased look inside the woman's dark red eyes. Lillian pouted, wrapping her arms around her chest. "Did you enjoy the show?" Marionette glanced at Lillian, blinking at the girl before revealing a small smile. "I did. However, I would preferred if you didn't. Keep facing your body away from me, though. You gotta look at my rear. That's all you were getting." Marionette sighed. "I changed in front of you as well and hid nothing. Why the unfairness, Lillian? I was looking away when you were doing it." Marionette sighed again, shaking her head. "I see absolutely nothing wrong with either of us taking a look at each other as nude bodies. I've already seen yours much earlier, anyway. When?" Marionette silently stared at her before holding her chin in deep thought. She then muttered, "The forest of disruption inside the second layer, and when we went on our first date. However, the latter wasn't entirely true considering I've only been able to see your chest rather than your entire body." "Oh, that's enough. Let's talk about this after the funeral." Marionette, staring at Lillian's face, found the girl looking around. The assassin looked towards the sky, finding it to now be golden hour, a point in the day where everything becomes a lot more beautiful, even on a day like this. The woman glanced around, finding crowds of people dressed in black like the two of them were, even seeing large cars coming through portals and moving on the newly constructed roads. The people around them, the families of the deceased, had crestfallen expressions, something that she had experienced much in the past, except only recently. She looked down at Lillian, finding the girl's face to also shift to a more depressing look. Lillian, who was walking beside the assassin, felt a hand fall on her head. Looking up, she found the assassin staring down at her. "Apologies. I was merely trying to liven the mood between us before the funeral began." Chapter 339, Behind Stage. After walking a bit, Lillian quickly found Millis, who was keeping her mother company. She then passed over a spare black dress, which sparked the heroine's attention. Millis widened her eyes, staring at the dress before glancing back up to Lillian's face. Seriously? Why, you really didn't have to, Lil?" Lillian raised an eyebrow, glancing at the heroine's attire and finding it to be exactly the same as when she left. She shook her head and urged the woman, "Just wear it. You can possibly wear that to an event like this." Veronica, who was watching and also wearing a black dress, nodded with a soft giggle. "Do take her off her, dear." Millis glanced between them with teary eyes before rushing to Lillian and hugging her. This startled the white-haired girl. However, she just smiled as she giggled and patted heroine's head. Marionette, who was nearby watching this, couldn't help but feel her hand twitch at this. But she sighed. I'll allow it this time. Soon enough, all four of them found a foldable chair amongst the sea of crowds and looked toward the stage at the very front with a wooden podium with no one currently manning it. Mirage, who was backstage, looked up towards the golden-lit sky with a forlorn expression. He was currently wearing a black suit and tie with his usual black ponytail, but not with his usual smile. He rested his back against a wall and pulled out a piece of paper. He then stared at the script he had written up last night. This was the second time he had ever done this ceremony for the deceased. To be more exact, he gave a loud sigh, raising the script to his eyes and reading the lines. He then lowered the paper and stared at the man behind it. A dashing face with long blonde hair and yellow eyes. He wore a black suit similar to his, but still carried an emblem of the vermilion bird in the form of a badge on his right lapel. "Can I help you?" Saint Leon? Oh, drop that Elio. The saint moved to his side and leaned against the wall. We friends, not strangers. Mirage blinked at what the saint referred to him as before smirking. I see. So, how was your nap? Did your aberration take a lot out of you? The saint gave a low chuckle before patting his stomach. It's the opposite, rather. I felt like I took a lot. But it was fine, thank you very much. He then moved a bit to the side, opening the black curtains and taking a peek outside. And what was seen was a sea of people waiting for Mirage to take the stage. Closing it and moving back to the wall, he asked, Nervous? Quite. Have you ever done one of these before? Saint Leon stared at his friend before folding his arms and smiling. In my early days, yes. Plenty of times and all because of my inability to protect others. But nowadays, I do it for the soldiers that lost their lives on the front lines. How is that, by the way? Mirage asked, reading over his script again. The saint glanced at him before shaking his head with a sigh, dreadful and depressing. But as long as our duties better the world, then it'll all be worth it in the end. Depressing, huh? Mirage repeated before asking after a long pause. What do you think the people out there would think and say when they see me? His lips curled into an anxious smile. Do you think any of them would suddenly get up to punch me? Saint Leon couldn't help but become stoic at the man's words. He eventually sighed, well, probably not something that extreme. They might throw something at you or yell at you, but that's about it. No loving people would be glad to hear someone close to them were suddenly deceased. He then paused before adding, and especially when they have barely been given time to take in the news before having come all the way here. After saying that, he found Mirage had become silent to his words. And quickly noticing this, he patted his shoulder and said, Look, I am sure if Master Lewis were here, he would just be as anxious as you are, or maybe even more, mainly due to his entire reputation being on the line. And that same reputation is now on my shoulder to keep up. Mirage quickly responded. Pocketing his script, the saint chuckled. I suppose. But anyway, just know that even though death lingers over all of us, we are unable to do anything about it, even if we have all the power in the world. It's truly just how the world works. He then glanced towards Mirage, finding him to be transformed into an elderly man in a black suit. Mirage, in the form of Headmaster Lewis, turned towards the black curtains and said, I shall be going out now. However, right as he was about to, Leon grabbed his shoulder and said, If something happens, I'll come out and support you. Mirage smirked, patting the hand before shrugging it off and moving through the curtains and coming on stage. Lillian watched as Mirage finally came on stage in the form of the missing headmaster and took the podium. He tapped at the microphone before speaking. I am glad that you all could make it. And for those that couldn't, he pointed towards the screens and cameras to the side. I hope you are either tuning in remotely, and this will be recorded and sent live for you to watch later. He then coughed to clear his throat. April 5th, just 3 days ago, we experienced a great tragedy that had left this realm in almost utter ruin and even almost destroyed it, if not for the saint's swift arrival. However, before his arrival, many deaths had occurred. And for those who were here, that person would most likely be a key person in your lives. And for that same reason, we are here to not only mourn the dead, but also to honor them. We honor the staff who did their best to bring the best care to the academy. We honor the soldiers who lost their lives trying to protect everyone in the academy. We honor the students who fell defending and protecting each other's lives. He then paused for a split moment, trying to recall the next line in his script. He then opened his mouth. But will that bring any of them back? He was interrupted as someone from the crowd stood up and yelled. Lillian looked towards a person and found a middle-aged woman with ruined makeup as their eyes bled tears that ran down their face. She also watched as what she assumed to be her husband tried to pull her back into her seat. The woman shrugged off her husband's pull and yelled with a tear-drenched napkin scrunched in their tight grip. I thought this academy was safe. I thought this academy was prestigious for its care and treatment for everyone in it. But how could you let something like this happen? Where had all the money V given you gone? And where is my son? W where? The sobbing mother broke down as she added in a shaky voice. I thought you tier 5 mages were powerful. B but, how could you let some terrorists take away my son? As her voice and words echoed out, the people in reach felt their hearts ache and tear as it rang inside their ears. And as a signal, one by one, people began standing up to voice out their grief. Chapter 340. Off script? It was the expected response towards the person you expected to keep your loved ones safe. And Mirage knew this full-heartedly. He had overestimated his and his staff's abilities in overcoming the invasion. Raising his hand, he caught what he could assume to be an aluminum beer can. He then stared at the drops of alcoholic liquids that caught onto his clothes. But he didn't give it much attention as he drew his eyes to the can and looked at its scrunched-up surface. Perhaps he should place more funds towards security and defenses within the realm instead of all of it going towards educational devices and equipment. It was all his fault, really. He then raised his eyes, watching as people pulled the one in charge of throwing the can away to calm down. And as he watched this happen, the world seemingly slowed as he stared at the countless faces screaming at him with tears in their eyes. It was a heart-wrenching scene. Eventually, time sped up again. Saint Leon, who had heard the noise, opened a slit in the curtains. And just as he was about to step through, he found Mirage raising his right hand. He stopped and found the old man, gesturing toward the pair of guards who were dragging out the man. He then heard the old man say, "No need. Let him stay and hear what I am about to say. And this goes for all of you as well." Saint Leon quickly snuck back to his place behind the stage, allowing Mirage to do what was needed. Mirage, who saw Leon disappear, looked back towards the crowd before placing the empty bear can on the wooden podium and fell into a deep thought. Should he still continue with the script? Yes, I'm a tier 5 mage. He had decided to go off script. And as you know, people of my tier are undoubtedly strong. However, I am but one man in a world of otherworldly and dangerous forces. Of course, you may have allies, friends, co-workers, and family all right beside you. But at the end of the day, death lingers over all of us. Mirage then paused for a brief moment before continuing. It lingers inside bodies, in the air we breathe, and in the food we eat. And yet, regardless of how strong you are, it will undoubtedly come for you. We are unable to do anything against the inevitable. But what happened 3 days ago was and that was all because of my incompetence as both a teacher and a person. His eyes then glazed over with a reflective light as his gaze drifted around. Please understand from my point of view, all of you. For your loved ones who worked here, I saw them just like my family. And for your children who came here as students, I saw each and every one of them as my own children as well. Some rascals, some kind-hearted, and some studious. All of them. I saw all of them as my very own child. And this very place you all are in was our very own home. He then stood away from the podium and walked to the edge of the stage. He looked over the crowd before taking a deep breath. He then bent over, lowering himself to a deep bow before opening his mouth and saying, "So, please find it deep inside your hearts to understand my own side of grief and despair. Please know that from this moment onwards, we will do better to never let this happen again. And although our track record as being the academy that has been invaded the most is deterring, please, I beg from all of you that you will find my words become the truth after today." Lillian, who was part of the audience, couldn't help but tear up a bit, but was immediately offered a handkerchief by a certain assassin. A person in the crowd then stood up, intending to raise his voice again, before feeling a hand land on his shoulder from behind. Seeing someone stop him with a shake of their head, he slowly sat back down, and then everyone became silent. After giving a few more words, Mirage left the stage, but only to notify the people that they would be led to their loved one, as coffin. Sniff, sniff. Lillian blew her nose with a paper towel before putting it inside her spatial ring. She then looked around, looking at the hundreds of people getting up from their seats. She then wiped her eyes and said, "Man, that was emotional." She then looked to the side and found Marionette staring at her, with an almost surprised look. Lillian tilted her head and asked, "Why, yes. I didn't think you were capable of crying at this age." "Yeah." Lillian jolted, widening her eyes. "Why would I? I am a person too, you know." Marionette nodded. Aware. "It was just that, besides, when you were a child, I haven't seen any other moments where you were crying." Lillian, feeling the woman's hand land on her head, pouted slightly. And seeing this, Marionette gave a small smile. "Don, worry. You? Still adorable, either way." After that, they were swiftly approached by an unexpected person. Lillian blinked as a woman with blonde hair and blue eyes with a scar over her left eye approached them. And beside them was a short girl with curly pigtails. It was Beatrice with her vice rep. "How are you, Lillian? I am glad to see you are well, you know. Haven't been able to talk to you since." Beatrice pushed out her hand, which Lillian grabbed and shook. The white-haired girl chuckled. "Yeah, I slept a lot the day after the incident, so I am feeling quite good right now. And yeah, it has been quite a bit." Beatrice took a subtle glance towards Marionette, finding her glaring before looking down at their handcuffs. "So, is this a kink you guys have now that you two are dating? Pretty intimate, you know." ISNT a kink." Lillian sighed, face-palming. Beatrice chuckled, "Right? Anyway, I hope you don't mind if I pull your girlfriend to the side to have a chat." She gestured towards Marionette, who gave her an odd look. Marionette, hearing this, shook her head and gestured to the handcuffs. "Apologies, but could you tell me here? I'd rather not unlock these." Beatrice gave a teasing low hum before nodding. "I suppose it's not that big of a deal. Due to the prince no longer wanting the position, I just wanted to know if you would like to join the student council." But right as she was about to finish, Marionette cut her off. "No." Marionette waved her hand dismissively and added, "I don't want to join your council. No offense, student president. But please do give the role to Lillian." But just like how she cut off Beatrice, she too was cut off by her. "Since you need a pair to join you, LL be paired up with her. LL join." "Great. LL send you and Lillian an email in the coming days." Beatrice and her vice rep then turn around to leave. "Do make sure to keep an eye out for that, you know." Lillian, watching this unfold, gaped at the fast exchange. What just happened? Chapter 341. Effects of Love? Marionette stared at Beatrice's back, which faded in the crowd, before turning her gaze down to Lillian. The white-haired girl, still gaping at what had just occurred, felt her chin clutched by the assassin. Feeling her chin pulled upwards, her eyes were raised to Marionette's face, who stared down at her intently. "Leave that clothes for until we get back home, Lillian." What's that supposed to mean?" Marionette gave Lillian an odd look, but then a playful look as she blinked at them, causing the rabbit to blush red as she pulled away and clutched her cheeks. Marionette stared in amusement. Soon enough, they left. And just like that, a few days had gone by. And over those few days, nothing overly special and exciting had happened, other than her mother leaving 2 days after the ceremony. However, before she did, Veronica couldn't help but embarrass Lillian a bit by showing off toddler and infant photos to Marionette while also listing out moments. Oh, and there was one time when she disappeared for half a day. Veronica gasped, placing the tips of her fingers on her forehead. Luckily, her brother found her before we called in a search party. And as Veronica continued to recount all of this, Marionette soaked in the information with the keenest of interest a person could ever have. This left Lillian more embarrassed than she should have been. "Have a safe trip back." Lillian waved, watching as a white car drove away. She then arrived back inside her apartment and entered her living room. She threw glances around the room, trying to find a particular assassin. However, she failed. She shrugged and strolled over to the window, opening it and resting her elbows. Pulling out her phone, she looked through the messages she received. Ref, why decided not to join? When she got news that Ref had decided not to join the student council, she instantly shot him a message. Ref, you noticed the look Roselle was giving you recently, and rather not perish over some misunderstanding. So, I felt like handing over my position to her. You that? S. Well, she is definitely happy about it. I am certain. Ref. Looks like LL finally have some peace at night. Do make sure to put in a good word for the royal family. I believe they still deciding their political sides currently. Lillian stared at this message. Huh, I forgot about that. She then paused before adding, oh, right. I should probably ask what her flaw is. You? Sure, no problem. She then swiped off and checked her emails. And, currently, she is yet to be given anything. However, she was certain she would be getting it on the 15th. She looked up towards the night sky, staring at the moon. Silver brilliance. We won. TB having the exams on the 14th. LL even be given a few months off until July, I think. She then froze. Wait, ISN T Marionette S birthday coming up in a few days? As she was thinking this, she felt something underneath her armpits wrap around her chest. And following that, she felt something soft pressed tightly against her back. Lillian shivered, feeling a person's breath beside her ear, breathing against her lobe and whispering, Why Haven? Till you come to bed immediately. Ashi! Lillian yelled, startled. She watched as the woman's arms snaked around her chest. And this couldn't help but cause her to be slightly anxious, especially when the woman suddenly began to nibble on the edges of her ear. Her face immediately flushed red as her lips turned incredibly shaky. She twisted her body around, intending to confront the assassin. However, she then felt the woman's left hand slip from around her chest and towards the back of her neck. She then heard the woman ask, I presume your mother is indeed gone, correct? WL. Yeah? Marionette raised her right hand and brushed a lock of Lillian's white hair behind her right ear. And as she heard what came out of the girl's mouth, she smiled slightly. That's nice. She then slowly brought her right index finger down and pressed it against the center of Lillian's white shirt in a seductive manner. It seems that we are finally alone together, Lillian. W8. Hold on dash. Marionette then softly pressed her lips against the white-haired girl, silencing her as she moved away. Then, after a few seconds, she moved back in and pecked her again. A few gentle kisses then turned more passionate. Eventually, all sounds that could be made were now either intimate moans or the sounds of their lips separating. Their bodies twirled around, spectated by the moonlight. And soon enough, they fell over the couch. Lillian, who was surprised and startled by it at first, leaned into it as she became lost in the taste of the assassin's lips. And this statement could be said the same for Marionette as well. Their hands roamed each other's backs and even gave playful, small gropes at one another. Not anything too harmful or arousing, but something that was enough to hint at their love for one another. And as they continued on, they eventually took it to the bedroom, which was where, after a couple of hours, Lillian finally managed to convince the assassin to calm down and sleep. Once the lights were flicked off, they were wrapped in each other's arms as they laid under the blanket, enjoying each other's warmth and comfort. Soon enough, Lillian's breathing became rhythmic. She had fallen asleep first. Marionette, staring down at the lovable rabbit, couldn't help but let a large smile take over her lips as she leaned in, pressing her forehead against the girl. She couldn't help but feel something violent inside her heart as she stared at Lillian. Badum. She changed. She changed a lot after coming to the academy, more specifically after her second trial, or even when she first met Lillian. Her dark and gloomy days were finally gone. The days when the world felt so gray and depressing to her were gone. She felt much more alive, much more living, and even excited sometimes to the next day to come. Was this the effects love had on someone? Chapter 342, Volume 2 Yendi, Growth, a Heartfelt Romance Bottom. Was it love that her cold heart would swell and skip beats when her eyes settled on the girl she loved? Or whenever her ears picked up the slightest pitch of the rabbit's voice? Was it love that made her cold heart tighten and crack a little whenever she saw the girl she loved enjoy spending time with someone else? or whenever her ears picked up the sound of their laughter with someone else. In the past, Badum, before meeting Lillian, Badum, she would have no idea. Her past self would be able to empathize with the feeling. For all she had known was either bloodshed or the inhumane sides of humanity. Such was the way of someone who belonged to a family with close ties to the underworld. And now, the thought of waking up and suddenly losing the ability to feel love now scared her, frightened her even. Bazum. And because of this fear, she now cherished this feeling of love even more. With her arms wrapped around Lillian, she pulled her in even further, smiling down on the girl as she leaned into her ear and whispered in a soft and quiet voice, "Take responsibility for what you've done to me, Lillian. Take responsibility for making me feel this way towards you." And she leaned even closer, brushing her lips against the girl's ear. The feeling she felt when she thought she had lost Lillian was detrimental to her. And because of that, she couldn't help but notice a dormant feeling inside her awaken. And never leave me, not even as a joke, or an act, or even as a playful suggestion. She then slowly moved her face down, inching closer to Lillian's neck before breathing against it. She listened as Lillian's breath hitched before waiting for a few seconds. She waited to see if the girl would wake up before carrying on with what she was about to do. Planting a kiss on the side of the girl's neck, she whispered, "From this moment on, our lives will be bound and intertwined together in the strings that are fate. For you are now mine from now and all of eternity, Lillian." As she said this, her eyes glowed slightly as she left a gentle hickey on the girl's neck before falling into her slumber. Thaurik lost? Again? In the middle of a dark and almost ancient-looking hall with detailed engravings on the walls and carved pillars on the sides with long banners attached to them, was a large round table. And on the table was what could only be described as a timeline of events that had come and yet to arrive. Not only that, but sat around this table were 5 mysterious individuals, and each of them wore unique outfits that matched their personality. However, the only similar part of their attire was that they all wore a mask. This was the higher-ups of the cult of jesters. The one who had spoken wore a pure white lab coat with sleeves longer than their arms, and they wore a mask that resembled that of a bear and had an intense amount of jagged edges. After this individual was told the news of his friend, they couldn't help but let out a chuckle, which was closely followed by a laugh. "Ha ha! How hilarious! Some immortal puppeteer he was. How did he lose with that copy I created for him?" This also sparked a few snickers to erupt from every member at the table. All except one, however, as he tapped his knuckles in a rhythmic fashion. He wore a mask that resembled that of an owl, except more distorted and covered in hardened molten metal that formed smooth edges. He then spoke out in a calm but chilling deep voice. "That's enough," whisper fell. That's not nice to make fun of others. Keck, I am sorry, coerce, but that's his fault he lost. It was his fault anyway for picking a fight with a saint and failing to take over his body. If he didn't, he would still be here." Whisperfell shook his head in a mocking manner. He then added, "Granted, he did manage to take one less rotten egg off our plate, but still, from what you said, he lost to some unknown mage, even though he was a tier higher." Kokirat, the one identified as Coerce, nodded, his eyes glowing a bit as he saw something that no one else could see. "Yes, and he is currently undergoing the trial we were sent into, although it seems as though he is having some trouble getting over the flaw that laced his body." Another member then spoke up. "I hope he makes it back. I would love for him to come back to the table." They wore a mask that resembled a salamander, except it seemed much more vile and violent. This was Entice, and they were a petite individual whose voice was laced with shyness and concern for the puppeteer. But it then twisted as their voice took a sharp turn, so I could toy around with him some more like I used to. Coerce shook his head, sighing as he looked towards another member. "What are your thoughts on this matter, Subtlety?" This last remaining member was shrouded in darkness, and only his voice was known. Have you identified who this mysterious person was, leader? Coerce leaned back into his seat, smirking behind his mask. I have a subtle idea, and are you willing to reveal who? I'm not. This response caused the other members to be surprised by this, and they then went on to ask why. However, Coerce immediately silenced them with a raised hand as he muttered, because there isn't any point in revealing this to you three. Our existence in this world is to be stepping stones for the one destined to reset this world back to how it was. He then gave a low chuckle, wrapping his fingers together. Although Thalrek may have failed in his destiny, we still have ours to succeed. And there is no point in interfering with things that are outside the designated plans. Whisperfell then asked, and when will our main plan finally begin? Coerce, hearing this, instantly leaned forward, resting against the table, and said, a little over a year. Time. A great war between the believers and non-believers will begin. He then paused before adopting a cold and calculating tone as the room suddenly shuddered from a mysterious pressure that fell upon the room. And that war will be named the Second Celestial War. End of Volume 2. Growth Chapter 343. Start of a date? The sun shone brightly over a bustling city. People commuted to work, cars commuting to their destinations, and some were distracted by the holographic screens that displayed the latest news. And today seemed to be a repeat of Lewis Manna Academy's recent incident and its total casualty count. Not only that, but there was even estimated compensation for the families of the deceased. However, all that wasn't important, for somewhere in the city and inside a rather luxurious apartment complex was a white-haired girl in her kitchen. She wore a white apron that was slightly stained, and currently, her face was twitching rapidly in frustration as she quietly muttered, "Dash. Another failure?" Lillian stared down at what she intended to be a cake. It was a mess, and next to it were several others, equally as bad and worse than the latest. She collapsed to her knees with a defeated expression. Man, this is the fifth one. How does someone fail making a birthday cake 5 times in a row? After a moment of reflection, she finally sat up. Tomorrow was the day that she would celebrate Marionette's 19th birthday. She had to make this right by then. And as she was thinking this, she rolled up her sleeves again. But as she was about to prepare another batch of ingredients, she felt a subtle vibration in her back pocket. Reaching for it, she found it was coming from her phone, and more specifically, it was caused by an unknown caller. She raised an eyebrow and decided to answer. After answering it, she went silent and waited for the other side to talk first. Usually in this scenario, the person on the other side would either hang up, but it doesn't seem to be the case this time. Is this Lillian Ker, Arius? Phone? Yeah? Could I ask who is asking? Madek, Marionette's father. I need to speak with her. Oh. Lillian became startled and immediately straightened her back as she adopted a more respectful tone. How may I help you, sir? And may I ask why you are calling me? You may. And the reason is that I cannot connect to her device. Now, could you put my daughter on the phone? Yeah. Lillian stepped into the corridor leading to her room and took a glance at her door. She had been told not to enter by the assassin earlier, but since this was pretty important, she thought it would be fine. After opening the door, she peeked inside and found a woman with long black hair and red eyes sitting at her desk. She was a stunning woman and someone that Lillian felt proud to be with. Lillian glanced at what the woman was doing and found they were writing inside a notebook. It was Marionette. The assassin, noticing Lillian's arrival, quickly shut the notebook. She then tilted her head and asked, "Did you need something, Lillian?" Yeah. Lillian slowly held up her phone, showing her screen to the assassin, who raised an eyebrow. However, a split second later, the woman quickly widened her eyes and stood up. She then asked, "Is it my father?" Seeing Lillian slowly nod, Marionette quickly sped over. Seeing this, the white-haired girl hurriedly handed the woman the phone before watching the assassin step out of the room. Lillian sighed, scratching the back of her head. Marionette had told her about her phone suddenly breaking during the invasion. However, she didn't go much in depth about it and just used vague words. She also didn't T, tell me why she was covered in blood that day? Lillian then walked over to her desk, staring at the notebook the assassin was intently writing in. She picked it up and stared at it curiously. It was just an ordinary notebook. Well, except for the front cover that read, "Plans with Lillian." Lillian raised an eyebrow, but then giggled a split second later. For the last couple of days, the assassin had done nothing but go out and come back scribbling inside the notebook. Lillian had asked a few times to go out with her, but every single offer was shot down. And as she remembered this, she couldn't help but give a small pout. "I feel like a caged bird in my own home." She then paused and asked herself, how come she didn't buy herself a phone whenever she went out? After a moment, she eventually ignored the question and decided to look into what the assassin had been writing with a small grin. And as she was reading through it, she couldn't help but widen her eyes as she was met with a massive list and detailed diagrams of what she could only assume to be places. She had even recognized some of these places as well. And as Lillian continued to read more, she found that all of these places were tied to a single date. April 14th. Wait, ISN. That her birthday? Lillian, at that moment, realized that this notebook was a detailed list of what Marionette wanted to do on her birthday with her. Doesn't this sound like a date? Lillian couldn't help but cry internally. She should been the one to make something like this. And as she was thinking this, she felt someone sneak behind and wrap their arms around her neck. Their voice then echoed into her ear. "What do you think you're doing?" Lillian stiffened. She twisted her head around and looked up, finding the assassin staring down at her with narrowed eyes. But she had also noticed a slight pinkish tint to their cheeks. Were they embarrassed that she had discovered what she had been working on this entire time? "Are you snooping through my belongings?" Lillian? Hey. Lillian flinched as she felt the assassin tuck something into her back pocket before patting her rear. Marionette, feeling Lillian flinch in her arms, muttered in a quiet voice, "I am just giving back your phone. Don't worry." She paused before leaning into Lillian's ear and whispering in a sultry tone, "Unless you wish for me to do something." Lillian blushed slightly. However, she watched as a hand appeared in the corners of her eyes, moving towards the notebook in her hand. It was at that discovery that Lillian realized that the woman was just trying to distract her long enough for her to retrieve the notebook. Marionette, who was breathing hot air into the back of Lillian's shivering neck, suddenly watched as it disappeared. Her hand immediately paused in the air as she widened her eyes slowly. She then watched as the rabbit in her arms twisted themselves around, facing her before clutching her face and pulling her down. Lillian, planting a romantic kiss on the woman's lips, leaned back and smirked. "No, this is mine now." "Excuse me?" Lillian backed away, giggling at the baffled look in the assassin's eyes. She shrugged and stated in a teasing voice, I'll be sure to use this for our date tomorrow." Before Marionette could say anything, Lillian quickly slipped out of the room with a mischievous cackle, running back to the kitchen. Marionette, who was left by herself, couldn't help but feel a blush appear on her stoic face, which she tried to hide from no one as she quickly closed the door. She then climbed onto Lillian's bed and planted her face in one of the two pillows on the bed. More specifically, Lillian's side. She rubbed her face in it and drew in the girl's scent before twisting around and hugging it tight to her chest as she mumbled under her breath, "Date tomorrow." She then buried her face into the pillow again. She couldn't wait for tomorrow. 7 in the morning, Lillian, who was wearing a white shirt that was tucked into her cargo shorts and a white denim jacket, smirked as she inspected the interior of the cafe they were in. Marionette, who was sitting across from her, nodded. Yes, it would give us more time to spend throughout the day. The assassin wore a black turtleneck sweater and charcoal gray pants. She also wore a pair of black latex gloves. And as they waited for their coffee to arrive, Marionette's right leg couldn't help but bump up and down under the table at a rapid rate, almost as though she was anxious. Lillian, ignorant of this, decided to tease the woman a little bit as she pulled out the assassin's notebook and began looking through it. Oh. So after the cafe, I'll be going to the city square? Lillian blinked playfully at the assassin, who quickly turned their face away from the girl with a slightly pinkish hue on their cheeks. Must you? Look at that. Lillian giggled, storing it within her ring before interlocking her fingers and resting her chin on them. I want to make this day perfect for you. So I'll be using it as a guide for today. Soon enough, they got their morning coffee, and after conversing a little bit, they quickly paid and left, making their way outside toward the car that was parked for them. Chapter 344. Carnival Game? After a short drive, they made it to the city center, and currently, they were exiting a store that sold mobile devices. They seriously didn't. Do you have the phone you wanted? Lillian asked, glancing towards the object clutched in the woman's hands. It was a pure white box with a large, sharp, and stylized N on it, which was formed with intersecting arcs. It was primarily a deep blue, but had other colors that gave a reflective look. Marionette unraveled the box while making a slow and disappointed nod. Yes. It seems Novaline doesn't have any models with the hardware that I prefer. Pulling the device out of the box, she scrutinized it. It was a 6-inch phone with rounded corners. It was made with a durable aluminum alloy frame, which had a ceramic back that was resistant to scratches while also providing anti-fingerprint properties. And meticulously, the Novaline logo was etched into the back of the phone. Pocketing her phone, the assassin then muttered with an expressionless face. I'll also need to transfer all of my data from my last phone. You really got to tell me how you broke it, no? Lillian pouted, then exclaimed, Oh, come on. I am dying of curiosity here. Marionette, staring at Lillian's puffed cheek, raised her hand and pinched the girl's soft cheek. This led the rabbit to squeal as they eventually broke free. Marionette, smiling slightly, answered, If you really must know, it was destroyed during the incident. Will that suffice? Lillian, who was rubbing her cheek, paused and gave the assassin a deadpan look. You already told me that. I want to know how it became broken in the first place. Marionette folded her arms, standing in place. Then how about you tell me where you disappeared off to? Perhaps when you do, I will tell. Lillian, feeling the woman's eyes narrowing on her, gulped before slowly glancing away. She then stated in a rebellious tone, Good luck. I am not telling you that. T-Sich. Marionette then snatched Lillian's left hand and began to stroll forward. Lillian couldn't help but chuckle wryly at this as she looked down at their wrists. For today, they wouldn't be wearing the handcuffs, which was a relief for her. She then raised her eyes and took a look around. The city center of Restera. It was home to a variety of entertaining shows and operas, while also having historical places such as museums and art galleries. In the past, Restera had been more of a medical nation, home to the best doctors and medical care the world could ever have. Well, the care out of the foreign nations. However, after a couple of centuries or so, the South Nation had leaned more towards battle than healing, allowing it to be able to contend with other nations if it were ever invaded. Lillian, feeling a pat on her shoulder, eventually blinked back into reality. Looking around, she found herself inside a museum, and this section seemed to hold fractured remains of great monsters. She turned to the side and found Marionette's hand on her shoulder. She gave the woman a head tilt and asked, Were you calling for me? Marionette gave a subtle frown. Are you so interested in that notebook that you've forgotten what we've been doing? Huh. Looking down, she found a notebook that she was using as a guide to be open in her hands. Earlier, she did remember that she took it out to see what was next on the agenda, but she didn't realize it had been open the entire time. Lillian gave a soft giggle, putting it away as she found the assassin to be pouting a bit. She slowly brought her hand and interlocked it with the woman's Marionette. Feeling her hand clutched by the girl, couldn't help but instinctively tighten her hold. She looked away before pulling Lillian forward. The two then went on to enjoy the museum, with Lillian pointing and pulling the assassin over to see and Marionette, who walked around with some mild interest. Eventually, they finished their journey through the museum and began walking around the city center, taking a look at statues of important individuals, buying and walking around with desserts. Marionette, who was currently holding a waffle cone with chocolate ice cream, watched as a man balanced himself on a comically large balloon as children huddled around them. Her eyes narrowed before looking around with a hint of disgust at what she saw. But then, her eyes lit up as she found Lillian standing behind her. And she was currently looking down at her notebook. Lillian flinched as she found arms wrapped around her neck. Looking up, she found Marionette staring down at her with a slight pout. She then heard her say, "Pay attention to me." Lillian felt something crack inside her heart as she heard the woman say this, and she immediately placed the notebook back into her ring before rubbing her cheek up against the assassin's. Soon enough, they decided to partake in a nearby carnival game, which left Lillian feeling frustrated as she tightened her grip around a rubber ball that could pop at any moment. She glared at a metal can that, although it had been hit countless times, hadn't yet wobbled once. She pointed angrily at it. "This is rigged." The owner of the game then walked over, twirling his mustache elegantly as he exclaimed, "It is not." "Oh yeah? I hit that thing with 3 of these balls you gave me. Either I have the strength of an infant, or those cans are without a doubt glued to the wooden shelf." Marionette, who was watching this unfold, looked towards the prizes hanging over them. It ranged from silly toys to small plushies to larger ones. She then asked Lillian, "Which of these is it that you want?" Lillian gave an exasperated sigh before pointing towards an overly large stuffed white rabbit. "That rabbit. But at this rate, I feel like I am not going to be able to win it." Marionette, folding her arms, held her chin in thought as she pushed her hand out towards Lillian and gestured for the ball. Lillian pulled back before giggling hesitantly. "Hee, I can do it." However, a split second later, the ball was snatched out of her hand. After being given the rubber ball, she stood in front of the stand and casually threw it towards the metal can, thump, and watched as it bounced off without any reaction. Marionette gave a slow hum, and just as she was about to buy another round, she found that Lillian had already paid for it with a playful grin on her face. Marionette blinked at her before smiling slightly. After grabbing another rubber ball, she wrapped it in a thin and solid layer of darkness. Then, she used the measured strength needed to knock it down something she had gauged from her earlier throw. In a moment, the ball crashed into the metal can. It tore through with ease, even going as far as breaking through the wooden shelf behind it. The owner of the game and the nearby people gaped at this, but they immediately ran as the tent of the carnival game wobbled. Marionette, tilting her head at this, watched in the corner of her eyes a liquid tentacle reaching towards the hanging stuffed rabbit. She turned towards Lillian and found the girl holding out to her with a cheeky expression. "Do say that you knocked it down." Marionette tilted her head, grabbing onto the soft rabbit. She scrutinized the plushie and found it rather appealing. However, she was nonetheless confused. "Do you not wish to hold it?" Lillian rubbed the back of her neck with an embarrassed smile. "Well, I wanted to be the one to win it for you, but I guess this works too, right?" Marionette, hearing the girl's reason, looked down at the stuffed rabbit again for a moment. She then wrapped her arms around its chest tightly before burying her face into the back of its head shyly. Her nose then twitched for a moment, and after a few twitches, she then pulled the rabbit away from her and gestured to Lillian to take it. Lillian, seeing that the assassin didn't want to hold it anymore, couldn't help but smile wryly. Did she not want it? Do you not want a dash? But she was quickly interrupted. Marionette then demanded in an adamant voice, as though she had ulterior motives, "Hold it for a while, and hold it tightly." Lillian tilted her head and nodded slowly. "Sure." She wrapped her arms around the rabbit and couldn't help but melt into its softness. And the moment she was doing this, she heard the sounds of a camera flashing. Her face twitched as she slowly brought her face up, watching as Marionette was holding the camera of her phone towards her. The assassin had been doing this the entire day, and since Lillian was aware the entire time, She knew that this was the 30th photo, at least. Marionette slowly lowered her phone and then asked out loud with a confused look, "What if Flash?" Chapter 345, Frustrating Notebook? The two went around, enjoying the sights and everything the city center had to offer in a matter of hours. And eventually, they soon moved past that and began to journey towards a large Ferris wheel in the distance. However, every now and then, Lillian felt as though they were being followed. But seeing that Marionette wasn't bothered or had noticed this feeling, she felt she was being paranoid. Lillian stared down at the notebook in her hands, her eyes glazing over the details listed for the remainder of the date. The notes were meticulously crafted as dates were listed right beside each activity. It truly looked more like a timeline and script of their entire day. Well, with how closely we re-following it's not so wrong to think that. Lillian looked towards the side and found her beloved girlfriend slotting her phone inside a black phone case. They had just recently come from a case store because it seemed that Novaline felt they were too good to sell even the most basic of accessories. "You sure do like the color black, huh?" Lillian asked, curious. The entire time they've been together, she hasn't seen the assassin opt for another color besides black. Although if she were in the woman's position, she most likely would too. Marionette gave Lillian a glance before looking down at the girl's own phone. A cutesy, pure white phone case with small rabbit ears. "I quite like the color black. It's a plain color that goes with everything. It's almost like how the color white goes well with adorable rabbits." She looked into Lillian's eyes and added, before blinking teasingly, "Dawn, do you think?" Lillian blinked back before slowly turning her face away with a crooked smile, as well as hiding the faintest blush on her cheeks, which Marionette easily found out. Soon enough, they arrived, but were immediately met with a massive line of people. As Lillian looked up towards the sky and found it turning an amberish color, she couldn't help but notice how quickly time flew, which was what she wanted to believe. Looking at the line and finding that they were still so far from the front, she couldn't help but let out an audible groan, which was immediately picked up by the woman beside her. "Dawn, worry, Lillian. Not long left," Marionette stated in an expressionless tone. Lillian sighed. "Yeah, I know, but..." As Lillian was about to finish, she took a random glance toward the assassin's foot, finding it tapping the ground at a rapid and impatient rate. The corners of her lips then curled up as she gave the assassin a teasing stare, which raised an eyebrow. It seemed that under all of Marionette's stoic mask, even she couldn't help but feel impatient. Soon enough, they arrived in one of the carts. However, by now, the sky had already turned a bit dark. Marionette looked out of the glass pane and towards the sky that had now begun to reveal the stars under its daylight curtains. Their eyes widened and glowed as she scrutinized each and every star, finding herself feeling much calmer and relaxed. In the past, whenever she was on duty, she would always look forward to looking toward the stars. It would be the only moment in her life that would bring her security and a sense of beauty in the world. And it was more special this time due to the fact that this was her first ever time experiencing what it was like to be riding inside a Ferris wheel, with the person she loved no less. So that's what I'll be doing next. Looking across from her, she frowned as she saw Lillian reading out of her notebook out loud. She clicked her tongue. TSK. Lillian was intently reading the notebook instead of enjoying the view. She then pulled out her phone and checked the time. Not long left. Then, after a split second, she suddenly flinched at the sound of a window shattering. She shivered as cold air suddenly flooded inside the cart through what she found to be a shattered glass pane right beside the assassin. Her face then shifted to a concerned expression. Just as she was about to ask the woman what was wrong, the notebook in her hand was suddenly snatched. Lillian held her hands up, watching as Marionette's glare shifted between her and the notebook. She then watched as the assassin chucked the notebook out of the window without a hint of attachment to it. Lillian widened her eyes and instinctively stood up to try to catch it somehow. However, she was immediately pushed back and pinned against her seat. Lillian asked in a struggling voice, "W, what are you?" But she was immediately interrupted. "This is my day. Aren't you aware?" Marionette asked rhetorically, pinning Lillian's arms against the back of the girl's seat. She slid forward and raised her right knee, pressing it firmly against the rabbit to hold her in place. Lillian flinched, feeling her heart racing the more Marionette closed in on her. She gulped. "Ashi, I don't think this is the place for. I feel as though you paid more attention to that notebook instead of me today." Marionette's eyes glowed slightly, zooming in on Lillian's face, which froze at her words. The girl looked at the woman with a sense of shock. "Ashul, says who?" "Says me. We haven't even kissed once today due to your constant attention on what was written inside that book," Marionette stated in a frustrated tone. Lillian stiffened as she heard this, and with a guilt-filled look in her eyes, she turned her face to the side and muttered quietly, "I just," before falling silent. The girl had been trying to go along with the plan written out inside the notebook to the letter, because she thought that would be what the assassin wanted, what they considered to be a perfect date. Marionette, seeing Lillian go quiet, sighed. She then shifted her position, moved her legs aside, and straddled the girl's lap. Lillian, flabbergasted by the turn of events, felt the sides of her head gently held in the woman's hands. Looking up, she found Marionette staring down at her with an intimate look in her beautiful red eyes. Chapter 346. Happy birthday, Marionette. Lillian, I am aware you wish to make this day as perfect as it can be, but truly, just having you spend the day with me is already perfect enough, especially on a day I am usually alone on. The cold air that ventilated the cart through the broken window became oddly warm as the two ladies inside stared into each other's eyes. The wind then listened and carried the words that slipped from the rabbit's lips, "I am sorry," and carried it into the assassin's ears. The assassin then slowly shook their head before uttering, "Then prove it." As these words were uttered, the scattered stars in the sky that overlooked the entire city moved their gaze to a single cart in a Ferris wheel and watched as a loving couple leaned in and kissed under their brilliance. But that was quickly overshadowed by fireworks shot into the sky, lighting up the area as they made out. Marionette disconnected their kiss as she looked towards the fireworks with a curious look. Is today a special day for fireworks? But she was quickly pulled back into another kiss. Jewel, Lillian, pulling away, smiled warmly. I may or may not have ordered them beforehand. They cost a lot. Marionette, hearing the word cost, couldn't help but show a sad expression. "Oh, my apologies," but right as she was about to finish, Lillian placed a finger on her lips. Marionette then heard the girl giggle and mutter, Hey, cost Ison. Something to worry about between us, all right? And also, today is a special day. So why don't you enjoy it?" Lillian then tightly clutched the collar of the woman's turtleneck, startling them for a brief moment before bringing them back in again. Jewel. Eventually, they were soon left off the ride. However, to avoid any trouble, Marionette dropped a stack of semis into one of the seats before escaping with Lillian through a dark puddle. And once they reached a safe enough distance away, they popped out, shocking those passing by and causing them to quicken their steps as they moved past them. Lillian sighed. "Did you really have to break the window?" She then turned to the assassin and found them holding a rather familiar-looking notebook. She widened her eyes and exclaimed, "Hold up, ISN, that the notebook you threw out the window." Marionette, turning back to Lillian, caused the notebook to suddenly disappear. She then feigned an odd look and asked, "HM? What notebook?" Lillian gave the assassin a deadpan look before giving a crooked smile. She sighed and just hooked her right arm around the woman's left and pulled them forward. "So, if I recall, where we're going will be our last destination, right?" Marionette nodded slowly, tightening her hold around Lillian's arm. "Yes, I was told about this place by someone and found I hadn't experienced the activity before. Lillian chuckled, staring at the woman's lips before noticing a small mist forming. She looked up towards the sky and felt the passing winds brush against her skin. She shivered and scrutinized the small mist that formed from her own breath. Marionette, who was looking around at the streetlights, felt a pull. Looking down her side, she found Lillian pointing across the street, towards what she believed to be a clothing store. She tilted her head. Is there something you wish to buy? I think you. LL look much more beautiful with a scarf. But I am not Kolba. It's a bonding thing. And before the assassin could even respond to that compliment, she was immediately pulled across the street and into the store. Upon entering the store, they found each other's scarves. Lillian chose a dark red scarf for the assassin, while Marionette chose a soft blue for the rabbit. There we go. Upon feeling the scarf wrapped around her neck, Marionette couldn't help but feel warmer. But she wasn't able to discern whether it was because Lillian had bought and wrapped it around her neck, or it was the scarf itself. By the time Lillian was finished, it was her turn to wrap it around the girl's neck. Have you ever done this before? Lillian asked, watching as the scarf was wrapped around her neck from behind. She couldn't help but feel that the woman was a lot more skilled at this particular action. Marionette, who was wrapping the scarf around the girl's neck, asked in a quiet voice, plenty. But not for the reason you may want to hear. Upon exiting the store with their new scarves, they held each other's hands. And soon enough, they made it to their destination. Lillian, taking off her denim jacket and tossing it towards a black leather couch, picked up a microphone before snickering. To think you wanted to have karaoke as our last place in our date. Marionette, who was taking off her scarf, answered in a plain voice. I wish to listen to music played by my favorite voice. Hearing this, Lillian let out another giggle. For 2 hours? We can increase it if you like. Marionette muttered, downloading something on her phone before placing it on a table with the screen facing down. Lillian gave an exasperated sigh, sitting beside the woman and leaning against her. I am horrible at singing. How about you? Marionette's eyes slowly drifted to the side. Not particularly skilled. Even with that gorgeous voice, Lillian teased. She then watched as the assassin slowly turned towards her with a subtle, hungry look in her eyes. Lillian gulped and raised her hand. Hold on. We just made out in the Ferris wheel. Let's actually use up our time here singing. Marionette smiled softly. Sure. And that was what they did. They scrolled through countless songs as sung. Although at the start, it was mainly Lillian, and as she had stated, she wasn't good at it. However, her inability to sing well was, without a doubt, ignored by the woman sitting next to her. And soon enough, she joined in as well. While Lillian sang the more energetic and higher-pitched notes, Marionette sang the calmer and lower tones. All in all, they fit well together. Thank you, Lillian waved, closing the door as she walked with a tray of beverages, mainly alcohol, which Marionette narrowed her eyes on. The assassin lowered her microphone and asked, Are you planning on being intoxicated? Lillian, smirking at this, answered, Perhaps. Lowering the tray on the table, she then opened her hands and summoned what could only be described as a cake from her storage ring. Marionette widened her eyes at the cake covered with white frosting and red frosting on top, which spelled out, Happy 19th birthday, Marionette, albeit the letters were very clumsy. Lillian then pulled out 3 items. 2 candles, each being A1 and A9, and the last was a lighter. Marionette, who was watching Lillian stick the candles inside the cake, couldn't help but open her eyes. When did you buy that? Before narrowing her eyes, did you leave to buy them while I was out? Lillian, ignoring the look she was getting, answered, Nah, I just got them when we were walking around the city center. After lighting the candles, she leaned back and looked towards the assassin, who stared at the cake with an almost emotional look in her eyes. Lillian smiled softly. Happy birthday, Marionette. Blow out your candles and make a wish. The assassin gulped slightly, her fingers fidgeting before stopping. Her lips then curled into an uncontrollable smile as the light of the candle brightened her face. She then leaned in and blew out the candles before whispering, "Thank you." As for what she wished for, she wished for this moment to never end. Chapter 347, Shocked Hangover. As the sun rose over the city of Restera, revealing the modern-day workers commuting to their work, HUH, a horrified shriek resounded from a luxurious apartment complex. More specifically, coming from Lillian's apartment. Lillian, having just awoken from her sleep and being met with an awful hangover, tightly clutched the edges of a neatly handwritten letter that was left on her bedside table. "Good morning, Lillian. By the time you're reading this, I will be already left. I am needed back at the estate by my father and those living there. I'm most likely one to be back until the start of the academy. I made sure not to wake you, for I know you would be experiencing an intense hangover from your extreme intake of alcohol yesterday. I transferred enough money to you to last until then. Make sure not to go out, and if you do, Dawn, go meet up with someone I haven, met. Make sure to call and FaceTime every day. And if you can, make sure you do it once every week. Zinsaili, Marionette von Rosetta. PSU, quite overly touchy whenever you, intoxicated." Lillian stared at her current balance in her account, finding it to be at least 400,000 semis more than she had previously. And while that was nice and considerate of the assassin, I want my marionette back. Lillian puffed her cheeks out into a pout and face-planted in her bed. Then, she went on to roll around while throwing a tantrum like a child who didn't have her way. After a few minutes of this, she eventually stopped before clutching the sides of her skull, feeling it throb painfully, irritating her. Her rolling was definitely not helping her. Lying back at her bed, she stared at her phone. Once she resisted the urge to lazily scroll through her phone, she opened her emails and found a new message inside. It was from the student council. Now that she and Marionette were members of it, they were going to be tasked with things related to the academy. In the game, if you were a member and had a vice rep or were the vice rep, you would be able to pick between two missions to do with your partner. But it looks like I am not going to do that. Lillian sighed, drooping over the side of her bed. Soon, she sat up and sent the student president a message. As she went off to freshen up and cook herself breakfast, she keenly recalled how another member was without their vice rep as well. SZZ. And in the game, you can join them if your partner is busy. Lillian tightly clutched the frying pan as she stared down at the sizzling egg. She was rather a fan of the edges being a bit crispy instead of being completely soft. After cooking up a couple of toasted bread and laying the fried egg on top, she waited for Beatrice's response. And it didn't take long. "Oh, morning, Lillian. Yeah, another member without a vice rep on the council will be moving over towards the Eastern Nation to deliver something from Mirage. This is mainly due to the recent delivery strikes going on for better wages, which, honestly, I think they should be given with what they are going through. You can join them on that task if your girlfriend ISN available. Anyway, LL tell Viesta to meet you at Ham S Underground for you guys to take the bullet train towards Restera S docks. Make sure to get there by 11 o'clock or else you LL miss it." Lillian leaned back into her chair after reading that. Then, she couldn't help but mutter in a curious and slow voice. Did Marionette take the train? Her face then morphed into a pained one as her head throbbed again. She slowly crawled back into the kitchen and looked for whatever could suffice as a good homemade remedy for hangovers. Marionette? SPOV, feeling her nose twitch, she quickly held her left hand over her mouth and let out a high-pitched sneeze, a contrast to her usual low and deep voice. The sneeze left her startled and even surprised. Did I somehow manage to catch a cold yesterday? After a split second of thought, she shook her head. It was impossible with her biological enhancements. Or could it be? It was the effects of becoming 19. She breathed a sigh and leaned into her seat. She then turned her eyes to the side and looked out the window. Her eyes were met with a grand and glorious terrain of seemingly endless grasslands. And it was especially beautiful this early in the morning. She was currently inside a bullet train VIP room, something her father had fortunately paid for her. However, it was a bother to get out extremely early in the morning. Her ears twitched at the sounds of the speakers stating which station they were arriving at. And finding that it wasn't, tears stopped, she sighed. This would be a long ride. But she then gave a smile as she looked down. At least I won. Be alone. Looking down, she was met with the sight of a large but soft rabbit plushie, a gift she had both won for and been given by her beloved girlfriend. And not only that, but it was also covering the girl's smell. Bringing the rabbit closer to her chest, hugging it tightly, she couldn't help but reminisce about Lillian's soft body. She then planted her face into the back of its head, her nose twitching. She had made sure to transfer enough money for the girl to survive on. If she didn't have any money to begin with. She had also hoped that Lillian wouldn't go out with anyone while she wasn't there. Her right leg slowly bumped up and down at the thought. And a moment later, she began playing with the paws of the rabbit, fidgeting with it. After a few minutes of this, she stopped and pulled out her phone. Marionette stared at the phone as powered off screen and wondered, should I give her a call right now? She later shook her head. She shouldn't be so clingy. She had only just left. Thinking this, she opened her phone and moved to a music app and opened a custom album. The cover image featured a black-haired woman and a white-haired girl. This was the selfie she had managed to capture with Lillian while they were doing karaoke. She smiled slightly, looking at the countless recordings of the songs they did. She then summoned her headphones and closed her eyes, listening to the songs she had managed to record. She was going to trust that Lillian would heed the request she had written in her letter. Chapter 348, Train Station. Ham's Underground was one of the many train stations inside Restera that led to the outside of its perimeter, and as the name suggested, it was situated underground. However, in 1999, an attack caused it to be placed on the surface. This led to its official name transitioning to Ham's Train Station. At the beginning, it was created by a common construction worker who had managed to work up enough money to construct a way for other workers like him to commute to work situated in far places. And because of this deed, he was later granted the title of noble. Lillian, leaning against a solid metal wall, stared at the history-filled pamphlet in her hand. She had just arrived at the train station with a dozen minutes to spare. Currently, it was still rather busy, even though everyone who started work in the morning had already arrived at their workplace. Lillian, wearing white denim shorts and a pale blue t-shirt, took a subtle glance towards the bright sky, and holding a hand over her brows, she muttered, "It sure is hot." She checked her phone and noted the current time. Then, she turned back to the pamphlet and decided to amuse herself in the train station's history until her partner arrived. And not a moment later, she heard her name called out. "Well, howdy there, miss. Are you perhaps Lillian by any chance?" Looking up, Lillian found a woman slightly taller than her by an inch staring at her. She had long brown hair and bright green eyes. They were pretty, but the thing that was truly noteworthy about them was that they were wearing a leather cowboy hat on their head. Lillian's ears twitched at their southern accent and couldn't help but chuckle. She held out her hand for a handshake and nodded. "Yes, I am Lillian. Are you Viesta, the person I am going to be working with?" Viesta gave a strong nod, clutching Lillian's hand firmly and shaking it. "I sure am. Boy, you sure are a pretty lass, aren't you?" Lillian then watched as Viesta pulled something out, a rectangular object. It was her phone, and it seemed to be covered in cowboy-themed stickers. She was then shown the woman's screen and found it to be displaying her student ID photo. And she sure did look much different compared to now. At the start of the year, her hair was much shorter, and if she wanted to, she could even tie it into a ponytail. Viesta leaned in with sparkly eyes and asked, "You look a lot prettier in person. What is your secret, missy?" "Ushu? Secret?" Lillian raised an eyebrow. Did she have a secret? Training? She did have a skin routine, but she wasn't so fixated on it to the point of doing it every day. After having her curiosity satisfied, Viesta leaned back and released Lillian from the handshake. I see. Well, anyway, I am glad that you are willing to work hard even though your class representative is unavailable." Lillian, hearing what she said, slowly tilted her head. Was she Marionette's vice rep? After a moment of pause, she internally shrugged at the thought. She wasn't against it without a doubt. In fact, she felt like it would prove to be rather fun in some scenarios. Her mind went blank for a split second before she eventually snapped back into reality. She then quickly clutched the sides of her head tightly with a shocked expression. There's no way I am having drawbacks from being away from her for too long. Viesta, seeing that Lillian was about to bang her head on the wall, quickly pulled her back by the scruff of her neck and said, Whoa there, partner. I need a living partner, not an unconscious one. Anyway, let's make our way to the train, shall we? Lillian, regaining her sanity, gave Viesta an odd look. But the train isn't here yet. As Lillian said this, she was swiftly interrupted as the speakers warned the surrounding people of the arrival of the train. Lillian was then spun around on the spot by Viesta, causing her eyes to be directed towards an extremely long bullet train that was swiftly being flooded by people. Viesta then said, Anyway, partner, let's get on the train, shall we? After moving into the train and traveling up, they quickly found the section for premium passengers. And once they discovered their room, they made their way in. The Academy is very generous to let us have this, Lillian commented, resting her back against her couch as she felt the train begin to move. Viesta nodded, placing her hat to the side, while interlocking her fingers and looking out the window. Actually, Beatrice bought it for us. Currently, the Academy is going through a money crisis due to all of the repairs and the reimbursement for the grieving families. She then paused before adding with a proud expression. V also heard you saved quite a few soldiers, as well as some medical staff and students. Excellent work on that. By the way, you helped a lot during the invasion. Lillian gave a humble but appreciative smile as she answered. It's nothing, really. Anyone that has a bit of strength would do the exact same thing as me. No, seriously, you really did help a lot. Viesta then leaned back, wrapping her arms behind the couch and adding, not everyone would do the same. Some people would rather save their own lives than those of others. And don't get me wrong, they rewrite to do so in a survival view. But if you can help, try first before running away. She sighed, but shrugged, but fortunately, this time was different. Everyone pitched in against the invasion. Even if it was a little, she paused, becoming quieter, even though some did lose their lives. Lillian, finding Viesta's mood to have dramatically dropped, remembered that in the game, one of her friends had tragically passed away in the incident. And feeling the dark tension in the cabin increase, Lillian couldn't help but lighten the mood with small talk. So? What? That's our first destination. HM? All right. Well, I am sure you've been told we'll be making our way towards Restera's docks, correct? Seeing Lillian nod, she continued. Well, we will actually... Chapter 349. Bragging a little? Well, we will actually be making a detour to one of the towns up ahead, Viesta stated, glancing out the window and looking over the grass plains. Lillian's ear twitched at this. Her memories of this scene flashed through her mind. If she recalled, they were going to just stock up on supplies for the trip overseas. Lillian nodded and didn't ask any further, which at first caught Viesta's attention, but was soon lost as both of them admired the outside scenery. After a while, Lillian tore her gaze from the window and glanced around their room. It was a spacious quarter for travelers who were planning to go long distances. The walls were decorated with posh patterns and caused the atmosphere to feel old-timey. Either way, the qualities of the furniture were satisfactory nonetheless for a premium room. It's going to take an hour or so to reach the town, she sighed. Even with a bullet train, it was going to take a while. But there wasn't much point in whining about it. Viesta, seeing as Lillian was about to pull out her phone, decided to make some small talk. So, may I ask why your partner is currently unavailable for council work? Huh? Lillian scratched the side of her head. She's got some stuff and needs to go back to her estate. She should be back in a couple months, though, which is a bit saddening. Viesta nodded, then sighed. Same with mine. Apparently, he had some family issues back in his own estate. I am glad he decided to join me. He'd been especially boring on my own. Lillian smiled and waved her hand dismissively. Yeah, no problem. I got the role, so I might as well do some help. This also would help towards my merits, right? Oh, absolutely. Wait, how did you know about the merit? Viesta raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Lillian's face. A common lass like you should be able to know about that unless part of something. Lillian smirked at the woman's suspicion. One of the Academy's staff slipped up that's all. Is that right? How clumsy. Viesta let out an exasperated sigh, kicking her legs onto the table, surprising Lillian for a split second. However, a moment later, the sounds of knocks echoed from the door. Knock, knock. The two glanced at each other before Lillian decided to get up and open it. And what she found on the other side was just one of the staff on the train serving out drinks. Once thanking the waitress, she returned to her seat, setting down the tray of complimentary beverages on the table. Viesta, who had removed her legs from the table, gave Lillian a curious look as a thought flashed through her mind. She watched as Lillian poured herself a cup of water before asking, Your partner is Marionette von Roselle, right? I heard rumors that you redating that woman. Cough, cough. Lillian choked on her water once she heard that and quickly placed the cup down. Once regaining her composure, she asked with a flustered voice, Huh? F from who? Lillian was aware that she had stated that she was dating Marionette a few times, but she hadn't been blatantly saying it out loud. Was she, or were their actions together already a dead giveaway? Viesta put on her cowboy hat and pinched the edge of it with a mischievous grin. Someone as esteemed as myself. I shall not give away my informants. So is it true or not? Lillian, figuring it might, been Beatrice who told the woman, sighed before grinning broadly as well. Placing her leg over the other, she stated with a proud voice, You bet I am. And that's the perfect girlfriend, too. Who doesn't? Love a woman that is both strong and respectful of your choices. She chuckled proudly. Lillian then went on to brag to her girlfriend about Viesta, who keenly listened in on what the rabbit had to say. She had even begun polishing a silver revolver due to how long Lillian was going on for. Oh, and Dawn, to get me started on how cute she is. One time, I tried to leave, but she immediately clung on to me. After a few more recollections, Lillian finally finished. She let out a meaningful sigh as she noticed the train had entered a brightly lit cave. Looking out the window, she stared at the metal-covered walls that supported the caves. Currently, they were going through a humongous mountain that acted as a border. At this realization, she couldn't help but widen her eyes as an event in the game popped into her mind. She distinctly recalled the train coming to a stop later on due to an obstruction in the way in most cases being a collapsed ceiling. Of course, due to the help of enchantments and advanced mechanical engineering, the train was capable of coming to a halt extremely fast while keeping its passengers safe. However, in some cases, this scenario never happened. This was because this event was completely chance-based. Is it just me, or did you feel as though this train had come to a stop? Viesta, looking over the metal sheen on her gun, instantly noticed the lack of movement from the train. It was later confirmed by the speakers stuck to the upper corners of the room. Apologies to everyone on this particular express, but we are facing some rather unfortunate obstructions in our way. We're now contacting support, and the estimated time for them to get here would be in a few hours. Viesta fidgeted with the rim of her leather hat, slightly concerned. Oh boy, this sure do sound like trouble. We may be a little off schedule, Lillian. Looking up, she found Lillian looking under her shirt. The white-haired girl glared at a particular neck accessory hanging around her neck. Due to its enchantment of causing her to have the same amount of luck as a main character, she was now stuck in this mess. She sighed. Viesta, who was about to contact the student council president, watched as Lillian began to suddenly equip items out of nowhere. She tilted her head in confusion, but then she heard something echo inside her ears. Looking to her side and out of the window, She found the window to be slathered in a strange liquid as a dark red tongue ran over it. Chapter 350. Roof of the train? The tongue slathered against the window, covered in rough spines that screeched against the transparent surface. Then it disappeared back into a dark red maw that bit at the window, trying to shatter and break through. Its teeth were sharp and slightly angled outwards. Both Viesta and Lillian listened as screams erupted inside the train, bravado through the walls of their room. However, they were soon silenced as the intercoms of the train rang out, "Good afternoon, passengers." But there seems to be a group of barrel moles obstructing the train as well. Please stay in your seats and wait for the authorities to come. They will not enter the train, I can assure you. Viesta, who was previously startled by the sight of the maw, let out an exaggerated sigh at what it was. Scratching the back of her scalp, she muttered with a frustrated hiss, "A damn barrel mole? So, that's why the train stopped." Shaking her head, she looked towards Lillian and found her getting up. Currently, the white-haired girl was only wearing a pair of dark gauntlets, which gave off a sinister vibe, and a black cloak. Viesta waved her hand dismissively at this, gesturing for her to sit back down. "Just sit back down, Lillian. If you planning on fighting them, their ISN, much point. You'll only be wasting your energy and risking getting injured. Just wait for the authorities to get here." Lillian, listening to the woman's words, gave her a nonchalant look before shrugging. "And I don't see much point sitting here either, Miss Viesta. If we can help the authorities in dealing with troubles, we can solve ourselves. Why not?" Viesta, kicking her legs onto the table, responded with a hesitant look. She sighed and closed her eyes, folding her arms as she muttered, "Look, Missy, as much as I want to go out there and blow out the brains of monsters, I really don't want to be sat here for an hour covered in blood. You get me?" Once her words left her mouth, silence poured into the room. Feeling something was off, she opened her eyes and looked towards the automatic door, and found it to have just closed. She let the thought of Lillian leaving as she was talking settle for a moment before letting out a groan. Summoning a holster for her gun and tying it around her waist, she pinched the rim of the cowboy hat as she muttered, "These first years aren't obedient at all." After entering a public cart, she transformed her body into liquid and slipped out through the automatic doors. Once doing that, Lillian quickly climbed on top of the bullet train and looked around the tunnel. The metal walls wrapped around the tunnel were now littered with holes as countless monsters crawled out of it, these being barrel moles. These creatures were usually at the savage stage, rank, and only had a single shell around their mana core. They had large arms covered in a thick layer of metal-like chitin that allowed them to dig through stone-like terrains. And not only that, but their entire body was encased in the same material, causing them to be roundish, with only their entire head and rear being exposed, thus giving them the name barrel mole. Due to their rank, they are rather strong creatures if you were either an ordinary person or were extremely inept at magic. Someone like her at the beginning, and they were especially dangerous due to them coming in large groups. However, unlike her past self, she had come a rather long way. Breathing in a deep breath, she stretched her arms out to the side. Then, with a loud exhale, she yelled, Finally, some action. She watched as the barrel moles began to climb on top of the train, causing it to shudder as their weight pressed down against the roof. She stared at their faces and looked at their whisker-covered noses, finding them twitching at her as they chattered their teeth. She then stared at their hands, finding them to be grinding against the surface of the train. It gave off the impression they were readying their charge. Lillian remembered what Viesta had said earlier. It would be unfortunate for her to have to spend the remainder of the train ride covered in blood. Raising her hand and shaping it into a gun, she began blasting pressurized water bullets. A few shot through the air, whistling as they quickly narrowed on the monsters. Splash, splash, splash. But they were rendered useless as the monsters that quickly shattered their form using their armored hands. This caused a flash of disappointment to appear on Lillian's face. Brings back memories? The memory of fighting against the carapace dwellers resurfaced inside her head. However, it quickly disappeared as she noticed a small hole through their armor. And seeing this, a large, toothy grin stretched across her face. Looks like it won. To be the same, after all. After she said that, a multitude of spears began to appear around her, their tips sharp and aimed towards the barrel moles, who became stunned. However, they quickly broke out of their stupor and charged towards Lillian at the clear sign of hostility spewing out of her. Lillian, tucking her hands into her pockets, released the spears hovering in the air and blasted them forward. Pain squeaks echoed throughout the tunnel as blood began to spill over the roof of the train. The passengers that were still seated in their seats flinched at the sight of blood running down the windows and watched as the barrel moles rolled off the roof. Lillian, walking up to a mole, stared at its caved-in face. Watching as blood bubbled and sprayed out from its face, she quickly stepped away and moved to the side of its body. She smirked and planted her feet against its side and pushed forward. But then, she frowned as she found the corpse was too heavy to move. She rolled her eyes and removed her foot. Then, she placed her gauntlets on its body and pushed forward, managing to push it off. However, as she was doing this, she glanced to the corner of her eyes and found a barrel mole pouncing towards her. Chapter 351. Finishing things up? Bang! Lillian watched as something shot through the side of the mole's body, piercing through its tough exterior. Then, she watched as its body ruptured and exploded from the inside out. Fortunately, by the time this happened, Lillian had already used her cloak as cover. Pulling her cloak to the side, she stared at the remains of the mole and watched as it slowly slid off the roof. Looking to the side and down, she found a woman standing outside the train. She had long, curly brown hair with a cowboy hat on her head. Her attire consisted of a brown jacket, jean shorts, and western boots that were completely inspired by the cowboy theme. She then watched as the woman pushed the rim of her hat up with the barrel of her gun, revealing a pair of green eyes. It was Viesta. She then watched as the woman leapt onto the roof of the train and strolled over to her. "You sure did quite some damage, little lassie." Viesta then kicked the corpse that Lillian was trying to push, which seemingly did nothing at first before a magical force struck it. Lillian, watching this happen, pulled out all the information she had on Viesta from her memories. Viesta was part of a moderately large noble family that held a business in the technology industry. However, the woman had developed an unhealthy obsession with cowboys at a young age, which led to her disregarding any responsibility for the business. And if she recalled correctly, the woman had the unorthodox element of echoes. Lillian dusted her hands and placed them inside her pockets with a casual demeanor. She then said with a grateful expression, "Thanks, and, it's only a little bit of blood here and there." "Only here and there? I think you killed about a dozen already, missy." Shaking her head, Viesta gave a small but impressed smile. She then added, "Can T expect any less from someone in a Paragon class, can I?" Lillian chuckled. "I am not really that strong. I am just averagely strong." Viesta, who was about to comment on something, felt a faint sound echo inside her ears. She pressed down on the hammer of her gun and spun around. A barrel mole, having climbed onto the train, charged towards her. And as she was about to shoot, something shot past her head. Shooting towards the mole, it was a spear made of water. The barrel mole quickly raised its armored hands, intending to block. But Crackbisht was ultimately pierced through. Viesta briefly widened her eyes before smirking. She spun back towards Lillian and aimed her gun at the center of the smug girl's face. And, right as she was about to press down on the trigger, Lillian quickly ducked, bang, dodging a bullet that shot over her head and entered the open maw of a mole. The barrel mole then suddenly blasted backwards as a force crashed into its body, tearing through its lower half. Viesta glanced down at Lillian with a smirk. "Quite the reflex you got there, Lillian. You also have some good mastery behind that natural element of yours." She then paused before adding, "Talented, aren't you?" Lillian gave the woman a wry smile, Now what would you have done if I wasn't able to dodge that? Miss Viesta? I already gauged that you could dodge before I pressed the trigger. And if you didn't, I wouldn't have aimed at your head. Simple. Viesta chuckled before adding, and also dropped the miss part. I am not someone special enough for that. She patted Lillian's shoulder and spun her gun with her other hand. Lillian sighed, nodding tiredly. Yeah, all right. As for your question, I am just average, really. I am not really that talented. She then went silent and added, just slightly on the lucky side. Huh. Well, if you really are lucky, then we're going to need it. My gun and the smell here have attracted a bit of those rodents. Lillian glanced around, finding the walls trembling again and the holes spilling out another wave of moles. The two then fought on each other's sides, building up the number of bodies. It was also where Viesta had noticed something about Lillian. You, not very experienced with fighting with another person, are you? Lillian, turning back to Viesta and watching as she reloaded her gun, gave the woman's words a moment of thought before smiling wryly. Now that you mention it, I had really only fought alongside a monster. The only time I fought alongside someone, either I am doing most of the work or the opposite. And when she said that, the image of a certain assassin flashed through her mind, causing her smile to turn even more depressed. How was she going to fight beside the woman at this rate? Bang! Lillian snapped back into reality, finding a corpse had dropped beside her. Then, this will be good practice, Viesta declared, having pulled out another revolver. Lillian nodded, kicking off the corpse, and continued to decrease the number of monsters trying to climb up. I never gave it much thought when it was a game, but damn, why are there so many? It was only after a little while that the moles had finally ceased exiting from the countless holes around, and was instead blocked by their bodies. Lillian breathed a sigh of relief. Was that an entire colony? Viesta, watching as Lillian took a seat on the train, decided to join her while pinching the rim of her hat. Lillian stared at the woman's hat, smirking as she muttered, "You got a little blood on it." Huh? Are you being serious? Viesta took off her hat and let out an exasperated groan, finding that it was indeed stained in blood. Lillian chuckled and looked around, her eyes glazing over the countless corpses strewn on the ground beside the tracks. Then, she looked at the holes. She couldn't help but mutter, "It really is a miracle that this place didn't collapse already." Viesta, who was brushing off the blood with a brown cloth, responded, "Well, you can thank the metal casing around the tunnel. They rebuilt for it." After finally polishing the leather hat, she said, "So, never fought alongside anyone but monsters? What, do you have one of those rare kind of shards?" "Uh-huh, in the form of a beetle with a human face." Lillian watched as Viesta's face morphed into one of disgust. She was undoubtedly creeped out by what the rabbit had just stated. That you know what, if it's strong, then it doesn't matter. Shaking her head, she then muttered, "Anyway, regardless, try to find a group to fight with in the near future. You, needed to take on the trials if you ever want to get stronger." Are you perhaps referring to God's value? Chapter 352. God's value and predatory aura? Trials were the creation of the jester, using scenes throughout history belonging to Hearth the world where it all took place. Not only was it a way to test a mage's ability and potential, but also a mean for them to ascend up the ladder of tiers, but also acted as a form of entertainment for the gods watching. However, to both create the gates leading into the trial and the trial itself, the jester must get something out of it. In exchange for entertainment, the gods offer a percentage of their mana to the jester. However, since all the rankings of gates were different from one another, a measurement was created. God's value. As long as the total number of participants managed to attract enough divine attention, they would be eligible to enter the trial. And if you weren't able to satisfy the jester's requirements, it would forcefully send you to the below under a realm filled with nothing but horrors. It was also a place that Lillian would want to avoid at all costs. Only a handful had managed to escape from there, but not without cost to their mental or spiritual selves. This was the main reason why most trials were taken in groups. It was also seen that the failure to meet the jester's requirement was a form of punishment for wasting its time, which Lillian found quite comical, but also chilling. After recalling this piece of information, Lillian soon snapped out of her deep thoughts as she was face to face with a wall of rubble. For the past dozen minutes, she and Viesta had been walking along the roof of the train to take a look at the obstruction blocking their way. Having hopped off the train, Viesta looked towards Lillian, with her fingers pinching the rim of her hat. She then asked, "So, why was it that you wanted to check this out?" Lillian, getting down from the roof of the train, looked toward Viesta with a smug look as she summoned a glass shard. The woman raised an eyebrow, curious about the random item that Lillian held in her hand. But as soon as she took a look at it, she immediately flinched back. What she saw was a grotesque human face with no lips smiling at her broadly. It was a frightening thing to see, but it was something that allowed Viesta to grasp Lillian's intentions. However, before that, she asked, "Wait, you have a shard? Like the shard feature part of the system?" Lillian, who was about to chuck the shard, looked back at her, grinning. "I did say I am lucky. Yikes. You sure are. I killed who knows how many in my trial and didn't get a single one." Viesta, envious of Lillian's luck, rubbed the back of her neck with a sigh. "Geez, I gotta find a posse of my own to take on my next trial. Ha ha, I'll find one. I am sure." Lillian didn't really need to think much. Currently, if she played her cards well, she could have both Marionette, Millis, and Ref for a future trial. And as she thought that, she paused and scratched her cheek with a thoughtful look. "I gotta find my fifth member." For each trial, only a total of 5 people could join, unless there was a special circumstance where that rule was voided. It was also the maximum number of part members you could have in the game. Lillian chucked the glass shard towards the rubble. She watched as the shard spun through the air before shattering and reforming into the heavy beetle. And luckily, it was just about large enough to fit inside the tunnel. The beetle glanced around for a moment, raising an eyebrow at its narrow surroundings. Then, it noticed Lillian crawling under before pointing towards the rubble. "All right, beetle, clear up the path." As Lillian said this, nothing happened. Lillian tilted her head, noticing the beetle had moved an inch at her command, and turning around to face it, she found it cringing at her. Its eyes were narrowed, and its face became much more tense and wrinkled as it stared at Lillian with a look of bafflement. If it had eyebrows, its expression would definitely be a lot more dramatic. It was as if it was asking Lillian, "How do you expect me to get through that?" Lillian rolled her eyes, giving an exaggerated shrug. "I don't know, spit on it or something? ISN. Your saliva really acidic dash?" Splat. Stepping back, Lillian swiftly avoided a ball of acidic saliva, which melted slightly through the concrete. Sizzle. Her face darkened, but then turned twitchy as irritation took over. The beetle gave a low and distorted chuckle, watching as Lillian threw a tantrum before looking towards the rocky obstruction and spitting on it. Sizzle. Lillian watched expectantly as the beetle's saliva ate through the stone, her face lighting up as she found her plan to work. But then disappointment took over as the stones stacked above rolled over. She and the beetle watched this happen with dark expressions, even watching as one rolled from the top and landed on Lillian's foot. Youch! Lillian kicked the rock off her left foot and hopped on the spot, clutching her toes with a pained expression. The beetle raised one of its pointy legs and pointed it at Lillian. It then opened its mouth and, Jaya-hee-ha, began laughing. Lillian glared at it and grabbed onto its leg. The beetle's body then warped and stretched, transforming back into its shard form. The rabbit then threw the shard back into her mana realm with a look of annoyance, as she eventually placed her foot back on the ground. TCH stinkin'? Good-for-nothing beetle. She then turned back to find a wide-eyed Viesta, who seemed to have been stunned by the beetle's presence. Lillian tilted her head and asked, "You all right, Viesta? Does he look that ugly from behind?" "Oh, I think I was just affected by its predatory aura." Lillian raised an eyebrow, before widening her eyes and opening her mouth into an "Oh, oh, Predatory aura." I forgot about that. In the game, you would be able to see the win rate of each battle. However, to the people of this world, this could be measured using a feeling radiated by a monster. Predatory aura. Monsters would unconsciously radiate an intimidating aura of their estimated strength to a small radius around themselves. Passively, this would allow them to find other monsters to devour and to grow in strength, while also paralyzing weaker monsters or putting them in a state of panic. But humans were different in the sense that they didn't radiate this aura. And because of that, they were safe from being detected by monsters relying on other creatures. Predatory aura. And instead, they were given an intrinsic tool inside their body that allowed them to sense the strength of the monster. But that feeling would only appear if the chances of losing your life outweighed your chances of winning. Lillian gave a small hum. Really? Well, I guess he was really tough to take down, I suppose. Now that she remembered, she didn't even take it down. The violet tree, Morbasker did. And now that she thought about it, why didn't she sense its predatory aura? Scratching the back of her head, Lillian wondered, did she actually have a high chance of winning? Or did she just have a high chance of living through the encounter? Well, I suppose Marionette was there, since she was just playing dead. She then glanced down her necklace. Could this also play a factor? Her lucky necklace definitely did play a part in her survival and fight against the beetle, but as she thought about it more, to what extent would her necklace protect her? If she were left alone to bleed out, how would her necklace go about saving her? Could it save her from an inevitable fate? Lillian, feeling a tap on her shoulder, snapped out of her thoughts. Finding herself back on top of the train, she found Viesta pointing towards the corpses. Do you have a lot of room inside your spatial storage? Lillian, blinking at her, smiled wryly. There are way too many of them. I can fit them all in my ring. Seriously? Man, I can fit them in mine either. Viesta facepalmed, disappointed. I got a ton of stuff inside her spatial ring. This sucks. We could. V made some money on these. Soon enough, they returned to their cabin and listened to the intercom to find themselves thanked by the train driver and the staff. But not only that, but they even heard some cheers from the passengers. Lillian gave a low hum, amused. Well, I am glad that they love us painting the train red. She chuckled. After an hour, the authorities arrived, surprised by the number of corpses found within the tunnel before making it to the train. And soon enough, the obstruction was cleared. They eventually made it to their stop, the town of Blackridge. Chapter 353. Blackridge Station? Getting off the train, Lillian stretched her back, letting out a small moan. She then stared at the station with her hands resting on her hips. They were finally here. She took a look around, finding the train station not much different from the city if you were to ignore the very clear smell of smoke in the air and the overflowing bins. The town of Blackridge was both a mining and a blacksmith town that was founded only a century ago. At first, it was a manufacturing facility for Restera during a war with another kingdom. But as signs of war disappeared, so did the factory. However, since the owner was still greedy for money and still owned the land, he decided to start a village for excess refugees in exchange for laboring in his mines. At first, selling off the mineral was bringing in profits, but that was until inflation appeared, causing the value of what he made to drop drastically. And since he had to cater to the needs of his residents, it wasn't as profitable for him anymore. But then, he had the grand idea of marketing his village as a place where minerals were sold cheaply to local blacksmiths. Imported minerals were a lot more expensive, especially if you factor in the cost of delivery. This was something he knew extremely well, having worked in the business. And due to his marketing, his humble village soon grew into a large bustling town as both blacksmiths in Restera and tourists looking for equipment arrived. Unfortunately, the man who founded the town of Blackridge passed away on February 24th, 1992, and his name was Wilson von Blackridge, a baron who was given the honor of being recognized by His Highness for his efforts in supporting Restera as military. Lillian muttered quietly, reading the welcome board of the town of Blackridge. She then felt something tap her shoulder from behind. Looking back, she found Viesta staring at her with an amused look. "Howdy, you lookin'? Like you? Re-interested in this here town. Ever been here before?" Lillian shook her head. "Nah, I don't. Think I needed to have anything blacksmithed in the past." She then smirked and blinked at the woman playfully. "Did you need something made here?" Viesta smirked back, raising her hands and shaping them into guns. "You got it, partner. Got a blueprint for something need making. It shouldn't take too long if the blacksmith knows what he is doing." She then placed her right hand on the back of her head and turned around, looking towards the train, which was crowded with workers. She then glanced towards a man arguing with one of them. "What do you mean I would have to stay here? I got places to be." "Please, sir. This is merely to check for any damage. This train had just been ambushed by, well, you guys better finish it up quickly. God sake." Lillian and Viesta watched this happen with a wry look. "At least it wasn't. Just am upset, but they couldn't help, but a few people were too dramatic over this." Viesta shook her head. "I understand that these folks need to be somewhere, but surely they understand that they need to be safe to get there." Lillian shrugged. "Hey, some people's lives are basically their work. I know some that had committed suicide after losing their jobs. You know people like that, huh?" Viesta gazed at Lillian with pity. "I take it that you still affected by their passing?" Somewhat, but it has been some time ago." Lillian shook her head, visibly unfazed. Viesta nodded slowly, pinching the rim of her hat. She glanced at the sign for a brief moment before asking, "So, partner, what do you think was the reason for those monsters going rampant?" Lillian glanced at her for a moment and thought about her answer. How should she go about not revealing too much? "Dunno. Monsters, really. They would attack anything that isn't their own. But if I did have to give an answer, I would say that they might have an alpha now." Lillian placed her hands inside her pockets and shrugged. She then leaned her head back against the sign and fell into deep thought. The barrel mole alpha was a savage Maui monster of the D rank with 3 mana shells formed. It was also the monster that would later lead an attack on the town of Blackridge after following the train. But that was only if you had encountered the obstruction first. After that, it was up to chance whether or not the alpha would follow. If Lillian had to rank it in terms of difficulty, she would say it would be rather difficult if you weren't geared well enough, since her usual party members wouldn't be with you to help. Lillian glanced down at her necklace. There was no way that the necklace would actually send the monster after her, right? How would that benefit her? Obviously, it would give her some more combat experience in fighting exceptionally stronger enemies. But still, wouldn't it be too much? Lillian shook her head. She believed Lady Luck wouldn't send something like that after her. She knew her fate was intertwined with the world's story due to the necklace. But unless Millis, the main character, was here, she should be fine. Snapping herself out of her thoughts, she took a curious glance at Viesta, who was staring off to the side. Lillian, following her stare, found a woman with neck-length purple hair, a charming face, and golden eyes reading the Blackridge sign with a squint. They wore a long-sleeved shirt with pants and carried a backpack. They looked like any other tourist, but not to Lillian, as her mouth gaped at what she could only describe as the heroine standing right beside her. Millis? Millis, having heard her name, turned her eyes to the side and immediately found Lillian. Her eyes lit up, and her lips curled into a broad grin as she yelled. Chapter 354. Millis is here? Well. What are the chances of running into you, Lil? Millis leapt at Lillian and wrapped her arms around the girl's chest, bringing her into a tight and suffocating hug. This led the rabbit to feel shocked at the heroine's strength. Lillian placed her hands on the woman's shoulder and forcefully pulled herself out of the hug before asking in disbelief, "Why are you here?" Millis, watching as Lillian escaped from her clutches, pouted before folding her arms like a toddler and saying, That's the first thing you say when seeing me? We haven't seen each other in days, and you can't even say, "How are you?" Lillian's face twitched, Then she sighed as she rubbed the back of her head. She knew the heroine was right. It had been days since they last saw each other. Yeah. How? V you been then? The academy gave you a place in the city to stay, didn't? They? Uh-huh. Since I am broke as shit, they were able to lend me a place near the city center. And as for your question, I am actually just job hunting. Lillian slowly tilted her head to the side. Job hunting? Millis, staring at Lillian, blinked in confusion. She then rubbed the back of her head with a baffled expression before saying, Never heard of it, huh? Yikes. You nobles got it good. I know what job hunting is. Lillian interrupted, face-palming. I am just surprised that you were out here doing something like that. Lillian then paused before asking, If you were on the train the entire time, what were you doing while the train was being attacked? Millis blinked at what Lillian had just said. She then smiled innocently before holding up her hands and spreading her fingers out. I was asleep. Lillian stared at the heroine and felt like she wanted a facepalm again. Fortunately, she held back the urge and watched as Millis noticed Fiesta. Millis, drifting her eyes to the side, found a woman wearing a cowboy hat right beside them. Her eyes then lit up as a playful and almost flirtatious look appeared on her face. Fiesta, who was watching their interaction with both amusement and patience, watched as Millis pushed out her hand for a handshake. Well, hello there, beautiful. I am Millis Velen, currently a student at Lewis Man Academy. Are you perhaps accompanying my bestie here on her travel? Fiesta, flattered by Millis' compliment, chuckled a bit before meeting the woman's hand. She then adopted a friendly and professional tone as she said, I am indeed Miss Velen. I have heard quite a few things about you, some of which are quite humorous. You have? MHM. V heard you. V been tossed around a lot by a certain Roselle, and that some of us needed to pull you two apart. Millis instantly turned her face away, clicking her tongue in irritation as she quietly murmured, T-Sich. Damn, red ice. Making Mel look bad. The two then exited the station and strolled into the street of the town. And what they found caused their eyes to wander as countless street vendors were scattered, from selling their wares, offering high-quality polishing of their equipment, and displaying jewelry. This town had everything an adventurer could ever want whenever they were on journey. Lillian's eyes drifted towards a group of miners passing through, before looking towards the workshops of countless blacksmiths who were blatantly competing with each other. Fiesta patted Lillian's shoulder and gestured towards one of them. I'll be going in there, Missy. It might take me a while, you Dawn. Do you mind if you could find a hotel we could stay at, right? Yeah, no problem. Lillian nodded and watched as Fiesta bid Millis goodbye before walking towards the workshop. However, the rabbit continued to stay still as the scene felt familiar to her. She then watched as Fiesta paused in her walk before glancing back and asking, You have my contacts, right? Lillian couldn't help but give a wry smile. No wonder it felt so familiar. After Fiesta entered the workshop, Millis wrapped her arm around the rabbit's neck and asked, How about we go somewhere to eat? I am quite hungry, you know. Lillian nodded softly, but then stiffened. She creakingly turned to the heroine and asked, All right, but who's paying? Millis stared at Lillian's twitching face with an expectant look in her eyes. She then backed away and pressed the tips of her index fingers together, feigning shyness. I was hoping my bestie could pay for me as well. Lillian's right eye twitched, instantly knowing what Millis was pulling. However, she sighed and pulled her along. She was going to pay for the heroine, regardless. After a bit of walking, they found a place where they could dine. And once ordering their food, Millis looked at Lillian with a smug look as she asked, So, how was your date with Red Ice? Lillian, who was sipping a cup of water, almost spat it back out at what she heard. How did the heroine know she had gone on a date with Marionette? After coughing a bit, she asked, How did you know? HM. Millis raised an eyebrow before softening her playful gaze. Because I am the one that helped her set up that date. Before Lillian could comprehend what she had just heard, she watched as Millis leaned forward over the table, blinking at her teasingly. If I remember correctly, Your ass was hella drunk. Hey, all right. How did you know about me being drunk? Well, a woman with long black hair and red eyes was seen exiting a building with an unconscious girl on her back, passed out from drinking. It was Marionette and Lillian. Marionette sighed, walking down the steps to the door as she felt the girl's hand snake from around her neck to her chest. She stiffened, blushing slightly as she listened to the girl's faint murmuring. Mari, I really like you. Marionette's subtle blush deepened a bit as a small smile appeared on her lips. She felt extremely happy about what she had just heard. Once making it down the stairs, she slowly looked to the side, finding a mysterious individual wearing an oversized trench coat, a black beanie, and what she could assume to be a fake mustache attached to glasses. She blinked at the individual and asked, "So, this was what you wore to spy on us?" "Very poor, Velen. Oi, this was what I had in my closet." Millis took off the glasses from her face, and also, this worked quite well. Thank you very much. Although, Lillian did almost catch me a few times. The heroine walked up to the assassin and stared at the sleeping rabbit on the woman's back. She grinned and poked Lillian's cheek, causing the drunken girl to wave her hand as she tried to swat the heroine. The rabbit then moved her hand around Marionette's chest, which caused the latter to blush again. Yikes, this gal sure is drunk as hell, huh? How much did she drink anyway? I believe it was only a few. She seems rather lightweight. Chapter 355, Bitterness Against Alcohol. Marionette then turned to Millis, who nodded at what she had just said. She, too, remembered Lillian getting drunk easily, although she was also ridiculously drunk at the time. Marionette, staring at the heroine, said, "You are also lightweight, Velen, from what I recall." "Ashi, what? That's with the stray?" "Stray?" Marionette slowly tilted her head to the side, subtly adjusting her hold on Lillian, who continued to murmur groggily. Millis, seeing that the assassin was confused by what she meant, sighed before waving her hand dismissively. She then muttered, "Never mind. I see." Marionette then pulled out her phone and called her driver, intending for him to come pick her up by the side of the street. Millis, hearing as she gave the address, tucked her hands in her pocket as she looked up towards the sky, ignoring the stars and gazing at the beautiful crescent moon in the sky. And if she had to be honest, she felt that it did a much better job at illuminating the street than the streetlights, ironically. The heroine then abruptly asked, "So, how was it? Your birthday, I mean." Marionette, who was looking for any signs of her driver, glanced at Millis. She was silent for a few moments before letting out a small hum of acknowledgement. "It was unlike any other. I am even upset to know that it's only a few mere hours away from the next day." She then turned to Millis with a warm smile. "And it was partially because of your help. Thank you, Millis." Millis, staring at the woman's face, slowly widened her eyes. She then gave a soft snort as she wrapped her arms behind her head before turning away with an almost shy look on her face. "No prob. That's what friends do for each other, right?" MHM. The two then became awkwardly silent. Eventually, Millis broke it by asking with her usual teasing grin, "So, did you guys do it? Or are you planning to do it as soon as you guys get home?" Marionette raised an eyebrow, but then slowly widened her eyes in realization. She then sighed in disappointment as she glanced at Lillian's drunken expression. "I was actually meaning to progress to that point today as soon as we got back to her apartment. However, it seems like I won. Be able to with how she is currently, right now." Yikes. Cock blocked by alcohol. That's really funny if you think about it. Marionette rolled her eyes. But she couldn't help but find it humorous as well, if she ignored the burning bitterness she had for it at this very moment. Soon enough, her driver arrived. After gently placing Lillian inside, she looked towards Millis and asked, "Would you like to be driven anywhere?" "HM? No. I live quite close around here. But thanks for the offer." Marionette nodded and moved towards the inside of the limousine. However, right as she was about to shut the door, she heard Millis say, "Happy birthday, Marionette." The heroine raised a hand and waved at the assassin, wearing an unfamiliar smile. "I hope you have a good rest of your night." Marionette, hearing this, smirked and got inside the car. And once Millis saw the woman, she closed the door on her, and she couldn't help but give a wry smile at this. The heroine sighed, shaking her head at this and shrugging her shoulders. It wasn't that big of a deal. She then placed her hands inside her pockets and turned away, intending to walk away until she noticed the car window slide down. She blinked as a sudden object was thrown towards her. She stumbled back, shooting her hands out of her pocket as she juggled what she could describe as a wad of cash. She looked back at the car, finding Marionette smiling at her. She then heard the woman say, "Thank you, Millis. I hope you have a good night. Yourself." Once the window was rolled up, the limousine drove off. However, that wasn't Millis' main focus. Instead, there was a stack of cash lying in her hands. There were 100 bills stacked on each other, with each worth 100 semis. She had just been given 10,000 semis. Holy sugar mommy, I am fucking rich. Jumping on the spot, she immediately dashed towards the nearest bank machine to deposit into her account before speeding back home. She was going to spend it in one sitting. That much. And what exactly did you spend it on? Having just left the diner, the two went off to find a nearby hotel for Lillian and Viesta. Lillian had her eyes narrowed on Millis, who noticed that she now had the girl's full keen attention. The heroine grinned broadly before pulling out her phone and entering an app. She then held her screen to Lillian's face, who squinted for a brief moment and found a rather charming woman holding a lecherous pose. Lillian's face immediately darkened as she realized what Millis had done. You spent it all on a gotcha game. Lillian stared at the heroine in bafflement before quickly closing her mouth, noticing she had attracted a lot of attention to them. Millis, who was covering her ears, let out a sigh before waving her hand. Look, if you were given the chance to get the character you have been wanting for since the launch of a game, of course you would go all in. Got a max? I'm out, you know. Lillian's eyes widened in shock. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. There was no possible way that Millis had actually spent 10,000 semis on a game, right? That was like $15,000 in her old world. Wait, is that even the right conversion? Lillian thought for a moment. She could barely remember the correct conversion, but that shouldn't matter. For all she needed to know was that Millis had spent a buttload of money on a video game. Millis, noticing the look she was getting, slowly backed away. Hey bro, it's my money, but Don, worry, I didn't actually spend all of it, all right? I still got. Chapter 356, Abomination in the Tunnel. Lillian stared at Millis with narrowed eyes, baffled by the amount the woman had spent on a game. Although she too had spent some on games in the past, it definitely was to this degree. Millis, holding up her hands in defense, felt a drop of sweat pour out and run down her cheek. She couldn't help but feel Lillian was pressuring her just a tad bit too much. All right, look, I still got like half of it left. It was all for a good cause, all right. And that cause being to spend $5,000 on a game? And no, well, yes, but you have to understand in the name of big tita waifus. All right, Millis stuttered before waving her hand at the girl. Anyway, that's my money, anyway. Big deal. Lillian gave an exasperated sigh, unable to refute that it was indeed the woman's money. Millis should be able to do whatever she wanted, but she couldn't help but feel it was for the wrong reason. I feel like a mom. She then took an unconscious glance toward the mountain in the distance, the place where the town's mine was. It was also a source of most of its profits, going by what was written on the sign. After a little bit of walking, they finally found a hotel where they could stay. And since Lillian was such a charitable person, she decided to buy Millis a room too, which the heroine was extremely grateful for. Once the two bid each other goodbye, they went into their respective room, which were fortunately on the same floor. Lillian took a look inside her hotel room, finding it to be clean and pristine, as well as luckily being cool, something she was happy about due to the hot weather. She had bought a room with 2 beds, one for her and one for Viesta for when she finally gets here. Kicking off her shoes, she leapt onto her bed. finding it comfortably soft and cold as her body sank into the blanket and mattress underneath her. Turning around and lying on her back, she pulled out her phone and stared at her screen. Should she give Marionette a quick call to see how she was doing? Nah, I think she is quite busy right now. And after she muttered that, time quickly went by as Viesta finally arrived at the hotel. Apparently, it might take a day for it to be completely made, which Lillian was fine with. Stepping out of the bathroom with a towel wrapped around her hair and a different set of clothes, she gestured for Viesta to take it as she walked to the window. Viesta, who was about to move into the bathroom, couldn't help but mention, "You were prepared for this to be a multiple-day trip, huh?" "Well, you prepared." Lillian chuckled. "Well, sometimes my clothes get ripped up with I am fighting." She then opened the curtains and stared at the sky, finding it had turned dark already. She shook her head before hopping into her bed and preparing to go to bed. But right as she was about to do this, she couldn't help but hope that, due to both her and Millis' presence here, nothing bad would happen. Back at the tunnel where Lillian's train was attacked, workers roamed around, blocking off the entrance into the tunnel as they tried to figure out what was going on. A worker who was staring at the container of barrel moles couldn't help but scratch his head in confusion. He glanced at the holes in the metal walls. Why did these guys even go through the trouble of doing this? His colleague glanced at him from the side, holding a clipboard and pen. He walked to the worker's side and scratched his head as well, equally as puzzled. While cases like these had come up in the past, they would be able to identify the reasons for the monsters to become like this. In most cases, due to starvation. However, it didn't seem like the case for this. We've been using these guys or pest control for a while, and with the subtle influx in monsters in the past couple months, surely they've been well fed, right? His colleague shook his head, tired. Looks like we might need to contact mages to deal with it in the future instead of relying on monsters. I suppose. But I guess we can install turrets, can we? That would need constant maintenance. Not easy really in such a terrain. As the two conversed on possible solutions and reasons for the monster's abrupt behavior, they were immediately frightened as their superior appeared behind them. "Do I pay you guys to chat or work? Quickly hurry up, I want to get this over and done with." The two watched angrily as their superior walked away, greatly annoyed before sighing. They patted each other on the shoulder as they got back to work, and as they couldn't help but feel the ground shudder as a deafening screech echoed through the cave, with them being the nearest. After regaining their balance, they quickly dodged small chunks of stone that fell from the roof, followed by a shower of dust. "What the hell?" the worker whispered, taking off his hard hat and brushing the dust off with an annoyed look. He then took a glance at his colleague and found them staring up with wide eyes. He raised an eyebrow and found the other workers staring up at the ceiling with darkened expressions. Curiosity took over him as he raised his eyes towards the ceiling, and what he found caused his heart to stop for a brief moment. The metal casing that covered the ceiling above him had been completely pried open like a tin can, the edges held open by large flexible claws, each 3 to 4 meters long. They shone with a metallic sheen as they scraped against the material, scratching at it and causing a chilling screech to echo. The worker then drew his eyes to the center of the hole and discovered an entity that struck fear into his heart. Teeth as long as an average person, were angled outside the maw of a horrific beast. They were unnaturally and disgustingly yellow, while also releasing a pungent odor. They were chipped, but that seemed to only add to their deadliness. The abomination had eyes for each individual worker, plus more, as it was shown with an ominous dark red light. And as many eyes it had as many whiskers that were like metallic wires that hung like thick ropes. Not only that, but due to the size of this thing, they couldn't see past its horrific face that remained still and unmoving. The only thing that wasn't moving was its sharp fingers that scratched at the edges of the metal ceiling. The sounds of its scratches gripped each individual heart of the workers below fear, causing their hearts to skip several beats as their breathing became shallow. They didn't T dare breathe too loudly. They didn't. T dare to breathe in too deeply. They didn't. T dare to do anything that could cause the terror above them to react. For although it had yet to do anything, they knew that they would be dead in mere moments if one of them moved. The man stared up, resisting the urge to both shiver and tense the muscles on his face. He fearfully tightened his hold on the rim of his helmet. They just needed to wait for the mages outside to come in and rescue them. They definitely can, right? Unfortunately, he wouldn't be able to know the outcome of that, for one of his colleagues had suddenly turned and run. The colleague screamed out, "I can do this." However, before he could get far, one of the whiskers of the abomination shot towards him with blurring speed, piercing through his chest. The fearful worker spat out blood as he watched the whisker wrap around his body, pulling him up towards the beast that opened its mouth slightly. His eyes shot wide open as he wriggled his legs. "And no, please, I don't want to go yet. Please, someone." Once the upper half of his body entered the horror's maw, it slowly closed on the man, causing his last words to come out strained and distorted as his cries escaped. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The workers watched this happen with trembling eyes as they listened to the sounds of the monster's chewing. And as they watched their colleague's lower half drop to the ground with a wet and cold thud, all sense of rationality left their bodies as panic overwhelmed their mind. They needed to live. That was the thought each of them had. However, right as they scattered towards the exit of the tunnel, the whiskers of the monster shot out like living entities. Soon enough, the same scene happened. The same crunching noise echoed. And it was only after all but one had been eaten that the mages happened to have arrived. Chapter 357, Missed Calls. Next morning, 8 a.m., Lillian stared at her phone with a frightened expression, her lips shaky, for there were exactly 10 missed calls from a certain assassin. She had completely forgotten to give Marionette a call yesterday. Viesta, who had woken up not long after, found Lillian clutching both sides of her head with a look of despair. She raised an eyebrow, but smiled nonetheless, believing it must be something casual. Quite the expression for such an early day, Lillian. What? Forgot to doing something important yesterday, eh? Lillian creakingly turned to the woman, her eyes trembling. She then twisted around and face planted into her pillow, letting out moans of regret as she cursed her forgetful memory. She soon sat up and called the assassin. And right as she pressed the button, click, the call was immediately picked up, startling her. Right as she was about to say hello, Marionette's voice shot out from the phone, her voice stoic. "Good morning, Lillian. Have you recovered from your hangover?" Lillian, sensing the lack of coldness in the woman's voice, sighed in relief. Perhaps the assassin wasn't upset that she had missed her calls. "I have. How was your trip? Have you reached your estate yet?" "I have. I am now in my room." Marionette then went silent for a moment before asking in a cold and scolding voice, "Why didn't you call me yesterday? And how come you didn't pick up my calls?" Lillian froze, feeling goosebumps appear on her arms at the chilling tone the assassin adopted. The woman was definitely mad at her. Her smile turned crooked, and her face twitched a bit as she thought of a reply to the assassin's question. Perhaps she could just be truthful. "Well, I kind of forgot when I fell asleep." Lillian gave an embarrassed giggle as she rubbed the back of her head. Lillian continued to stare down at the call, wondering and fearing why Marionette had gone silent all of a sudden. But that was when she found the call had shifted. It was now asking her to accept a FaceTime call. "Why did you decline?" Lillian, having just instantly declined the FaceTime, began to ponder a reason why. She couldn't just say that she had taken a train to a town outside the city and was now staying in a hotel, right? And not only that, but she was also staying with somebody that the assassin had met yet. Pulling the phone to her ear, she began to mutter out jumbled words with a stuttering voice, hoping to get something out that made sense. Well, you see, I look like a mess right now. Yeah, so, you done? You want to see a messy me, right?" Hearing what she had just said, she couldn't help but puff out her chest at such an excuse. However, What she heard next caused her to blush uncontrollably. I am fine with a messy you. I am sure you LL look attractive, regardless, Lillian. Lillian fell back on her bed, slamming her face into a pillow as she flailed her legs up and down out of embarrassment. She let out a high squeak moan at the loving compliment. Shooting back up to her knees, she stared at her phone and opened her mouth. However, right as she was about to, Viesta exited the bathroom and called out her name. Oi, Lillian, the bathroom is ready for you to use now. Lillian froze in place, staring at the woman with a darkened face. She then slowly turned her eyes down to her face and heard a voice that was once filled with warmth, now empty of it. Who? S with you, Lillian? Jay, just a friend. Anyway, gotta go. Bye, I love you, Mari. Talk to you later, okay? Click. Inside a minimalistic room, Marionette laid on a large king-size bed with a long black nightgown that hugged her curves in a sensual way. And, currently, she was staring at the screen of her phone. She then narrowed her eyes, staring at the notification that the call was cut off. A dark glint flashed through her pupils as she read it. Did she just hang up on me? After a moment, she let out a small sigh as she placed her phone on the bedside table. Then, she turned in her bed and was face-to-face with a large stuffed rabbit plush. Her eyes drifted over its white fur and ears before glancing down at its chest, finding a white hoodie worn over it, the piece of clothing she had borrowed from Lillian. She raised a hand and began to play with its paw. I have only just left, and she's already with someone else. Wrapping her arms around the plushie, she breathed in the familiar scent and murmured, something better not happen. Lillian watched the TV, specifically the news channel. Apparently, there was an attack last night at the tunnel that she and Viesta had passed through, with only 1 out of 12 workers surviving. Viesta, watching this as well, shivered. Yikes, we sure are lucky we made it out in time. She then gently elbowed Lillian. You sure are lucky. Lillian gave a wry smile, rubbing the back of her head. Yeah, I guess I am. Anyway, do you think we'll be leaving today? HM? Well, if what I wanted is finally done, then yeah. Why? Do you have something you want made here as well? Lillian shook her head. Nah, I am quite good on items right now. Viesta nodded and pulled out a laptop from her spatial ring. I am probably going to send Beatrice an email or two. I might be here for a while, so you can explore the town if you like. Thanks for paying for the hotel, by the way. No problem. After bidding the brown-haired woman goodbye, she left, but only telling her where she was going. She was intending to go check out the mines today. Once she left her room and wandered down the corridor, a door swung open. As she stepped back and avoided getting smacked on the nose, she raised an eyebrow. She then widened her eyes. Millis? The heroine, stepping out from her room, glanced at Lillian. Her eyes then lit up immediately. Oh, fancy meeting you here, bestie. What you up to? I am thinking of heading out into town. You? Just about the same as well, bud. Hey, how about we go together? Millis walked around to Lillian, sighed and wrapped an arm around the girl's neck, bringing her in. Lillian rolled her eyes casually and nodded with a smile. As they left the hotel, they quickly made their way over to the mines, which was also Millis' destination. Lillian looked around, finding the entire mining site to be equipped with machines and miners walking around with tools in their hands. You want to work as a miner? Lillian asked with a raised eyebrow. Millis shrugged. I heard these guys get a lot of money. Plus, with my earth magic, it'll be a lot easier. I guess that sounds logical. Lillian scratched the back of her scalp. Lillian looked towards the dark mines and began plotting. If the monster were truly going here, it would most likely search for an area with high mineral content to feed on. The two of them were then approached by a tall man in a hard hat who looked at them with confusion. Lillian recognized this man to be the manager of the site. Are you ladies lost? Or have you come to take a look at how we work? Right as Millis was about to answer, Lillian answered. We were wondering if you take on 2 female workers. The man then tilted his head, raising an eyebrow before shaking his head. Sorry, but we can possibly accept women for this type of work. We're also not hiring, Millis chimed in. We study at Lewis Man Academy and are currently on break. We're just looking for some place to work as interns, you know, just to get some work experience. The manager went silent before squinting at them suspiciously. And how would I know you guys are not lying? Lillian and Millis glanced at each other before pulling out their student IDs, which didn't. T convinced the man. All right, you two got IDs. Now how do I know they weren't? T forged. Millis face-bombed. You can look on the Academy's website. They posted videos of the recent tournament, right? We both participated in it. Hearing this, the manager pulled out his phone and went to the website like she said and watched the video. After a bit, he gave a low hum as he skipped through most of it. He glanced at Lillian and nodded. So, you are definitely a student. He then turned to Millis. Dawn, T know about you, miss. I am in the match after that. Seeing how Millis reacted, the manager sighed, now convinced. So you two are mages. Then I presume? Lucky. Shaking his head, he stated, well, anyway, I guess if you guys want to be studious and receive some elbow grease experience, could you two first tell me what magic you specialize in? After Millis talked about her earth magic and got a definite confirmation, he turned to Lillian, who gave an uncertain answer. I can give them drinking water when they thirsty. The manager scratched the side of his face before asking, well, I guess they do get thirsty down there. He then pointed back with his thumb, gesturing toward the mining shed before stating, Chapter 358. Inside the mine? You see the shed back there? Just look inside there and try on uniforms that fit you. On one of the shelves, you should find helmets like these. He tapped the mining helmet on his head. Surely, you both know this would be a dirty job, right? I heard that your academy only accepts nobles. Millis waved her hand dismissively with a casual snort. I am not a noble. I've been through worse throughout my life. She then patted Lillian's shoulder, looking at her for an answer. Lillian smiled wryly before sighing. Shrugging off Millis' hand, she said, I've also been through worse, unfortunately. So, a little bit of dust and stone one. T bother me too much. Oh ho ho. A little? Definitely one? TB just a little. He gestured towards his clean overalls. This one was just pulled out of the washer. Clean and nice smelling. But before that, it was completely filthy. After that exchange, both Millis and Lillian moved towards the shed and put on what was required. Once that was done, they were soon given entry permits, so they wouldn't be kicked out when found. As they stepped into the mine, they were met with torches hanging on the walls. And not only that, but as they ventured deeper, they were met with more and more miners. While they were thrown curious glances, some of them ignored them as they continued to dig up whatever minerals they could find. The miners who worked inside the Blackridge mines were on a weekly quota. The more they could get out, the more each of them was paid. It sure is musky down here, huh? Lillian muttered, her nose twitching at the pungent smell of coal and the hint of sweat. Millis, who had her arms around the back of her head, gave a low hum as she said, a bit, but you can? T say it wasn't. T expected. So, why did you want to come down here anyway? Hearing the question, Lillian gave a casual reply. I just wanted to see what working as a miner was like. And honestly, from what I've seen, these guys are really organized. Not once did they get lost inside the mine despite there being tunnels in every direction. But they didn't trip over anything at all. Although the former could be a show of Lillian's excellent skill as a guide, even she had expected to trip over at least once. Soon enough, in their path, they were stopped by a gruff, sweaty man wielding a mining drill. Stop. You two are not allowed to be here. At the confrontation, both Lillian and Millis showed their entry permits, which got a nod from the gruff miner. So you girls are the ones we were told about by the boss? Millis dramatically dropped her arms to her sides, while giving the gruff miner an odd look. So, you knew we were coming here, but you still said we weren't? T allowed? The gruff miner shrugged. Can T be absolutely sure of every person that comes through here? I still can. T fathom why some noble girls want to take part in this work. Because we can? Millis folded her arms. The gruff miner shook his head slowly before pointing back with his glove-covered thumb. Anyway, past this part of the mine is way too deep for both of you. Lillian and Millis tilted their bodies, looking past the man and finding a mining elevator that led straight down. Lillian narrowed her eyes before glancing at Millis. She didn't know about the heroine, but she needed to get into the elevator to further check for signs of monsters. She then tilted her body back and gave the gruff miner an innocent smile. "Sure. Is it okay that we help you all here?" Then, Lillian wrapped an arm around Millis' shoulder and said, "My friend here is well-versed in earth magic. I am sure she can help you guys pinpoint some or deposits around here." Millis tilted her head at the girl before shrugging and going along with Lillian's words. "Yeah, I am pretty good at that sort of stuff." The gruff miner raised an eyebrow before stroking his chin. He then asked, "Then, can you tell if there's any around here?" The boss said there's some minerals around this part, but we haven't even found any despite starting so early. Millis went off with the gruff miner and guided the other miners toward the direction. And while this was happening, Lillian went around and gave the workers water. At first, they were hesitant about opening their mouths to allow the floating water to fly into their mouths, but eventually they all came to find it was fine, although they still found it a strange way to get water into their system. After half an hour, they all eased up around each other. And after an hour, they had mined out a large chunk in the tunnel they were in and managed to get a large haul that gave them a proud laugh. And soon enough, a large bell attached to one of the walls rang loudly, drawing every miner's attention as their eyes lit up. Dropping their equipment, they began to leave one by one as they went on break. They glanced back at their haul with joy in their hearts. Walking past Millis and Lillian, they thanked them for their contribution. The gruff miner who had stopped the two girls previously gazed at them, equally as happy as his colleagues. "Good work, you two. It has only been a couple of hours, but you both have shown a great work ethic. Are you girls going to stay here during your break?" Millis and Lillian glanced at each other. Lillian, who was sitting on the ground off to the side, saw the heroine giving her an option. She smiled and decided to answer for both of them. "We just be staying here and looking around. We won't be doing anything illegal, Dawn. Worry." The gruff miner nodded. "All right then, I'll trust you too. But remember not to go any deeper than this point, all right?" He then left. Lillian, seeing that she and Millis were finally alone, pushed herself off the ground before walking over to the heroine and pulling her towards the elevator. Millis, subtly startled by this, gave a teasing grin. "We going deeper? ISN trespassing illegal." Lillian glanced at her with a smirk. "Well, Chapter 359, Blackridge's Cavern? Well, ISN truly considered trespassing if we have these, right?" Lillian pulled her entry permit from her spatial ring, which caused the heroine to chuckle. Once reaching the elevator, Lillian scrutinized its appearance. Its walls were made of metal fence bars, which allowed those inside and outside to see through. And currently, its doors were shut tight with only a keypad used to open it. Lillian raised her index finger and pushed it towards the keypad, typing in the code. Beep, beep, beep. After the fifth digit, a soft click rang out. As soon as they entered the elevator, Lillian pressed a button and felt the machine tremble and hum for a second before hovering down. Millis, standing beside Lillian, slowly turned her eyes towards the girl and asked with a curious look on her face, "So, how do you know the keys?" Lillian, who was cleaning the dust on her face with water, glanced at the woman for a moment. She should probably think of a proper answer. Or, beginner. Luck, why no? Damn, you really is lucky. I got terrible luck. Millis, having been easily convinced, shook her head. It takes me like a dozen or so tries to even get anything cool. Oh, seriously? Lillian stared at the heroine, having been convinced that the woman was as lucky as her, or even luckier. She was, after all, the main character of the game. Lillian took a hasty step back as she found Millis leaning in towards her. She raised an eyebrow, confused what the heroine was up to, until, "Hey, could you wash my face as well?" Yeah, sure." After the heroine's face was cleaned, Millis smirked. "You backed away as if I was going to do something." "Not going to lie. I thought you were for a second." Lillian shrugged. "You did grope me the first moment we met." "Oh, come on. That was months ago. Millis waved her hand. And look, it was an accident anyway. You didn't T-mind it, right? Lillian folded her arms, I guess. When it as from a girl, not really. See. And I bet you grabbed Red Eyes as well when you first met her. Lillian narrowed her eyes before pausing. Her mind then drifted back to the first time she got inside Marionette's limousine. Her fingers twitched as she remembered the moment. Millis, seeing a sheepish grin on Lillian's face, took a step away before shaking her head with a sigh. Yikes. Looks like I am the only normal person in this friend group. After a moment, the elevator shook once, then twice, then a third. Eventually, the stone wall behind a fenced door disappeared. They were then met with a large underground cavern spanning several dozen kilometers. At the sight of this, Lillian shook as the memory of the catacomb flashed through her mind. However, relief washed over her as she glanced at the countless machines that produced light around the cavern. Not only that, but the sight of miners and the sounds of large machinery brought a sense of security to her as well. However, they all seemed to be on break currently. She then felt an arm wrap around her shoulder. She turned to the side and stared into Millis' eyes, which sparkled at the sight of the cavern. She then watched as the heroine held her arm out towards the cavern and declared, "Welcome to the notorious Blackridge, Cavern, Lil. The place where a lot of unfound minerals still lay deep within these stones. And it was even ranked top 50 in the world's greatest mining spots." She then rubbed her fingers together like a money gesture. "And also a place where the Blackridge family got a lot of its moolah. It sounds like you did some research, Millis." Lillian smiled slightly, feeling the elevator make it to the bottom. After exiting, Millis shrugged, smiling back. "Just a little. You know, research is sometimes fun when money is involved." My friend Lillian rolled her eyes casually. The woman was wrong at all. As they exited the elevator, two guards who were dressed in light metal armor and wielded firearms noticed their presence. They were currently resting their backs on a metal beam, enjoying their break when they noticed Lillian and Millis. The two glanced at each other and decided to confront them. "Are you ladies supposed to be down here?" Standing in front of the two, they glanced at the girls from top to bottom, noting how they were dressed like miners. But they couldn't recall who they were, which made them awfully suspicious of the two. Lillian nodded and summoned an entry permit. We're just here to do a survey of the miners working in the cavern. Don, need to worry too much about us." The two guards narrowed their eyes. One of them then asked, "What?" "Ask the manager. Name. Bernard. Does that satisfy your suspicions now?" The two men then glanced at each other before nodding and stepping out of the two ladies. One of them then asked, "Yes, it has. Since you're doing a survey, will you need anything from us then? Or do we not count in the census?" Lillian thought for a moment before shaking her head. "You do. The question is really about whether or not you had heard anything or seen anything strange." The guard thought for a moment, but his colleague beside him nodded before pointing towards an empty direction. "We had actually heard loud sounds in that direction, but we had sent some of us to go check it out." Lillian, taking note of what direction they were pointing in, nodded, "Thank you." She then left before pulling Millis along, who glanced between the girl and the guards with a confused look on her face. "So, what was that?" "What was what?" Lillian asked, preparing to ask another person the same question. "That entire thing. Why are you asking that? Was there another reason you wanted to come down here?" Lillian paused before looking back at the heroine. She then thought for a moment. How should she go about explaining her actions? Chapter 360, What Direction? Lillian stared at the heroine with furrowed brows. How should she go about explaining her sudden decision to hold a survey? Thinking back a little, she had found that Millis was a rather easy person to convince. And seeing that wound, change, she felt being honest in this case would be a good decision. The news spoke about a monster that had attacked a group of workers. I think that thing may have come here in search of more minerals. Millis? Narrowed her eyes slightly, folding her arms as she fell into a moment of deep thought. She then broke out her thoughts and faked a sad expression as she hugged Lillian. Sighed. Aw. "So you didn't? Come with me just to keep me company?" Ashi, this is serious. Millis, Lillian hissed, accidentally smacking the side of her helmet against the heroine. Yes. Millis pouted before smirking teasingly. The woman then whipped out her phone. Lillian, feeling the heroine wrap her arm around her shoulder and pull her closer. Then, she stared at the screen of the woman, finding it to be mirroring their appearance. She watched as Millis raised her hand into a peace sign, grinning, before taking a picture. Click. At the sound of the camera clicking, Lillian raised an eyebrow, watching as Millis slowly pulled away and tapped rapidly at her phone. Seeing this, Lillian's confusion shifted into curiosity as she wondered what Millis was up to. Lillian then asked, "What's with the picture?" Millis, raising her eyes from her phone, snickered before putting it away. She then waved her hand dismissively and said, "Nothing. Anyway, you think the monster is here, right?" Lillian, still curious, decided to ignore the photo taken and answered with, "Yeah, so it would be nice if you could help." "All right. So, we're just asking if these guys heard or seen anything weird." Bet. Having been interrupted, Lillian watched as Millis strutted over to a group of miners and began asking the same question she had said to the guards. Lillian widened her eyes for a second before chuckling. She couldn't help but find the heroine's lack of questions to be relieving but also endearing in a way. Walking to a worker sitting inside an excavator, she began to ask her questions. And this activity lasted until every single person on the site had been asked. The reason why Lillian was doing this was that the monster usually appears in one of three directions inside the cavern. And since each direction was equally as plentiful in minerals and ores, it was exactly easy to pinpoint its location beforehand. Well, unless you had something to help you with that. Lillian glanced to the side and watched as Millis slowly made her way over to her. Did they say anything? Nah. Well, yeah, actually. Millis pointed towards the direction the guards had pointed in earlier, which was the path on the far left. They said something about some weird sounds over yonder. She then paused for a moment before pointing toward the group of guards. Those guys over there said that their captain had also gone over to see what was going on. Lillian slowly nodded. "I see." The two then made their way in that direction. And the longer they walked, the fewer people they met on the way. It seemed that the noise over in that direction had frightened them. And Lillian couldn't blame them. Clack. Feeling something make contact with her foot, she looked down and found a familiar assault rifle lying on the ground beside her feet. She gave a low hum of acknowledgement. There was definitely something in this area. Crouching down and raising the firearm with one arm, she scrutinized it. It was without damage and was quite well taken care of. After fidgeting around with the gun, she was able to yank out its magazine and found it was filled to the brim. It had been used. However, the metal casings of said fired bullets were not to be seen, and so was the owner of the firearm. It was both suspicious and eerie. Getting up from the ground, Lillian held the gun to Millis and asked with a casual smile, "Want this?" "I don't think anyone is around to see us stealing." Millis tilted her head at this and took it off Lillian's hands. The heroine scrutinized the gun and held it with skilled handling, something that surprised Lillian. "Have you used a gun before?" "Yeah. I practiced a bit in the simulation pods back in the academy." Lillian nodded slowly at this before drifting her gaze towards one of the light stands aiming down at them. She stared at it for a moment before staring at the stone wall behind it, which suddenly, boom, bursted open. A mole with a metallic carapace broke out from the stone and took down the light stand, causing it to fall and drag down the wires it was connected to. Lillian and Millis quickly took a step back, dodging the falling pole, before quickly noticing several holes made in the earth around them. As the moles burrowed out of the stone, Lillian couldn't help but recall the scene in the game where the player would be ambushed. Honestly, by herself, she was probably certain she would win, especially with the help of the beetle. Lillian quickly summoned her essentials, the cloak, chestplate, and gauntlets. Then, she summoned an imposing, but plain-looking scythe from her spatial ring. Millis, having summoned a metal chestplate of her own, glanced at the scythe Lillian had and asked, "That new? Can I answer that after we are safe?" Millis shrugged at Lillian's response and summoned a black, jagged sword. Lillian scanned her surroundings, finding the moles to swiftly grow in number. Fortunately, their current location was quite spacious, providing less of an issue. However, despite her confidence in her strength and in Millis, she couldn't help but feel an uneasiness about the moles around them. They felt strange. Shaking her head, she watched as one of them pounced at her with exposed teeth. Seeing this, Lillian adjusted her hold on the scythe's shaft and spun around, clang, striking the mole's hard exterior. Chapter 361. Regular Scythe? The regular scythe was one of the items she had acquired from her fight with the puppeteer. With the drawbacks of a powerful recoil, whenever you missed, it would be a tricky weapon to use if you had poor handling. And since it was just any regular scythe currently, except being slightly more durable, it would be unlikely to pierce through a barrel mole's armor. However, with Lillian's gauntlets that enhanced any physical attack and the mana she had infused into her arms, it was made possible. The tip of Lillian's scythe shattered through its hard, metallic exterior, entering into its flesh underneath. And once her blade entered its muscles, the monster immediately expelled blood out of its mouth. At the sight of her scythe piercing through the other side, Lillian smiled as she watched its blood splash onto her chest plate. Monsters with normal blood feel like such a rarity nowadays. Right before the monster could retaliate or possibly free itself from Lillian's scythe, she summoned her jagged black short sword, the regular's last spite, and stabbed it through its left eye. And before it could scream, the electrical aura summoned with the sword's presence appeared, quickly electrocuting the remains of its brain. You have slain a savage wretch, Barrel Mole. A split second after she retrieved her weapons from the monster's corpse, she leapt toward another with a bloodthirsty grin. At the sight of her, the mole pounced forward, followed by two others. It watched as Lillian raised her scythe over her shoulder, and seeing this as an attack, it hastily raised its arms in defense. However, it fell short of Lillian's overall speed as she blitzed forward, and with an overhead swing, she dug her scythe into the center of its skull with a frightening smile. You have slain a savage wretch, Barrel Mole. To awaken the scythe, she would need to kill 20 entities in a single attack without missing or failing once. And, with how many enemies there were, Lillian didn't think it was going to be too much of an issue. Well, that was if she wasn't. Interrupted. After killing the two behind the one she had just killed, she was quickly overrun. However, due to the speed and the sharpness of her weapons, the monsters were completely vulnerable to her attacks. Lillian, in the midst of her killing spree, took a glance towards Millis and found her relaxing behind a wall of stone soldiers. Occasionally, the heroine dealt with some that got past, but that was about it. Lillian, seeing that she was fine, continued with her own struggles. You have slain a savage wretch, Barrel Mole. You have slain. While she was extremely effective in dealing with the monsters, she couldn't say she was at a point where she would like to be. For example, she kept failing to keep up her streak due to the extreme number of obstacles in her way. If it wasn't for the fact that the area was overly spacious and that Millis was on constant watch for her back, even she feared that she would have been inflicted with some kind of injury. Lillian watched as the moles climbed over the corpse of their deceased. Her face darkened as she quickly took a step back, swiftly dodging a downward strike. Lillian hissed at this and quickly swung her scythe, piercing through its skull and restarting her streak. However, she was currently debating whether or not she should really continue building up the streak of her scythe. She could always do another time. After all, after splitting the skull of another, she felt the ground shudder, the shudder of something large and heavy moving to her location. Since the moment that the moles appeared, both her and Millis were put on a time limit, and it seems that they were running out of time. With a spin, she swung down her scythe to the mole behind her, intending to pierce through its skull as well. However, right as her scythe narrowed in on it, clang, something had deflected her swing. Her eyes shook and widened. She felt her mind quicken and the world slow as she processed what she was currently seeing. For right now, the sight of a barrel mole raising its arms was before her its armor pristine from damage. Had it deflected her swing? With her current strength, mana enhancement, and with the passive buff of her gauntlets, that strike would, at most left a nasty scar on its armor. A split second after this realization, the seemingly slow world was Barado as the mole threw what could be a jab at her with heightened speed. FWIP. Lillian quickly turned to her left and leaned back, watching as the arm flashed over her. It was way quicker now. Her left arm, which tightly held the jagged black short sword, stabbed towards the mole, which was now standing on its stubby legs. And since it was a large creature, her sword would undoubtedly be able to reach it. Right? TSK. This was proven wrong as two moles swarmed her from the side, causing her to back away. For some reason, they were becoming increasingly faster, as well as much more durable. It was as if they were being buffed. She then felt the ground underneath her shake as stone pillars shot towards the sky, dragging the countless moles around her with them. Lillian stumbled back, dodging the rising pillars as she stared at them with shock. Where had they suddenly come from? Damn, it's dark now. Due to her surroundings being blocked with stone walls, the surrounding lights were rendered useless for her. But that was until light suddenly flashed her from behind. You good there? Lillian, still high on alert, swung her sword to the side and narrowly missed a purple-haired woman, who fell back with a frightened expression. It was Millis. D-damn girl, chill out. Seeing that it was just Millis, Lillian gave an apologetic smile as she held out a hand to the woman. Sorry, I was just left startled at. All. Millis nodded slowly, taking her hand and pulling herself up. She then placed her hands on her hips as she looked towards the ceiling, watching as it shuddered. Currently, those beasts are digging through my walls. What do you want to do? Seeing that Millis wanted to ask for her opinion on the matter, Lillian answered with, Chapter 362, Radius of an Alpha? Lillian stared at the heroine and fell into deep thought. She keenly thought back to the barrel mole's sudden increase in physical stats. It was both unnatural and supernatural, and she knew the reason why it was because of the Alpha's predatory aura. While the aura of a powerful monster did prove to be useful for hunting small prey, it also provided a sort of morale boost and enhancement for lesser monsters of the same species. Granted, this ability could only be attained as long as every kin respected the Alpha and saw it as the leader. Monsters that held this ability were naturally called by both Jester and the humans as Alphas. The radius of this buff was relative to the Alpha's rank, which was around rank Savage. This, in turn, would mean it could spread to a maximum diameter of around 50 meters. If the monsters around them were now in range of the Alpha's buff, then that would mean they were in danger. I think we should retreat. Lillian had sensed signs of the Alpha's rapid approach. The ground shaking, the echoing stomps. She had even sensed a bad premonition inside her chest. If she recalled back to the strongest monster she had ever faced being Morbasker, the parasitic Evergrower, she remembered it was also at the same rank and had the same number of shells. A savage maw. Just one swing of its roots was able to tear down multiple pillars made of stone. And not only that, but its were also tipped with a deadly toxin that was able to subdue the beetle without much of an issue. If it wasn't, T for Marionette's congratulatory gift from her family, the pin of the Roselle. Lillian doubted they could win even with the assassin's overwhelming skill. Pushing herself out of her thoughts, she found Millis frowning at her with folded arms, as though she was disagreeing with her decision. This left the rabbit confused. What? With the look. You can? T run after starting a fade. Millis shook her head, adamant on continuing the battle with the monsters digging through the walls. Lillian couldn't T help but give her a deadpan expression, but then one of astonishment as she facepalmed. Did I say that the monster leading these guys was an Alpha? Surely, you can tell that we in a dire situation, right? Yeah, but so what? Millis then shrugged with a confident expression. Not like we lose anyway. With how confident and sure the heroine was, Lillian almost thought the same way. However, she pulled herself back and stated, "We won. T died to these guys, LL give you that. But I don't. T exactly think that we can beat the Alpha alone without some help." Right as she was about to finish her sentence, the walls around them shuddered, cracking as dust slipped through the web etchings on the ceilings. Lillian panicked a little, looking towards Millis to find her still firm and fearless of the incoming danger. Then, she watched as the heroine pulled out a handful of seeds from her pockets, instilling mana into them. Lillian, watching as the seeds grew into a healthy sunflower, couldn't help but recognize them. Bombardier sunflower. Belonging to the trial world hearth were a type of flower that warded off a certain monster with a high concentrated explosion. Each fully grown flower was capable of erupting into an explosion comparable to 2 to 3 sticks of dynamite. H, how did you get those? Aren't they really expensive? Lillian stuttered. Millis, having planted them into the ground, glanced at the girl and shrugged. Meh, have a play around in a monster-infested zone, and you will get enough money to buy whatever seed you want. After planting exactly 3 and pocketing the rest, she got back up from her crouch. Lillian, whose attention had drifted away from Millis, found that the walls had stopped shaking. But then, a shower of dust fell over them like a waterfall, irritating her. Brushing off the dust that fell on her shoulders, she looked back towards Millis and found her looking upwards with a smirk infused. Lillian looked up as well, and what she saw was not what she expected. With the light that came from her helmet, she scanned the ceiling and found an ominous pair of glowing yellow eyes staring down at her. Startled, she swiped her head to the side, revealing more eyes of the same color looking down at them like they were the center of a stage. The stone ceiling created by Millis was completely gone, with only the edges of it pried open by metallic claws that, SKR, eerily scratched at the walls rhythmically. Lillian felt the hairs on the back of her neck stand up, bumps forming on her arms as her breath hitched and her heart skipped a beat. She felt a primordial fear fall upon her as she continued to stare up. They felt the air grow thin, the darkness becoming concentrated, and a pungent smell seeping into the room they were in. SKR. She then watched as thick whiskers slowly slithered through the hole in the ceiling, lowering into the room they were in as though they were inspecting the blood on them. However, Lillian ignored them. She was completely frozen as the only thing in her field of vision was its dozen eyes. She could even see the bulging veins inside them. SKR. Lillian shivered as the cold sounds of the monster's scratching caused her muscles to tense and relax in rapid succession. And with the feeling of the monster's whisker brushing against her arm, it wasn't helping, and it didn't help that they were face to face with the Alpha. She then felt a low vibration echo inside her ear, akin to what she would describe as a growl. It had identified the blood on their bodies. The whiskers tensed, sharpening as they aimed themselves down at them. However, before anything could happen after that, the ground under Lillian's feet opened, and the split second after she fell, boom, a chaotic explosion erupted above her, followed by a deafening and reverberating roar. Heat washed over her body, especially from the friction as she slid down the oddly smoothed walls around her. Chapter 363. Millis' Tunnel? After a minute thud, she fell on something soft. Rubbing her rear, she looked around, finding herself inside a narrow tunnel. She raised an eyebrow as she wondered, "Where am I?" That was when she took a glance down and found the purple-haired heroine underneath her, dazed and also squished under her body. Elil. Not to say he is heavy, but sorry. Standing up from sitting on the back of the heroine, Lillian dusted herself off before pulling Mills up to her feet. Looking around again, she looked towards the woman for answers. Millis, dusting herself off as well, noticed the look she was getting. She shrugged. "I made us an escape tunnel. But anyway, that was quite a spooky experience, huh? Ha ha ha." Lillian, ignoring Millis' casual take on what had just happened, widened her eyes in astonishment. When did you create this? While he was thinking whether or not we should run or not. Millis grinned smugly. You didn't? T actually think I meant what I said, did ya? Well. Millis waved dismissively as she took the lead down the tunnel. Bah. No waities. Let's just get out of here quickly. Millis then looked back and pointed upwards. I think there are some people above us. After reaching the end of the tunnel, which stretched on for a dozen meters, Lillian looked up, finding a separate hole to the surface. She was extremely shocked. She didn't think Millis was someone to create something like this beforehand. Not only that, but she was surprised by the heroine's skill in pulling this off remotely. Millis then tapped her foot on the ground, causing the ground to rise and elevate them upwards like an elevator. They were quite deep underground, most likely 50 to 60 meters down. As they ascended upwards, Lillian fell into deep thought again, remembering the scene of the ceiling of eyes staring down at her and the metallic whiskers that moved like snakes. It has been a while since she had been frightened that badly. In that moment, she might have even felt the monster's chilling predatory aura. Or that could have been just another variation of fear. Regardless, she could now confirm that she would be able to win against the monster on her own, even with the help of the beetle. However, she was sure she would be able to escape at least. Even if she were to be swarmed, if she were to use any means possible, she would survive. I think I am forgetting something. Millis glanced towards Lillian, finding the girl holding her own chin. She tilted her head and asked in a curious tone, What's up? I just feel like I am forgetting something. Or I guess someone. Millis' ears twitched at this. She then also fell in a thought, but not a deep one, for she woke up a split second after. She shaped her hand into a gun and said, Are you talking about the captain of the guards here? Oh, yeah dash. Lillian then froze before clutching the sides of her head in panic. After they made their way back up to the surface of the cavern, Lillian suddenly squealed. She had totally forgotten about the captain of the cavern's guards. If she remembered correctly, he was someone who had gone to check what was going on and one of the few to combat the monster. He had some heavy-ass balls for that. Lillian shivered before returning her focus to her surroundings. And what she found was, she was alone. Lillian called out the heroine's name. Millis? But no answer came back. Lillian then felt a tremor through the ground, stiffening as the cries of a horrific beast echoed through the cavern. The Alpha must still be wounded by the Bombardier Sunflower's explosion. See crap. Where did Millis go? Lillian then watched as the walls around her cracked, and the standing lights flickered as something dreadful shot out from the walls. It was another barrel mole, but unlike the one she had killed, this one was enhanced by the Alpha's aura. She hissed and pulled out her short sword, which she had put away earlier. She needed to kill it fast and find Millis. But right before the sword appeared in her hands and the electrical aura that came with it, the mole's unattractive face was suddenly littered with holes. It was as if a firing squad was targeting the mole from a point-blank range. After a moment, the mole finally dropped to the ground, the increasing holes on its face stopping. At the sight of this, Lillian couldn't help but feel her skin crawl. It wasn't a pleasant sight in the slightest. A moment later, she felt something land on her shoulder, tensing and gripping it tightly. Lillian, who was about to swing her sword, suddenly stopped herself as she found Millis staring at her with a deadpan look. You really are quite jumpy, huh? Could you also drop this aura you got around you? It's hurting my hand. Wait, where were you? After putting her sword back in her mana realm, she looked towards the heroine, finding her smirking and pointing back with her thumb. Tilting her body and looking past the woman, she found several men standing behind her. They were the miners, and they were holding onto each other, like they were each other's lifeline. And standing near them with guards, each wielding firearms except for one, who looked at his colleagues wryly. They were the cause of the barrel mole's death. All of them had been invisible the entire time. At this realization, she watched as a middle-aged man made eye contact with her. He was dressed in the same armor as the rest, except his seemed to be of much better quality and had a unique badge on the right side of his chest. He also wore a military officer hat and a black eye patch over his left eye, which gave him a stern impression, coupled with his taciturn and scarred face. This was the captain of the guards, Zeke Bargo, and was the holder of the unorthodox element of invisibility. Chapter 364. Barrel Mole? S. Alpha? Lillian stared into the man's uncovered green eye before flickering her gaze to the black eye patch over his left eye. She squinted at it with a sliver of realization. Millis, noticing Lillian's gaze was settled on the captain of the guards, pulled the girl's focus back onto her, and said, "That day over there was the one that had kept everyone on this side of the cavern safe by making them hidden. Real handy ability, huh?" Lillian nodded slowly, watching as the man lifted his eye patch, revealing a mechanical prosthetic eye. A moment later, she watched as his muscles tensed and stiffened slightly as he gazed at her figure. The captain's face paled as the eyes settled on Millis, who waved back at him casually. Watching as he slowly lowered his eye patch, he wandered over to them and spoke in a highly professional but hushed manner. "We must leave quickly. With the addition of you two, my mana is quickly running out." And after saying that, he strolled past them, followed by both miners and guards, who tightly clutched their firearms. Seeing this, Lillian quickly wrapped an arm around Millis' and pulled her along. The captain's spell Transparent Curtain was an effective spell that would keep a target's smell and presence hidden as long as they were in range of the mage. As they made their way through the cavern with efficiency, they stumbled into an open clearing. Machinery of various sizes was strewn across the ground, their sides either half-eaten or picked apart for what she could only assume to be out of curiosity. Lillian couldn't help but cringe. These mining tools weren't cheap at all. Luckily, she wasn't the one who bought it, and she knew that the Blackridge family wasn't going to be overjoyed when they heard about this news. The group then paused as they found a mole strolling from an exit around a corner. The guards slowly raised their guns and waited for the captain's hand gesture to fire. However, right as he was about to swing his hand down gently, something followed behind the mole, and just like all monsters they had encountered, it was by no means friendly. Coming out from behind a corner was a large, elongated head of a horrific beast. It had sharp, yellowed fangs that were protruding out from its pink gums at an unnatural angle, and what she could only describe as thick metal platings covered its head like a protective headgear with eyes dotted across it like freckles. Not only that, but whiskers as long as 6 to 10 meters fell from its protected snout, dragging along the ground as it moved its body, which had reached the height of about 15 meters. Just like its head, its entire body was also encased in a highly protective shell of metal-like material that shone a shiny polish, despite the dirty environment. Its armored forelimbs were ridiculously bloated to fit claws of unimaginable sharpness and size, with each finger appearing to be a cross between a pickaxe and a shovel. Lastly, it ended at its tail, which was about 8 to 10 meters long, causing its overall body length to be at least 25 meters. It was the barrel mole, S. Alpha, and it was an abomination that exuded a frightening presence. Everyone around Lillian froze as a supernatural aura washed over them. They were experiencing the primordial fear of death, even though they hadn't yet experienced it before, while the miners were frozen in place. The guards fared slightly better. Having undergone training and experienced the Alpha's aura more than once, they were able to keep hold of their weapons this time. The captain, noticing the group stricken with fear, commanded his guards to break them out of it as he continued to move onward with the path back. While he, too, was frightened, he also knew that the longer they stood in place, frozen with fear, the protective curtain he had placed over them would disappear. Lillian, watching the captain, took a brave step forward. Couldn't help but glance back at the monster and found it placing a pair on top of one of the large machinery and forcing it down in the form of a flat metal plate. It then held the large metal disc to its maw and, crunch, 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 began eating it. and after it was done with that, it moved on to the next, which coincidentally caused it to move towards their rough location. Lillian, also frightened by the beast, looked back at Millis and found her smiling at her with her usual smile. She was completely unafraid of the abomination. Millis gave a sigh before whispering to Lillian, "That thing doesn't even look hurt from the sunflowers. Can you believe that?" She shook her head, disappointed. Seeing that the heroine was unafraid or scared, Lillian put on a brave expression and nodded slowly, feigning bravery and disappointment. "You LL need more than that to bring it down after all." As they continued moving, Lillian couldn't help but recall the trail they were moving through. It wasn't the one she and Millis went through, but another path, which was highly visualized in the game. She then recalled that at some point, the captain would be stricken with something unfortunate. After reaching a certain distance, Lillian watched as the captain's back shivered slightly and his arm twitched as though he was holding back a powerful urge. The guards that followed behind him stiffened as well, knowing what this meant. And this could be said for Lillian as well. Due to the captain's prosthetic left eye, he had contracted the unfortunate curse of a flaw. And it was all because the eye held magical properties. Lillian slowly glanced back, finding the monster to have already eaten another machine and gaining on their location hastily. Lillian felt her heart drum loudly inside her chest, beating against her ribcage. She could even make out the pungent smell of the alpha. She could feel the group's overall walking speed noticeably increase as they had fully shifted into a full-on sprint. Lillian then heard whispers near the front, telling the ones at the back to hurry and that the captain didn't have enough time left. Luckily, they had managed to make their way around a corner to successfully allow the captain to spasm and regain control over his body. Lillian watched as the captain leaned his side against the wall before raising a hand towards his guards and nodding slowly. She frowned slightly. What an unfortunate flaw. The captain's flaw was like a form of Tourette's, except boosted by several folds, which would prove rather fatal in battle. Luckily, the man didn't have any other enhancements to make the flaw worse. After the captain got his bearings, he wrapped everyone in the transparent curtain once again. They weren't far from the site, just a little while longer, and they could escape. Lillian, who was facing the direction of the captain, felt something pat her shoulder, and looking to the side, she found Millis smirking at her. "Look at this." Lillian raised an eyebrow and turned around. What could be so interesting to her at this very moment? Scrape. Chapter 365. Close call with the Alpha? Lillian's eyes immediately shot wide open as she found metallic claws digging into the side of the wall, scratching at it. Lillian then watched as the Alpha of the barrel mole slowly revealed its face, peeking its twitching snout out as it caught a brief moment of unfamiliar scent. Everyone held their breath instantly, feeling their fear palpitate as the fear of being discovered flashed through their minds. They slowly bent their bodies down as they watched the thick whiskers of the monster probe above them. The whiskers then slowly began to fall, almost reaching their bodies, which were now completely pressed to the ground. Lillian, who was unsure whether or not to summon her weapons in case a battle broke out, noticed someone in the distance. A humanoid entity made of stone rose out from the ground before turning and running away. Its sudden appearance caused the Alpha to turn its head and quickly dash after it, leaving them free from its frightening presence. They quickly got back up and ran as fast as they could, eventually reaching the site, which was fortunately far enough away from the nightmarish beast. And luckily, it was just a split second before the captain ran out of mana. Huh. Lillian instantly breathed a sigh of relief as she sat down. She immediately took off her chest plate and cloak, feeling it constricting her chest a bit too much. She then looked towards Millis, smiling. "Great work back there, Millis. That thing was yours, right?" She referred to the stone entity. Millis nodded with a smirk, "Of course. Who do you know can puppeteer and make them as well as me?" "Well, maybe a few." Yeah, all right." Millis pouted. "Can let me have this? I just saved you, but..." "Our..." Lillian gave the heroine a deadpan look before giving a tired expression. Standing up, she patted her shoulder, but seriously, good work. But damn, you didn't? T looked even a bit tired during the whole thing. Millis tilted her head before shrugging with a smug look. It's just a big mole, you know? Like, those little critters you could sometimes keep as pets? Who do you know keep a mole as a pet? Millis stared at her silently, blinking. She then waved her hand erratically in a flustered manner before stating, maybe it's not the greatest example, but you know what I mean? Lillian smiled wryly, raising her eyes and finding miners swiftly being elevated back to the surface using the elevator. She then noticed the captain slowly making their way to them. Once reaching their location, he stood in front of them and pushed out his hand for a handshake. M. Zigbarago, the captain of security for Blackridge, S. Mine and Cavern. I haven't seen you two here before. Are you two newly hired mages from the Blackridge family? After shaking his hand, Lillian shook her head. We're only here for some work experience. 2. Working in mines. Are you two getting paid at this? Lillian pointed at Millis. Well, maybe she will later, but I am not. At Lillian's words, Zeke couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. He then squinted at Lillian suspiciously. You two are mages, correct? Why would you not want to be paid for your services? And why even work here if you don't? T won the money, regardless of work experience. He then folded his arms. Exceptional combatants like you two would make great money elsewhere than here. And as a mage, I know that all too well. Lillian, noticing the man's intense suspicion of the two, couldn't help but smile wryly as she glanced towards Millis. The captain was by no means wrong in his logic. Out of all the possible places to work, why would people work in a mine if there was no pay involved? However, Lillian already knew a somewhat good excuse to give. We both come from Lewis Man Academy and wanted to fill out her merit report by showing how hardworking we are on our vacation. Although we were both actually meant to be working on the surface, out of curiosity, we come down here to ask a survey about what it was like to be working in the mines. But that was until we heard a terrifying sound in the distance and went to find out if there was someone in need of saving. Mixing in both lies and truths, she had managed to get Zeke's eyes to soften and his suspicion to waver a bit. And that was when she heard, I don't believe anything you just said. Zeke sighed before adding, however, because of your act of bravery and willing to save these miners and my guards, let this pass. Lillian nodded in understanding, but internally she was grinning as she knew this exact outcome. Seeing that Zeke was allowing them to leave, Lillian couldn't ask before escaping to the elevator, that prosthetic eye of yours. Could I know the reason why you kept looking at me and my friend here with that earlier when we first met? Zeke, who had his back turned to them, turned around. He unconsciously placed his hand over his eye patch and pulled it to the side. This eye of mine is an item that allows me to inspect the volume of mana a person has in their mana core. He then swept his gaze back to Lillian before slowly looking upwards. With his prosthetic magical eye, he found a raging blue flame wrapped around her body that stretched to a height of about 10 meters. Zeke drifted his gaze to Millis' mana before quickly placing his eye patch over his eye at the sight of it. He then sighed and muttered, and I must say that you two have an exceptionally large amount of mana. The highest I had ever seen before, especially your friend here. Millis, hearing the compliment, puffed out her chest with a smug look, causing her to get a deadpan look from Lillian, who focused her attention back on the man, who gazed at them silently. He then asked, how much do you two happen to know about the volume of someone's mana? Chapter 366. Lillian's mana? Lillian heard the captain's question and found herself rooted to the ground. In the game, if you were to ask about the man, you would be able to find out your current mana level. Usually, if your mana was subpar, he would just explain what his eye would do before swiftly leaving. However, if the player were to build up their character and achieve a high amount of mana, they would be provided with both more attention and information about the world's inner workings. This information would T be given out by the academy, since the teachers would expect you to know it to a degree, even if it was a basic level. It was, after all, an academy made for nobles. And those types of individuals were most likely tutored at a young age. At the chance to relive a game scene, there was no way Lillian wouldn't take the chance. Lillian would also be able to renew her memory on the topic, which was always a bonus. I have a degree of knowledge about it. Lillian turned to Millis. Millis looked back and into the eyes of the girl, finding them to be glinting at her for something. At first, she raised an eyebrow, but then her lips widened into a small, "Oh. I am not that smart on the subject. Could you tell us about it, sir?" "HM." The captain glanced between the two, rubbing his chin as he pondered their words. Once formatting his words a little, he opened his mouth and spoke. "Commonly, you may know that we humans are different from monsters in various ways. And with that, it brings about how we store mana differently compared to them. Unlike them, we can restore our mana after usage, one of the many advantages we have over them. However, everyone's rate of restoration is different depending on certain factors. It could be a biological factor, a flaw factor, or even a talent or potential factor. These examples can also affect how much mana we can store at the beginning." Zeke reached into his pocket and pulled out a fancy silver lighter. Click! Once he flicked open the lid, he held his thumb on a button placed on the side of the lighter, causing it to erupt into a narrow but sharp flame. The flame reached about a meter tall, causing it to look more like a translucent hot stick with a handle rather than just a flame. He then moved a separate finger over a scroller on the side of the lighter, causing the flame to shorten slowly. Mana appears in the form of a blue-purplish flame wrapped around an entity's body, and it is the size of this flame that reveals how much a person can store. The average first-tier mage would have mana only 20 to 30 centimeters wrapped around their body. Talents and prodigies reaching a few meters. Once you reach the next tier, your volume of mana would undoubtedly double at most. Flipping up his eye patch again, he scrutinized the size of Lillian's flame and couldn't help but sigh with envy. And you? Beyond that. The flame of the lighter shot back to its starting height. The mana currently wrapped around you is currently around 10 meters in height, roughly. If we were to compare, yours is at least 5 times as much as mine. I can't fathom how lucky your circumstances were. Lillian gave a satisfied hum at this, internally grinning broadly inside her heart. She deserved to have that much. Although it was through the help of drugs, she'd have to suffer through that experience. Lillian watched as Zeke slowly turned her face back to Millis, who gave a casual wave back. The captain's face slowly paled over time, darkening as he lowered his eye patch in a calm but shaky manner. He put away his lighter and stated, "Your ladies truly have exceptional potential in this field. I truly am envious. And I assume both of you two are the first tier?" Lillian glanced at Millis, who glanced back at her. They smiled wryly as they looked back and answered, "Well, we actually in the second tier." "You what she said." Zeke stared at the two silently, his face calm and taciturn unchanging. However, his eyes were expressing something different as the center of his pupils gaped at what he had just heard. The captain raised a fist to his mouth and coughed into it. I see. I am glad to know there are other disciple tier mages in this town." Zeke then held a hand towards the now arriving elevator. The elevator had now arrived. I'll be sure to let the manager know about your deeds and good words." After hearing that they could leave, Lillian and Millis quickly caught a ride back to the surface. But once arriving back up, they were met with a group of miners. Familiar ones. They were the ones who were working inside the cavern. But apart from them were the miners. Both Lillian and Millis worked for a couple of hours. To the side, a gruff miner dropped his tool and pushed past his colleague, stomping his way over to them in a scolding manner as he hissed, "I thought I told you not to go down any deeper? Didn't you two listen what the boss said as well?" Putting on her usual innocent smile, Lillian raised his hands with a tilt of her head and spoke in a cutesy and carefree voice. "I quit." Lillian strolled past the gruff man before respectfully pushing herself through the group of miners. Watching this, Millis quickly came up with an excuse. Women, am I right? She grinned awkwardly before stepping past the man and blowing a whistle. Once Lillian had exited the mines and put back her uniform and helmet, she gave back her entry permit to the manager, who was still ignorant of what had gone on in the cavern. Are you coming back tomorrow? It's just not for me, I guess. The manager nodded to her words, finding them reasonable. That's fine. This ISN, everyone's thing, after all. Especially when this line of work is more of a desperate way to bring in income. After leaving the site, Lillian waited for Millis outside, who strolled right up to her. Don, do you want to work in the mines anymore? Nah, too dirty. Lillian shook her head, getting a sighing nod from the heroine, who pulled out her phone. Once Millis turned on her screen, she found a notification received only just a minute ago. And as the heroine read it, she couldn't help but snicker loudly enough that even Lillian got curious. Cat videos again? Ashul? Millis raised her eyes to Lillian, making eye contact with the girl. The heroine thought for a moment before stating, Sounds like you judge in? Met for that. But anyway, nah, but I guess she's a cat in your eyes, though. Chapter 367. Panic Rabbit? Hearing this, Lillian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The girl's curiosity was even more piqued now that she said that. What was something she could possibly refer to as a cat? Watching as the heroine showed her screen, Lillian leaned in, reading what she assumed to be a chat log. However, she did try not to look at the upper half of the woman's screen for privacy reasons. Lillian found the selfie that Millis had taken of both of them, and she was rather surprised at how cute they looked together in minors. Gear. The rabbit then thought about how well it would look on a certain assassin. Her cheeks warmed up a little as a silly smirk spread across her lips. I am sure she looked good in anything. Lillian read the message attached to the photo. You check this out. Red eyes. Aren't we cute in this photo? The sound of an imaginary window shattering resounded inside Lillian's mind as her eyes almost popped out from reading the message. The girl then shook slightly in subtle fear as she slowly drifted her eyes to the newly received reply. Bestie, red-eyed girl. Where's this? Lillian creakingly twisted her head towards Millis, finding her smiling at her innocently with a cute expression. The heroine then felt two hands land on both of her shoulders. Ashi. Why? Lillian shook the heroine vigorously back and forth, causing Millis to go extremely dizzy. Once the rabbit finally reached the heroine, she clutched both sides of her head with a panicked expression, her current expression rivaling that of the one she had when she made contact with the alpha. What was she going to do? She had intended to tell Marionette about her little excursion once she got back to the hotel. That way, she could clear up the misunderstanding they had during the morning. But now, ding, Lillian stiffened. Was that the sound of a message being sent? The rabbit slowly twisted her torso back, finding Millis to be texting back to the assassin with a grin that could only belong to a devilish gremlin. Mills then raised her eyes back to Lillian and gestured for her to get going. You better get going. I may not be able to see her, but I am sure she's hella pissed, girl. Lillian shuddered as she spun on her heel. After bidding the heroine farewell with a strained voice, she dashed towards the direction of her hotel. Millis snickered as she watched Lillian dash off. She chucked her phone into the air, catching it before throwing it up again and repeating it. The heroine then muttered, That? LL, teacher for dragon? Meh, so harshly everywhere. Millis took a glance at her screen, waiting for the assassin to respond. Inside a dimly lit training hall constructed from high quality, gray stone bricks and supported by several stone pillars, Marionette stood at the center and under an opening in the ceiling that allowed moonlight to bleed through. She wore a sleek and dark attire with long sleeves. It was accented with a bold red along the seams and fastening of the outfits, and wrapped around her waist was a vibrant red sash that hung loosely to the side. Lastly, she had a striking red rose attached to the right side of her chest. At the spot she stood was surrounded by an encirclement of shattered remains of wooden puppets used and ripped apart in the name of training. Each wooden puppet was etched with detailed features. If it wasn't T for their texture and color, they would most definitely pass off as humans. However, Marionette's attention was T spared for these impressive designs. Instead, she was staring at the screen of her phone with a dead expression. Stepping out from the darkness beside her, a familiar person revealed themselves. He had slicked-back black hair and purple eyes that shone a hint of both playfulness and amusement for the woman he was approaching, and sleek black attire similar to Marionette's, except less feminine. If Lillian were here, she would recognize him as Nicholas Montana, a professor from Lewis Manna Academy, but also secretly a member of the Roselle family. He was also a key player in bringing back up the device that connected with the portals to allow guests of the tournament to exit, and the Crimson Crusaders' entry. My. Splendid work, as always, my lady. He stepped over the puppet. Remains with his arms folded behind his back. Your father had been worried that your ability to defend yourself had diminished with your time at the academy. I am glad to say his worries were for nothing. Each puppet had the strength capable of taking down a feral maw, which would be comparable to a savage gnarl. And if Nicholas had counted right, Marionette had taken down at least 100. Once Nicholas reached the Roselle heiress, he watched as the lady transported her phone back to her spatial storage before turning to him with a dark expression. Apologies in advance, Nicholas. Nicholas tilted his head, confusion flashing through his purple eyes as he muttered, Pardon dash? Marionette's right arm blurred forward, grappling onto Nicholas's left arm and shattering the bone within. She then swung him around in a half circle and slammed him into the ground several times before throwing him across the room. Nicholas's bloodied and limp body shot across the room, eventually crashing into the center of a stone pillar, thud crack, and breaking apart in half, causing a splatter of blood and gore to paint the pillar. The sight of his remains falling to the ground reflected in Marionette's glowing blood-red eyes as she breathed deeply. The heiress then straightened her back and hair. Marionette then swept her gaze across the room, settling her eyes on a very much alive Nicholas, who was without any damage or visible blood stains from her brutality. However, there was an odd, wry smile plastered across Nicholas's lips. Has something upset you, my lady? The personality seemed to have shifted slightly after you took out your phone. Marionette stared silently at Nicholas, processing his concerned question before responding with a blank expression. Me fine. With a spin on her heel, Marionette walked towards the exit while taking off her black latex gloves. The heiress then summoned something from her spatial ring and hugged it tightly with her right arm. It was an adorably large white stuffed rabbit that wore a white hoodie. Marionette then pushed open a singular door of a double door to exit under the scrutiny of Nicholas, who couldn't help but narrow his eyes on the stuffed rabbit. What did she have that? Chapter 368. Calling Marionette? Leaning her phone against a pillow, Lillian stared down at it intently, her eyes shaky as she began the call. The phone vibrated for a bit and for a minute, and then it went to voicemail. Lillian slammed her face into her mattress with a look of both despair and guilt. She rolled around and let out multiple groans that were unheard by no one but herself. Viesta seemed to have gone to meet up with the blacksmith she had hired on her blueprint. Ah, man, Lillian internally cried, staring at her blank screen. She couldn't believe that her call didn't go through. Was Marionette now ignoring her? Lillian's thoughts turned dark as she felt tears bottled up in her eyes. And without any trace of maturity, given her mental age, she threw a tantrum like a toddler. However, just a moment after, she felt a faint vibration course through her mattress. Her ears twitched as she listened to the tune of a call ringing from her phone. Immediately sitting back up, she looked towards her phone, finding the caller to belong to the one she had been wanting to talk to since getting back to the hotel. It was Marionette. Once she caught sight of the green button to accept the call, she tapped it instantly and held the phone to her ear. At the beginning, there was just silence. A drop of sweat poured out from Lillian's forehead, running down the side of her face. which tensed firmly as she tried to think of how to articulate her words without stuttering. Marie? She failed horribly. After another moment of silence, Marionette spoke from the other side of the phone. The town of Blackridge, HM? Her voice sent shivers down Lillian's spine, and not in a good way. If she were to be perverse. The woman's voice was filled with both coldness and indifference. Although Marionette's words seemed like a harmless rhetorical question, it felt more like a threat for some reason. Lillian fidgeted a little, unsettled by the coldness of the woman's voice. She wiped the sliding sweat oozing out of her forehead and muttered in a small voice, "WL? I was going to tell you later when," Marionette asked, interrupting Lillian, who couldn't help wrinkle her face wryly at this. Later today?" Marionette became silent again, as though she had begun to think more about what Lillian had just told her. Then she said, "You have completely broken every request I had clearly written in that letter." "Why is that, Lillian?" All right. I got an excuse for that." Lillian raised her hands, waving them erratically for no one to see. "The student council had requested us to do something together. But since you weren't here, I had to join someone else who didn't have their partner either. I can refuse and risk losing this role when I just got it, right?" Lillian listened as a conspicuous click of the assassin's tongue rang out from the phone's speakers. She could identify the displeasure in Marionette's voice, but surely the woman would understand, right? "And how long is this task of yours going to take?" Well, currently there's a monster at this town that I am planning on taking down later tomorrow." Trying to divert the conversation, Lillian spoke of the alpha she had encountered today. Fortunately, this had caught the assassin's attention for a bit, even possibly causing the woman to forget the question she had just asked. However, as soon as Lillian finished talking about it, "I see. Now answer my question. How long is this expenditure of yours and my substitute going to take?" "A while is all I can really say. Wait, did you just like Viesta your substitute?" Lillian was taken aback by what Marionette had just said. Did Marionette just call Viesta her substitute? Viesta, HM? That's her name? Marionette muttered in a slow but low voice. Then she said, "To answer your question, if I were not to have been called back to the estate, I would have most certainly been in her place with you." Marionette paused for a split second before adding, "However, since that isn't possible, this Viesta is nothing more than my substitute for a role that should been mine." Is this logic understandable? Or do you perhaps need it to be spelled out? Because I feel like you find it hard to do that. Lillian's face twitched rapidly at Marionette's oddly rude statement. She drew in a sharp breath as she answered, "Hey, I just told you why I am doing this. You didn't have to be rude about it." After Lillian said that, she became anxious as Marionette didn't say anything back. But then, she was startled as her screen suddenly reflected the image of her face back at her. Lillian widened her eyes for a split second, instantly sitting up straight. Did she just hang up on me? However, as anxiety levels shot up, they also shot back down. With closer inspection, she realized that there were 2 buttons displayed at the bottom of her screen. Marionette was looking to FaceTime with her. Realizing this, Lillian used the screen of her phone as a mirror and brushed her hair, intending to make herself look more presentable. But then, she decided to just lie down on her side. Lillian accepted the call and was immediately met with the sight of a beautiful red-eyed woman with black hair dressed in a dark nightgown. Lillian beamed at the sight of her. Then she noticed the top of a white furred object in the woman's arms, which also had long ears resembling those of rabbits. Marionette was hugging the plushie that Lillian gave her. Lillian smiled broadly at this. She felt warm at the sight of this, and even more so as she watched Marionette hide the lower half of her face behind its head. Marionette noticed her intense stare and couldn't help but glance away. She thought back to her earlier words and sighed. Sorry for what I said. I am just a bit upset you didn't tell me beforehand." Lillian giggled slightly, seeing how genuine Marionette was about her apology. She also couldn't T blamed the assassin for being upset with her. It was reasonable. Lillian opened her mouth and answered with, I. Chapter 369, A Talk Over the Phone? I am sorry too. I should. V at least made an attempt to call you yesterday, but I just thought you would. He'd been too busy to spare me some time. Lillian then gave a loving smile. The next time we meet, LL, make sure to show you a lot of love as compensation. How about that? Hearing Lillian's words, Marionette drifted her eyes back to Lillian's face, settling her gaze on the girl. The assassin hugged the rabbit closer to her body, hiding her face even more as she murmured in an adorably small voice. Promise? Lillian's heart rate couldn't help but spike up as she heard this. She felt her blood bubble and her chest flutter at how adorable her girlfriend was, to the point where a silly grin stretched across her face. Marionette, who had pulled her face out of the back of the rabbit's head, rested her chin on top of her plushie. Marionette gazed at Lillian with an odd and deadpan look. She wondered about the reason for the girl's strange expression. After a second, Lillian nodded vigorously and promised to do what she had just said. This act caused Marionette to wear a small but satisfied smile. The two conversed for an hour or two, something that the couple had wanted to do since they were separated. This fact was most evident inside Marionette, who couldn't help but feel a tinge of jealousy towards Viesta, who hadn't yet returned to the hotel. Although it was different to how they interacted with each other, compared to how they did in the past, the two ultimately adapted. Soon enough, the two eventually ended the call, but before that, just so we re-clear, Lillian, LL still make sure a punishment is in place for your transgression. Lillian's face immediately contorted as she heard that. How is this fair? At the sight of Lillian's expression, Marionette couldn't help but let out a soft giggle, her previously spoiled mood already gone and replaced with a positive one. Don't worry, Lillian. I'll be sure to be gentle, I promise. Yeah? Lillian's eyes shook for a moment. Her cheeks then puffed out into a pout at her current predicament. Fine. Well then, I'll be going now. Lillian waved at the assassin and whispered, I love you, Marionette. I'll be sure to give you a ring tomorrow. Are you proposing? Marionette gave Lillian a playful smirk. Playing one of her rare jokes on the rabbit, she blinked seductively at the girl, who blushed furiously. And no, that wasn't. Would I? Seeing Lillian stumbling over her words, Marionette's smile broadened as she chimed in and nodded back. All right, I am just joking. Get some rest, and make sure to be prepared for tomorrow. From what I hear, you will most likely need to use that odachi of yours. Click. After saying that, the assassin hung up the call, leaving Lillian by herself with silence as she pondered the woman's suggestion. Would her odachi be able to cut through the alpha's tough outer shell? I really should prepare. I wonder how I am going to resharpen my skills until then. Lillian looked back towards her phone and realized the call had ended. Wait. She didn't say, I love you, back. But right as Lillian said that, her phone vibrated again. Seeing that it was a call from Marionette, Lillian raised an eyebrow and picked up the phone. Placing the speaker to her ear, she waited and listened as the assassin's voice resounded into her ear. However, she couldn't help but notice how sultry it sounded. I love you too. Click. Hearing the call end, Lillian dramatically shot off her bed and crashed into the ground, a silly smile plastering across her face as she giggled. Hee. Lillian, although shocked by the assassin's seductive tone, couldn't help but fall in love even more. Lillian was, after all, still a massive fan, even if she was no longer in her old world. As Lillian giggled and rolled on the ground, she caught the silhouette of someone sitting on Viesta's bed. Lillian blinked and immediately went on guard. Slowly pushing herself away from the bed, Lillian quietly stood. But what she found surprised her. Sitting quietly on Viesta's bed was the woman herself, and she currently had her eyes closed and looked as though she was in some sort of deep sleep. How long was she here for? And when did she even get here? Had Lillian been so focused on Marionette that she couldn't even detect Viesta entering the room. Heh, no one can blame me for that. Lillian smirked to herself before shaking her head and moving closer to Viesta. Lillian placed a hand on the Viesta's shoulder, and after a shake or two, the woman opened one eye and glanced around. Seeing Lillian, Viesta smiled. "Oh? Howdy there, partner. You finished your chat with your girlfriend, I see. I must say, you two are quite the lovebirds. Did you eavesdrop on our entire conversation?" Lillian immediately became embarrassed. Viesta smirked, and if I did, Lillian's face couldn't help but redden completely, even reaching an entirely new shade of vibrant red. How could you respond to this question? Viesta keenly spectated Lillian's expression and couldn't help but snort in amusement. "You sure do blush quite easily. Huh, partner? Or is that because we were talking about your girlfriend?" "All right." Viesta grinned at the flustered rabbit before waving her hand in a joking manner. "Don't worry. After getting onto my bed, I didn't hear anything after that. I think that was around an hour ago." "I see. So, could I guess that you weren't able to get your weapon made today?" Viesta's eyes widened in bafflement at Lillian's prediction. "Well, LLB. How do you know?" Lillian smirked and shrugged. "Just a hunch, really. You want to talk about it?" Lillian sat on the Viesta's bed, watching as the woman scratched the back of her scalp with an annoyed look. "Yeah, I am down for that. Could you believe the person needed for enchanting my thing was..." Chapter 370. Inscription Stone and Mana Realms? Was able to show up because they were needed elsewhere? Viesta threw herself back, letting out an audible groan of dissatisfaction. Once she felt the pillow make contact with the back of her head, she continued, "We had made an appointment days in advance, and yet they still chose not to show up. Isn't that ridiculous?" Lillian understood where Viesta was coming from. No one would be pleased about having something that had been waiting for days be canceled or delayed. Lillian then asked, "Let me guess, this person didn't give a reason why they couldn't come?" "Exactly. Wow, you sure are quite good at guessing. I guess being lucky really helped with everything." "Huh?" The corners of Lillian's lips wrinkled a bit as she slowly nodded. Lillian was glad her casual excuse for her actions could be explained through just being lucky. Lillian then watched as Viesta twirled her wrist and caused a charred black stone to appear inside her hand. To those who were unknowledgeable of what it was, they would choose to believe it was a common coal. However, to Lillian, she knew that this stone was actually an item called an inscription stone. In this world, enchanting was a sacred art used by both the humans of Earth and also in Hearth. By imbuing your items with enchantments, you could achieve feats that would been outside your limitations. For example, be able to contend with monsters above your tier or having a higher amount of mana shells compared to you. To be able to begin the process of enchanting, you would first need to get your hands on an inscription stone, a special tool recognized by even the jester and the gods. It was a tool that was capable of containing a conceptual characteristic. For example, if one were to have the element of air, they could imbue their mana into the stone and cause it to be able to inscribe enchantments related to that element. It was even capable of containing the traits of a slain monster, granted that you had to acquire its mana core, which wasn't exactly a common find. Even till now, Lillian hadn't yet acquired a monster's mana core. Lillian's face morphed into a wry look. It could also been that she hadn't actually been looking into finding them. If she remembered correctly, they were hidden inside a monster's body. Lillian internally shook her head. Not like any of the monsters killed had been worth all of that hassle. 9 out of 10 times they aren't even there. The core of a monster was able to exist outside of its body as long as it still contained even a droplet of mana. However, just like an animal backed into a corner, it would use every means necessary to win. Even monsters that hadn't been given enough control over their mana would unconsciously use it whenever their life was in danger. Sometimes, because of this, monsters below C rank may even unlock the ability to manipulate the energy on a whim. Lillian wiped an imaginary drop of sweat from her brow. So far, a scenario like that hadn't yet happened, thankfully. But she wasn't sure how long she could continue being lucky enough to experience it. Viesta watched as Lillian held the inscription stone she passed to her. Viesta gave a small smile, finding the girl rather interested in the stone, and asked a curious question. Have you ever thought about getting into enchanting? Enchanting? Lillian looked up from the stone. She hadn't given it much thought, to be honest. Not really. There wasn't really something Lillian needed made. She could just buy it from her system shop. Currently, Lillian has all the items she needs. But if there was something she truly needed made, she would first need to learn how to enchant, because the game never actually showed the process of learning techniques or doing them. Instead, it just played a small mini-game for you to do, which was rather fun in Lillian's opinion. After giving back Viesta's inscription stone, Lillian asked, "By the way, what were you doing sitting on your bed here?" "Huh. Oh, that. I was just trying to grasp entry into my mana realm." Lillian blinked at her for a moment before opening her mouth into an "Oh? Shapo. You still at the first tier, aren't you?" Viesta immediately shot back up to a seated position. In an attempt to protect her status and not cause any misunderstanding, she said, "Ashi, I may not be the second tier like you yet, but I am still strong either way." Lillian smirked, waving her hand in a dismissive but also casual manner. "I didn't say you wearing Viesta. I am just pointing that out, that's all." "Uh-huh. By the way, how do you know my tier?" Viesta raised an eyebrow, only now realizing that Lillian knew something that she hadn't revealed. Seeing that she was now under heavy suspicion, Lillian couldn't help but give a nonchalant huff and chill shrug. Lillian had already devised a believable excuse, which on top of her earlier excuse about her luck, I acquired a very strong hunch on a person's strength when I entered my second trial. I am also just good at guessing. She felt this would do. Viesta gazed at Lillian silently before widening her eyes slightly at the sound of the second trial. Viesta then softened her gaze, convinced. It was uncommon for people to be able to acquire these skills. They were commonly found in those who had experienced countless near-death experiences. Was the boss monster of your trial difficult to defeat? Slightly surprised by the abrupt question, Lillian tilted her head. But she answered nonetheless. It was. It was easy with the help of Marionette. That's all I can really tell you. Viesta nodded slowly, patting Lillian's shoulder with a pitying look. I envy you. But anyway, I should return back to trying to grasp how to get in. I've only seen it once, and I want to see it again. Yeah, no problem. I am just going to grab something to eat then. Have you done that? Yeah, I am all good. Actually, Vicky got you something. Viesta pulled out a plastic bag from her spatial ring and handed it over to Lillian, who looked inside and found a small container with an M on it. Lillian widened her eyes, discovering it to belong to a fast food brand. "Oh, thanks. You really didn't have to. No worries. You paid for this room for who knows how long. I am really thankful for that." Lillian went to the other side of the room and ate what was found inside the container. And as Lillian did this, she couldn't help but think deeply about Viesta's desire to enter her mana realm. A person's mana realm was usually unique only to them. Of course, there being similarity with others was always a case. It was predominantly unique. It was a magical realm inside a person's mana core, which held the purpose of holding a person's shards or displaying the current state of their mana. But it could also hold a purpose in dictating a person's mana behavior and how it may act when used. From what Lillian remembered, her mana realm was as boring as it came. Just an endless flat sea of water with a cloudy blue sky. The only thing noteworthy about it was that Lillian could walk on the surface of it, as if there was a thin layer of glass. Compared to some that may have special entities within their mana realm that acted like guardians, Lillian's was truly plain. The types of realms that held these guardians would benefit the owner greatly as sparing partners. Deciding to take a look at how her mana realm was doing, Lillian sat in a cross-legged position on her bed and breathed in deeply. Closing her eyes and waiting for a second, Lillian opened them a moment later and found her lying under a sea of clouds gliding above her, like a herd of sheep migrating over land. Sitting up, Lillian covered her eyes, momentarily blinded by the blue sky and its non-existent sun. After adjusting, Lillian pushed herself up to her feet. Lillian looked down and stared at the sea beneath her. Anything past 10 meters deep became incredibly dark and murky hard to see through. It gave it an ominous appearance, as though some horror was lurking under the surface she was standing on. Lillian eventually drew back her gaze from it and flipped her hand up, causing 6 individual bubbles of varying sizes to erupt from the deep ocean. Floating within each of these bubbles was her current loadout of shards. They ranged from her gauntlets, her necklace, boots, short sword, her black cloak, and lastly the beetle inside its glass shard form. 6 shards. That was her current maximum. After completing her next trial, this limit would be increased by 3. Lillian had swapped out some of her gear for the Black Maw, which she might need to if Marionette believed it would be recommended to bring for the fight with the Alpha. Well, is there really a... Chapter 371. Tiring training? Well, is there really a reason for that? Lillian tilted her head, scrutinizing her current loadout. The real reason why anyone would keep weapons inside their shard slot would be to have them repair slowly inside their mana realm. But unlike these items, her Black Maw had an enchantment completely dedicated to keeping the weapon's quality in peak condition. Although, I don't really know the extent of that. Besides that, it shouldn't really matter. Currently, her mind had shifted onto another thought. Would the Alpha be considered a powerful foe for the Odachi? If Lillian managed to slay the Alpha, would it cause the weapon to lessen in weight? Recalling back, Lillian remembered that the spider she had fought back in the Forest of Disruption counted as a powerful foe, although the weapon didn't exactly lessen much of its weight. Lillian exited her thoughts and threw a look towards the black jagged short sword. Her brows furrowed for a moment. Lillian strided forward, flashing her hand towards her short sword and popping the bubble it was in. Once grasping its hilt, a surge of electricity erupted and wrapped around her body. The thin layer of electricity shocked the sea under her, causing it to disperse into a small perimeter around her that slithered like miniature golden snakes. Electrifying aura, not only did it increase her speed by 20, but it would also shock those that made contact with the thin layer wrapped around her. But not only that, but it also gave her a decent resistance to electricity. Lillian swung her sword around, her eyes following the trail of arcs her sword made through the air. After practicing for a little bit and working on her footwork, Lillian couldn't help but feel bored. Although Lillian's mana realm was an excellent place for serenity and relaxation, it didn't prove useful in terms of physical training. Well, combat-wise, breathing a sigh, Lillian scanned her seemingly never-ending surroundings. After a moment of silence, a thought popped into Lillian's head. With a tap of her right foot, which caused ripples on the surface of the sea, a liquid double of Lillian sprouted next to her. At the moment of its birth, Lillian's sword had abruptly cleaved diagonally through its entire body. Steam bled out of its chest as it fell back and collapsed, breaking apart and merging with the ocean beneath it. Lillian gave a small hum as she saw this. It'll do. Now, then, I wonder if my next experiment would work. Appearing 5 meters away from her was another liquid double, except this time, it moved and twitched on its own. And after it was completely imbued with Lillian's parasitic element, it dashed towards her with a ferocious speed. Lillian beamed at the sight of her own clone coming at her. This was her solution to the boredom within the realm. If she didn't have any guardians to spar with, why not create some of her own? Using her knowledge and experience of previously creating autonomous clones when she fought with Thalrek, Lillian had devised that if she were to reverse the target of its desire, wouldn't that make it target her? With a single pounce, Lillian closed the several meters between them in a single moment. Then, with her sword raised over her head, Lillian swung down. BZZT. Her sword sliced into the center of its head, causing it to cave in, and the center to split, and its body to bubble and steam. Lillian's lips momentarily curved downwards as she saw this. Lillian's immeasurable disappointment flashed through her eyes. Perhaps these liquid doubles of her could only stall and do nothing more. Splash! However, this feeling of disappointment was short-lived as she remembered the following reason why they were special and unique. After her sword had split its body, the remaining parts of it splashed against her body and sucked out her mana. Not a moment later, two other duplicates popped out of her body like parasites. Lillian's eyes widened, the sense of weakness appearing with the duplicate's birth. But that didn't stop the toothy grin she now wore. After distancing herself from the duplicates and engaging in close combat again, Lillian now realized how awful it felt to feel yourself drained of both mana and stamina simultaneously. An hour later, Lillian muttered inside her mind. So, this was how it felt to fight against me. Lillian's arms drooped to the side as she became the sole focus of an army of autonomous clones, numbering 100 or maybe just a bit more than that. Completely geared up with her gauntlets, boots, cloak, and chestplate, Lillian fought off the horde of her. She could feel her eyelids drooping as another two clones bursted out of her like aliens. Lillian now realized how dreadful it would be to fight against a horde of enemies by herself, especially ones that would constantly grow in numbers. After another hour or two, or maybe even 3, a massive hill of approximately 20 meters grew at the center of the ocean, made with hundreds of liquid mannequins, whose arms wriggled as they climbed to the top. It was an eerie sight, but luckily, before the hill could reach another dozen meters in height, it suddenly collapsed on itself. The liquid hill fell apart and merged with the sea underneath, freeing a white-haired girl with blue eyes, who was trapped under. Lillian panted harshly. Huff! Huff! Taking off her gear, Lillian laid splayed on the surface of the water, getting back her breath after experiencing whatever she had just gone through. If Lillian still didn't have control over the clones, she feared she might actually suffocated there. While a person was within their mana realm, they would be given a variety of buffs, the default being able to store double the amount of mana they could usually and being able to restore it 25 faster. Although Lillian hadn't measured her mana restoration, she knew her rate of regeneration was much quicker than the average man, most likely 50 faster than the average person. So, on top of all of her buffs that were related to her mana, Lillian had been sucked dry of it all. Lillian could even feel the sky and sea feel a lot paler and whiter than before, a contrast to their vibrant blue previously. Using the back of her hand to wipe her face, Lillian murmured with wide eyes and a shocked face. I really think I'm a bit stronger now. Her voice filled with pessimism. After an attempt to sit up, Lillian fell back down on her back with a deadpan and tired look in her eyes. Lillian gave out a yawn and said, I think I am a bit tired. And as Lillian said that, her eyelids dropped, closing and causing her to drift into a dark land of fatigue. Lillian didn't know exactly how long she had slept, but after opening her eyes, she exited her mana realm. Lillian looked around, finding her surroundings normal and unchanged except for the curtains being shut and Viesta seated at the desk with a laptop out. Viesta, peeking out from the corner of her eyes, found the curtains shifting. Viesta turned to the side, finding Lillian slipping a look outside and finding that it had turned dark. Watching as the girl widened her eyes, Viesta couldn't help but laugh. This evening now. Let me guess, you were so engrossed on something that you hadn't even noticed how long it had been? Lillian turned back and nodded her head slowly. It had been a while since Lillian had truly been so focused on something that didn't have to do with being lazy or going out to have fun. How long have I been out? Viesta thought for a moment. When I woke up from my focus, you're already like that, so I am not sure. But what I do know was that you been out for like 4 to 5 hours. I was out for that long. If Lillian had known she could both improve her skills and also skip time doing something productive, she would have done this on the train. Sighing, Lillian strolled back to her bed. At least she was now rejuvenated from her nap. Lying down, Lillian pulled out her phone and checked the time. Lillian hummed at that before swiping to the message app. Lillian wondered if she should send Marionette a call and talk for a bit. After a moment of thought, Lillian nodded to that idea and held her finger over the call button, but then was interrupted at the sound of Viesta hopping into her bed. Remembering that Viesta was in the room, Lillian felt that, it may not be a great idea, after all. With how Marionette had felt about Viesta, Lillian didn't think it would be best to talk with each other while she was in the room, especially with how much Lillian knew that Marionette might ask for FaceTime. Now that I know I can train inside my mana realm, maybe I should focus more on that a bit. After shooting Marionette a quick goodnight and chatting with her for a bit, Lillian fell back into her mana realm, intending to develop her combat skills and further the fighting style she had slowly been developing. Chapter 372. A Conference About Tomorrow? Blackridge Manor in the dead of night. The lights of a premium manor continued to shine. Its metal gates locked, but slowly opened as a group of individuals was led through. It was a group of 4 that was led through by one of the servants working the night shift. If either Lillian or Millis were here, they would find that 2 of the 4 were people they had met previously. More specifically, today, Zeke, the captain of the guards, was dressed in formal wear and still donning his military cap. And next to Zeke was the boss overseeing the mining procedures of the Blackridge family, S-Mines, Bob. As for the other 2, being a middle-aged woman and an elderly man, they were the managers of the guild buildings set in the town of Blackridge the Merchant and Mage guilds. Their names were Catolia and Herman. All 4 of them, and more soon after, had come to discuss the next course of action with the current head of the Blackridge family regarding the presence of a concerning monster residing inside the Mines A place where the town lives off of for profit. While each of the wrinkles on their faces was a face, they were still calm and collected. But that couldn't be said the same for Zeke, as he was one of the few who had experienced the Alpha's overwhelming predatory aura. After being shown into the manor, they were quickly brought into a large dining room, which would act as their conference room for the night. As they were seated, Zeke swept his gaze towards the entrance of the room, finding more people of importance to the town flooding in. From the one in charge of the town, as financial affairs, to the town, as chief of police. A meeting of this scale hadn't happened in years. And unlike Zeke and the 3 that arrived with him, they were ignorant of the current situation. Zeke then brought his gaze down at the long rectangular table wrapped in a white dining cloth and decorated with a variety of potted plants and such. Zeke then turned his head to his right, finding his partner, Bob, adjusting his tie and the lapels of his suit. Zeke then asked in a hushed manner, "Your thoughts on the current matter?" Bob threw the captain a look and sighed. "I have no idea. Everything can go south with how the Blackridge family." Head is like. Bob froze, watching in the corner of his eyes that a separate door to the side opened outwards. A man of average height exited in large strides and with his arms folded behind his back. Dressed in a luxurious suit and equipped with several rings, the man sat at the head of the table with a pompous expression. He had dark brown hair slicked to one side, a hairy chin, and emerald green eyes. This was Wilfred Ker Blackridge, the current head of the Blackridge family. Wilfred swept his gaze at the faces of the people seated at his table and nodded in satisfaction, noticing that everyone of importance inside his town had made it. "I am glad that you all could make it to this abrupt appointment." Wilfred then eyed Zeke and Bob, gesturing towards their direction, for it seems that these 2 had found something quite concerning in my mining site. Bob stiffened, and so did Zeke, as the eyes of the people seated at the table settled onto them. Zeke, noticing that both he and Bob were now brought to the center of the stage, coughed into his fist. "That's correct, Lord Blackridge." Zeke stood up from his seat, but then felt something come over him. Zeke's body spasmed, causing him to jerk on the table, his knees almost buckling. These sudden moments caused the people seated at the table to let out frightened gasps and quietly whisper to one another. Bob immediately stood up and hooked his arm under the armpit of his colleague. Bob then whispered with concern, "Do you wish for me to explain it, or—" Once Zeke regained control over his body and took in a deep breath, he adjusted his tie and suit before standing back up again. Zeke cursed the flaw that resided inside his soul before looking towards his friend and shaking his head. Zeke then spoke. "I apologize for my inappropriate display. I am sure that most of you at this point are aware of my body's condition, so I believe I need to speak much on it." After that, Zeke went on to speak about the alpha residing inside the deep parts of the cavern. Zeke went on to describe its appearance, the feeling of its predatory aura, and whatever he could get out of his brief moment hiding around the monster. Zeke's words attracted everyone's attention and caused their faces to turn grim and dark. And they would be right to look so. Who would be glad that a monster with the height of a roughly 5-story building was living extremely near them? Wilfred, who listened to Zeke's words, couldn't help but narrow his eyes with a look that said, "My time is being wasted." It wasn't because Wilfred didn't care about his people, but because the situation was as dangerous as he thought. Wilfred stopped Zeke, who was in the middle of his sentence, and looked towards Herman, the manager of the mage guild of his town. "Mr. Herman, how long would it take for you to request mages to my town to clean out this pest?" Herman widened his old eyes slightly, the wrinkles on his face hardening. "Days, Lord Blackridge. From what I heard, the entire area near the first sighting of the Alpha had been closed off by the authorities. Our town was included." Wilfred clicked his tongue, agitated. How preposterous. "And do they know that this monster is right inside my mountain?" "They're still tracking it, Lord Blackridge, but unless we wait a couple days, I am sure the authorities would come by our village to check for any monster activities. Or I could send out a request. If you like." Wilfred gave an exasperated sigh and shook his head, declining Herman's offer. "If it takes approximately just a couple of days, then we can just wait for the authorities to come deal with it for no cost." Although Wilfred wasn't glad about his cavern being used as a nest for a beast, he couldn't do much. He was just glad it was doing anything that could harm his income too much. Chapter 373. The solution is A. Zeke, who watched Wilfred take up a wine glass, concluded what the man might be currently thinking about. Zeke then opened his mouth and said, "One last thing, Lord Blackridge. But I am sure it would be best to let you know that barrel moles are known to feed off of minerals as well." Wilfred's expression then cracked. "Are you telling me these rodents are eating into my cavern's values?" He slowly placed the wine glass back down before shooting up onto his feet. "Then we can possibly wait for a couple of days. If there's truly a lot of these monsters, then my mountain will be bled dry of all of its ores. We can possibly let that happen." Wilfred's mind raced, and only after a moment of thought, an idea lit up like an ingenious light bulb. "I got it. We shall hold a contest on who can bring down this beast. I am sure there are plenty of mages inside this town and large parties of them. How about we let them handle it?" Catolia, the manager of the merchants guild, nodded energetically to the idea. Catolia even saw a way that their town could profit from this idea. Yes, Lord Blackridge. We could even charge them a small price for them to attempt it for a large prize. I am sure everyone would come flocking to it. Excellent idea. Wait, prize?" Wilfred slowly lowered himself back into his seat, worried that the cost was going to be large. "Is this coming out of my pocket?" "Well, Lord Blackridge, this is merely a small price to pay for a long-term profit. Like you said, we can possibly allow those filthy rodents to eat up your mountain's precious minerals." Wilfred nodded slowly and then looked towards everyone else. He then asked, "Well then, since we got a plan, does anyone want to add more on to this, or does anyone have any suggestions?" While some did go on to speak up, it was mainly to add more to the idea. No one raised their voice, which satisfied Wilfred. But that was until Zeke objected. But one, those people risk losing their lives, Lord Blackridge? Surely, if those people enter and lose their lives or suffer fatal injuries, it might impact our town's reputation. Wilfred waved his hand dismissively. We can think things further tomorrow. For now, Wilfred clapped his hands and caused a flood of servants to fill the room with drinks and meals. Let us dine and congratulate ourselves on our brilliant ideas. Zeke sat back down and threw a glance toward his colleague, Bob, finding him stuffing his face. Zeke couldn't help but feel something in his stomach churn, and his brows furrowed. Seeing that he couldn't do anything, Zeke just went along with those around him and tried his best to enjoy the meal given. As the sun rose over the town, mages began to find signs and posters about a mysterious monster that lived inside the mines. It spoke that if a group of mages were able to exterminate it, they would be given a hefty prize, plus the corpse. And because of that, the morning was suddenly met with a humongous line of mages that stretched from the start of the mine and all the way to the train station. Mages armed with swords, armor, staves, and even firearms lined up to face the monster for this hefty prize. Lillian and Millis watched as this line went by from inside a cafe. Drinking out a milkshake, Millis stared at the line of mages outside and spoke in an incredulous manner. Yikes. These guys sure are patient to be waiting in line for this long. It's almost as big as that Lanya and Red Ice waited for that Ferris wheel. Millis turned her eyes to Lillian, who was holding the handle of a coffee mug in her right hand and a pamphlet in her left. Lillian's face twitched and her lips twisted upwards into a wry smile. Did you really stalk us on our date? And it wasn't even that big of a line, anyway. All lines are big if you think about it. Millis folded her arms with a huff. Any kind of waiting sucks, especially for a Ferris wheel or roller coaster. Lillian stared at the heroine's face with a soft gaze. They wearing? Wrong in a way. Waiting does suck. Anyway, what? The prize again for this whole thing going on? Must be pretty important. Apparently, it's 75 of all income made from the competition. Since you need to pay to actually attempt, I assume they mean the money made from that. And how much do you need to enter? Lillian thought for a moment. I think I recall someone saying it's like 100 semis. Expensive, but I think it's to deter mages that aren't strong enough to make that much. Millis then tilted her head. But what kind of mage can even make 100 semis? That's like an E-rank monster, I think. Lillian almost coughed on her drink at what the heroine said, mainly because she was one of those mages that didn't have much hope of making that much money. You. Just an exception, Millis. Like you said, you're very strong. I am glad you can finally see my brilliance. Millis turned her nose up, the feeling of pride swelling inside her chest at Lillian's compliment. The heroine then downed the entire milkshake before crying about the brain freeze. Millis then watched as Lillian got up. She raised an eyebrow and asked, "You off somewhere?" "Not for long. Just got to give Marionette a call." Millis' eyebrow then slowly raised in a teasing manner as the corners of her lips curled up. Don, take too long. And make sure you find somewhere private, just in case you wanted to do something spicy." Lillian's face contorted and her brows furrowed as she slowly backed away from the table and towards the exit. She slowly shook her head side to side, disagreeing with Millis, who nodded up and down with a broad grin. Chapter 374. Bad person? Click. Lillian? Hey, you busy? Lillian pressed the speaker of her phone to her ear as she leaned her back against a wall inside an alleyway. No, not right now, at least. Did you need something? No, I just wanted to say good morning, that's all. Lillian muttered with a shy expression as she twirled a lock of her hair. Did you sleep well? I see. Good morning to you, too, Lillian. And yes, I did sleep rather well. Marionette then went silent before adding, I recall that today you will be hunting something, am I right? Yeah, you. Rewrite. Currently, Lillian threw a glance outside and eyed the slow-moving line. There A massive line of people looking to try and get a crack at it. A line? That's rather peculiar. Are they in parties or solo? Parties, I believe. Any noteworthy groups there? Not yet, but they will come, I think. It's pretty early in the morning, like 10 a.m. That's early? When Marionette asked that, Lillian could already imagine the woman raising an eyebrow at her. Lillian's face twitched a bit, but then she sighed. Well, I guess not really, but you get what I mean. Lillian then went on to estimate how many there were and how long the line stretched. And after a bit of description, Marionette gave a low hum before speaking. Well then, if the line is as big as you say it is, try to let as many people go in first before you do. Let them weaken the monster before claiming it for yourself. Lillian nodded to the assassin's words. She had already planned to do this before. After a little chat, Lillian decided to end the call, but only once she had said, "All right, I should be going now. Love ya, Mari. I love you too, Lillian. Make sure to send a picture of your spoils." Lillian returned to Millis and waited for the line to shorten a bit. The heroine, who was expressing clear signs of boredom, asked as she rested her upper body on the table. "Lil, are we just going to be stuck here all day? That line is barely moving. How about we just get in line and just hope we get to the front? Quick!" Lillian glanced down at Millis with a smirk and shook her head. Let's just wait a bit more. From that point, all the way to the afternoon, Millis had constantly groaned in Lillian's ear, which made the rabbit rather irritated. And that was when Lillian finally gave her reasoning. Lillian pointed at the line outside the window. Then she stated, "Look, Millis, if we just let all of those guys fight the Alpha first, they would weaken it. And by the time we join the line and get into the mine, it would have been already weakened or tired." Millis widened her eyes slightly before speaking in a worried voice, but wouldn't those people be losing their lives fighting that thing? What about that, Lil? Lillian squinted at the heroine for a moment and felt a change in the air between them. Lillian also noticed a glint flashing through Millis' pupils, which caused her to smirk and lean back in her seat. Wrapping her arms behind her head, Lillian chuckled in a low and nonchalant tone. Look, they already knew the consequences when they became mages. Every person in that line of business knew they would be seriously injured. Lillian then shrugged with a playful and uncaring look in her eyes. And why should I care? If they off to do something dangerous, then let them. We aren't babysitters for adults. Millis frowned for a split moment and rested her right elbow on the table before leaning the side of her face into her palm. The heroine then said in an oddly naive manner, "Well, doesn't that make you a bad person, then, Lillian? How about you become something like a hero?" Millis then perked up and straightened her back with an expectant look. Oh. How about we both become heroes together?" Millis then swiped her hands through the air. "Crime fighting? Partners in the name of justice." Lillian widened her eyes for a moment and began to cackle at Millis, who narrowed her eyes and pouted at the girl. "What you Logan? For? I thought that was a great idea." It is, I think. But I am not that type of person, really. And to answer that earlier question, I don't think it. LL changed much since I am a bad person. Lillian shrugged with a playful and carefree look. I am not the type of person to go around saving people indiscriminately, especially people who are willing to do something dangerous for some prize. Lillian then watched as Millis' face wrinkled a bit at her words. Lillian sighed, scratching the back of her scalp. Or I could be a walking contradiction, but anyway, Lillian moved around the booth and sat next to the heroine, who was pouting a bit at her words. Patting Millis' shoulder, Lillian smiled and wrapped an arm around the woman's neck. "Look, bud, even if I may not be the hero, I can surely bet you will be a great one in the future, even if you a bit perverse." "Oi, I am not perverse, I am honest." But are you being honest? Right now? I always am. After a little conversation inside the cafe and a little longer, it was eventually afternoon. And because of that, they were now lining up. As they shuffled along with the line, they noticed more and more people wandering the streets, either bruised or seriously wounded. Fortunately, it wasn't T as bad as a missing limb or such, but still, after a few more hours, they were now closer to the entrance of the mine. It was then that Lillian decided to take a long look at her current loadout. Shards, regular, S last grasp, Lady Fate, S lucky necklace of entertainment, Swift step, regular, S last spite. Carapace hunter, fluttering prowl. Lillian hadn't changed anything about it, but she felt the current loadout of hers could do very well. Although Lillian wasn't sure she might need the beetle, she decided to leave him in. Lillian had thought about swapping something out for the Black Maw, but she realized it would just be best for it to be in her spatial ring instead. Whoa! Lillian raised her head and looked towards Millis, finding her staring towards a certain part of the mining site. Lillian raised an eyebrow and followed her gaze, finding it to be settled on a surveillance station. Displayed on these screens was live camera footage of the entire cavern below. What Lillian found were several piles of barrel moles strewn across the ground, bloodied and unalive. Lillian's eyes flashed with a satisfied look, knowing that she wouldn't have to deal with being swarmed anytime soon. But then, Lillian looked at another screen, finding one of the couple of teams inside struggling against a buffed horde of barrel moles. Lillian knew that they were buffed due to the fact that they moved far quicker than usual. These barrel moles crushed and tore through their armor with ease. If these people had enchantments, Lillian knew for a fact that they were incredibly weak. Doesn't he look like they were doing too well? Right before one of the members of this group fell and could suffer a fatal injury, teleport them out. A commanding voice erupted to the side. Lillian and the surrounding people glanced towards one man commanding a group of space mages to teleport the injured team out. It was Zeke. Zeke crossed off the name of the group from a clipboard and gestured for them to leave with a taciturn face. I commend you for your attempt, but unfortunately you cannot make the cut. The leader of the supposed team with dented armor stood up to Zeke's face and yelled with a frustrated voice, still brimming with adrenaline. Why the hell did you pull us out? We could have done it. There's just a few more of those damn moles in here. We could... Zeke flashed him a cold look, and you could have died along with your team. How about you sit back down and think about the safety of your group first? Walking away, Zeke stumbled upon Lillian and Millis, who waited patiently in line while staring at him. Zeke momentarily widened his eyes and smiled slightly at the sight of them. Oh, are you two here to watch the live footage over there? Zeke then looked behind them, finding out that there weren't any more people coming. You might not get much entertainment out of it, unless you two are into watching people get hurt. Huh? No. We are willing to fight the monster as well. As for the people behind us, I think they got too bored of waiting and left after seeing how many people got hurt. Chapter 375, A Mage Party? Zeke raised an eyebrow at Lillian's explanation, his eyes flashing with an intimidating light as the scars on his face wrinkled. But then his lips curled upwards into a soft and relieved smile. Zeke then whispered, "Is that so?" "I am relieved then." Zeke then paused for a moment, watching as Lillian and Millis stared at him intently. He then coughed into his hand as he added, "I mean that. A shame. We had almost reached a new record of money gathered." Lillian watched as Zeke walked back to his station and welcomed another group of mages into the mine. She couldn't help but smile slightly at how he reacted. Under Zeke's intimidating scars and stoic face, he was rather gentle, almost like a certain assassin she knew. Lillian froze and held her chin and thought for a split moment before mentally concluding, "Nah, Marionette's much cuter." Lillian then watched as Zeke led the group at the very front into the mine before coming back shortly after. Zeke held up his clipboard and looked towards the group in front of Lillian. It was made up of 3 individuals, 2 of whom were women, and the last was a tall man in thick armor taller than even Zeke. "All right, may I know your group? Name? And if you aren't a group, I suggest making one before attempting." Looking up from his clipboard, Zeke's face paled and hardened as he recognized the man's face. The man, who was staring down Zeke, scrutinized the captain's face. He had wondered why Zeke had suddenly become pale all of a sudden. But then he felt a sense of familiarity inside his chest and mind. And after taking in Zeke's head shape and his body mannerisms, the man couldn't help but beam with a mocking grin. Well, if it isn't the wimpy dog that we left here. How has it been? Lillian, who watched as Zeke came face to face with the man, recalled that the three in front of her used to be the captain's old mage party before being kicked out. A mage party that was rather known for its effectiveness was known as Brexistence. The man in armor was named Brexton, and the two ladies in the back were named Gloria and Historia twins. But they were incredibly irrelevant, so much so that Lillian was surprised she even remembered their name. Lillian let out a small internal squeal of excitement as she watched this unfold. Zeke coughed into his fist and scribbled down a name onto his clipboard before holding out his hand. To think we would have a group like yourself here. Since I assume I'll be entering to face the monster. Please hand out the fiend needed to enter. HM. Brexton hummed lowly at Zeke's words before laughing. Oh, come on. We, old party members. Surely, you could do me a solid and let us three through? Brexton then glanced back, looking down at Lillian and Millis with a smug grin. And for what I see, besides those two pipsqueaks, my girls, and you, no one could see if you let us in for free. So, how about it? Lillian's face twitched at his words. Pipsqueak? Why was she suddenly being targeted with stray words all of a sudden? She knew this guy was bad, but she didn't know he was this bad. Lillian turned to the side and found Millis' eyes and nose flaring with an insulted and offended look. Lillian watched as the heroine pumped up her arms and began marching forward, almost with the intention of picking a fight with the man. Who are you, Callan? Beepskeek. Jadolfoimache. Lillian slapped a hand around Millis' mouth, giggling quietly as Brexton glanced back. She waved him off, Don. My friend here. She had Tourette's and was just going through one of her moments. Hope you can understand. Oh, well, I definitely understand. Brexton shook his head. Trust me, it's best to not be paired up with someone with that disability. It's a nightmare to deal with. After saying that, Brexton turned around and pushed Zeke into the mine, forcing the captain to show him the way as he was followed by the two ladies behind him. Millis, once freed, growled at the man, back before spitting on the ground, cursed that rat bastard. I am bulked and swole as shit. Just because his ass is taller doesn't mean we pipsqueak. Millis then rolled up her sleeve and flexed her bicep at Lillian, pointing at the bump and tapping it furiously. You see this here? That's a muscle dash. Lillian sighed and interrupted the heroine. I get it. Lillian knew that Millis was annoyed, and so was she. If she had to be honest, she would rather people know that she's strong rather than she's weak. It makes you feel a lot better about herself. What if I caused some sort of accident? Lillian's intrusive thoughts bled through as a dark glint flashed through her eyes. This thought immediately disappeared as she caught sight of Millis again. Lillian sighed and believed it would be best to keep those thoughts to herself and not act on them. Spending time around Marionette can both be a bad and good influence. As Brexton and his group wandered down into the mine, Zeke couldn't help but curse fate for this abrupt meetup with his past party mates. He then stiffened at the sound of his ex-leader's voice. So, Zeke, this is what you've been doing for the past. Zeke gripped the brim of his military cap and pulled it down over his face. He continued to walk forward and intended not to answer Brexton's question. But that was only until he was bombarded with a multitude of comments and questions that he finally caved in. Standing before the elevator, Zeke spun on his heel and straightened his back, glaring at the man before him as the twins giggled at his gaze. Zeke's face twitched with irritation as he stared at Brexton's face. Yes, after you three stranded me here on my own, without any money, I managed to find myself a job working for the Blackridge family. Have I satisfied your curiosity? Brexton clicked his tongue, huffing. TCH, you speak as though I didn't do you a massive favor, Wimpy. Don, forget all those times you ran away and hid under that element of yours while I did all the work. Brexton then flicked the cap off Zeke's head and caused it to fall and dirty itself on the ground. Brexton laughed, followed by the twins behind him, who glanced at each other first before giggling along. Brexton then gestured towards the keypad, now opened the doors to the elevator. And we, LL put down this monster for this little-ass town. Zeke picked up his cap and brushed off the dust. And after putting it on, he said, Chapter 376, Back to the Mine? After Zeke went into the mines, Lillian and Millis strolled over to the surveillance station. They wanted to see what the current condition of the Alpha was. If Lillian recalled correctly, the current barrel mole population inside the cavern should be 50 less than what it currently was, the total previously being a couple of thousands. It was truly a miracle that the Alpha had chosen for all of them to stay within the mine instead of unleashing a full-blown attack on the entire town. Lillian narrowed her eyes a little, but that's only because when Monster was at least capable of thinking of the total strength of the town. Every time a monster rises through tears, its intelligence grows along with it. Currently, Alpha was capable of companionship and even a bit of strategic thinking, but still less compared to something like the Needle Prowler back in the Forest of Disruption. The only difference between the two was that the Spider was a C rank while the Alpha was only in the D rank. However, in terms of mana shells, the Spider had only been through 2 evolutions, while the Alpha had been through 4. Exactly one more than the Beetle, who was only a Maw. Lillian sighed. Even so, the Beetle almost lost to the Spider due to the poor matchup, and I guess also because the Arachnid could use mana. Nonetheless, compared to the tree, Lillian knew for a fact that the Alpha was weaker, even if it had 1,000 or so minions at its beck and call. Looking at the camera footage, they found countless strewn bodies inside the dark cavern. It was fortunate that the camera was made to be able to look through the dark, for most of the lights had been taken down. Will I need the depressing warmth? Lillian wondered if she should take in her lantern. She then looked down at her current attire and found that it wouldn't. Tea really help. I can ask for a mining helmet, doesn't tea really matter? After a little bit of searching, they failed to find any signs of the Alpha and instead paid attention to the camera facing the elevator and watched as it carried down a group of 3. It was Brexton and the twins that belonged to his party. Lillian could only remember that one of the 2 was actually a healer, but she couldn't be bothered to focus hard enough to recall. If Lillian were a gacha character, she would consider herself both a damage dealer and a healer at the same time. Don. Cha think that guy looked pretty pissed, Lil. Lillian snapped out of her thoughts and looked towards Millis, finding her pointing towards the screen that was zoomed in on Brexton's face. He seemed to be extremely agitated. Maybe Zeke said something. Lillian shrugged, with a grin, already knowing what the captain had said to get that reaction. She then watched as the same person they were talking about exited the mine. Zeke's clothes were stained with dust, and so was a partial bit of his cap, which he adjusted a bit on his head. He looked over to Lillian and nodded, gesturing for her to come forward. All right, could you please come follow me? Lillian nodded but stopped Millis. She then asked, are we allowed to get mining helmets? Why? No, for the darkness. Oh, I am not sure if we could give them out. Zeke shook his head, especially when we uncertain whether or not you LL make it out. Lillian gave an exasperated sigh and took a step forward, but then watched as Zeke pulled out 2 separate helmets with torches built into them. However, I am willing to take some backlash for you 2 ladies. After handing over the helmets, Zeke turned around and began walking into the mines, followed by both Lillian and Millis. Zeke glanced back. Now then, is it just you 2? Or are there more coming? Just us for now, but a 3rd is coming later. Someone with a cowboy hat, brown hair, and green eyes. I am sure they LL come in about 45 minutes or so. I see. Zeke then went silent as he escorted the 2 down, and once they reached the elevator, he gestured for the 2 to enter without needing to pay. Millis raised an eyebrow at this. You sure, sir? LL be happy to pay, you know. She confidently stated as she placed her hands on her hips and ignored Lillian, who slowly turned in her direction. With a twitching face, Lillian muttered with a crooked smile. Vulvet. Or is it just me again? Millis stared at her silently before giving a thumbs up and grinning broadly. You got this, girl. Lillian clicked her tongue and looked towards Zeke, who shook his head and denied the two. The mining team has yet paid you back for some of the help you did. So, consider this as a little something. Lillian smiled and nudged Millis towards the elevator before looking back at Zeke. She then asked, Hey, those guys got to you earlier, didn't they? How about joining our little group in taking down the Alpha? I am sure your invisibility will do wonders. Lillian's words rang inside the man's ears and caused his calm eyes to widen in shock. His eyes then shone with a contemplative and hesitant light. Eventually, he sighed and gave a small chuckle. I appreciate the compliment. I truly do, but I will do more harm than good. I promise you that. Shaking his head, Zeke watched as the two ladies entered the elevator. You can always change your mind. Lillian smiled before entering the elevator alongside Millis. Well then, I'll be off. Lillian pressed the button and caused the elevator to jerk and slowly descend. Zeke watched this and nodded. He gave a small wave and muttered, I'll be rooting for the two of you to win this pathetic competition. So don't disappoint me. As Zeke watched the two leave his sight, he gave a loud sigh before turning around and adjusting his cap. After a second, he couldn't help but feel that. Chapter 377. A race? 10 minutes later, TCH. That bastard wimp. Brexton hissed, marching forward with a furious expression as the twins behind him flinched at his tongue click. With complete disregard for his surroundings and the bodies of both mages and moles around him, Brexton shouted, How dare that coward rob me of my damn earnings? Just because we of the same tier, he actually had the gall of demanding me to pay for a fee. One of the twins, Gloria, clutched onto a wooden staff as she muttered, And no need to get so upset about someone like him, Sir Brexton. Her twin, Historia, nodded vigorously at the words spoken. Brexton paused in the middle of the path before spinning on his heel and walking past the two ladies. With furrowed brows, he shouted, I am going back and getting back my money. But right as Brexton was about to do so under his party's disagreement, something snuck out from one of the holes to the wall on his right, then another to his left. And soon enough, they were surrounded. With a calm but fierce yell, he commanded the two ladies behind him to ready their weapons. Brexton gripped his shield and a large broadsword before charging in. He would deal with Zeke later after clearing this monster infestation. His entire party was of the second tier, after all. Taking care of some monster that still in the Durang should be easy, especially if what he was told was that it was merely of the Moss stage in its evolution. Unfortunately for Brexton, he didn't know the Alpha was a stage above that a husk. Unlike Brexton's group, who had wandered down the far left direction of the three paths, Lillian and Millis wandered down the very middle. The reason for this was that in the game, one of the two remaining directions would lead to a nursery. The Alpha was a she. The reason why Lillian had chosen to go down the middle would be that the direction of the nursery would always be the direction parallel to the one that she had gone through yesterday. The nursery acted as a long-term spawner of barrel moles and also a backup plan for the Alpha whenever they were to engage with it and push it into a corner. Remembering what might happen, Lillian sighed and shook her head, hoping it wouldn't happen, for the fight would become much harder after that. It's just 2 kilometers or so away. We can make it if we quiet enough. Lillian then felt tremors being sent through the ground and assumed it must be from Brexton's mage party. She rolled her eyes. She couldn't really bother about what happened to them, even if it may sound a bit psychotic. Looking towards Millis, Lillian asked, Have you sensed anything? Millis gave Lillian a look and realized what the girl meant. Went silent for a few moments before nodding slightly. These guys are sensitive, bro. I think they on to us already. Millis summoned her equipment along with Lillian, who wore her chest plate, cloak, boots, and gauntlets. Having already told the heroine about the plan, the two began stretching their bodies, but mainly their legs. So, what do you think about a race then, Lil? Millis grinned, pushing herself back up to Lillian's height. The rabbit looked at the heroine with a competitive grin as the holes in the walls began to widen. She hadn't even measured her speed up with someone relatively close to her level before, so this would be a learning experience. Oh, a race, huh? All right, but you better keep up, Millis. We got a plan, and we got to do it quick. You should be the one telling yourself that. I hope you don't. Get blinded because this entire tunnel will be filled by my dust cloud. Millis responded, putting on a pair of boots and rings. After pulling out a coin from her pocket, Lillian flicked it into the air. As the holes in the wall became flooded with barrel moles, the two ladies dashed forward once the coin hit the ground. With a powerful stomp from both, they shot forward with extreme speed. And in just a few steps, they had already crossed a dozen meters. Clutching her short sword, Lillian's body, wrapped in a thin layer of electricity, blitzed forward and tore through the armor of a mole with seamless ease. Defense piercer. The quicker Lillian moved, the more likely her attacks would breach through most defenses. And at this moment in time, you have slain a savage wretch, barrel mole you have slain. The monsters around her were nothing more than stepping stones. As Lillian's speed steadily increased, she found that the surrounding moles began to increase in population the more noise was made. After piercing and tearing through the thick exoskeleton of a mole, Lillian used it to propel herself upwards. Lillian looked down and found countless maws open for her descent. However, that would never happen, for as soon as Lillian pushed her foot towards the ground, a transparent platform appeared. Leaning herself forward, Lillian stomped on it, shattering and blasting herself forward as she created countless platforms beneath her feet. And without any obstacles in the way, she had already crossed 1.4 kilometers. If one were to take into account that the race had only started 3 minutes and 50 seconds ago, then this was incredibly fast. Once Lillian began to abuse her teleportation, she managed to reach the end in only 1 minute and 30 seconds. As Lillian leapt off her air platform, she landed on the ground and looked back, finding a tsunami of moles charging at her with malevolent intentions. But a second later, a massive pit formed underneath them, followed by a wall blocking them off from her. Lillian widened her eyes before watching as Millis suddenly slipped out from the solid wall beside her as though she were a ghost. And just like her, the heroine too was covered in blood. Lillian smiled widely. Well, looks like I. Chapter 378. Focus stab? Looks like I win, huh? Lillian snickered smugly as pride swelled up inside her chest. Millis rolled her eyes and chuckled at Lillian's words. The heroine then pulled out something from her pocket before holding it up with her index finger and thumb for Lillian to see. The rabbit squinted her eyes and wondered what Millis was holding, but then realized it was the coin she had used to signal the start of their race. Lillian's face darkened before turning deadpan as a wry smile plastered itself over her lips. Why, you really picked up my coin along the way? Hell yeah, I did. Millis pocketed the coin before folding her arms. You can? Wastes such good money. That's out of character for you, Lil. Lillian sighed and waved her hand dismissively, yeah, before looking towards the entrance of the nursery, which was another tunnel that led to a massively open area. After entering the room, Lillian looked towards the ceiling and noted how it was around 500 meters away from the ground. Lillian then looked towards the curved walls and stared at the small chambers inside them. Using the light coming out from her mining helmet, Lillian looked inside the small chambers and found eggs, pale white eggs numbering several dozen, even more. Monster biology was extremely hard to explain, even through scientific ways, so it was. Strange to find that creatures that normally wouldn't lay eggs could, especially due to the fact that there were a variety of evolutions a monster could go through that influenced this. It's so dark, Lillian muttered with an irritated expression. She then drifted her gaze forward and revealed what seemed to be swish, a large metallic claw sweeping towards her. Lillian's eyes glinted at the sight of it as she flashed her sword forward. But right as her sword was about to make contact with the armored forearm, a pillar of stone erupted from the ground. Millis, having prevented the attack with a preemptive pillar, bent back 90 degrees and dodged a separate claw, sweeping over her body. And right as the heroine was about to counterattack, a torrent of water crashed into whatever was in front of her. Leaning back up and brushing back her purple hair, Millis nodded at Lillian, who was startled at the sudden ambush. Using the light projected from their helmet, they each looked towards a hulking monster that prowled in the darkness around them. They were extremely similar to barrel moles with their thick, plated exoskeleton that acted as metal armor and large forearms. Its fangs were beastly, already taking on a palish yellow. However, the only difference was that these ones were much bigger, at least 8 meters tall, and only had armor situated on only the more vulnerable places, which allowed it much better movement. It was quite similar to a gorilla in a way. If it were partially bred with a rodent and had metal platings stitched to its bare skin. Lillian recognized the two of them as the royal guards of the Alpha and were ones that had managed to acquire 3 mana shells, making them a savage maw. And with these stats, they were on the level of the beetle. Lillian felt her body shiver and her fingers fidget, not out of fear, but of excitement. She was finally going to fight a powerful monster after so long. Watching as Millis charged at her royal guard, Lillian did the same and leapt towards the monster before her with her short sword drawn back. The mole noticed her approach and crouched onto all fours before charging toward her as well. And once the two of them met, the only sounds that could be heard were echoes of clanging metals and the scraping of one. Lillian ducked under a swing and shot back up, slashing at its arm and leaving a deep scratch in its armor. By this point, the monster's armor was covered in scars, something that caused the corners of Lillian's lips to curl upwards. But then the monster swung its other arm down, crashing it down on Lillian and causing her body to shatter into a puddle of water. Its armored claws, which had cracked the ground, were suddenly enveloped in liquid chains that were tied to the ground. Confusion flashed through its eyes as it watched as a portion of the chain separated and slithered behind its body like snakes. Once Lillian had achieved getting into its blind spot, she reformed back into her human self before entering into a hasty leap. Jumping and using its back as a platform, Lillian slashed at the back of its head, Clangiscarar, and inflicted another deep gash on its metallic exoskeleton. Lillian then leapt over its head. She looked down and found the monster's claws breaking free from the chains. Using her boot's air platform, Lillian narrowly avoided an upward slash from the monster's claws. Lillian clicked her tongue and narrowed her eyes. She shouldn't get careless. If Lillian were to fail to time her dodges or her transformations, she would undoubtedly be ripped apart and crushed into paste. However, with each risky move she made, she chipped away at both its animalistic ego and also parts of its armor. Seeing that she was getting nowhere, Lillian decided that it would be best to prepare her final attack. As Lillian stood in the air, she summoned a boring scythe into her left hand, and by swinging it to the side, Lillian propelled herself while simultaneously dodging a downward strike that shattered the air platform previously beneath her. Thud! The mole's claws shattered through the platform and caused a small crater in the stone ground. Using the rocks, it threw them towards Lillian, who dodged them with supreme dexterity. As the wind brushed through her hair and the smell of blood wafted into her nose, Lillian's mind went into overdrive as her eyes widened and her nose flared. With exceptional nimbleness, she propelled herself around the mole and through the air, reaching the height of the ceiling. And as Lillian regained her balance in the air, she focused her gaze down. Lillian looked towards the mole's scarred and blood-stained body and watched as it roared at her in agitation. Lillian breathed a deep sigh and felt herself in tune as she fell. Lillian felt the wind brush against her skin before grinning maniacally. With a spin, she swung the scythe behind her, and like that of a bullet, she shot forward with maximum deadliness as she stored her scythe away. Lillian spun in the air and regained her balance as she continued to build up both speed and momentum. At the 250 meters point, Lillian positioned her body and short sword into a stab aiming her black jagged weapon at the monster, who raised its maw to meet her. Lillian then slowly closed her eyes and focused on an enchantment. Focus stab. Upon activation, the surroundings in the corner of her eyes blurred and narrowed, warping as her entire focus shifted onto the monster before her. This was the enchantment's downside tunnel vision. However, if one were to ignore this glaring negative, then they would find that crack, that whatever they had intended to strike, PSHD, would become a reality. Chapter 379. Brexton's side? Brexton stepped back and stood under a ball of light. He looked around and stared at the monsters that were illuminated by the light. His face hardened as he watched the monsters climb over their dead. Brexton gripped his sword, which was dripping in blood, and his shield, which was now scarred with a variety of scratches and dents. Something had gone terribly wrong. You have slain a savage wretch, Barrel Mole. After killing one, he looked towards the twins, who were having a hard time of their own, holding back the horde. While a horde of this scale was overly hard to deal with, Brexton couldn't help but feel a subtle fear deep within his heart. You have slain a savage wretch, Barrel Mole. As time passed, as minutes passed, he felt the ground tremble. Something big was coming. Arg! Brexton winced as the claws of a Barrel Mole's crashed into his gauntlets, knocking his sword out of his hand, while simultaneously leaving several deep grooves in his gauntlets. There definitely was something wrong now. The moles were getting faster, and stronger too. Gnashing his teeth, Brexton summoned a stone spear from the ground and retaliated against the mole by piercing through its eye. Blood splashed against his face. You have slain a savage wretch. Barrel Mole. The situation was growing dire now. With a powerful stomp, Brexton summoned a wall of earth around his party and blocked the monsters out for the time being. He breathed a heavy sigh and wiped his forehead with the back of his hand. This act had depleted him of his mana. Fortunately, his party had mana potions on hand for this. Brexton held the mouth of the mana potion to his lips and began to greedily drink its bluish contents. He then tossed back the glass bottle to one of the twins before thinking about their current situation. Restore your mana, and use the health potions if you are injured. The two twins looked at each other, hesitant. One of them eventually spoke up. We ran out of health potions. Hua? Brexton's eyes widened. How had they already run out of health potions? How? Are you two that useless to not get hurt? He then pointed scoldingly to the other twin and shouted, And Aaron? You a healer? What were you doing the entire time? The healer's eyes trembled as her voice caught in her throat. Her sister hugged her side and shouted back, You should? You've been doing your job, as a tank. Then, what did you say? Are you talking back, Dash? Brexton took an intimidating step forward before stopping instantly. He watched as something slowly climbed down above them, like living snakes. It was a thick, metallic wire with the width of a thick rope. But it wasn't just one, but several others that fell into the small room they were in. Brexton slowly lifted his head with both confusion and annoyance flickering in his eyes. But then, those emotions immediately disappeared as he came face to face with a ceiling of glowing yellow eyes. SKR. His body immediately stiffened in place as the metal wires scraped over his metal armor, causing a high-pitched screech to resound, which sent a chill down his spine. His body suddenly felt heavier, the air harder to breathe, and his heart was struggling to pump out more blood. This was the feeling of extreme fear that came from an overpowering predatory aura. He then slowly turned to the twins and found them hugging each other tightly out of fear. Then, with a keen ear, he listened as one of them muttered, What is that thing? Her words caused the wires stretching from the ceiling to stop in place. They then slowly turned toward the twins' direction and targeted them. The wires then bent back and sharpened their tips to a deadly degree that caused a dark premonition to appear within Brexton's heart. With an intense expression, he rushed past the wires and rapidly approached the twins while pulling out an item from the pouch tied around the side of his waist. Wrapping his arms around the two of them, he tossed a dark object to the ground that shattered. A dark mist bubbled out and wrapped around them. However, right before it could completely encase them. SWIP. Blood was drawn. You have slain a savage maw. Beryl Mole Royal Guard. After Lillian had successfully triumphed over the monster, she summoned her scythe and hastily made her way over to the eggs. Lillian clutched the shaft of her scythe and began destroying the eggs one by one. You have slain a savage wretch. Unborn Beryl Mole, you have slain a savage. Once Lillian destroyed 15 of them, she watched as her scythe glowed an iridescent glow. She couldn't help but laugh and also smile wryly at cheesing the requirements. Not my fault they didn't make it specific enough. If I could have done this a much more proper and adrenaline-induced way, I would. But I kind of need good weapons. Lillian then froze for a split second and held her chin. How about selling a couple of them? She was sure that she could rake in quite a bit of money if she did. Or I could give one to Millis and another to Marionette. If she did it that way, then she could loosen the difficulty during December. Lillian let out an exasperated sigh and watched as the scythe finally took on a new form. Grabbing it with both hands, Lillian stared down and scrutinized its appearance. The shaft of the scythe was made of a blackened steel that was both smooth and cold to the touch. Attached to it was a massive, curved obsidian with jagged edges. Carved into both the shaft and blade was a bright golden rune that glowed faintly with arcane energy, but also with a hint of malice. Lillian then decided to take a look at its enchantments. Item name: regular. Last bisection. Item type: weapon. Item grade: for item rank. For item description: a talented craftsman from an ancient nation of innovation crafted this specific weapon with a partial corpse of regular, a fearsome great gore whose body was fractured into countless parts. This would later form the regular series of weapons, this scythe being one of them, to represent the monster's feeling when split apart. Enchantments: Killing Edge, Curse of Murder, Stormlash, Rupturefall. Chapter 380. Regular. Last bisection. Killing Edge. Upon killing an entity, the curved edge of the scythe will sharpen to a further dangerous degree. This effect will only last for 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Curse of Murder. Each attack will feed on the entity's essence and drain their vitality. With each kill made, the user grows stronger to a degree depending on their tier. However, with each soul taken, a dark whisper will appear to convince the wielder to never stop killing. Stormlash. The blade of the scythe becomes a conduit of electricity. When swung and imbued with mana, lightning would lash out and chain to nearby enemies. Rupturefall. By imbuing a percentage of your mana and with a heavy swing, release a volcanic shockwave that repels both you and your enemy back. Lillian looked over the scythe's description and blinked the system panel away. She smiled in satisfaction. She now had a new weapon in her arsenal. Exiting the small chamber of the egg, Lillian weighed the scythe in her hand and found it to be manageable, even though it was about the same size as her, unlike a certain black Odachi. Brandishing the scythe, she sent a wave of mana into its shaft and swung it towards a separate chamber in the walls. As she activated an enchantment, the runes etched into the blade began to glow much brighter. BZZT. Electricity spilled out from the runes like living webs before being thrown towards the aimed chamber. A wave of electricity shot through the air and crashed into the stone wall with a small explosion, causing debris to burst out and clatter against the stone ground. From the center of the impact, electricity snaked out and claimed its first victim. You have slain a savage wretch. Unborn Beryl Mole. Lillian hummed slightly, even more satisfied. However, she couldn't help but feel that she heard something, a voice that was spoken at the lowest possible volume. Realizing what it was, she continued back to clearing out the eggs. But after a while, she looked around and found her surroundings to now be dimly lit by what she assumed to be wooden torches. Looking back, Lillian found Millis hanging up the torches on the curving wall. She smiled slightly and approached the heroine with a small whistle of acknowledgement. Do you just randomly have torches on you? I thought you didn't. Have a spatial storage for that. Torches? Millis turned around and held out a handful of seeds. Nah, they Read us some torch plants. Nothing too extreme as something like that. Torch plants were another type of plant belonging to the trial world, hearth. Essentially, they were flowers with wooden stalks and would light their own petals on fire in the presence of mana. This was where it got its name. Torch. From. Lillian's face twitched, and her eyes widened at the revelation that Millis just had this type of seed on her. With a curious thought, she asked with a slight stutter, "Deep dash, do you just carry seeds around with you?" Lillian's innocent question caused a reaction from Millis, who seemed awfully offended by the way Lillian looked and phrased it. "Oi, it works well with my trait, all right? Don, judge my abilities." Millis turned away with folded arms and puffed out cheeks. She was pouting. Lillian smiled awkwardly at Millis' response and nodded slowly. Eventually, the heroine turned around and eyed Lillian's new scythe with a shocked expression. Oh, that's a pretty good looking scythe you got there." Millis leaned in and inspected the dimensions of the scythe. "Did your boring-ass scythe turn into this?" "Ashi, it wasn't. That boring-looking nope. Dawn, lie to yourself, Lil." Millis interrupted with a snicker as Lillian turned away with a tired expression. Lillian then said, "All right, anyway, help me take out the rest of the—" But right as she was about to finish her sentence, she found that at the center of the nursery, 3 people had magically appeared out of thin air. They were Brexton and the twins. Lillian was awfully startled by this sight. She recalled that the party had some sort of item that allowed them to escape through teleportation, but it was purely up to chance where they would end up. To think the 3 of them would appear right beside her and Millis. Lillian facepalmed and assumed it was just another one of fate's doing as she took a glance at Millis to find her also startled by their appearance. Brexton looked around, wincing as he recalled the metal wires piercing through the back of his armor. After demanding that the healer of his party get to work, he looked around and muttered, "Where on earth are we?" His eyes shook as they landed on 2 large, separate corpses to the side. One had its body skewered and crushed with earth, and the other had the center of its chest pierced through, left with a gaping hole that bled. His face paled slightly. When he finally recovered, he stood up and found 2 ladies walking over to him. Brexton, recalling that they were the ones above, gave them a confident and arrogant look. "You two. I suppose you two know where we are, correct? I demand you to tell me." Lillian stopped mid-step and gave Brexton a deadpan look mixed with disbelief. Was this man really demanding something at the first sight of her? Millis, annoyed by the man's disrespect, said, "Listen, you big oaf. You can be demanding things after running with your tail in between your legs?" Jadam beam. Brexton's face hardened. While Millis was absolutely correct, it didn't necessarily mean he was going to accept it. "What are you talking about? I merely used a teleportation item to get us to a new location. Our appearance doesn't relate back to cowardice in the slightest." Lillian listened to the 2 back-to-back arguments with an annoyed expression. She gave the twins a pitying look before clapping her hands. Both Millis and Brexton paused and turned to Lillian, who gave out a concerning piece of news. Chapter 381. True Potential of Brexton's Party? With a clap, Lillian garnered their attention. She looked at the 2 of them with brief glances, and once she had concluded she had received their attention, she declared, all right, you guys are being too loud." Lillian shook her head. Let's stop with the bickering and move on to more urgent matters, dash." As Lillian said that, she felt the ground tremble, the uprooted debris hopping at the waves of vibrations. Everyone had sensed it as well. Brexton took a step back towards his group, who swiftly hid behind him with their hands clutching their staves. Brexton's eyes darted around. Using his experience as a warrior, he had swiftly come to the conclusion that there's too many people here. Lillian's gaze softened on the man's panicked expression. "Oh, so you did realize it. Well done." She then pointed at him and his group. "Because of you and those twins behind you, we are now on the Alpha's radar. And since we are currently located in the nursery for its spawn, I guarantee it won't take long for the moles to get here." Lillian then paused and smirked mockingly. She raised her palms together and began clapping in a slow and sarcastic manner. Good job. You guys should have been more careful instead of being arrogant turds. Brexton was left befuddled by Lillian's blatant insult. He had barely even known her, and now he was being insulted so suddenly? How could he stand for this mockery? Brexton stomped towards Lillian's direction, while gripping the handle of his sword with a threatening glint in his eyes. He then said through gritting teeth, "How about you apologize? At ISN? T's so nice to insult adults, Dawn. T, you know?" Lillian snorted and flashed her hand out towards him. In an instant, a pressurized stream of water shot out of her hand and crashed into Brexton, who was even more shocked by her sudden hostility. This stream pushed him all the way back to the twins behind him, who were also pushed back along with him. Drip, drip, drip. After Lillian had blasted his group a couple of dozen meters back, Brexton sat up angrily furious at his now drenched body. His nostrils flared like a raging bull. "Why, you little dash? Apologize?" Lillian interrupted with a sneer. "Why should I apologize? You should be the one apologizing to the person obviously superior to you, and also for bringing these monsters here." After getting up and pulling the two girls beside him onto their feet, Brexton furrowed his brows at what she had said. He had thought about questioning the difference in their strength, but her last words stuck themselves inside his ears. Monsters? Where? Before he could angrily inquire about Lillian's statement, boom! The very center of the nursery, in a diameter of about 10 meters, crumbled wide open, leaving a gaping hole in the ground. Before the subtle dust cloud could even settle and disappear, moles began to climb out like a swarm of ants. There were dozens, hundreds, several hundreds. Panic flashed through Brexton, and the twins' minds, but as swiftly as they got back to their feet, they quickly transitioned into their battle-hardened minds. They cut down the monsters, used magic belonging to the four main elements, and tore through the swarm of monsters. Although Brexton was an arrogant and self-obsessed leader, he knew when to put aside this attitude when his life was on the line. With a wave of his sword and cutting down another mole, a translucent wave of pale, red energy shot out from his body with a diameter of around 20 meters. The dark black eyes of the moles that were semi-focused on the twins looked towards Brexton with a subtle flash of red in their eyes. Target self was a trait he had gained in his second trial. Not only does it cause the enemies around him to solely target him for 3 minutes, it was an effective trait for someone like him, for it would also decrease the strength of the enemy affected by his trait by 50 and increase his by 1 for each entity affected. And currently, Brexton was working with a 100 buff to his present strength. And with the increase in strength, his body began to grow, steadily eventually reaching nearly double his original size. Fortunately, his armor grew along with him. Although this trait of his only worked on entities weaker than or equal to him, it still proved to be one of his most effective abilities in his arsenal. After summoning a greatsword and shield more fit for his size, Brexton tore through the swarm with peak brutality as the twins behind him had switched to providing both offensive support and buffs. This was the true power of their party, for existence, and one of the reasons why they were regarded as a highly effective team. Lillian, who was dealing with a portion of her own, couldn't help but momentarily cover her ears as she listened to the man's bellowing laughter. While Lillian respected his current strength, she didn't quite like how loud he was being at this current moment. Lillian gripped the shaft of her scythe and swung it around, unleashing waves of electricity. BZZT, 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 as the wave of lightning crashed and washed over the moles, dealing ferocious burns and brief paralysis. The moles began to lose control of their bodies as their armor failed to do their work in protecting them. After that, Lillian leapt forward and held her scythe over her head. She then swung it down heavily in a clumsy manner, still unfamiliar with using the scythe. Clang! Upon striking the ground, the runes on the curved blade of the scythe lit up with a volatile glow as burning sparks magically appeared like flint striking a stone. As the sound of her striking the ground rang out, boom, a volcanic shock wave erupted from the point of impact, knocking not only the moles back, but also her. "You have slain a savage wretch, Beryl Mole, you have slain." The words of the jester whispered inside her ears. But something else did as well. Something sinister. Chapter 382. An unforeseen entry? When Lillian had first destroyed the egg and claimed the soul of it, the whisper from the enchantment curse of murder was barely conceivable and hard to make out. The whisper was quiet, but with each death caused by the volcanic shockwave caused by her scythe, it grew just a bit louder. However, it wasn't enough to drive her mad, or anyone for that matter. It was still bearable. However, Lillian didn't quite enjoy the thought of it. After regaining her balance and flipping through the air with unnatural athleticism, she gazed down at her scythe, the look of unease revealing inside her sparkly blue eyes. I should refrain from using the scythe. Although the scythe was indeed powerful for crowd control, it wasn't good if she kept on increasing the number of souls it claimed and the volume of the whispers. How could she give it away afterwards? Putting away the scythe, Lillian switched back to using her short sword. As Lillian fought on, she occasionally threw glances towards Millis's general location and wondered how the heroine was doing. Fortunately, the woman seemed to be doing well. Hiding behind a wall of stone soldiers, Millis let out a yawn as she lazily swung her sword here and there. If Lillian had already been aware of Millis's potential and what she was capable of to a degree, she would had been slightly offended and in awe at how calmly she was taking the situation. "Well, not like I'm not anyway. You have slain a savage wretch, Beryl Mole," after ripping her sword from a barrel mole. Lillian watched as every single one of them froze in unison. Millis too noticed this and commanded her soldiers to cease their attack. And surprisingly, even Brexton noticed and stopped his attack, although he eventually ran out of time in his strengthened form. Everyone looked towards the massive, gaping hole in the center of the nursery floor. They felt the ground tremble shudder, even. It was on a much greater scale compared to the appearance of the hundreds of moles around them. Lillian breathed a sigh, a nervous sigh, but still one of anticipation. The alpha was coming. Lillian had already destroyed most of the eggs, which the alpha would devour to evolve. It was fine. She was sure that with their current odds, they all could take it down, even with the other moles in the way. Any moment now, it should pop out of that hole, just like how all of these moles dash. Boom! As Lillian monologued, her thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a loud sound to her right and an ear-piercing scream to her left. With her senses becoming fully heightened, she felt the world slow down as she slowly drifted her eyes towards her left, watching as Millis's eyes were shot wide open and her hands stretched out to her. Confusion flickered into Lillian's eyes. She flashed them to her right, then up once she noticed a large shadow looming over her. What she found was a massive piece of stone rubble falling towards her location. Lillian's eyes widened as her mind raced. This hadn't happened before. With a flick of her wrist, she summoned a blob of water and shaped it into a drill. After destroying the piece of rubble, the world returned to normal, except she felt an unnatural and somewhat primal fear fall upon her existence. Looking up, she found a massive wall of dust standing before her, slowly gliding and settling down. Once it had become less concentrated and murky, Lillian noticed a large dark figure standing inside the dust cloud. The sight of this caused her to break out into subtle sweat. It was big, 15 meters big. It was far bigger than her, and she feared it was much stronger than anything in this general location. This was the Alpha. Lillian, managing to get a glimpse behind it, found a large hole in the wall. It was brand new and was the exact same size for it to fit through. But the question was, whether it was for it, but rather, why? Why did this thing appear through this way dash? Right before Lillian could even conclude her horrified thoughts, The dust cloud suddenly bursted outwards as something shot towards her like lightning. Lillian's eyes constricted to a frightened degree. The distance between her and the hidden alpha was at least 10 meters, and yet, sure dash. At that moment, when she was face to face with a claw that dwarfed her entire body and would be crushed just 1/10 of a second later, her body turned fluid. Dumb. Millis watched as the alpha struck down at Lillian's position, then saw the ground break apart into web cracks. With no delay afterwards, a cloud of dust formed as a deep crater was left where Lillian previously stood. This sent a wave of concern and worry through her eyes, but she sighed in relief as she watched something slip out. Several narrow streams of water slithered out from the cracks of the crater and exited the dust cloud, reforming back into a humanoid figure. Once Lillian had returned to her regular form, everyone who had managed to sneak a look at her face would find a darkened expression, furrowed brows, and narrowed eyes. And as her face wrinkled, so did her mind as she wondered what was going on. Why had a monster changed the way it appeared randomly? Before Lillian could get a momentary breather from almost being crushed to death, she was surrounded. Her eyes flashed with worry as she found their speed to become concerningly heightened. Lillian raised her sword, clang, and managed to block a powerful swing from one. Lillian continued to block swing after swing. But the monsters that had previously been barely able to contest with her in terms of speed were now giving her some struggle. Fighting an alpha is such a pain in the ass. You have slain a savage wretch, Barrel Mole, after managing to kill one and freeing her weapon from their forehead. Lillian couldn't help but notice that her arms had become somewhat numb from the force behind her blows. Looking down at her hand and noticing that it shook slightly, Lillian went slightly. But then, she caught sight of a large shadow looming over her once again. Chapter 383. Fall of an Alpha? When an object of incredible mass fell upon Lillian, crushing her into another newly made crater that cracked outwards from the point of impact. The ground trembled, the walls shuddered, and the dust that masked the abominable alpha became parted to reveal a hulking creature encased in thick segmented layers of metal. The aura radiated from its presence caused the entire room to fall into panic, besides its kin, who reveled in the magical enhancements bestowed upon them. For existence, once able to take care of the average barrel mole, struggled even more. Brexton, who was previously able to resist the enemy's attacks, found that them to be able to inflict wounds on his armor. He winced. Millis, who had once been able to hide safely behind her stone guards, was now unable to as they crumbled under the moles. Quick and powerful slashes. After swiftly ducking under a swipe, Millis stabbed into the underside of the attacking mole. Her jagged black blade pierced through its armor with superhuman strength, even if its armor was further enhanced by the Alpha's presence. And as Millis and the others fought, Lillian was doing her best to survive. Having reformed back in her human form, Lillian continued to narrowly dodge the Alpha's devastating strikes that tore apart the ground. Although the Alpha was incapable of damaging her, Lillian, too, was unable to damage it. For whenever she even got close, swish, its whiskers would always be one step ahead of her. Lillian warped her body around a whisker and watched as it pierced through her body with seamless ease. She couldn't help but grimace at her situation. However, she couldn't help but also see the positives in the situation. Looking around her, and at the spots that were decorated with craters and cracks, were crushed barrel moles. Their metallic armor was crushed flat, and their muscles were squashed into a meat paste with blood as its lubricant. It gave off not only a bone-chilling sensation, but also a hopeful sensation. Before the fight with the Alpha, one would try their best to pick apart and kill all of the barrel moles to remove any excess trouble in the fight. However, with what was going on and due to time, she had failed in that regard. But that didn't mean Lillian couldn't accomplish it in the end. Moving and weaving through the maze of moles, she caused the Alpha to accidentally crush its kin underneath its claws. Dumb. While Lillian plan did work and proved helpful in clearing out the remaining moles. It also caused the Alpha to shift into a state of rage. Lillian, who had arrived by Millis' side, watched as the woman gave her a look of both shock and panic as the Alpha leapt over them. Lillian, who was about to transform back into water, watched expectantly as Millis phased through the earth beneath her as though she were a ghost. After Lillian had avoided another blow that would did her in, she went on a circle around the nursery and the massive hole in the center of it. Once a minute had passed, Lillian spun back around and swiped her hand through the air, sending a large arc of pressurized water, which Lillian hoped would deal some damage. Lillian, who had aimed at one of its many large eyes, watched as one of its whiskers swiped it out of the air and took not even a cut of damage. Lillian clicked her tongue. Her mind raced for new ideas. As she continued to brainstorm for new ideas, she lashed her hand out and sent water blades one after the other. And as expected, the Alpha broke each and every single one of them with minimal ease. It truly seemed as though its whiskers were sentient enough to know when to move. When Lillian's attacks were destroyed, it moved forward once again. This caused her face to twitch uncontrollably. Due to her water attacks and her continuous use of mana, she was beginning to run low. She would need to find a chance to buy and drink a mana potion soon. As Lillian continued to dodge, she couldn't help but notice streaks of water painted on the monster's face. Had her earlier attacks managed to reach it? If it did, she felt that she had finally managed to gauge a good plan. Lillian ran in between the retreating masses of barrel moles who ran away from the charging Alpha. She then heard an abrupt sound erupt behind her, like the sound of something shattering through stone. Taking a curious glance back, she found a looming dust cloud gliding over her. Confusion flashed through her mind before she noticed something else inside it. Several large chunks of stone wrapped in flames due to Millis' torch plants descended towards her like meteors. The Alpha, having struck the walls of its nursery, ripped through it with its right claw and hurled a flurry of large debris at the rabbit. Lillian, who was about to morph back into water and dodge the large-scale attack, couldn't help but wonder the reason for this attack. Although she knew the monster wasn't capable of thinking too much, it should at least be able to instinctively understand that Lillian was capable of escaping this attack unscathed, right? Twisting her head back and looking forward, Lillian found something that caused her eyes to widen and her mind to darken. It was Brexton's group, and they seemed to be running away from the Alpha as well. However, the difference between them and her was that she had noticed the falling rubble. The average human's reaction time under the effects of adrenaline was around 0.25 seconds. However, for mages, especially Lillian, who was under the effects of electrifying aura, her reaction time was ultimately lowered. And with that time, her mind raced as thoughts flew through her mind like panicked jets. Then, her eyes managed to catch a glimpse of Millis to the side across the hole in the center of the room. As the sight of the heroine reflected in her eyes, so did a conversation that happened earlier today. And because of that, Lillian's mind was split between two decisions. Should she risk her life and use whatever amount of mana she had left to save the mage party and continue to use their strength in this fight? Or should she completely disregard their lives and save herself from possibly a serious injury? Fortunately, she didn't have to make that decision for what she could only assume to be a rope wrapped around itself around the group of three. Chapter 384, Fall of an Alpha? It was just any regular rope, but a looped rope, a lasso, to be more exact. Lillian watched as it flew through the air at a speed capable of reaching the mage party before they were crushed. Then she watched as the hole in the lasso expanded outwards to a size that was enough to fit the three-person group. And as swiftly as it came, the lasso pulled them out of the way. Its speed even left Lillian stunned, as she had only realized that her decision had already been answered for her. Her vision of the slow world returned to normal as she morphed her body back to water. Boom! After dodging the falling rubble, Lillian reappeared again and quickly leapt back again, her black cloak fluttering around her. Lillian coughed, accidentally breathing in the dust. Once she landed, Lillian had intended to buy a potion before feeling something get into her eyes. She cursed out loud and rubbed her eyes. After a moment, she managed to regain her vision. However, Lillian found herself dangerously under the Alpha, who had already reeled back its right arm to deliver another strike at her position. Lillian widened her reddened eyes. She didn't have enough mana to dodge this next blow. Twisting on her heel, Lillian spun and intended to outrun the attack, which she fortunately managed to do. However, the radius of the blow caused her to be hit with several shattered stones. And after she had managed to escape the dust cloud, the Alpha was already prepared to send out another attack. And this time, Lillian feared she wouldn't be able to dodge this next one on her own. As the large metallic claw, with a size that dwarfed her multiple times, zoomed in on her, she felt something wrap itself around her waist. Then with a tug, she felt the lasso fling her out of the way, managing to pull her away fast enough to avoid the crushing blow. Lillian's body was pulled over the massive hole. She then harshly landed on the solid, rough ground with a groan, something she much preferred over being turned into red paste. Slowly sitting back up, Lillian glanced to the side with a brief look of fatigue and also gratefulness. Standing beside her was a woman several inches taller than her, with a leather cowboy hat, jacket, and cowboy boots. She had long brown hair, green eyes, and a small number of freckles. It was Viesta, pushing up her hat, which had caused a dark shadow on her face. Viesta grinned at Lillian's current state and found it quite humorous. Spitting out the toothpick she had in her mouth, she spoke. "Well, hello there, partner. You? Relookin'? Lost for wear right now. So this was what you been up to, huh?" Releasing the lasso around Lillian's waist, she pulled the girl up to her feet before adding, "You also look like someone who took on an entire horde on her own. What? You still haven to figure out how to work with others?" Lillian stared into Viesta's eyes and watched as the woman raised an eyebrow at her, which obviously signified a hint of disappointment. Lillian smiled wryly. "It's a bit hard to work with others, if you being chased." Lillian then took a quick glance around them, finding that both Millis and Brexton's group were standing around them. She then glanced toward the conspicuous-looking machine hovering right above them with a camera. It was a drone. The people working at the surveillance station had sent Viesta in with a drone to spectate the battle. Lillian turned to the side and found the entrance that Millis had blocked up earlier destroyed and broken through. Viesta's doing. I guess you rewrite, little missy. But that's still not an excuse." Patting Lillian on the shoulder, Viesta moved and situated herself at the front of the group and looked over towards Alpha, who stood on the other side of the room. Viesta shook for a moment, taking in a monster's crushing predatory aura. She unconsciously imagined several scenarios of her death caused by its claws. But instead of cowering, Viesta remained steadfast with a small smile of confidence as she continued to stand with her back straight, unwilling to look bad in front of her junior. With a lasso held in her right hand and a powerful revolver in her left, she spoke in an inspiring manner. "To face anything that you can take on by yourself, you will need to rely on those capable enough to shoulder it for you, regardless of the situation." Viesta then went silent and looked around, noting how all of the barrel moles beside the Alpha had now either been crushed or escaped. "Although I do have to give it to you all, you guys had cleared up the other variables quite nicely." Lillian, who heard this, smiled slightly as she found her plan had truly worked. She then glanced to the side and found a Millis' hand patting her shoulder. Lillian raised an eyebrow and found the heroine smiling at her slightly. Lillian wondered the reason why for a split second, but nodded back in response as she prepared for another round with the Alpha. Standing shoulder to shoulder with Viesta and Millis, Lillian looked forward, staring into the multiple eyes of the Alpha across the nursery. She then took a brief glance back and found Brexton and the twins slowly inching their way back through the exit of the nursery. This left Lillian to scowl and sneer at them. However, she couldn't T helped but feel that her brief thought of saving them was T in vain. She didn't T regret thinking about saving them. Sighing at the sight of their escape, Lillian watched as Millis stretched her body and Viesta adjusted the hat on her head. Seeing this lineup, Lillian felt a tad bit more confident. And with that same confidence, she looked across the gaping hole in the ground and into the many eyes of the Alpha, who seethed at the sight of both them and at its deceased kin. Lillian gave a cocky grin and muttered inside her mind, "Time for round 3? Chapter 385. Fallen Alpha?" 3 Millis flicked her hand up and caused the entire hole to be filled with a solid layer of stone. With that, Lillian dashed forward in the direction of the Alpha along with the heroine. The Alpha flinched at the newly created ground, and as it watched as Lillian and Millis rapidly approached it, it too moved forward. The sight of its metallic armor gleamed into Lillian's eyes as she summoned her scythe in her right hand. Then, with a large swing, a wave of electricity shot out like lightning. It crashed into the Alpha and washed over it like a tsunami. The electricity from her attack wriggled over its body like ant-sized snakes. The Alpha stiffened for a split second as pure yellow streaks suddenly shot from its back and split towards the chambers hidden in the walls. "You have slain a savage wretch. Unborn barrel mole you have slain." Lillian widened her eyes slightly, not having anticipated that her attack would reach the eggs she had yet to destroy. And because of that, a soft whisper grew louder. However, just a moment after, the noise died down considerably as the runes etched into her gauntlets grew brighter. Curse resistance, just like the runes on her gauntlets. The runes etched into the curved blade of the scythe grew brighter as well. Killing Edge, the enchantment that would cause her scythe to grow sharper after each kill. Lillian shot Millis a split-second glance and watched as the heroine nodded back. Lillian stepped forward and, pushing most of her strength into her right leg, leapt upwards. After boosting her legs with the power of the enchantments in her boots, she managed to reach a height of about 5 meters. But that wasn't enough to reach the Alpha's face. Lillian stomped on the air, which magically created a transparent platform underneath her feet. Then, using that very same platform, Lillian leapt up again, reaching 10 meters off the ground. The Alpha watched as it quickly approached its head. Its multiple eyes blinked and flashed with a rageful yellow light as it raised its right arm for a horizontal swing, intending to swat her out of the way. Swoosh! Its arm swept through the air, its hand causing winds to crash against Lillian's side. The winds then whispered a prediction of her imminent doom. Time slowed once more, stopping for a brief moment. But as though in control of time itself, Millis caused the world to resume once more with a swipe upwards with her hand. A pillar of hard stone erupted from the ground and slammed into the malicious arm of the Alpha, which was still in motion. And due to this, the Alpha's swing was knocked slightly upwards off course. Having completely missed his target, Lillian created another platform in the air and leapt upwards once more for another 5 meters, allowing her to eye the Alpha at its eye level. All this happened in a mere 40 seconds. Lillian stared into the eyes of the humongous beast and at her reflection that slowly drew back a black scythe. With her weapon still sharpened by its enchantment, Lillian slashed her scythe at its face with merciless speed. SKRR. A long, horizontal slash mark appeared on the metal mask covering its face, along with an ear-bleeding screech like nails on a chalkboard. Lillian's lips widened into a large grin at the damage. However, it soon dropped as she found it was all her attack did, as not even a drop of blood seeped out, while Lillian was still airborne. The Alpha glanced at the deep mark on its mask with its many eyes before trembling. Its eyes shook at the sight of its precious armor being damaged, and because of that, a burning fury appeared deep within its eyes. Right as Lillian was about to go in for another swing, PSHD. Pushed. Her body became punctured by several metallic spears of considerable length. Lillian, having her attacked area into water in time, looked down at the monster whiskers with a scowl, seeing that it would leave her more in danger being held up in the air. Lillian morphed her entire body into water and slipped through its whiskers. As countless sharpened metallic wires pierced and passed through her body, she was left undamaged and safe. However, right as Lillian was about to reach the ground, the Alpha suddenly widened its overly large maw that took up a proportionate amount of its body. Lillian's eyes widened at this. She quickly transformed back into water, and right before the yellowed teeth of the Alpha snapped down, Lillian utilized the teleporting enchantment on her boots. After managing to teleport out and around 10 meters away, Lillian breathed a sigh of relief before finding a shadow loom over her. Quickly looking up, she found the claw of the Alpha descending down at her diagonally with unprecedented speed. Just before Lillian morphed her body into water, she found something appear over her before wrapping around her waist with an even quicker speed. Viesta, having pulled Lillian out of the way, flashed her revolver out and bang, 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 fired 3 separate bullets with keen focus, all targeting the eyes of the Alpha. The claw of the Alpha crashed into the ground and cracked open a crater. Then, almost without its control, several whiskers shot upwards. Viesta's bullets, which were about to hit their mark, were swatted out of the way, redirected to the ground. Viesta blinked and hummed slightly at this. She then watched as Millis began running up the arm that was still pressed into the ground. The heroine climbed up its arm with seamless ease, utilizing the speed buff that her items gave her. The Alpha lifted its arm and caused her to lose her balance. However, by clutching onto the edge of one of the Alpha's metal plating, Millis still kept on. And after a split moment of stabilization from the Alpha, Millis immediately shot back on her legs and continued dashing up its large, thick arm. The Alpha, seeing that Millis kept on advancing, raised its whiskers at her, intending to skewer her. Swish, swish, swish. However, before they made contact with Millis' body, bang, 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 clang, clang, clang. Bullets shot through the air and made contact with the whiskers. But unlike rebounding off of it, the whiskers were suddenly blown back by some mysterious force. Viesta grinned as she watched that happen. This was one of her spells and one of her most trusted ones. Echoing Force. Through the application of her element, the element of echoes, she could cause any object that was in motion to have its momentum reverberate, which would in turn cause the force behind the object to multiply as long as it remained moving. Millis continued to climb up its arm and reach its face. Then, with a leap, she lashed her sword out and slashed through the same area Lillian had struck before. And, with the combined effort of both Millis and Lillian, SKR, they managed to finally draw blood from the Alpha. Millis' sword cut down into the armor and into its dark flesh. And not only that, but with her swing, she had managed to reach one of its eyes. After accomplishing that, she summoned a pillar and used it to push herself back away from whiskers that threatened to pierce through her body as the Alpha thrashed backwards. Then, she watched as a lasso appeared over her and pulled her back to where Viesta and Lillian were. Millis gave the two a smirk and a peace sign before focusing her gaze on the Alpha, who wrapped a hand over its injured eye and let out an earth-shaking roar, which reverberated around the entire nursery. Viesta chuckled, completely disregarding the monster in pain and patting the two ladies. "Shoulders, good work. Let's try and keep this up." And after she said that, she watched as the Alpha finally finished its moment of pain and flashed them a furious look, particularly with its destroyed and bleeding eye. They then watched as it struck the wall behind it and carefully pulled out one of its eggs before dropping it into its maw. Crunch! After devouring the egg, its once bleeding eye magically began to heal at a ridiculous rate to the point where it didn't even look damaged to begin with. The three of them grimaced as they saw this. Millis turned to Lillian with a wry smile. "So, this was what you have been doing the entire time I was setting up the lights?" Viesta heard this and turned to Lillian as well with a curious look. "You knew about this?" Lillian looked at the two and gave a wry smile of her own. She then quickly thought of an excuse. Well, I didn't. T know it would. Why no? Use it to heal itself. I just got rid of it because I didn't. T want to risk them hatching. And how many did you destroy? Lillian breathed a sigh of regret. Chapter 386. Fall of an Alpha? For Lillian breathed a sigh and thought for a moment. There's still some left. But as long as we keep up the assault, it'll use up all of its eggs to heal. Lillian pushed her hands out to the side and magically pulled out 2 separate blue potions before chucking them to the 2 ladies beside her. Viesta and Millis glanced at the potion and quickly realized what they were. And without realization, they watched as Lillian charged recklessly and boldly. The 3 of them fought and wore down the Alpha. Whenever either Lillian or Millis was in need of saving, Viesta was there to pull them back. However, whenever Viesta was in need of saving, Lillian, who was distanced meters away from the charging Alpha, watched as the monster targeted the cowgirl. Lillian then watched as the Viesta twisted her body in her direction and threw her lasso at her. The looped rope sped through the air and reached her location in seconds. Seeing this, Lillian's eyes flashed with a brief moment of confusion, but then she realized what Viesta had wanted her to do. Grabbing onto the lasso, Lillian gave a strong tug, and using every ounce of her strength, she pulled Viesta out of the way, causing the Alpha to crash into the wall of its nursery. However, that didn't mean that either Lillian or Millis didn't play a huge role. Lillian, who was in charge of dealing the majority of the damage and kiting the Alpha, allowed both Viesta and Millis to dodge in the nick of time, while dealing their own portion of the damage. But that wasn't all. Earlier, when Lillian found her attacks had splashed onto the monster, she devised an interesting idea. By imbuing her water constructs with her parasitic element, Splash, she had begun to decrease the quality and durability of the Alpha's armor. Using her experience in dealing with the explosive device from the Cult of Jester, she had come to the realization that her ability could leech off concepts like durability and quality. It would essentially act like an acid. But over time, the Alpha's armor would come to feel brittle. Raising her scythe over her head, Lillian struck the Alpha's shoulder and managed to sink it into its flesh and draw blood. A large grin of joy spread across her lips as she raised her eyes. From a moment she had devised this strategy, she had begun to soak the Alpha in this parasitic liquid, albeit it did take more mana than a regular attack would. The Alpha shot Lillian a glance before doing a rapid spin. Then, with a raised claw, it swung at her with the intention of swatting her out of the air like a fly. Swoosh! However, right before its claw made contact, a pillar of hard stone erupted from the ground and blocked its path of motion. And after it crumbled from the swing, Lillian was nowhere to be seen. Instead, a large stone spear shot towards it. Clang! The Alpha's body tilted back as the force behind the spear slammed into the middle of its forehead, momentarily being able to pierce through its metal mask and make contact with its flesh. Millis, who was in charge of shifting around the terrain and creating large constructs to support her group, played a crucial role as well, something that Lillian couldn't help but internally mutter. As expected of the heroine, and while the Alpha did regenerate all the damage done to it through the devouring of its eggs, with the strategy that the 3 had unconsciously concocted, the 3 fought uninjured. On the surface, a group of both staff and non-staff members huddled around the surveillance station watching the live recording transmitted by the remote control drone. Both the miners and mages that gathered looked in awe at the agility and strength of the ladies fighting the Alpha, and also the mastery behind their elements. They also couldn't fathom how much mana each of the ladies held individually. A few mages even theorized that they were far above average. Some even theorized that all 3 of them were experienced mages who had managed to regain a large portion of their youth. But the question was, who were these mages? They didn't remember anyone with these sorts of abilities. But then, some began to recognize slowly over time. Didn't T. The two of the three ladies fighting seemed familiar. Wherein? T. Their faces broadcast on a channel at some point. While some continued to theorize, Zeke, who was in the middle of the huddle, looked towards one of the screens that displayed Brexton's party making their way to the elevator. Zeke's right eye glazed over as he slowly remembered back to a long-ago past. The moment he was first dropped off here in the town of Blackridge. Zeke's POV. 7 years ago, December 23rd, 2027, I was around 25 at this time of year. It was also just 2 days before the big holiday. The one everyone would expect to be surprised with both gifts and the warmth of others. It was also the holiday where one would hope the sky would pour down gentle snow over the world and bask in the cold as they waited for the approach of the new year. However, such a joyous moment couldn't be spared for someone like me. Bam! For that was the day I'd been kicked out of existence, and not only that, but I was robbed of my belongings and stranded inside a dark alleyway with my back slumped up against the wall. The town of Blackridge was a notable town of blacksmiths and quality. It was also a place where, behind the plan of polishing up and repairing their gear, Brexton and the twins had already concluded to kick me out. A dark plan hidden behind a simple one. All because I couldn't keep a grasp of my flaw properly and ran away from our last battle to keep it under control. He gave a mocking snort and muttered quietly, "Who? That's the wimp now, strong guy." Shaking his head, he moved through the people around him and exited the mosh pit. He didn't need to watch any longer. From what he has seen from the synergy between the three, Zeke has already concluded that they would win something he had struggled to believe a dozen minutes ago. Chapter 387. Fall of an Alpha? 5 Zeke and T thought that with just the two of them alone, they could win, which was proven correct. And this was especially so with how inexperienced Lillian was when fighting alongside someone. Zeke hadn't known Lillian for very long. In fact, he barely knew her at all. But with his experience, he already knew the girl hadn't learned to fight alongside others. The type of person to try and do everything by themselves. Zeke muttered quietly. Shaking his head, he adjusted his military cap and tie. Since Viesta's appearance, Lillian's ability to work with others skyrocketed. Talent. That girl truly is talented. How envious. Zeke gave a deprecating smile and remembered the volume of the girl's mana. Who wouldn't be envious of having such potential? If he had that kind of potential, and if he hadn't lost his eye, he wouldn't have been kicked out of his party. They should win, as long as nothing happens. Kicking a rock, he stumbled over the spatial mages and checked up on their condition. Zeke watched as they sat around, tired. He then glanced at a wooden crate lying beside them and found it empty. Zeke raised an eyebrow and swept his gaze around them, finding other similar crates lying around, emptied as well. Looking down at an empty glass bottle with a drip of blue liquid inside, he widened his eyes slightly before asking in an incredulous voice, "Have you all run out of mana potions already?" Zeke flipped up his eye patch and scanned the spatial mages' mana levels and found them nearly tapped dry. One of these mages looked at him with a tired expression. "We have. I don't think I'll be of much use any time soon." "Excuse me?" Zeke pointed towards the entrance of the mine. "We still have people in there, fighting." He looked around, hoping to find the person in charge of delivering the potions, but felt something tug at his sleeve. Looking down, he found that one of the mages shook their head before muttering, "Even storage has run out of them. There's only health potions in there." The mage then went silent before adding, "There have been a lot of people here today, sir." Zeke's face darkened at the mage's words. If these spatial mages didn't get their supply of mana potions, how could they save the 3 ladies inside from possible danger? As Zeke's stress level increased, he heard a cheer behind him. Looking back, he found the crowd still watching the live footage of the battle with the Alpha. He breathed a sigh and released all the stress he had momentarily built up into the air. He shouldn't worry too much. If things go as they seem, the 3 of them should win. It was what he had hoped. Beep, beep, beep. The workers who were in charge of the station became panicked as the bulbs meticulously attached to the control panels began flashing red in quick succession. The black arrows of the dials slowly rose to a dangerous and unstable degree as each one of the staff pulled out their notebooks. The crowd of people watching began to worry slightly as they found the drone that was transmitting the live footage began to wobble slightly. Zeke, forcefully pushing his way towards the front, looked down at the readings before glancing towards the screen and widening his eyes. The inside of the nursery was in shambles. Deep claw marks etched into the walls, with large chunks broken off. Several craters dented into the ground with a smear of crimson blood. The cause? It was the Alpha, no doubt, but something was off about it. The Alpha's body, although riddled with deep scars in its armor, which appeared to have been severely deteriorated, was wrapped in a strange aura. Zeke knew, for a fact, the drone was capable of seeing the monster's predatory aura, and this substance was big enough to represent it. Feeling a hand rapidly pat his shoulder, he looked down and found a staff pointing down a notebook. Zeke then heard the man slowly mutter with a stuttering fear, "See, Captain. The Alpha is bordering rank C." Zeke's eyes shook. He flashed his hand forward and gripped the staff's shoulder with a fearful expression. "Are you absolutely sure of your research? No doubt in your mind?" Seeing a look of unbreakable confidence and fear in the staff's eyes, he quickly looked back at the screen and found the Alpha's movements to be even quicker compared to before. But not only that. "Where's the girl with the white hair?" Zeke pointed at the screen and looked around at the surrounding people for answers. "Why is there only two fighting now?" Currently displayed on the screen were Viesta and Millis, who were struggling to even keep up. And if it wasn't for Millis' swiftness in pulling Viesta out of the way, they would been done for. Zeke gently pulled the person in charge of the drone out of their seat and took command. After quickly learning how to work the controls, he turned the drone and looked around. Fortunately, with the light from Millis' torch plants and the drone's night vision, he managed to find out about Lillian's whereabouts. Fortunately, the light emitted by the Millis' torch plants and the drone's night vision allowed for further inspection of the situation. And that was when he widened his eyes at what he saw. Pummeled deep into the wall of the nursery, Lillian laid with a bloodied body as her back slumped against the deep crater she was in. And she seemed to be unconscious. Then, a split second later, Millis flashed past the drone as a dark blur chased after her. Crash, which took out the drone in the process. The surrounding people who watched this happen couldn't help but gape at what they saw, their previous amazement gone and replaced with a much darker feeling. As Zeke tried to process what he just saw, a familiar and hateful person made himself known. Chapter 388. Fall of an Alpha? 6. As commotion erupted on the surface, Lillian was currently listening in on quite a commotion of her own. To be exact, the sounds of battle around her as she continued to lie inside the crater she was bashed into. To the outside, it would seem that Lillian was either dead or completely unconscious, mainly due to the amount of blood that was painted around her. But that wasn't the truth. Rather, it wasn't yet. As Lillian continued to lie in the dent in the wall, both her mind and eyes flickered between unconsciousness and consciousness. It was truly a miracle she was still in a state of mild thinking after having the back of her head brutally slammed into the wall. And she had to thank Marionette for increasing her tolerance to inflictions like these. Currently, what she was experiencing was a severe migraine that she could only describe as a stomachache of the mind, and an awful one at that. Lillian breathed harshly through her mind before feeling her throat clog up as a clot of blood shot out of her mouth. Now, with the taste and smell of both iron in her mouth, Lillian muttered silently in her mind. What happened? It was going perfectly. Their teamwork was in sync, as tightly woven and intertwined as a ball of string. So why was she currently lying in a crater within the wall, with blood streaming out of the corners of her mouth? How had everything gone so wrong? Ah, huh. Lillian's breath hitched for a moment before eventually going stable. And once drawing in another breath, she managed to clear her foggy mind a bit. Oh, I remember now. Lillian's mind slowly drifted back when she first caught sight of the monster's sudden shift in behavior. It felt smarter and had begun to anticipate her attack and the period in between them. Not only that, but it had even solely shifted its focus from her to Viesta. And because of that, they had to quickly improvise their entire strategy, which they had only just gotten used to. Lillian tried to raise her arms and found them both sore and numb beyond belief, a contradiction, but proof that she was still inexperienced in combat with large monsters. The reason for this reflection? It was due to the period when Lillian, who was about to pull Viesta out of the way, was then struck with a sneak attack that she hadn't yet anticipated, especially one she wrapped in mana, which disrupted her fluid transformation. Fortunately, she had managed to raise her guard in time. Otherwise, her injuries would have been even more severe. For what she could feel, Lillian only felt a minor fracture in her arms, which would have been worse without her gauntlets. Bastard, to think it managed to grasp the next level in mana sensitivity because of our attacks. In a monster's pathway, you had two ways to increase in tiers. It was either to somehow survive long enough for the passive corruption in the air to awaken the mana within you, or to be able to grasp the feeling of mana through continuous exposure. And unfortunately, boom! The Alpha managed to grasp this knowledge of control on the verge of being backed into a corner. Lillian slowly gritted her teeth and pressed her jaws together as she tried to sit up. But then, her vision blurred and her mind suddenly dazed as the world spun rapidly. Vertigo. Coughing out another small load of blood. Lillian's voice spilt out. But, as if hoping someone could read her mind, she finished her sentence in her head. I need a health potion? And as she muttered that inside her head, her eyes grew slightly tired and closed, along with her attention to the world around her that still continued to tremble as Millis and Viesta continued to fight. She then felt a tremor contact with her, which grew stronger over time. Lillian, get up. X2TCH. Brexton clicked his tongue and stood over everyone, taller than the surrounding people. As he gazed at the screen of the drone with a smug look, superior, my ass. To think she got done in that fast, I only just left. Zeke snapped his head backwards and found Brexton shaking his head in mocking disappointment at Lillian's current situation. He then heard the man say, she and those other two will die any moment now. For what I heard, we re-talking about them now facing a monster in the dire rank, or one that is about to approach that rank. Zeke watched as the Brexton continued to shake his head and felt a deep rage within his heart. However, he didn't speak or argue with the man's words, for he knew he was correct. With one person already taken out of the variable, how could two others take on a monster of that level? Unless they had the gear purely prepared for it, he doubted that they would manage. His sentiments quickly spread throughout the faces of those watching, causing a horde of crestfallen faces to appear. As much as some of the mages wanted to help, with what they had seen and the confirmation that the Alpha had gotten even stronger, what could they do? It was even worse, as some of the group didn't even manage to break through the sea of barrel moles that protected the Alpha. And soon enough, one by one, people began to leave. It was best if the town called and the authorities specialized to deal with this. Zeke, who remained rooted to his spot, felt an arm wrap around his shoulder with a scolding grip. Glancing back, he stared into Brexton's eyes and keenly listened as, so, since my group came back alive without wasting any of your resources, could we get back the money you robbed from us? Zeke's eyes flashed with anger. 3 people were just about to die at the hands of a horrific fiend, and all this man could think about was the fiend needed to take on the dangerous task. How shameless and insensitive can this man be? You, truly a scum. Shrugging off the man's arm with a click of his tongue, he turned around and left. After a few steps, he briefly recalled the scene of the white-haired girl asking him to join in this battle. And because of that, an insatiable amount of guilt appeared inside his chest. Could he have made a difference? Zeke stopped his slow walk and fell into deep thought as the sun rose over his head. With a dark shadow cast over his face by his military cap, he took a curious glance at the shed off to the side. This was the storage shed for equipment. With his gaze settling on the shed, he drifted his eyes to the crates inside through the window, and then the guards situated outside with rifles tightly held in their hands. He then raised his eye patch and glanced towards the spatial mages, who were prepared to leave. And, using his eyes to check their mana levels, he found that they had all equally restored enough for one last spell, something he had gauged using his years of experience. Zeke then took a cold look at the twins, standing around Brexton with a calculating light in his eyes. He had an idea. Chapter 389, Fall of an Alpha? Jave and Bohm. The Alpha struck the wall again, narrowly missing Millis, who, although still had a serious look on her face, continued to smile as she continued to dodge the monster's ferocious attacks. Unfortunately, she was struggling to do that, especially with the need to simultaneously pull Viesta out of the way with her lasso to keep her safe. With the support of a pillar, Millis dodged another attack from the Alpha, but then lost her footing as the pillar beneath her crumbled after the monster's attack. Flipping through the air and feeling the air rustle through her hair, Millis checked out the armor of the beast and found it to be cracking slightly Lillian's doing before being taken out of commission. She shot Lillian's unmoving body a glance. A flash of concern flew through her mind before being dispersed as she had other matters to focus on. Quickly raising her sword in her right hand and tightly clutching the end of Viesta's lasso in her left, she prepared for the monster's attack, which was now in motion. She felt the wind of the attack crash into her first, and, almost as if on cue, Millis struck the metallic claw of the Alpha. Clang! Boom! At the moment of their clash, the runes of Millis' black jagged blade brightened. Then, a powerful shockwave knocked not only her, but also the Alpha back. The only difference was that she was sent farther away. Viesta, who was dragged through the air, quickly regained her bearing as she flashed her revolver out now, fully reloaded, and began to unload it. Bang! 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 The whiskers of the Alpha raised themselves and blocked the projectiles before being blown back and slapping the face they belonged to. Spinning through the air, Millis landed on the wall with a bend in her knees. Then, she created a platform for both her and Viesta to stand on as they took a breather. They quickly used the mana potion supplied to them by Lillian before refocusing on the monster at hand. Viesta wiped her forehead of sweat and muttered with a serious expression as she threw Lillian's limp body occasional glances of concern, to think it reached the dire rank. She chuckled lowly in Lillian's direction in a joking manner. Looks like luck isn't on our side for this fight. Lillian? She then gazed at Millis, whose muscles were trembling and faltering slightly. The heroine had been pushing her body to an extreme level as she kept up with the monster's rapid movements. Not only did she have to take on the role of attacker, and also Lillian's role to get its attention, but she also had to ensure Viesta's safety. And that was for half a dozen minutes, or even more. Viesta knew this and couldn't help but smile gratefully and in awe of Millis' physical abilities. The Alpha scrutinized the two with its many eyes before glancing at the metal platings on its shoulder. It scowled as it seemed to crack and peel off ever so slowly. But not only that, it felt an odd and painful sensation in its stomach. Holding a hand over its abdomen, it slowly shifted its attention towards the white-haired girl. The Alpha's eyes glowed a malicious light as it dashed towards Lillian's limp body, startling Millis and Viesta. The distance between them and Lillian was at least 60 meters. Compared to them, the Alpha had already reached 15 meters away from the girl. They can get to her in time. As their bodies moved forward and their eyes trembled, they then screamed at the top of their lungs in unison with desperation bleeding into their voice. Lillian, get up! X2 time slowed down as their voices echoed throughout the nursery, enhanced by Viesta's element. As the sounds of the Alpha's stomps drew nearer to Lillian, so did the monster, who had already opened its maw and spilled out a smell of bad odor into the air that caused Lillian's nose to twitch. And then, just 1/5 of a second before Lillian would be devoured along with the wall she was slumped up against. Boom! Boom! Two small consecutive explosions erupted right before the monster's face, causing it to recoil back, stumbling as it clutched its face. Its metal mask was now completely torn off, destroyed, revealing its tender flesh underneath that was now subtly covered in both burn marks and scorched blood. After it had stepped back a few meters, it looked forward with a furious light and found a wall of smoke hiding the perpetrator of the explosion. It was fortunate that its eyes managed to miraculously survive the explosion. However, what happened a split second later caused it to let out a blood-chilling screech as its exposed face began to be riddled with holes. And as blood bled through the newly created holes, the Alpha began to lose most of its vision as whatever was attacking it was now targeting its eyes. After losing at most half of its eyes, it managed to regain control and raise its arms, using them to shield its exposed face. Clang, clang, clang. As it listened keenly to the sounds of something rebounding off its armor, it found that it had eventually ended, opening a gap in its arms. It glared towards the smoke that was riddled with holes as well. It then watched as it parted and cleared like dissolving curtains to reveal a middle-aged man, whose body began to slowly become visible. The man confidently wore a black military cap, a black eye patch, which was now fully pulled to the side, and light metal armor. It was Zeke Bargo, the captain of the Blackridge Cavern's guards, whose body glowed a strange outline. It was a buff, but not of just one kind, but several others evident from the variety of colors the outline was transitioning through. And clutched in his hands were two black rifles of the same kind, each creating a small line of smoke that exited through their barrels. Zeke grinned as he stared into the many eyes of the beast and mentally noted how many he took out. Then he declared in a raspy voice, "V arrived just in time." Chapter 390. Fall of an Alpha. 8 Zeke stared into the many eyes of the beast with trembling hands that tightly clutched the handles of his rifles. The Alpha's predatory aura was overwhelming, especially when you're the target of its malice. It truly is a terrifying beast. Breaking out of his stupor, he glanced down at Lillian's current state and looked over her injuries. Fortunately, other than the possibilities of broken bones and internal bleeding, she was fine, albeit unconscious. Summoning a drone from his spatial ring, Zeke turned it on and watched as it hovered in the air before moving towards an entirely different location from his. And as he did this, he watched as in the corners of his eyes, the Alpha let out an ear-piercing roar before charging towards him with a blood-stained face. With both saliva and blood dripping in between its yellowed teeth, it rushed towards him like a bloodthirsty train. Zeke, watching as his life was in imminent danger, put aside whatever fear he had and raised his rifles, intending to hold it off. But right as he was about to press down on the triggers, a massive stone pillar barged through the air and slammed into the Alpha's side, knocking it off course. A split second later, he was surrounded by 2 ladies, who hurriedly rushed to Lillian's side. And seeing this, Zeke quickly manifested his spell, transparent curtains. With the 4 of them now hidden both in smell and sight, they gathered around Lillian, who was still unconscious. As the 2 ladies tried to pry the girl out of her rest, Zeke knelt to the side and summoned a heavy wooden crate filled with health potions. After offering one to the 2, he gestured for Millis to pour one into Lillian's mouth while muttering, "Although these are of a low quality due to our mayor's stinginess, it should do the trick in closing any small wounds a girl may have and waking her up after a few minutes." As the 2 ladies drank their potions and Millis had slowly drained a bottle empty into Lillian's lips, they slowly watched as the Alpha crept past them. The monster looked at the stone pillar, which had knocked it away with slight irritation before collapsing it with a single swing. It then glanced at Zeke's current position, unaware that he had cast an invisibility spell. With confusion flashing through its eyes, it slowly raised its whiskers towards their location, intending to probe them. Zeke cursed inwardly as he watched the slowly approaching whiskers. Quickly pulling back the crate into his spatial ring, he looked towards Millis, who pulled Lillian's limp body back, trying to avoid the monster's whiskers. Zeke hastily joined in and threw Viesta a glance to find that she had pulled out a rather interesting-looking device from her spatial storage. It looked extremely similar to a tool called a flare gun, except that it had a silver body instead of its stereotypical red coloring. Zeke then watched as she aimed at the Alpha, who had figured out something was odd. From its perspective, it watched as the ends of its whiskers suddenly went transparent and disappeared, unable to reach the back of the crater in the wall. And seeing this, it quickly drew back one of its arms and swung at them, right as the incoming claw crashed into the four of them. Viesta wrapped her index finger around the trigger of her flare gun. She then slowly inched out from the radius of Zeke's transparent curtain and pushed down on her trigger. And the moment that she did this, click, a resounding boom erupted from the barrel of her gun in the form of a high-pitched sound wave. The noise echoed through the nursery and rebounded off the walls, crashing into the Alpha's body in large tidal waves of sound. Its whiskers, which hung in the air around them, became stunted in their movement as they began to shake violently. And it wasn't only them that became frozen, but also the Alpha. Its remaining eyes shook violently as its body seemed to have shifted into a moment of paralysis. Viesta then turned back and ordered Millis to create an escape tunnel through the back, which the heroine promptly did. After traveling through it and creating a room large enough to fit all of them, both Millis and Zeke looked towards Viesta, who was polishing the side of her gun. Viesta smiled at them. Just something I got made for me. I call it the Sound Blaster. She then held up 4 fingers. V figured out the possible evolutions the Alpha might. V focused on. Zeke widened his eyes and leaned in, keen about Viesta's findings along with Millis, who was equally as keen. Viesta, seeing that she had their attention, lowered one finger. You have the common barrel mole at the wretched stage. Then you got the savage stage, which most likely builds more on their defenses. After that, you get the moss stage, where it probably builds more on its armor and slightly increases its size. Viesta then paused for a moment before adding, its current evolution most likely leaned more towards its size and sensitivity to sound, which is probably what its whiskers are for, something I concluded through the help of the bullets in my revolver. Zeke nodded slowly at her words with a thoughtful expression. Then, are you saying that it's extremely sensitive to sound? And general vibrations as well? Viesta nodded. If what you say is correct, it would make plenty of sense why the Alpha was able to command its kin exactly where all the mages were inside the cavern. Millis, who was glancing at the two rapidly, slowly raised her hand with a wry smile as she quietly muttered, "So, it can hear good, right? Does that mean the thing can hear us in these very walls?" X2 Viesta looked towards Zeke. You have some kind of ability related to stealth, right? Is it still active? Zeke stiffened and slowly muttered. Ivy accidentally dropped the spell. The moment both the ladies heard this, the room they were in shook and trembled. Sensing a large mass of vibration appearing from one direction, Millis quickly scuttled to her feet and created a large open space behind them, enough for them to back away as the Alpha broke through. Dust and debris scattered as they were devoured and ripped through by the Alpha. Right before Zeke cloaked them again, Viesta flashed out her sound blaster and released another ear-bleeding shot, stunning the Alpha for a brief moment as they quickly escaped back to the inside of the nursery. After Millis placed Lillian in a safe location in the walls, the 3 of them, her, Viesta, and Zeke, battled the Alpha. And as this was happening, Lillian was currently resting within her mana realm with a pissed-off expression, sitting on the surface of the ocean. She rubbed the back of her head as she still felt the painful headache throb inside her head. TCH. This is what I get for not being quick enough. Swinging her shaky fist, she shouted, as soon as I wake up, I am going all out on that bastard, I swear. Chapter 391. Fall of an Alpha? 9 click. Ching. Viesta shot off another sound wave from her sound blaster. Usually, anyone who wielded this weapon and fired it off a couple of times would find themselves with a throbbing headache and ringing in their ears. However, due to being able to control where the sound waves can echo to, she was able to nullify them from echoing back to her and the two behind her. As the sound wave crashed into the Alpha, it found itself shoved back a few meters as though it was hit with a minor tsunami. This was due to Viesta's echoing force, which could even be applied to things like air and sound. Once the three saw the Alpha become stunned by the sound wave, they worked in tandem and began chipping away at its armor. Unfortunately, Lillian's parasitic water had by now lost their effects. However, due to Zeke's explosives boom, 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 it was enough to make up for it, even if it was just a little. As time went on, the gap in their teamwork quickly began to disappear and unconsciously formed a strategy. With Zeke's experience and invisibility, along with Viesta's speedy support, they were able to support Millis, who began dealing the majority of the damage. Zeke, who was firing the 2 rifles he wielded, watched as Millis led the monster away from them. His bullets fell accurately onto areas that had begun to expose the flesh of the beast. However, when Millis had led it to a direction that caused them to be within its field of vision, Zeke felt an uncontrollable urge appear in each and every one of his limbs. Viesta, who was prepared to save Millis or fire her sound blaster, felt something was off as she noticed the Alpha's gaze on them. She glanced towards Zeke and found him spasming to a degree where it looked painful. Worry flashed through her eyes as the monster began to close in on them. Viesta hurriedly raised her sound blaster at the Alpha and held a finger over the trigger. However, with Millis in the way, she couldn't fire it for fear that it could inflict serious injuries on the woman. Luckily, she didn't have to fire it, for she felt something sweep her off her feet and carried her off to the side with swift speed. Zeke, who had regained control of his body, carried Viesta off to the side, narrowly avoiding the Alpha's charge, who crashed through the wall behind them like a raging bull. After lowering Viesta back to her feet, Zeke noticed the light around his body seemed to have become slightly dimmer. He cursed inwardly. Once Millis reached their spot, they continued the fight, allowing Lillian some time to recover and rejoin the battle. A few minutes had passed. Zeke, who was thrown through the air with the help of Viesta, caught up with Millis and wrapped her in his invisibility spell. Millis grinned and glanced at him, finding him breathing rather harshly. She then yelled in a joking manner, "You aren't done yet, are you? Surely your age hasn't caught up yet." Zeke, having landed on a platform Millis had just created from the side of the wall, gave a low chuckle. "Not yet. I am not that old yet." Feeling a burning determination appear within his heart at her words, he straightened his breathing and stood up from his crouch. Realizing that his guns had run out of bullets, he chucked them into the air while simultaneously ejecting their magazines. Then, with a swift motion, he summoned 2 new magazines and stuffed them into the rifles slots before catching them again. And as they fought, their battle was recorded by the camera belonging to the drone, which hung in the air. The mages who had left caught sight of the screen being back on and quickly returned. They watched as the battle unfolded with joy and excitement as they cheered. "Hey, doesn't one of them look familiar?" A mage pointed at Zeke, feeling as though he had just met him mere moments ago. Some froze and focused their attention back, realizing that Zeke was indeed familiar. And when they found that it was the man who was in charge of allowing them entry, they cheered even harder as they didn't believe that he could move that intensely with such vigor. Brexton, along with the twins, widened their eyes at how well Zeke was moving. It wasn't like how they had remembered him. In the past, Zeke would always hide in the back, with his only purpose being a way out of dangerous situations. He wasn't a combatant at all, and this was especially so with his trait, which proved useless for someone like Zeke, who would never be hit unless he was foolish enough to. Brexton then glanced down at the twins beside him. He had remembered that Zeke demanded that they buff him in exchange for the compensation that they would get back their money. Could it be because of the buffs he was doing so well? That could be the only reason for the man's ability to fight on this long, especially with his damn flaw. Yeah, that must be it, Brexton said in a delusional manner, as he felt proud of his party members' ability to boost someone as weak as Zeke to this level. He was then brought back to reality as a large gasp exited everyone's mouths, as both Zeke and Viesta sprinted away from the charging Alpha, whose body was now riddled with both burn marks, dents, and deep scars. They found it suddenly stop in place. Millis, who was leaping off the walls and attacking it from all sides, watched as it stopped in the middle of the room. Confusion flashed through her eyes, along with a dark and foreboding feeling. She then watched as the monster's arms went limp by its side and its eyes darkened. A grin spread across her lips. Did they do it? Did they finally bring it down through blood loss? Hanging onto the side of the wall, Millis quickly shielded her ear as the Alpha suddenly swung its upper body upwards and let out a savage roar. Not one that spoke about its regrets and the nearing of its life, but one that spoke of frustration and rage. Zeke, who was standing in place along with Viesta, watched as the Alpha swung both of its arms into the air. He widened his eyes as, with his mechanical eye, he watched as an absurd amount of mana had suddenly surged into its arms. It was going in for a big attack. Just like him, Millis discovered this immediately and yelled, "Get off the ground." Viesta, who was too slow to stun the Alpha, watched as in 1/3 of a second, boom, the Alpha struck the ground with a malicious glint in its eyes and caused the ground to erupt outwards. Chapter 392. Fall of an Alpha? 10. With a thunderous slam from the Alpha, a wave of stone, 10 to 12 meters tall, rushed towards them like a menacing tidal wave along with its wall of fog in the form of dust. Zeke widened his eyes as the wave of destruction approached them at unprecedented speed. Even with the buffs applied to his body, that was far from enough to avoid an attack of this scale. Tossing his guns into his spatial ring, he rummaged through the spatial storage for anything that could be of use in their current situation. And as he was doing this, Viesta had already begun her preparation for escape. Spinning her lasso in her right hand, she glanced up. She looked towards a platform sticking out from the side of the wall, above them one of the many resting spots Millis had created throughout this battle. Then, with a heave and a twist of her arm, she chucked it upwards and managed to wrap it around the platform skillfully. After tugging and making sure it was secured, she wrapped her other arm around Zeke's waist and then aimed her sound blaster towards the ground. Click! Ching! Zeke, who was startled by her sudden action, found himself in the air as a powerful force from Viesta's weapon shot them up into the air, at least a dozen meters into the air. After just narrowly avoiding the uprooted and having to endure a wall of dust, they slowly pulled themselves upwards, intending to get up towards the platform. Zeke, who had released himself from Viesta's hold and wrapped his hands around the rope of her lasso, began to slowly climb up along with her. He coughed as he accidentally breathed in the dust. After wiping his eyes a bit and enduring the murky wall of dust, he glanced at the wall behind him and found it rather familiar. It was bloody and had several empty bullet cartridges scattered inside it. This was where Lillian was left injured and where he had been teleported to in the nick of time. By now, the blood had already dried up and was covered in dust. However, he couldn't help but feel a horribly bad premonition inside his chest, which clawed at his mind. Phew! Taking a deep breath and letting it out, he looked upwards. He had already masked himself and Viesta under his transparent curtains, so they shouldn't be discovered by the monster. That was if something unfortunate were to happen. Viesta, having finally reached the top, looked over the dust cloud and found it still lingering in the air, hiding the beast, who was the cause of this. Looking across, she found Millis waving at her with her usual grin. Viesta found the woman's S positivity infectious as she smiled back with a wave. Then she looked down at Zeke, who was covered and surrounded by lingering dust. He was making great progress toward the platform. She knelt down. She held a hand out to Zeke, whose gaze lingered on the center of her palm. He then raised his hand towards hers slowly, however, as though hesitation suddenly took over. He moved past her hand and grabbed onto the edge of the stone platform instead. Viesta, seeing this, didn't find anything wrong and instead took a step back to allow the man onto the platform. With the help of the lasso and the stone edge, Zeke slowly climbed upwards. However, suddenly, the two froze as Millis' voice reached them in a high-pitched tone. "It's coming." Instantly noticing caution laced within the woman's voice, the two looked to the side and found the dust cloud in front of them seemed to darken slightly. Following that, a harsh gust of wind crashed into Zeke's body, causing his hair to rustle and the rope to move back and forth rapidly. Zeke, who had his eyes closed to protect them from the dust in the air, opened them a split second later. As the dust parted, the Alpha revealed itself leaping through the air and toward his current location at least several meters off the ground. He widened his eyes as time seemingly slowed down. He looked into the eyes of the beast and noticed how each and every single working eye was settled on his figure. Shouldn't he be invisible? Shouldn't he be hidden from its predatory eyes? He was. The radius of his spell was still up. It was still working. And yet, the beast had leapt towards him as though it knew where he was. How? He watched as the beast raised its claw and swung it at him diagonally. Zeke carefully watched as the dust in the air wrapped and folded around the arm of the monster like cloth. And at that split second, he came to realize how he had been discovered. Had it somehow utilized the dust in the air to figure out his location? Time resumed its usual pace. The Alpha's body glided through the air as its whiskers lashed out like sharp tentacles to Zeke's immediate position. The pupil of Zeke's eye constricted. What can he pull out to save himself? The answer was but a simple metal shield. He managed to pull out and shield the entirety of his body. Holding onto the rope in between his thighs and grabbing onto it with one hand, he braced for impact and watched grimly as the monster's whisker tore through his shield like paper. The arm holding the metal shield went concerningly numb as he watched another hole appear through his shield, which had begun to fold inwards. Zeke's eyes then shot wide open as he felt something pierce through the side of his waist, completely ripping through the part of his armor that was covering that side. He winced and found it was just a deep gash instead of a hole. Zeke was fortunate that his spell was still active, or else the Alpha's accuracy would been a lot more fatal for him. Zeke then watched as the Alpha's other whiskers shot around him, striking the wall behind him. He breathed a sigh of relief, but, as though the world didn't, T wished for him to have even a single moment of relief. He felt an uncontrollable urge fall upon his muscles. His legs and right hand released the lasso, causing his swift descent as his control of his mana went rampant, leading to the deactivation of his spell. The Alpha, being able to see him, raised its claw and swung it horizontally at him, crashing into his shield, which still remained attached to his arm, and launching him into the wall. Dumb. Zeke's back slammed harshly into a bloodied and dented part of the wall. His mind was dazed, and his vision blurred. The shimmering glow around his body continued to dim. Fortunately, his vision and his mechanical eye still worked. Looking up, he watched as the Alpha seemingly turned its body to the side and faced its shoulder at him. Zeke widened his eyes slightly as he muttered in disbelief. Shoulder bash dash? Dumb. The wall behind Zeke cracked open and crumbled, causing the man's body to break through and be sent further into the earth before ending up in a large, spacious area. This was the area Millis had opened up just a dozen minutes ago. His body, bloodied and bruised, bounced several times on the ground as both shattered debris and flames from torch plants landed around him. His armor was completely destroyed by the Alpha's savage and unexpected attack. SKR. With a final bounce and skid, Zeke's body finally came to a stop as his eyes had fully rolled back to his head. He had lost consciousness. He was lucky his second-tier body and the variety of buffs around his body, which had now disappeared, managed to keep his body intact. But not only that, but if this open area behind the wall was there, he would most likely been placed into a more dangerous and injured state. Fiesta, who watched as this happened with a grim expression, saw as the Alpha began to slowly climb into the hole it had created. And just as she was about to do something, she watched as a blur shot through the air and crashed into the back of the Alpha with a strong force behind it. The Alpha, noticing something dripping through the cracks in its armor, turned back and was immediately met with a fearsome barrage of liquid spears. The monster let out a fearsome roar as it closed its eyes and shielded them with its arms. When a storm of projectiles finally ended, it looked in between the gaps of its arm and found translucent lines of considerable length, all stretching towards one person hanging off the side of the wall. This person held onto a black hilt of what could be a long black blade. It was Lillian, along with the Black Maw. She had finally woken up. A flash of both irritation and humiliation passed through her eyes as she watched her parasitic lines glow both a light blue and a deep red. Lillian then yelled mockingly, "You? Redone for now, rodent. My attack had already made contact with your skin." Chapter 393. Fall of an Alpha? 11 as her voice echoed. The Alpha slowly lowered its arms before blinking away the blood that had run over its eyes. It looked at the translucent, vibrant lines connecting it and Lillian. It began to feel a sense of weakness. Was it because of these strings and the liquid wires? It watched as the mana wrapped around its limbs began to dim. The Alpha widened its eyes and swiped at Lillian's parasitic lines, tearing through them. Once the lines had been disconnected, the Alpha still felt a wave of both sickness and weakness. What was going on? What was causing it to feel this pathetic feeling? Before it could figure out the reason, another barrage of water spears fell upon it, causing it to put up its guard once more and endure the attack that chipped away at its armor. And when the barrage ended and another horde of translucent lines appeared once more, it felt enraged as the attacks pierced into its flesh. However, in the midst of its anger, it failed to realize something growing in the corners of its eyes along its body, most predominantly on its flesh. They were like pebble-sized warts that rapidly grew in size. Lillian, who watched as the warts grew to the size of beach balls, grinned as she watched them pop into scalding hot water. The Alpha jolted back as the scalding liquid fell into its open wounds, causing it to experience an extreme amount of pain as it scratched its claws along the ground violently. And as though its situation couldn't get any worse, the area where the warts had exploded began to sprout new ones at an alarming rate. It was as if the Alpha had contracted a rather dreadful disease. As Lillian watched it writhing in pain, she suddenly yanked the Black Maw out from its place in the wall and leapt down, dodging a boulder launched towards her location. The boulder shattered upon contact with the wall like a firework, showering down its dust and debris as Lillian fell towards the ground. She then morphed into water and nullified her fall. After reforming, she rested the back of the Black Maw's blade on her shoulder with a snort. She watched as the Alpha tore through her parasitic lines once more before lowering its body onto all fours with a burning light in its yellow eyes. Lillian adjusted her feet on the uneven terrain before holding her blade horizontally out from her. She then pulled out a glass vial filled with an ominous dark purple mixture. This was one of the few poisons Lillian had stolen from Marionette a while back. If she had to assume from an educated guess, this particular poison was of an acidic kind. Pouring it over her black blade and watching as droplets dripped to the ground and caused a horrid vapor to appear, Lillian readied her stance. And as she got into stance, the runes on her gauntlets glowed and a deep golden light signifying the activation of one of its 4 enchantments. Remembrance, the enchantment where Lillian could completely copy a person's combat style. Of course, such an enchantment must have a limitation, and that was correct. It was an ability she could only activate once per day and could only use it for 10 minutes. But not only that, but there was a hidden condition. She would have needed to have fought with the target for a long time. And who else had she fought for a long time and could always count on them to ensure absolute victory? It was obviously her beloved assassin, Marionette von Roselle. Lillian's mind was temporarily injected with information on the Roselle family's combat style, the Crimson Nocturne. And because of that, she now had near control over all 100 of her muscles. And yet, the Black Maw didn't even feel just an inch lighter compared to before. Breathing in a deep breath and assuming Marionette's usual stance, she watched calmly as the Alpha began to make its move. Leaping over the uneven and rough terrain, the Alpha charged towards her with fury in its eyes as it grabbed onto another boulder. Lillian leapt forward, charging straight into an incoming tossed boulder. Then, using the uneven terrain, she slid under the boulder scaur, narrowly dodging it as it skimmed the tip of her nose. Feeling the sound of her armor grinding along the stone, Lillian quickly shot back up on her feet as she blasted forward with both hands clutched around the hilt of her odachi. The two charged towards each other with malice in their eyes, and in just a few seconds, the two clashed, skillfully ducking under its swift swing. Lillian straightened her back and activated the enchantment of her boots, causing her to teleport 10 meters towards the direction she was looking. Lillian blurred and flashed through the air, reaching the Alpha's shoulder, which already had most of its armor peeled off. Lillian then held her sword over her head and muttered quietly, "First technique of the Crimson Nocturne. First bloom." As though empowered by her words, her mana rushed towards her blade, and the muscles in her arms tightened as blood raced through her veins. With an overhead swing, Lillian's blade curved through the air and bit into the flesh of the Alpha, eating and cleaving through its thick muscle strings with unnatural ease. As Lillian's blade cut cleanly through its flesh, an arc of blood shot out, forming a rough image of a rose opening its first petal. The area that Lillian had sliced slid off and revealed the monster's bone and muscles that had been infected with the poison she had applied to her blade. It sizzled and burned the monster, causing it to feel unbearable pain as Lillian fell through the air. Lillian quickly teleported out of the way, dodging the monster's whisker that stabbed through her previous location. Reappearing behind its neck, Lillian twisted her body around and faced the monster's nape. She pulled back her odachi and pointed the tip of her blade at the back of its neck, holding her other arm out to act as a guide for her attack. Her muscles bulged as her blade shot forward into a speedy stab. Second technique of the Crimson Nocturne, Thorn's Kiss. Her arm blurred forward and, with surgical precision, she punctured a deep hole into the back of its neck and pierced through an artery. The blood that spilt out from her stab formed the center of a blooming rose to appear on its nape like a crimson tattoo. Watching as the wound became infected with poison like her last attack, Lillian quickly teleported out of the way as Alpha suddenly spun around and swung its arm in a crazed manner. After reappearing on the ground, Lillian watched her handiwork. The total time of all of those attacks happened in the short span of 10 seconds. The Alpha spun around and stared down Lillian. It then moved in for an attack, but was rudely interrupted by several scalding explosions on its face. And while it was distracted, Lillian looked towards Viesta, who still stood on the platform, with an assuring look. "Stay where you are, Viesta. Let us handle it from here onwards." Viesta looked down at Lillian with a baffled expression. Did she say, "us"? The Alpha, deciding to ignore the pain on its face, turned its body back to Lillian before finding itself squashed in between two large stone walls that were decorated with sharp stone spikes. Lillian looked towards the ground beside her, finding a purple-haired woman with golden eyes rising from it like an earth spirit. Lillian grinned at her teasingly. "Oh, are you getting a little bit more serious now, as well?" Millis smirked back, brandishing her sword through the air as she took a pose right beside Lillian. "How could I have gone all out when you had?" Tiet. That, I'll make Mel look bad. Is that just an excuse? Lillian smirked teasingly. She placed her hand on the heroine's shoulder and connected half of her parasitic lines to the woman. Lillian then commented while she did this. Also, could I just say that your accent make this serious situation really had to take seriously? Millis, noticing an increased recovery rate in her mana, smiled widely as she saw the scratches on her skin disappear at a rapid rate. With a huff and pout, Millis stated with a small smile, "Scold me after we redone pummeling this guy into the earth." She then leaned forward and bent her knees slightly, assuming a sword stance. Lillian grinned and bent her knees as well, assuming her stance as the alpha broke free from the spiked walls. Then, let's do it quickly. I need a pic of this rodent's dead body as a trophy for Marionette. Once she said that, the two sped forward, working in tandem to bring down the alpha, tearing apart its armor with the help of large-scale attacks. Chapter 394. Fall of an Alpha? 12. As Lillian teleported over its body and cleaved through its flesh with immense speed and efficiency, Millis constructed several earth spikes that obstructed its path of movement. The Alpha swiped its arms through the air, trying to swat Lillian before having to break apart the spikes before it reached its exposed flesh. After breaking through one, along the surface of its body, the ever-growing warts erupted once more, painting it with scalding hot water that sank into its exposed wounds. Millis then swiped her hand and caused the earth beneath the Alpha to crack apart and trap its lower half inside it, completely restraining the monster's movements for the time being. And once this happened, Millis rushed in and began carving apart its body as well. This continued on for a minute. The countless injuries piled on its body grew more and more. The poison from Lillian's blade had begun to spread throughout its flesh. It was almost the same sensation it had felt just a few minutes earlier, and it was right to think so, for all the way near the start of the battle. When Viesta had first joined the fight, Lillian had subtly dropped something into its mouth right before she was eaten. It was another vial of poison, a deadly but slow-acting one, and, currently, it was running rampant within its stomach. Before Lillian could carve out its eyes, the Alpha broke apart the ground and freed its lower half. Then, with unexpected haste, it slammed the back of its hand into the left side of Lillian's body. Bam! As soon as Lillian's body was struck, she felt the bones in her arm crack and fracture, as well as her mind flicker between consciousness and unconsciousness. However, unlike before, this attack wasn't enough to knock her out anymore. For as quick as the bones in Lillian's left arm broke, they soon repaired under the effects of her parasitic lines. Lillian's eyes flashed with a dark glint as she gripped the black maw with both hands. She was going to deliver back the pain tenfold. As her body continued to stick to the surface of the Alpha's hand, she managed to fall over the side and leap off of it. She landed on the side of a wall and bent her knees before shooting back like a spring. The Alpha, completely focused on Millis now, hadn't realized Lillian shooting towards it like lightning. The Crimson Nocturne was the Roselle family's combat style forged and refined over generations. And it has 8 total techniques, each representing one of the 8 petals belonging to a mythical rose of the assassin family. The Noctis Rosarum, a rose that signified both beauty and death. And with each ascending petal technique, the physical stats needed to go through with them increase exponentially. The failure to comply with this requirement would cause the user's muscles to rip apart. However, in Lillian's case, Lillian's body blurred as she roared. 6th petal of the Crimson Nocturne, Blood Blossom Mirage. She was exempt through the help of her healing factor. In the span of half a second, Lillian's body seemingly phased through the scarred back of the Alpha. And once she reappeared shortly after, the world seemingly stopped as the monster's entire body was suddenly inflicted with several long, deep slash marks, each 3 to 4 meters long. And not only that, but had also lost all of its whiskers. It was as though the very air itself had torn apart its body, causing its blood to spray outwards and form the illusions of blossoming roses. In any normal scenario, Lillian Wooden, T had been able to complete such a move with just her physical stats alone, even with 100 control over her muscles. But by cutting corners with her boots, teleportation enchantment, she managed to achieve this level of speed, even if it was a fraudulent way. However, that didn't exclude the overwhelming amount of pain that had fallen upon Lillian's body. Puik. Lillian coughed and spat out blood as she felt the inside of her body cramp up, her limbs lock in place, and her muscles go numb. Lillian's body crashed into the ground, rolling. But just a split second after she landed, her muscles had already repaired themselves. Pushing herself back up to a crouch, Lillian sweated profusely as her mind reeled from the pain. It was fortunate she was quite tolerant already. As Lillian took in several deep breaths, the alpha had collapsed on the knees of its hind legs as it struggled to breathe. It had lost too much blood, and the poison had begun to shut down most of the important muscles in its body. And yet, with sheer determination and dying vitality, it pushed itself towards Lillian, who, although mentally fatigued, gave it a mocking grin. "Oi, Millis! Hurry it up! Don T. Rushma!" Millis, who was kneeling on the ground far behind Lillian with her eyes closed, shot them wide open as she stood up and took a step forward. Coming out from the ground behind her, a featureless upper body of a humanoid being appeared entirely made of stone, and in its right hand it wielded a long stone spear. Millis spun around, which was copied by the stone construct, before swinging her arm forward. The stone humanoid spun around before throwing its stone spear with destructive force. The javelin shot forward and, swoosh PSHD, pierced through the alpha's lower abdomen. Its body folded over the spear as it was dragged along by the spear's momentum and pinned against the stone wall behind it with a blood splat. Large and medium-sized stones broke off from the wall it was pinned to and crumbled over its limp body as blood sprayed out from the fatal wound dealt to its body by the spear. Lillian let out a sigh of relief, watching as the stones cascaded and buried the alpha. It was finally dead. She stood up to her feet and raised her open hand to the heroine, who had made their way over to her. "Good work out there." Millis grinned and high-fived the girl. "Clap. Back to you as well. Girl, you was getting deadly on the thing." As they conversed with one another, they didn't notice as the rubble burying the alpha trembled slightly. Lillian, who was still unaware of this, asked Millis, "I didn't get the kill confirmed, did you?" "Huh. Yeah." Millis tapped at her chin. "I don't think I remembered hearing or seeing one." "You sure you didn't? Get the kill dash?" "Dumb." The two held their arms over their head as the alpha's burial suddenly exploded open. Lillian and Millis widened their eyes as they watched the monster break the stone spear stuck through its lower abdomen in two. Lillian scowled silently as Millis yelled in disbelief, "That thing ain't dead yet?" The alpha looked at the two as dust cascaded over its body. Its eyes had darkened, and its face had gone pale. It knew it would. T went against the two. Then with the last bit of mana it had inside its body, it severed the connection of the parasitic lines. This would not only cause the liquids, warts on its face to cease in their growth and numbers, but also stop any future rupturing of them. It then weakly turned its eyes up and looked towards Vista, who flinched at its gaze. Its eyes shone with a flickering and burning yellow glow as it resorted to one last decision. If it couldn't take down all of its killers, it should at least be able to take down one of them. With a flick of its tail down and a leap, it jumped towards the walls and began to climb upwards. And as it did it, its back was barraged with a variety of attacks formed from both water and stone. However, with this last-ditch effort, the alpha had now abandoned all sorts of action to defend itself. Viesta aimed down the sound blaster and shot out another powerful sound wave, which, besides pausing the alpha for a split second due to its push, was proven useless. Without its whiskers, which connected directly to its brain, such a devastating sound would no longer work. Viesta widened her eyes and watched as the alpha was now only 10 meters away from her. a distance it could make with just a single leap towards her. And the alpha knew this as well. It was going to do that. However, just a moment later, boom, an attack from Lillian blew off its entire right arm, causing it to lose support and a momentary loss of balance. It watched grimly as its severed arm hung beside it, still stuck in the wall. But it didn't need this leap. It could still succeed with just one of its arms. It continued to climb higher and higher, and right as it was about to make its leap, it came face to face with a hole it had made earlier in the wall. Fiesta, who didn't have many options of escape, watched as the alpha paused as it stared inside the hole. If one were to look closer, they would find that the alpha was staring at a middle-aged man's battered and bloodied body, standing right before its eyes at the edge of the hole. Zeke stood with foggy eyes as his body was leaning slightly to the side, giving off an impression that he was in an extreme amount of pain. And in his hands were two items that he slowly leaned toward each other. Chapter 395. Fall of an Alpha 13. And a few minutes ago, while Lillian and Millis were battling the Alpha, Zeke continued to lie in a state of motionlessness as his mind slowly drifted off. He had begun to dream of the past. December 23rd, 2027, after I had been left behind, the town was hit by a light snowstorm. It was truly a horrible day for someone stranded in an unfamiliar town without any money. I couldn't even access my bank to draw money out because they had stolen my phone and wallet. And I had found that a branch of my bank wasn't located here either. So just like that, I had to spend an entire night homeless outside in some random alleyway. I was fortunate, however, to scrounge up some pocket change in between the cracks in the pavements, just enough for an energy bar and bread buns. Although the snow had begun to pile up and the temperature dropped to a concerning degree for someone without shelter, I managed to endure as I utilized the surrounding rubbish as a makeshift shelter. I felt miserable. The next day, I needed to find somewhere to work. But since today was a day right before the big holiday, most of the store had already either closed or were in need of hiring. However, I was able to find one place, though. You want to work in the mines? Right before the holiday, the manager, who went by Bob, looked at me with both skepticism and surprise. I need the money, sir. I was desperate. Well, sure. We short a man. We can get started after you hand in your resume, and I can go through it, I guess. After I'd been told that, I felt unimaginable despair. Of course, I would need something like a resume, but to think I would need it for some mining job. Bob stared at me silently before catching a whiff of my smell. He reeled back at my scent, which I could understand. I smelled horrible. Fortunately, such a negative thing had allowed me to attract pity from the man and got me the job. He had even taken me to the site's showers, which was truly a blessing. After I was equipped with my uniform and gear, I was shown inside the mine and given a tour as well as training. Why do we still use explosives for this? Can we just bring in some kind of machine to plow out a tunnel? Huh? Are you serious? The manager asked me as he tightly held a bundle of explosives. Then, while holding a lighter over its interwoven fuse, he muttered, "It seems that you don't know much about the financial and labor sides of things in the mining industry. So to summarize it, explosions of any kind are always going to be far cheaper compared to specialized machinery. They're also going to be smaller, which allows us to bring them around more easily." Hiding behind cover, the manager tossed it over and waited for the explosion. Boom! As dust blows over us, Manager Bob added with a snicker, "Also, our mayor is kind of a cheapskate, if you haven't heard. But at least we can have some fun with these explosives." I see. Look, if you still uncertain why we don request machinery, then all I can say is that if we were to somehow encounter monsters during our mine, we could always just use these. I looked down at the manager's hand and watched as he pulled out another bundle of dynamite. And seeing that he wanted me to take them, I held my hand towards them. Your trait, Fatal Survival, had activated. It will now go on cooldown for 3 days. Zeke's eyes shot wide open as he spat out a glob of blood from inside his throat. Cough, cough. His ears still echoed with the voice of the jester's soft and androgynous voice. So that's what that does. With a hiss, he sat up and measured his wounds. Broken ribs, internal bleeding, and of course, bruises. He ran a hand over his chest and arms, then flinched at the pain. Zeke took a glance to the side and found his shield, which was what he had wanted to call it, flattened, punctured with several holes, and covered in dust and scratches. He scowled. An entire month's worth of income down the drain. I should be gone the extra mile for enchantments. Being able to afford something to be enchanted was a luxury for someone with his earnings. He slowly pulled himself up to his feet before losing his balance and falling straight back down on his rear. He held the side of his head as it had become foggy from his loss of blood, and it became much worse as his surroundings shook and the sounds of an intense battle echoed inside the open area he was in. He looked inside his spatial ring, intending to find something to soothe his pain. But then he instantly forgot as the world spun, as vertigo caused him to look towards another object. Instinctively pulling it out, he found himself holding onto a bundle of dynamite. He clutched it tightly in his hands. He had remembered that explosives worked rather well on the monster, and if he recalled correctly, most of its armor had by now been torn off. I need a way to light it. As Zeke said this out loud, he noticed a dim light towards the side, and looking in the direction of the light, he found the flames of what he could assume to be a torch plant to be exact, and it was just lying near him. Zeke gritted his teeth, and with a struggle, he reached over and grabbed it. Lillian, having blown through the Alpha's right arm with a water drill, looked past the beast and found Zeke standing before its eyes. Zeke slowly held the flames of the torch plant with a cold light in his eyes as he spat out in a hoarse voice, "Get out of our mine." TZZ. Once the fuse became lit, Zeke chucked it towards the Alpha before cloaking his body in invisibility, disappearing right after the dynamite detonated. Boom! The Alpha's body was blown back by the explosion, losing its hold and balance on the wall. Millis, who still had plenty of mana for one last creation, summoned a large stone arm right beneath the falling abomination. Having caught the creature, it rose towards the height of the ceiling before bending over and slamming the beast right into the center of the nursery. Thud! As the stone arm slammed the Alpha into the ground with a loud thud. Cracks shot out from the center of the room as the ground suddenly broke open. What was revealed was the massive hole that the barrel moles had dug through earlier, and it was deep, at most 100 meters deep. At this point, the Alpha's muscle fiber had already begun to decay and rip apart, both from Lillian's poison and the accumulation of the brutal attacks on its body. And yet, it still managed to cling to the last bit of vitality it had. How could this have happened? How did everything go so wrong? Was it a mistake to take home inside this cavern? This was the Alpha's first ever not beastly thought, and it will be its last, for at the moment, the idea of possible escape appeared in its mind. It heard a soft and unhurried voice. 9 minutes. 9 minutes have passed. Lillian, who was crouched on one of the large pieces of falling rubble, looked down at the Alpha, which had locked its eyes on her figure. She still had 1 more minute before she would lose all information on how to perform the Crimson Nocturne. But that didn't matter, for that was all she needed, just a single minute. Watching as the Alpha's body barred its fang at her and opened its maw for her to fall into it, Lillian dashed forward with all of her might, and brandishing the black maw, which seemed to gleam a murderous light at the moment, Lillian flicked its blade through the air and directed the edge of the blade to the corner of the Alpha's mouth. Fourth technique of the Crimson Nocturne. Lillian muttered slowly before roaring out with full murderous intent, "Scarlet Embrace." Slashing through the horrid creature's fangs, Lillian's blade bit deep into the corner of its mouth before sliding down it. Then, with gritted teeth, clenched jaws, and glowing eyes, Lillian began to carve through the entire right side of the monster's body as blood spewed out from behind her. After slicing through the tip of its tail, Lillian looked upwards, finding the sky covered by a crimson blanket as the Alpha's organs began to unravel out of the cleaved side. And what she saw was a gory, rough image of a rose painted on a dark red canvas. It's still ISN? T dead. Lillian widened her eyes, not having heard the kill confirm. She scowled and got into position, but then felt her mind go blank and her stance lose its fluidity and structure. And as she felt her strength decrease, she realized that she had run out of time. Scowling, Lillian held her hand out, intending to blast the Alpha with a full range of attacks, but then caught sight of a purple-haired heroine spinning through the air like a saw blade. Lillian caught a glimpse of Millis giving her a wink before delivering the final attack on the Alpha with her black sword. Lillian's body relaxed when she saw this. She sighed and prepared herself for the landing. But right before Lillian fully turned to water, she smirked at the heroine with a click of her tongue and muttered in playful frustration. Kill stealer. She wasn't too bothered by this. Since, boom, they had won, and that was all that mattered in the end. Chapter 396. Victory photos? Click, click, click. Oh yeah, girl, work them poses. Millis yelled as she held a rabbit-shaped phone horizontally. She was currently taking pictures of Lillian, who posed around and on the deceased Alpha. After seeing another camera flash, Lillian smiled wryly as she continued to hold up a peace sign. Do you really need to take that many photos? I think just one for Marionette will do. Huh, of course I do. Millis waved the phone in her hand at the girl in a scolding manner. Your girlfriend expects plenty of photos of you looking? Good. The heroine then went back into position and directed the phone's camera at the girl before signaling with her hand. Now get back to position, or else text her that you didn't. You want to send her a lot of pictures of yourself. What? Lillian, baffled by what she had just heard, sighed and began posing again. She hoped Marionette would be satisfied with them later when she sent them over. After a bit, she noticed a rope slowly falling from the sky to the side. Looking over, she found Viesta and Zeke climbing down. Lillian smiled and, while sitting on the shoulder of the Alpha, placed her right leg over her left before leaning the side of her face into her palm. Oh, you guys finally here? Viesta nodded in acknowledgement before helping Zeke down and wrapping an arm under her armpits. The two then moved over towards the two ladies before stopping in front of Monster. Both the cowgirl and eye patch man looked in awe at the deceased abomination. Their eyes began to light up with stars. To think I see a monster of the husk level dead before my eyes. And one of the dire rank, Viesta stated in an incredulous and amazed tone. The corners of Zeke's lips curled up slightly as tiredness washed over him. Same here. This was an incredibly difficult battle to win, to say the least, Dawn. You three think? As Millis and Viesta nodded in unison. Lillian smirked and waved her hand arrogantly with a proud expression as she said, It wasn't that difficult after I got serious. I think we would. V won in the end, though. Lillian, who had said this with her nose pointed upwards and her eyes closed, slowly opened them and found the three beneath her, giving her an odd look of both concern and doubt. Viesta said, Does your head hurt anywhere, Lillian? I think Zeke still has some health potions he could use on you. Zeke, who was about to say something, stiffened as he was reminded of something crucial. He had health potions on him. How did he forget that? Just as he was about to summon the crate of health potions, he felt something splash on his body. Then he found himself connected to the Alpha by a translucent line that turned slightly red. Lillian, who was the cause of this, chuckled slightly before stating, Save them. Potions aren't that cheap, after all. The white-haired girl then responded to Viesta, And why would you say that? Lillian sat up straight and placed her hands on her waist. I am perfectly fine. Millis gave her a knowing look before sighing. She shook her head and muttered, "You girlfriend ein? Here? Bro, you done? Gotta act tough and cool. I was being serious." Lillian stuttered before pouting and folding her arms. "I can assure you that we could. You won faster if I had gotten serious." Yap. Now continue on posing. Man. More? Millis kept on taking pictures of Lillian, even joined by Viesta. Who helped the rabbit? S posture and pose. Zeke stood off to the side, being healed of his injuries. But that didn't? T mean he didn't? T enjoy the sight of Lillian being forced into the job of a model. Finally, Lillian was freed from the role of being the sole model and was quickly joined by both Millis and Viesta. They were going to take a group photo. Zeke, who overheard this, volunteered to hold the phone. But as the three ladies watched, he distanced himself from them. They immediately stopped him and asked what he was doing. Zeke stopped mid-crouch, confused about what he meant, before watching as they patted a spot on the abomination, S corpse for him to take a seat on. His eyes shone with a reflective light as he heard. We aren't? T the only ones that took it down, you know. She? S right. You played an important role. As Millis and Viesta stated, Lillian held out a hand with a gentle smile. Her eyes then sparkled a little as she said, We couldn't have won this battle as well as we did without your abilities, Zeke. So, join us in this group photo. Zeke, who hadn't expected this offer, immediately got up from his crouch before walking over. And, after taking an awkward position near the three, click, they took a selfie with all three of them grinning. Somewhere inside a dark, minimalistic but luxurious room, a woman with raven-black long hair stood at the center of her room buttoning up her uniform. It was Marionette with her face as still and unchanging as always. After attaching a rose pin on the right side of her chest, her ears twitched as several consecutive dings echoed inside her room. Ding, ding, ding. She looked towards her bedside table and, at her phone, screen, which had now lit up and revealed notifications all belonging to one person she had been expecting to hear from for a bit. It was from Lillian. Walking over and picking up her phone, she looked at her notifications and looked through the countless photos Lillian had taken. At first, she had thought it was to show her hunt, but she quickly realized that Lillian was taking a variety of poses around Monster. This had immediately caught her eye. Entranced, she took her time scrolling through each and every photo, saving each one to her phone before moving on to the next. When Marionette finally made it to the last photo, she froze. It was a picture of three other people around her Lillian. Her thumb paused in the air as she processed the sight of Lillian smiling with others around her. Ignoring Millis' face, she glanced away from Lillian and towards the woman beside the rabbit and then the man. After recalling Lillian mentioning nothing about a middle-aged man, her eyes lingered on the woman's face. She then quickly deduced that this person must be Viesta. Her lips shook for a moment, the corners of them slightly curling down into a small frown. But then, after a moment, her lips curled up into a small smile. So that's what she looks like. Just another corpse. She pocketed her phone and faced the mirror. After straightening her hair, she heard 3 consecutive knocks on her door, followed by the voice of a mature woman. Lady Roselle, the gardener has finished preparing the necessities for the surgery that will happen in the upcoming days. Very well, I shall meet with him soon. Facing the door, Marionette unconsciously held a hand over the pocket that held her phone. She sighed and muttered, "Oh, how envious I am. I wish I were there in her place instead of this dreary one." Chapter 397. Off to the next destination. A day had passed after the Alpha was defeated, and in that span of time, a small festival was held as a celebration for the 4 who had saved the town when it was in danger. As everyone partied and enjoyed the small festival, which drew closer to evening, Lillian stood inside a dark alleyway with her back leaning against a wall. With her phone out and staring down at her screen, Lillian had a large pout and a depressed look in her eyes as she found that Marionette had been returning her calls. Since yesterday, after she had sent the assassin the photos, she hadn't gotten a single message back. Instead, she only had the notification that the woman had indeed seen what she sent her. Lillian immediately crouched and groaned in her hands. Man, should I have taken more pictures? Or were my poses bad? But Millis and Viesta said they looked good. As Lillian struggled to wrap her head around the reason why Marionette had called or sent a single message back to her, she found a human-shaped shadow standing over her. Looking up, she found an eye-patched man staring down at her with a look of surprise. It was Zeke. What are you doing here all alone? Shooting? You be enjoying the celebration? Lillian gave an exasperated sigh. I am not one for parties, especially one where I keep getting crowded around. Not a person for social interaction, I presume. Zeke walked into the alleyway and sat beside the rabbit with an interested expression. I see that you are troubled. Does it happen to be about your reward? Huh. Oh, that. Once the Blackridge family had heard that their entire group didn't pay to participate, he took away a quarter of the reward money and gave it to the last person to pay, being Brexton's group. Your mayor is so stingy. Lillian chuckled lightly as she sat properly on the ground, straightened her legs. But the money was bad. I think our group got back around 150,000 semis for our trouble. Zeke nodded slightly. The total fees gathered plus a little bit on top. That was the reward, correct? I agree, though the mayor is indeed stingy, especially for someone who had saved his town from a long-term shortage of minerals. He then paused and faced Lillian. So if it wasn't the money, what was it that had gotten you upset? I believe that the state of the Alpha was enough to have something made. Huh? Wouldn't you know? Didn't you have something made with a part of the mole? WL. Zeke scratched the side of his cheek sheepishly, causing his intimidating appearance due to his scars to falter. Surely you didn't mind, right? Nah, you helped, so that warrants something. Viesta and Millis already had their stuff made by now, I think. And yet, you didn't As Lillian heard his statement, she couldn't help but smile slightly. Why should she have anything made when she could just buy what she needed in the moment? There's no point in dipping into resources that could be used for you three. I already have what I need. Then, what is it? Lillian smiled wryly. She hesitated for a moment before whispering in an embarrassed manner. My partner hasn't responded back to me yet. Love issues? Zeke widened his eyes before letting out a hearty laugh, which eventually turned boisterous under Lillian's pouting gaze. Ha ha! You truly are a prized person, Lillian. I haven't met anyone like you before until now. Wiping a tear in his eyes, he added, to think someone with your skills would be going through issues of these types. Is it so hard to believe? Lillian stammered with shock. Did she give off the impression that she trifled with the concept of romance? You do a bit, Lillian, in my opinion. But that could be merely because I hadn't known you for so long. After he had calmed down, he looked up towards the orange-tinted sky and muttered, but anyway, I am sure that you, partner, is just in a situation where he can pick up the phone. That's all. Lillian's ears twitched as Zeke used the term. To refer to her partner. She gave a crooked smile, but didn't bother to correct it. So why are you here then? Lillian asked with a playful blink. Could there be something about this particular alleyway that feel attached to? Zeke stared into Lillian's eyes before letting out another laugh. Spot on. Was that a guess, or had I somehow told you at some point? Letting out a deep breath, he muttered, I return to this alleyway every now and then whenever I achieve something I hadn't done before, which in this case was helping take down a powerful beast. Sighing, he added, and to think these are the kind of monsters those on the front lines are taking down on a daily basis. It truly does make one think how much stronger the human body could be if one pushed themselves past their limits. Zeke looked back at Lillian and found her still in a sour mood. He smirked and held out a hand to her. If you still upset, I think I got an idea that might help cheer you up. Lillian tilted her head at him, obviously confused but curious. But then, she smirked as well. Are you going to let me punch your mayor while you make me invisible? Zeke raised his eyebrow at the white-haired girl. As captain of security, I obviously can help you blatantly assault the mayor. He shook his head before pulling out an object from his pocket. It seemed to be a black ink marker. Lillian watched as the eye-patched man slowly grinned, but I can help you use this permanent black ink marker on his face, though. I think he is currently sleeping as we speak. As the two quickly joined hands and journeyed to the mayor's very home, the night soon neared and the day eventually closed, allowing for the sun to rise shortly after. I hope you all have a safe trip. You, always welcome to come back to this town whenever you like. Zeke waved as he watched the train start up and move. Lillian, who was sitting near the window, waved at him as well, along with Viesta and, surprisingly, Millis, who had joined the two on the ride. Apparently, with the prize money, she wasn't T2 motivated to find a job inside the town and had now decided to go on a little trip before having to head back to the academy. Yeah, that's fine. Lillian, that's right, I twitched. But was there a need for me to buy you a ticket as well? Of course. Now that I know you guys were taking the private and the oh-so-luxurious rooms, I needed to see it for myself. Millis hooked her arm around Lillian's shoulder and swung her body left and right. Lillian pried herself away and said with a twitchy face and folded arms, "But why have money, Dawn?" "Ty?" she asked, briefly adopting Millis' accent in a mocking manner. The heroine pouted and raised her fist in a cute but threatening manner. "Dawn? T use my words against me. Jahid." And as the two ladies wrestled on the couch, Viesta was sitting opposite them, jotting down notes on her phone at the way Millis spoke, intending to incorporate it into her own to sound more like a cowgirl. She then muttered as she took a glance outside the window. "Well then, seems like we finally off to Restera, docks." Chapter 398. Arrival to Restera, port. Restera, port. It was the largest port connected to one of the four seas of the world, the Nivron Sea. It was first created during the peak of the Second Great War between the four nations to combat the Eastern nation's newly created air machines, thus marking this port as one of the major points of defense during the war. After the war, it was repurposed into a large transportation hub, as well as a large market filled with all kinds of ingredients and items that could be found at sea. Lillian strolled through the busy market and took a look around. She sniffed the air and breathed in the distinct smell of salt and fishiness. She then glanced to her side and found Millis and Viesta bent over and scrutinizing a particularly large fish belonging to a person's stall. Lillian smiled slightly before catching a glimpse of a nearby store. Moving up to it, she peered through the window and inspected the highly detailed figures placed on the shelves. They seemed to be action figures of highly prominent people in the world. Lillian's eyes glittered as her childlike self appeared. She still remembered how she handed a limited edition action figure of the South Saint, and she couldn't help but hop up and down. She could already spot figures of the current king of Restera, Leonardo, and several other figures. Another example would be a well-known pirate who journeyed through the three seas in search of adventure and defeating evildoers on the high seas. His name was Nero Farland. He appeared as a person with short and petite stature and a rather androgynous expression that would lead them to believe he was a middle schooler. He had navy blue eyes and short black hair with streaks of dark blue through it. He wore an outfit purely based on a stereotypical pirate, minus the peg leg and eye patch. It was said that he wielded a powerful cutlass that could take on any shape that fit the situation and was able to take on several creatures of a dire rank by himself, as long as he was on board his trusty ship. If Lillian recalled, he was given the name, the Pirate of the Rickety Ship, which she felt sounded more like an insult rather than a compliment. Right as Lillian was about to impulsively walk into the store and begin her career as a collector, she felt a hand fall on her left shoulder. Looking back, Lillian found Millis staring at her with a teasing grin. "Oh? Planning? On going? In there? Lil? What? That's the difference between buying these figures than whaling on a gotcha game. HM?" Lillian stiffened before rolling her eyes. "Hey, look, I have nothing against you paying for stuff in a gotcha game, but you did use an exorbitant amount of money." She then stepped away and pointed at the window. "And these are really cool, and so are big tittle waifus. But apparently that's where we draw the line, huh?" Viesta, who had walked in between the two and pulled them apart, looked towards Lillian with a small smile. "We might have to wait a bit for the next blimp or ship to arrive at the port. So, you can go around and have some fun in the meantime. Meet me by the port by 2 p.m., all right?" After saying that with a wave, she walked towards the docks, leaving Millis and Lillian alone. Millis watched as Viesta moved farther away from them, then gave a smug grin as she heard the cowgirl adopt her accent for a brief moment. Heh, I guess my way of speaking is truly superior. She then turned to Lillian. Dawn? Cha thinks so, Lil. Her eyes slowly widened. Lillian, who was standing before the heroine, now held 2 plastic bags in each hand, which were filled to the brim with action figures of all kinds of people. She gave a shy expression at Millis' piercing and twitching face. She quickly stored away the bags into her spatial ring and rubbed the back of her head. Huh? Why, yeah, your way of talking sure is superior. Millis silently stared into Lillian's eyes before leaning away with a flattered look. She rubbed the back of her neck and cackled. Hee, yep, I knew it. The two continued strolling through the market, and that was when Lillian was hit with a rather strange question as she watched the heroine buy a spatial ring. Honestly, Lillian, Jalikin, action figures was something I expected, not gonna lie. Millis inspected the ring's shape and ran a finger over its purple gem. I bet that if they ever come out with a figure of your girlfriend, you would definitely put it in a jar. Lillian raised an eyebrow as she walked alongside the heroine. Why would you put a marionette figure inside a jar? As she fell into deep thought, she began to imagine what an action figure of marionette would look like. That would be pretty nice. Lillian would be lying if she didn't say she already had figures of marionette in her old life, although just one, since they can get rather pricey. But when I get rich, I'll be as many of them as I want. Lillian muttered under her breath in a dazed manner as she accidentally walked into a man reading his newspaper. Thump! Oi! Watch where you are going. The man yelled as he fell and landed on his rear. Lillian immediately gave an apology and went to pick up the man's newspaper that had fallen on the ground. Looking down, she noticed the headline and quickly read it. Dangers out at sea and air. Multiple monsters, presumably from the southern part of the front line, had managed to somehow appear near Restera's port. Authorities are doing their best to track these heinous creatures down and prevent any possible casualties from happening. Give me that. Lillian, having had the newspaper snatched out of her hand, watched as the man left with a grumpy expression on his face. She sighed and moved on. She needed to buy a few things before setting off. Chapter 399. A code to enter? I gotta go buy some seeds, Lil. Now that I got a spatial ring, I can finally store some more of my stuff. Millis ran off and waved back. I'll meet you by the port. Lillian smiled a bit and nodded. She then froze. Was Millis joining her and Viesta on their journey to the Eastern nation? That might give me some trouble. She thought wryly before sighing. She shrugged and began to walk through the market. She entertained herself by looking over the several statues spread throughout the market that spoke about the war. But that was where it ended, for she had somewhere to go before, needing to head to the port. Checking the time, Lillian nodded in satisfaction. She still had enough time. I still have an hour and a half. Lillian then turned toward the direction and went on to find her bank, which was far away, and checked her balance at one of its ATMs. 736,969 semis. A humongous grin spread across Lillian's face as she stared down at her balance. And due to her necklace, she didn't feel a hint of embarrassment as she began to giggle like a mad woman under the gazes of countless passersby. After asking one of the bank staff to help her withdraw 301,000 semis, she got a frightened expression. But as quickly as she came, Lillian left swiftly after once she received her money in cash. Once she had stored away her money, she walked around a bit before stopping mid-step and turning her body to the side. Looking past a couple of stalls, there was a dimly lit alleyway. It was her entrance into the place she needed to be in. Once she made her way into the alleyway and walked past a couple of metal doors, drawing a few unwanted gazes from the local thugs, she reached the door she needed. However, right as she was about to knock, an arm wrapped around her neck. She raised an eyebrow and looked to the side, finding a thug standing right next to her. He was giving her quite a lecherous look. Well, hello there, little lady. What's a beautiful girl like you doing in some alleyway like this dash? Oshimnaste, Lillian stated, hoping it would deter him from whatever he was hoping to do. but instead, that seemed to only motivate him more. Oh, even better. Lillian felt the man clutched her shoulder, and frankly, she felt a mix of disgust and uncomfort. She knew she was good-looking, but in situations like these, she sighed and snapped her finger. The thug saw this and raised an eyebrow, but then noticed in the corners of his eyes something sprouting out from Lillian's side. He widened his eyes, as what he saw was a humanoid face made entirely out of water, baring its teeth at him without any lips. It also gave him a fierce glare with eyes that were without eyebrows. Using her water magic, Lillian had created the beetle's face. The water beetle then chattered its teeth against each other in a frightening manner, which caused the thug to step back and run away. The surrounding people had also scurried off, as though fearing Lillian would do something psychotic. Lillian flashed the water beetle with a thumbs up and got it to respond back with a silent cackle before absorbing it back into her body. Lillian knocked on a metal door and waited for someone to open the slit in the door. As she waited, she couldn't help but think for a moment. She was capable of creating constructs made of water, ranging from weapons to dull copies of herself. And yet, she hadn't ever made something as monstrous as the beetle before. And with her abilities of imbuing things with her parasitic element and making them target entities that radiated mana, why didn't she create monsters instead of just plain copies of herself? I'll need to figure out the spell for that. Spells in the world of Millis, the game, when learnt or created, would be saved in the spell list. But in real life, it acted differently. The mana core in the human body acted like another organ or a second brain purely for supernatural-related things. And the manipulation of mana was obviously one of those things. Whenever a person were to perform a spell they had never done before or create one, the mana core would automatically remember the steps to perform it again, almost like you were carrying around an entire library inside you that was waiting to be filled with books. The most basic explanation one could give would be that the mana core was performing a higher level of muscle memory. SKR. Lillian woke up from her thoughts and watched as the covered slit in the door was pulled aside to reveal a pair of eyes. What do you want? If you looking for sandwiches, then you at the wrong back door. A voice asked, clearly bothered. Lillian smiled a bit and muttered. A fish in the south traveled through the night in search of treasures in the dark. The place she wanted to enter needed a code. The eyes behind the door seemingly softened, but also became even more serious. I see. And how long did the fish travel in the night for? Lillian thought for a moment. 1 hour. This was how long she needed. Then, I suppose the treasure the fish found along the way must been worth around 1,000 semis. Hearing the price, Lillian pulled out exactly 1,000 semis and dropped them through the slit. Then, just a moment later, the door unlocked and opened for her to enter. The man, who had retrieved the payment, led her down a flight of stairs and towards a dark purple swirling that hung in the air. It was a portal. He then turned to Lillian and asked, "Will you be needing a mask?" She shook her head in response. She could use the mask of deceit. The man nodded and gestured towards the portal after a bow. He then said, "I hope you enjoy your visit to the underworld's black market for the next hour." Chapter 400. A nail in a black market? The underworld. It was a place that was without natural light, besides a mysterious moon that hung over a dark dystopia, with compact buildings, run-down streetlights, and streets that were always busy with people who either lived here or didn't. This was usually the place where all dark dealings were made and held. For example, the purchase of an illegal and unregulated item you couldn't find in the regular world, or ordering an assassination of someone. It was also a place where most illegal laws didn't hold, which had led to countless incidents in the past. However, for such an unruly place, it was ruled by 4 large noble families. The Dreadthorns, who ruled over the western quadrants of the underworld. The Night Ravens, who ruled over the eastern quadrants. The Darkhounds ruled over the northern, and lastly, the Roselles ruled over the southern quadrants. And each one of these families belonged to their respective cardinal nations. Currently, Lillian was in the southern black market, which was, of course, inside the Roselle territory. With her mask of deceit and black cloak, the fluttering prowl, already worn, she began to make her way through the paths. She looked around her surroundings and noticed how dark and dreary the place was due to the flickering lights and stale atmosphere. I am getting a lot of gazes. After just walking for a minute, she had already begun to attract quite a few stares, most likely because of her mask. Back when she fought the puppeteer, she had discovered later on that the man was able to see the true appearance of her mask. So this gave her the confidence to be able to use it like any other mask. However, it seemed as though there was something she didn't know about her mask to attract so many unwelcome gazes. As Lillian was walking, she was suddenly intercepted by a stall owner with an eye patch. "Traveler, would you like to have a browse through my wares?" he asked with a toothy grin, which was missing a few teeth. Lilia shook her head and walked past him, obviously uninterested. But her indifference to his stall seemed to have bothered the man as he tried to get her to even take a glance at his wares. However, right as soon as he walked even a few meters away, someone had suddenly appeared and run away with an arm full of his wares. Guards! Guards! A thief! Lillian took a glance back at the thief with a soft gaze as dark figures suddenly appeared from above and apprehended the thief in record time. But then, a second later, blood was spilt as they permanently handled the person. Lillian sighed and shrugged as she turned back around again. The Roselle territory is one of the safer quadrants in the underworld, and also the one with the second largest kill count. Even the most petty of crimes inside the southern quadrant would be punishable by death. So, unless you were extremely desperate or were ignorant of the rules here, you would be killed off as an example. Where is it? Where is it? Lillian continued to walk through the maze that was the black market. She looked toward a variety of tents that sold and open stalls. Every now and then, she would stumble upon someone doing an open surgery of enhancements or the replacement of limbs, but she wasn't too bothered about the sight of something like that at this point. It is a bit weird to see people selling limbs, though. She muttered inside her mind as she stared at a glass jar filled with a mysterious liquid, which held a pair of eyes that floated in the middle. The seller of the organs noticed her gaze and walked over, excited to sell something. But he was immediately blown off as Lillian walked away, uninterested in buying a pair of eyes. Lillian looked down at the ring she was given and analyzed it out of curiosity. Item name: Our return ring. Item type: accessory. Item grade: 1 item rank. 2 item description: a ring that upon activation will return the wearer to a designated location after a period of time. Enchantment: return she was here to buy organs, fancy jewelry, or surgery. Instead, she was here for a rather peculiar item that would prove useful tomorrow. It was a realm destabilizer. After around 40 minutes of pure walking around and being distracted by countless vendors, Lillian finally arrived before a large purple tent, which she slowly entered. What she was met with was a room filled with organized shelves and all kinds of antique items placed on them. Lillian weaved through the aisles and stumbled on a large metal stake. Taking it off the shelves, she weighed it in her hands and scrutinized its appearance. It was a dark metal stake that was sharpened roughly and was decorated with numerous deep runic engravings. This was what she was looking for. But just to be sure, she analyzed it. Item name: Nail of Salric. Item type: weapon. Item grade: 2 item rank. For item description: the Nail of Salric was an item amateurly crafted by a man as a last resort to escape his dire situation. With the mana core of a spatial entity and the remains of his beloved warhammer, he forged this nail to shatter a world that tortured his mind. Even after countless polishing, one could still sense blood staining the tip of this nail. Enchantments: Mana Destabilizer. Manifest Hammer. Mana Destabilizer. This has to work. It has to. By piercing the mana core of the target, it would cause their mana to run rampant, effectively causing the destruction of nearby realms of their making. However, the item Hammer of Salric is needed for this to succeed. Manifest Hammer. Oh, my precious hammer. In your death continues my life. By imbuing a large percentage of your mana, you manifest a physical copy of the Hammer of Salric. Any target hit by Hammer of Salric will find their body briefly warped by space. Lillian went up to the counter with the nail and asked, "Can I buy this?"